Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Was the Prophesied Hero Who Will Kill the Black Dragon Movie 1. Before we start, please go support VicMarVaz for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. Separate lives, completely different worlds, everything was mixed up from one moment to the next. A responsibility that became an undue feeling, sacrificed feelings and manifested wills. Bellcranel, a 14-year-old boy, throws away his entire life for a single word: prophecy. Prologue, prophecy, marriage, prediction, omen, prophecy, portent, horoscope. In this case, a prophecy. These were rare scenarios where the person was presented with events from the near or distant future in the form of prophetic visions. Something to highlight was his absolutism. When a prophecy was decreed or presented, the ways of destiny were impossible to mend. It was inevitable. The torch flames crackled ominously, releasing sparks that vanished into the air. The defeat of the Black Dragon. The god's ominous voice echoed through the chamber of prayer, having opened his eyelids and revealing the clear sky blue of his wisdom-infused eyes. Uranus, a primordial Greek god whose domain was prophecy. The vision he had seen presented him with two people in particular who were the key pieces for the subjugation of the Black Nightmare. Fells. The future was approaching, so without wasting any time he appointed his right-hand man. Yes, Uranus, seated upon his throne. Uranus gazed down at one corner of the room. A figure shrouded in a jet-black cloak emerged from the shadows. He calls a divine assembly. A new prophecy has arrived. Understood regarding the prophecy. What is it about this time? The subjugation of the Black Dragon. There was no word in response, simply silence. The atmosphere, heavy in some way, had captured that feeling. I'll make it happen tomorrow. The voice, with a tone that didn't reveal its gender, exclaimed in complete exaltation. Fells had turned on her heel and disappeared into the shadows. The divine assembly was approaching. His haste and excited behavior did not disturb Uranus's serene countenance, for he himself understood the magnitude of the recent prophecy. This was nothing like the previous ones: attacks by Evolus in the Dark Age, locations of clandestine slave trafficking camps, predictions of plagues that would wipe out the crops of the Demeter family. Yes, the prophecy that indicated the death of the worst threat to humanity was on a completely different scale than the previous ones. There was no comparison, and the city would only reach its peak when the rumors spread. You cannot refuse, chosen ones, forgive me. As an ultimatum, Uranus sent his sincere apologies to the protagonists of his prophecy. XXX. The news traveled like the wandering wind across a prairie. As expected, that night the bars erupted in celebration and the streets were filled with joy and smiles. Women, men, everyone was genuinely celebrating from the bottom of their hearts. Finally, what the world desired would be fulfilled, and it was only a short wait to learn about the identity of this latest hero. The ultimate hero, the one who would proclaim the glory of humanity over the corpse of the nightmare. Kami-sama, it's almost time. Isn't it ready yet? Of course, it had all happened last night. Right now was the next day, the day the prophecy would be delivered by Uranus himself. It was early in the morning, no later than 8:30 a.m., and Belle was standing in front of his goddess's bedroom door. Almost there, I'm just fixing my hair. Give me 5 minutes. Okay. Decided to stop insisting since Hestia had said the same thing 20 minutes ago. Belle really wondered how difficult it was to fix her hair. I just run my fingers over it to adjust it a little, he thought. Definitely, women's lives were more complicated. In the end, he had to wait 10 more minutes, observing a very well-groomed Hestia with her hair down. The shiny, silky-looking black color suited him very well, especially when he wasn't wearing a fastener. Phew, how do I look, Belkun? Her eyes seemed to sparkle with anticipation of the response she would receive. She had spent hours getting ready with the sole aim of receiving incredible praise from her favorite salesperson. It looks very good, Kami-sama. Now let's go, the assembly will begin soon. With dead fish eyes and a pale face, Hestia followed Belle. They went down to the first floor of their home and headed out into the city streets, walking along them until they reached the central square. Even now, the streets remained lively and filled with a welcoming and pleasant atmosphere. XXX. Twilight Mansion. It was around 8:30 a.m., and as usual, Reveria was on her bedroom balcony having a cup of tea while reading a book. I was waiting for the rest of the executives in the family to be ready for the divine assembly that would take place in a few minutes. Why are they taking so long? He wondered. I couldn't really find a good reason, since the Amazon sisters didn't usually wear many clothes, and Eyes in particular was very quick to get ready. Not to mention the men, who were taking longer than usual. Will be late. A soft sigh escaped from her lips. She had been ready since 8:00 a.m., so she couldn't help but get irritated by the simple fact that they wouldn't arrive at the agreed time. As a member of the royal family, Reveria was very clear that punctuality was one of the most basic manners. I will hurry them. Clasping her hands as if to applaud, she closed the book and rose from her seat. She couldn't afford to make a bad impression in a divine assembly. As the second strongest family in the city, they had received an invitation with a golden seal. indicating that they would be one of the few families attending the auditorium. Thinking about that, she increased the pace of her steps slightly, going inside her room and then out the door into the mansion's hallways. Advancing a little further, he encountered Eyes, who kept her face expressionless as she stood in front of her bedroom door. Apparently, he was waiting for her. Reveria. Eyes, good morning. Thank goodness you're ready. Come on, let's hurry the others up. Greeting with a slight smile, Reveria did not stop walking while Eyes kept pace on her left side. The dress looks good on you. Is it the one Lefia gave you? Lefia bought another one after the first one was torn to shreds in the monsterphilia. I see. While praising her, Reveria concealed the fact that she would look better if she didn't have the inseparable rapier at her waist. In his opinion, it ruined the essence of the lovely ensemble. Reveria Asuo. Reveria's smile vanished upon hearing the sharp, irritating sound coming from her goddess. The woman of average height with vermilion hair and a flat chest was running straight towards them down the hallway. Her clothing was the usual one, which highlighted her backside and accommodated her small breasts. You're noisy, Loki. While complaining, she took a sideways step to the right, dodging Loki's tackle as he tried to hug and grope her. Falling face down to the floor, the worrying sound of one or two bones cracking adorned the spacious hallway. What are you doing? Get up, the divine assembly is about to begin. Reveriatin is so cruel, that kind of excites me. It was largely comical but horribly disturbing. Grabbing one of her knees and spinning around on the hallway carpet, Loki began to whine like a spoiled child. You care about being late. Oh, who cares? That decrepit old man is probably hallucinating. Besides, we have a VIP invitation. We can arrive whenever we want. At this moment, unlike the others, Loki's childish personality irritated her greatly. If you don't want to return to the heavens, you'd better get up. Why yes, Mama Reveria. Even Eyes reacted to his icy, emotionless tone. Reveria paid no attention and resumed her walk. She would not allow her honor as a member of the elven royalty to be tarnished by the whims of an alcoholic goddess. The assembly began with the arrival of the invited families, among them the most influential in the city of Arario. Freya family. The goddess and all her executives were present. Loki family. The goddess and all her executives were present. Ganesha family. The god and his executives were present. Demeter family. The goddess and her executives were present. Hestia family. The goddess and her family captain were present. Everyone was in the auditorium, where very soon the voice of the founding god of Arario would resound. As expected, each family had its own section in which they were separated by only a few meters. Wait. Loki's scream eliminated the silence while simultaneously attracting the attention of the others. He stood up, his face contorted with anger, and pointed towards where Hestia was sitting. What the hell are you doing here, busty lowly? Your family is low-level. You should be watching the assembly from home through an arcanum mirror. Oh, it is the board. Sorry, it's just that being as flat as you are, you slipped into my blind spot between my eyes. Why you'll be? Damn it, tell me once and for all how you managed to sneak into this divine assembly. A heated argument broke out in less than a minute, although in this case, very strange to see, it was Hestia who was in the lead. Widening her smile into a crescent moon and narrowing her eyes with a mocking essence, Hestia pulled a card from her dress. The golden seal stood out against the white surface. That's it. Correcto, Fufu, how did the splinters turn out? Plank. My family received an honorary invitation. I am possible. Loki taking a step back only made Hestia's smile widen even more. She was truly enjoying this. Kamisama. Bell, who was sitting to his right, smiled nervously as beads of sweat trickled down his temples. He simply observed, as he did not want to interfere in a discussion between deities. Shrimp, did you use those disgusting breasts of yours to get the invitation from Royman? What are you trying to imply towards a virgin goddess like me, you damn trickster? I'm just presenting the possible reasons. Reason my ass. You want me to deform that face of yours with my fists? Give it a try. Kamisama. Now Bell wasn't sure whether to stay out of it or not. His goddess was attracting a lot of attention, and being sensitive to glances, he could perfectly detect that he was being watched by numerous people. One of the looks was the one he always felt when he left for the dungeon, but the others did not hide their thirst for blood towards him. This is no time to worry about trivial matters, he thought. First he needed to appease his goddess, then he would worry about the murderous intentions directed towards him. Bam. But before she could even speak to Hestia, a staff fell on the back of Loki's head, knocking her face down to the ground. Stop being so childish, Loki. Grabbing her by the collar of her short shirt, Reveria began to drag her to the section where her family was. I apologize for the trouble my goddess may have caused. He also apologized to Hestia and Bell. Let him come when he has breasts, murmured Hestia, taking her seat again. Bell in return smiled kindly. Thank you very much, Reveria-sama, there's nothing to thank me for. They exchanged a few words, then Reveria returned to her seat next to Loki. Kamisama, you shouldn't make enemies so easily, Bell whispered into Hestia's ear. The little goddess shuddered at the sudden touch of Bell's breath but managed to control herself. It's that board's fault. Who does it think it is, insinuating such things about me? Ahaha, I know it was very rude of Lakasama, but there's no need to take it seriously. Don't know, she didn't know what else to say to him. For her part, she couldn't imagine the great rage Hestia was feeling at being insulted in such a way. After all, he wasn't a god of virginity. It would be very hypocritical of him to pretend to understand it. Well, I'm still a virgin, but I'm not a god, he thought amusedly. In any case, the sound of a hammer knocked him out of his thoughts. He turned his gaze to the front, where a luxurious carved wooden foyer stood imposingly. Tap, tap. Then the sound of footsteps. The guild chief had arrived to begin the assembly. Good morning, thank you all very much for attending. A short, overweight elf walked over and stood behind the hall, leveling his height with a bench so that his head could be seen. Belle could clearly detect Hestia's angry eyes as she stared intently at the peculiar elf. Now let us begin the 16th Divine Assembly. Uranasama, please do us the honor. Granted. The moment permission was given, the gods scattered throughout the city used their arcanum to create mirrors. It was the first time something like this had happened, and it was all because the city demanded to know the identity of the last hero. Right now, houses, shops, bars, cafes, and the streets, there wasn't a place where they weren't watching the Divine Assembly through mirrors of arcanum. Please remain silent, the prophecy will be proclaimed by Uranasama. With Royman's words, the assembly began. XXX. The decisive battle would take place in 18 years, when the dark nightmare would awaken from its slumbering sleep. The end of the world or the beginning of humanity. The best warriors would battle fiercely, but one in particular would stand out from the crowd of heroes, the last hero. He was someone with unimaginable magical power, monstrous abilities capable of forming craters in the earth, and a blinding speed that made Vana Freya's look ridiculous. But more importantly, it would be someone kind and friendly. He would save many from death on the battlefield and deliver the final blow to the Black Dragon. He would be crowned as a legend etched in history, the only one to surpass the sword hero Albert Wallstein. XXX. Every detail was listened to attentively by those present, and those not present who were watching from their homes or other places. Even in the enclosed space of the auditorium, the excited shouts that flooded the city and crossed the skies could be heard. The city was at its peak, so who is this last hero? Although, well, I think the captain of my family fits that description perfectly. Loki, showing his excitement, asked Uranos. The god was in the chamber of prayer, but it was thanks to his power as the main god that he could make the echo of his voice travel to the auditorium. No, Finn Damni, Aka Braver, is not the last hero. Huh, you must be joking, old man. Loki, that's enough, Finn said, somewhat embarrassed, calming his goddess. Tusk, then who is this mysterious hero? The atmosphere turned serious among all those present, awaiting Uranos' response. Freya in particular remained covered with her robe, observing a certain boy who was trying to calm his goddess. The goddess's cheeks turned a lovely pink the more she watched him, and she already had an idea in mind about the identity of the last hero in the prophecy. Drop the suspense, just spit it out. The shout of an irritated Loki interrupted Freya's fantasies. She would let it go this time simply because she agreed with Loki since she didn't like spending much time in public view. The last hero is. Unconsciously, everyone held their breath. Reveria Eljas Alf, the same breath that came out suddenly, that. Freya and Loki gasped in complete disbelief. Even Reveria herself wore a dismayed and incredulous expression, her beautiful jade-green eyes widening. Please come forward, Rivera Eljas Alf. Uranos ignored the disbelief of all the Loki executives, demanding Reveria's presence at the front. You've got to be kidding me, is the old lady the last hero? Bite was speechless. Reveria. Eyes kept her surprise hidden beneath her perfectly expressionless face, although her eyes showed certain feelings. Well, if it's my Reveriatin, I'm not complaining. Sorry, Finn, looks like you'll have to give up your captaincy. Very funny, Loki, come on, don't get angry. Murmurs and short conversations could be heard as Reveria walked slowly towards the stage. She was clearly surprised, but as expected, she had managed to maintain her usual refined posture. Applause. The only thing he didn't expect was that someone was applauding him lightly. He glanced to the right to where the goddess Hestia and her attendant stood. There, bellcranel was applauding him and smiling. What most disconcerted Reveria was her genuine joy. If only I knew about Belle's fanaticism for great heroes, I would understand. However, not knowing, I took it as the support of a fellow adventurer. Even when he looked him directly in the eyes, he did not stop applauding and did not erase the smile from his lips. The other one is bellcranel, please come forward. The applause and the smiles stopped. That, he blurted out in complete disbelief, please come forward. Belle, who looked perplexed, could only blink as the order to come forward sounded again. He had no choice but to get up and obey, walking until he stood to Reveria's left. What's going on? Whatever it was, the murderous glares had now intensified. The auditorium erupted in a jumble of shouts, mostly from Loki. However, in the city, the reactions were positive toward the adventurer of the moment, the record holder. XXX. The atmosphere was hostile. There were many eyes on him, both with good and bad intentions. He could detect eyes looking at him with genuine surprise, Betel looking at him with superiority but somehow recognizing him, Finn looking at him with clear bewilderment in his expression, and Loki giving him an irritated look. On the other hand, there were the Demeter family and the Ganesha family who smiled approvingly at him. For some reason, all the executives of the Freya family, except for Bose, looked at him as if he were their worst enemy. Did I do something to them? He wondered. Be that as it may, Hestia was also there, smiling proudly as she raised her chest. She raised one of her thumbs towards him, sending him her emotional support. Thank you, Kamisama. He couldn't help but smile, which made him overlook the look that Reveria was giving him to his right. She seemed surprised and at the same time confused. Old man, explain this. Have you gone mad and no longer know who's who in the prophecy? Loki exclaimed Reveria's doubt in a shout, though not in a decent way. But no one complained. In fact, everyone nodded, seeking clarification. The silence followed by the request for clarification was dispelled by the voice of the god. Reveria Eljas Alf and bellcranel, neither of them is the ultimate hero. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, watching the nervous Roman acting as Urano's representative. They will be the parents of the last hero. The verdict left more than one person speechless. Bell and Reveria could only express their confusion at that word, feeling their pupils dilate at such a silly prophecy. Chapter 1, Determinations. Are you serious marrying a cute elf? The screams of all the citizens pierced the skies, and this time it was not out of emotion but out of pure and simple disbelief. From homes, businesses, shops, and streets, all kinds of people kept their eyes wide open, jaws on the ground. The city was divided into groups. Elves outraged by such an insult to their princess. Bellcranel fans are upset by this prophecy. Men who verbally abused the rabbit out of jealousy that he would marry and sleep with one of the beauties of Arario. Bellcranel's friends who smiled or laughed with pride for their good friend. And neutral staff who remained impressed but showed no displeasure towards the idea, also that the black dragon would finally be eradicated. XXX. At the headquarters, the traveler's house. Ha 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 ha. Uranus, this is the best prophecy you've ever uttered in your pathetic existence. I Hermes, thank you. The god with the traveler's hat writhed all over the room's carpet, clutching his stomach because of the color caused by his laughter. Aha darn, Zeus will be very happy. What do you think, Asphyxian? Why so serious? Nothing. The captain of her family remained seated at the desk, observing through the lens of her glasses the reflection of a pale Belle and an incredulous Reveria. Seriously, your eyes are scary right now. Hermes stopped laughing, puzzled by Asphy's behavior. She didn't change her gaze from the magic mirror, but her lips moved. It's just that I had a dream last night, one where she and Belle were a happy couple expecting a child. Perhaps that's why I have this unpleasant feeling, she murmured, caressing her belly. Hermes remained silent, saying nothing more. XXX. The protests erupted a second later. I hope this is a bucking joke or I'll kick your ass. Loki, in particular, appeared disturbed and irritated. Her eyes filled with anger made it clear that she was not in a good mood and that she disliked everything that had happened in the slightest. That damn tablet is right. Uranus, who the hell do you think you are to say that my Belle will marry Loki's daughter? It was rare to see Hestia get along with Loki. No, in fact, had they ever gotten along? The answer was no. The short goddess seemed to breathe white fire from her mouth, radiating as much heaviness into the atmosphere as Loki. She was definitely angry. Ganesha said, imbued with slight nervousness upon noticing the hostile atmosphere. Ara, everything just got interesting. The slightest smile appeared on Demeter's lips as she stared at a petrified Belle. This is absurd, I don't accept it. Among them, Freya had been the most reserved, expressing her opposition in a neutral tone. However, the emptiness in his silver eyes made more than one person in the room shudder. The aura surrounding her was suffocating and her eyes were focused on Reveria. Do you agree with this, Nine Hell? Reveria felt a chill run through her body, unable to answer the goddess Freya's question. The beautiful woman's icy voice had left her throat parched. Furthermore, regardless of whether she could respond or not, she was just as surprised and incredulous as everyone else. It was no small matter, much less an exaggeration. After all, she had been told that she would marry a man she did not love and, worse still, have a child with that man. The bellcranels. She glanced at the white-haired boy standing beside her, but he didn't even react. He looked more like a statue than a person. From her lips, a small rabbit spirit seemed to escape and rise to the ceiling of the auditorium. Is this a dream? I knew it wasn't like that, but I genuinely wanted it to be. It was impossible for her not to know the famous bellcranel, the adventurer of the moment, a prodigy with the current record for leveling up. His feats so far were truly praiseworthy. If she was honest, Reveria had felt a great curiosity towards him ever since she had witnessed his battle against the Minotaur, but it definitely wasn't in a romantic way. Reveria had never had a romantic interest. In addition, there was Eyes, who had shown better behavior since she had started associating with the white-haired boy. There was no reason to remain silent about all of this, and once she managed to suppress her disbelief, she would protest and refuse. The old woman with the rabbit. Wow, what a brilliant prophecy, ha 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 ha. Damn dog, why do you sound so funny? Huh, stupid Amazon, talk to me when you can properly use that brain of yours if you even have one. Don't mess with my little sister. The discussions of his family colleagues sounded distant. Belkun, snap out of it, come back to the world. And at some point Hestia had walked to the front to try to bring Bell back to reality. Freya continued to watch her with a murderous and hostile gaze, although the slight essence of envy was imbued in her beautiful silver eyes. Her employees also radiated an unpleasant atmosphere, perhaps annoyed by the prophecy that had angered their goddess. This confirmed it. He needs to stop this whole scandal. I don't accept. Silence. Before she could finish, the ominous voice of the prophet god echoed through every corner of the auditorium. He had demanded order in the hall. She understood that she wasn't directly silenced, but rather given a general order silencing the disputes of others. With those who refused the prophecy grumbling and those who remained calm and silent, it all began once again. Even Hestia reluctantly returned to her seat after failing to bring back a petrified Bell. Let me be direct, the prophecy is no joke, much less a lie. Everything will happen as I've described. Nothing will change even if they deny it. I don't accept this, I completely refuse to. Loki, if you don't keep your composure, I'll have you thrown out of the auditorium. Whatever you want to say it calmly. Uranus cut off the goddess's replica, causing her to click her tongue. So, showing his irritation, Loki asked in a low voice, "What will happen if we refuse? Will you be in charge of the Black Dragon?" Not only Loki, but even the spectators watching from the mirrors of Arcanum remained silent and listening. Are you saying that if the Black Dragon is defeated, bellcranel won't have to marry Loki's daughter? It was Freya's turn. The goddess maintained a calm composure, hiding her anger beneath a perfect and beautiful face. I recommend you stop thinking about what you're thinking, Freya. The only result of your children facing the Black Dragon is their death. Are you so sure? Indeed. I told Zeus and Hera the same thing, but they didn't listen to me. This time, Freya bit her lower lip from the irritation. She was at her limit of what she could bear, and one of those was her sacred bell, which was exclusively hers. The mere thought of the boy lying in bed with another woman filled her with rage. The boy in question blinked. Oh, Zeus. He was brought out of his trance thinking about the aforementioned god. Had ignoring Uranus's prophecy led to his downfall? The thought of it as an option made his throat go dry. Uranos, why Belkun? Can't he be one of Loki's other children? I won't accept my dependent being forced into a marriage he doesn't want. The voice of his goddess echoed through the auditorium, and in fact, Bel was wondering the same thing. He was sure there were people much stronger than him, but was he even strong? He hadn't been an adventurer for very long after all. He didn't have to wait long for reason to prevail. A while ago, a couple of years ago, I had a premonition about a young man fighting the Black Dragon one and on. This young man was neither braver nor the king. Hestia swallowed, sensing the stranger's identity approaching. I'm referring to bellcranel. In about 2 years, he'll gain enough power to face the Black Dragon, but the battle will end with his death and one of the Black Dragon's wings being severed. To say that surprise was reflected on everyone's faces was an understatement, and among them, Bel was the most incredulous. Shall I tear off one of the Black Dragon's wings? Me. If anyone else had said it, he would surely have laughed nervously and told her to stop joking while scratching his hair. But it was Uranus, the founding god of the city. I didn't make it public to avoid unrest in the city. Besides, it was a premonition, not a prophecy. The possibilities were varied. What? Are you saying that just because he holds the records for leveling up, has performed several feats, and is the adventurer of the moment, he's already fit to be with Reviriatin? Yeah, and what about the elves? Will you turn against all the elves in the world? If necessary, I will. Will you not back down even if King Larfel uses his political power to corner the city? I will only back down if they themselves defeat the Black Dragon in less than a year, which is the time by which bellcranel and Reviria Eljas Alf's son should be on his way to being born. An exasperated sigh escaped Loki's lips. It seemed everything was inevitable. The only positive side was that strangely attractive rabbit would no longer be near eyes. However, Reviria was also one of his diamonds in the rough. But if I had to choose... I'm sorry, Reviria. He had decided he would stay out of it. He wouldn't deny Reviria getting married, but he wouldn't insist that she do it either. The final decision is yours. With that final thought, the vermilion-haired goddess took a seat and crossed her arms, remaining silent. XXX. The way things were going, it wouldn't end well for Reviria. I had nothing against Bel, and in a way, I knew he was a pure and honest boy with a kind and gentle personality, something very rare to find in someone who has the profession of adventurer. But the fact that he was the ideal man for any woman wouldn't necessarily make her say, yes, I gladly accept to marry bellcranel and carry his child in my womb. It was absurd. Taking a breath, he calmly gave his answer. I'm sorry, but I refuse. Forced marriage is not to my liking. Her refined and soft voice traveled throughout the auditorium, and it seemed that everyone present nodded in agreement with her. Reveria was grateful for that. After all, the forced marriage was one of the reasons why she had escaped from her kingdom. He just had to do the same thing he did back then, refuse completely. However, are you sure? Urano's solemn voice echoed through the walls of the place. Absolutely, and I firmly believe that bellcranel feels the same way. Isn't that right? She turned her gaze towards the boy standing beside her, who, when mentioned, looked back at her with slight surprise in his eyes. The precious ruby red of her eyes sparkled captivatingly. Why, yes, I think the same. I have no intention of accepting this marriage, that's my sincere thought. Perfect, great that we agree. Now. But Reveria was cut short by Belle's words. She looked at him in surprise, trying to figure out what his intentions were. Is he going to take advantage of this to get into bed with me? If that was the case, then she had completely misjudged the boy in front of her eyes. A feeling of disgust and revulsion towards the white-haired boy arose in Reveria. If that will save humanity and fulfill the world's greatest wish, I will accept as long as Reveria-sama agrees. Belkun. The same disgust and revulsion vanished the moment they heard her words. Hestja's shouted surprise sounded distant, almost inaudible. The feeling that followed was one of guilt assailing Reveria for having been so unfairly cruel in his personal verdict on Belle. In fact, I was impressed. Although he had said what he said with genuine sincerity, his eyes showed that his heart was against it. Behind the windows into his feelings, what was he sacrificing for the good of humanity? Reveria had a great need to know. She also had the discomfort of being indirectly rejected because of the boy's true feelings, which she was unaware of. He was basically saying that he would marry her and have a child with her for the good of humanity, not because she was a beauty that rivaled the goddesses. Similar to an act of self-sacrifice. I was speechless. A boy much younger than her was acting against her wishes for the sake of others. That's how kind and gentle he was. Was she, with a long life full of experience, less mature than him? His pride was slightly hurt. I don't know what to do. Her feelings were in conflict, preventing her from thinking clearly. What should I do? To be selfish and refuse marriage, or to act for the good of humanity? His thoughts were cornered. XXX. I had no choice, not when it came to a prophecy. In this case, the greatest of all, the defeat of humanity's antagonist. His heroic spirit won over his feelings for Eyes Wallenstein, claiming that the children's smiles did not deserve to be stained by despair for a love like his. He couldn't afford to be selfish at this moment. But Urano-sama, seeing the pained expression on Reveria's beautiful face, caused him an unpleasant pang in his chest. He hadn't considered the pressure that would be placed on Reveria's shoulders, and that had been a mistake according to him. I needed a result where everyone was smiling. I wouldn't accept a face that wore a fake smile to hide the suffering inside. That could be the case for Reveria, who definitely did not want to marry and have a child with him, but who also did not want humanity to perish. See, bellcranel, that's why he said what he said. If I defeat the Black Dragon within a year, will Reveria-sama be relieved of this responsibility? It wasn't about whether he had to be selfish or not, it was simply his desire to want to help others. Yes, bellcranel would not be the kind of hero who would accept a small sacrifice for the greater good. He would be the kind of hero who created his own choices. Are you aware of what you're saying? Absolutely. I know those are big words for someone as weak as me, but if it takes that suffering look off Reveria-sama's face, then I'll do it. I swear, please give me the chance. The god was not present in the room, so Belle kept his eyes fixed on the ceiling, thinking it was the best option. He was so focused that he ignored Reveria's incredulous stare. There were many more, like the proud Hestja, the impressed Loki, and the happy Freya. The latter seemed very pleased with the statement she had made. At that moment, after several seconds of silence, Uranus spoke, on one condition. Any. His lips formed a smile, grateful that the god had accepted his request. Life as a married couple begins tomorrow. You will need to live together to develop your feelings. If you do not reach at least level 9 within a year, you will have to fulfill your duty and establish the relationship with Reveria Eljas Alf. See, consolidate, wait, live together, develop our feelings. What do you mean? It will be easier for you if you manage to form a closer relationship when you become intimate with each other. Of course, it will be a backup plan in case you don't keep your oath. It all depends on you and your determination, bellcranel. That made sense if he considered that his request was being fulfilled, and although it was embarrassing to even consider that he would end up with Reveria in that, he just had to do his best and reach level 12 in less than a year. Nothing out of the ordinary, I won't disappoint him. With a radiant smile, she expressed her determination in 3 words, XXX. The divine assembly was over. And as those present rose to return to their homes and the mirrors of Arcanum disappeared from the city, Reveria remained watching the back of that boy. He was walking towards the exit of the auditorium, walking alongside his goddess who was constantly praising him. She felt the urge to express her gratitude, but the helplessness that gripped her prevented her from doing so. Someone much younger than her and several levels below her had acted so maturely for the good of the world and for her own. I had created a third option so that she would be comfortable with the results. How can he be so kind? What? She was dazzling, her kindness knew no bounds. She couldn't just sit back and wait for that innocent boy to do all the work alone. No, she would help out too. Living together, I can take advantage of that. She made her footsteps begin to sound, heading towards where her goddess and companions were waiting for her. I had suitcases to pack. Chapter 2, Feelings, Multiverse. Upon leaving the Tower of Babel, I found Hermes-sama giving me a smile from cheek to cheek. I was a little confused to see him acting so strangely, but I came to the conclusion that it was possibly related to my new marriage. Married to a beautiful elf, I don't know what my grandfather would say, but he would surely congratulate me with tears soaking his beard. Belle, it's been a while, my good friend. I received a warm hug from Hermes-sama. The wide smile on his lips was still there. Hermes-sama, has something happened, and weren't you at the fireplace mansion yesterday? Don't worry about small details. Come on, I'll be the one to help you in your new life as a married man. That my disbelief increased several levels. In truth, this day was full of strong emotions. It was not my desire to experience any new ones. As you heard, I'll give you one of my properties so you and your wife can move in. Uranus said you'd live as a couple, am I right? My jaw dropped. It all made a lot of sense, but I really found it a bit exaggerated that I was granted a property so easily. Were my efforts against the Apollo family in vain? Perhaps. No, you're not wrong, but there was a problem, and that was Reveria-sama's position. I couldn't just go to the Twilight Mansion and say, I've come for your daughter to the goddess Loki and that's it. They would hand her over to me. Furthermore, there was Reveria-sama's own indisposition. He did not wish to put any pressure on her. I don't think it's necessary for us to live together. It's enough to go out a couple of times every 3 months. I wouldn't take any risks. The only thing I had to focus on was getting strong enough to defeat the Black Dragon. Now that I've processed it, what the hell do I think I am? I put it simply, but can I really pull off such a feat? I didn't know, but all I could do was give it my best. If I fail, I'll have to. Blush? Don't think about that. I shook my head, my cheeks burning from the vulgar thought that crossed my mind. As I was saying, we don't necessarily have to. A small piece of paper was extended towards my chest, pressing it lightly. Looking at the person who was extending it, I was surprised. Tianasan, what's wrong? What's this? I stared incredulously at the paper now in my hands, waiting for an explanation from Tianasan. He is from Reveria Argonauticon. To my surprise, he said that. I quickly unfolded the letter, reading the few words that were written on it. I had to admit that Reveria-sama's calligraphy was too beautiful. I'll pack my things, I'll be at your headquarters tomorrow. Reveria Eljas Alf. I was speechless, unable to believe what my eyes were reading. I put aside my admiration for the perfectly drawn lettering, looking at Tianasan with awe in my eyes. You'll have to try harder, Argonauticon. The only one who will be your wife is me. Goodbye. She definitely didn't help me at all. In fact, she left a comment that made my cheeks turn red, then she left. What was all this? Does Riviera-sama accept that we live as a couple? Why, I couldn't help but wonder. I looked in the direction Tianasan had run. Beside her were the other members of her family walking towards their headquarters. Looking at everyone's backs, I stopped at Riveria-sama's. Her poise as she walked was breathtaking. She maintained that majesty and naturalness with every step she took. Suddenly, he looked over his shoulder. The emerald color of her eyes captivated me. I simply watched her, not understanding her actions. Her perfectly serene face, adorned by her white skin and lush eyelashes, was relaxing. The moment our eyes met, she closed her eyelids and nodded slightly as if she were thanking us. Who was he thanking me? I didn't understand, but subconsciously I nodded too. After that, she and the others disappeared into the distance. I kept my gaze in that direction for a few seconds before looking back at Hermes-sama. I will accept your gift, Hermes-sama. Thank you very much. Perfect. Asphyxian, please guide us. She smiled from cheek to cheek and named Asphyxian, asking her to act as a guide to her new home. He put one of his arms around my shoulders, encouraging me to walk alongside him. I just let myself go, glancing over my shoulder one last time at the street where Reveria-sama had disappeared. I would definitely keep my oath. XXX. We walked through the city streets, crossing corners and going through alleyways, all to avoid unwanted glances. It was widely expected that he would be the focus of attention for the entire city at this time. He was aware of the broadcast of the Divine Assembly to everyone. For a few days or perhaps weeks, it was best not to show myself to the public. I was sure I wouldn't receive very kind treatment from the elves. I stopped thinking about that then and looked at Asphyxian. She was acting in a peculiar way. In fact, when I greeted her a few minutes ago, my greeting was not returned. She simply continued staring straight ahead with an expressionless face. Her glasses gave her an intellectual air which enhanced her beauty. I had asked Hermes-sama if something had happened to Asphyxian, but I simply got she had a bad dream as an answer. Since then, I have remained silent and stopped insisting. I didn't want to get hit by Asphyxian for being so annoying, so keeping quiet was better. We've arrived, this is the house. My train of thought was interrupted by her voice, which was quite natural, not revealing whether she was annoyed, sad, happy, or exhausted. Turning my gaze to the place she was pointing, I was certainly surprised. It was a two-story house, about 20 meters wide and 30 meters long. The front displayed a beautiful verdant garden adorned with roses of many vivid colors. The entrance was blocked by the bars of a large white metal gate, with a path of perfectly placed cobblestones through the sea of grass leading to the main entrance, a double door of carved wood. H. Hermisama. Yes, what's wrong? Don't you think this is too big for two people? I forgot about anything related to the cost of the property. Rather, I focused mainly on how complicated it would be to maintain a house of that size between two people. Unless Reveria-sama played the role of housewife, but he was sure he would be frozen by one of her spells long before he could finish the sentence. Come on, this is perfect for a newlywed couple. Don't you think so, Isfishin? No comment. Isfishin's cold and indifferent response caused a cold sweat to break out on my body. Apparently she was in a bad mood today. WL whatever. The point is, we're talking about Reveria. She's an elven royal princess. Anything less than that would be an insult to her, don't you think? Now that you mention it. Hermisama might be right. I had not interacted with Reveria-sama until today when we exchanged a few words in the middle of the Divine Assembly, but I was aware of his social position. She was an elven princess, daughter of the Elf King. She definitely wouldn't accept living in a place with terrible conditions, or at least that's what I think. I couldn't confirm anything, but now that Hermisama was giving me this house, my only option was to accept it and sincerely thank him. Seriously, thank you so much for what you're doing. I bent over completely until my back was level with my waist. It's nothing really, this is what I do for a good friend, so Belle, don't rush things. Putting aside the thanks, he said those strange words. I aligned my body, looking at him with eyes filled with confusion. I mean, don't overdo it. Striving to make everything perfect is wonderful, of course, but if you get too caught up in it, you'll lose your composure. His words surprised me. Was this advice from Hermisama? He would regularly invite me to spy on women at the lake on the 18th floor or in the public hot springs, then throw himself on the ground and beg me through tears after I had refused. This was, in some way, important. I focused my gaze on his face, one that, unlike the confident, joking, and fun-loving one he always was, exuded wisdom. What starts out well ends up going wrong. Throughout history, many heroes have suffered because of this. If you pretend for too long, you'll eventually burn out. At that moment, I felt understood. Somehow, my grandfather's reflection was superimposed on the figure of Hermisama. My eyes moistened slightly. So, Belle, I hope you continue to be yourself. It was fleeting, but the memory of my grandfather brought me the calm and tranquility I needed. I smiled as best I could. Don't worry, Hermisama, I'll still be the fool you knew. Haha, it's kind of funny when you put it that way. Okay, I'll say goodbye now. Here are the keys and good luck. See you. I received a metal ring with numerous keys on it, then Hermisama turned around on his ankles and began to walk away while waving his hand in the air. Isfishin followed slowly behind him, but for a moment she looked at me over her shoulder. The sapphire blue color of her eyes observed me meticulously, making me somewhat nervous. See you later, Isfishin. Whatever it is, get well soon. Anything you need, just let me know. But I paid no attention to my nervousness and waved my right arm from left to right, smiling as I said goodbye to her. What I got in response was a quick averted gaze, but she had also slightly raised her arm to say goodbye to me. I hope you're okay. He couldn't even speculate on her situation, but he trusted that Isfishin could sort it out on her own. She was a very capable woman after all. Now, I turned on my heels and faced my new home starting tomorrow. I needed to do some cleaning before tomorrow, which was Reveria-sama's arrival. It will be complicated. The fact that the house was so big was not helpful at all. Smiling nervously and cursing my luck, I unlocked the doors and embarked on my new mission. XXX. After spending 10 hours doing an intensive cleaning in every corner of the house, I was finally able to head towards the fireplace mansion. Even so, as I walked towards the headquarters, I realized something. Am I not strangely calm? Starting tomorrow, he would begin living with a woman, and not just any woman, it was Reveria Eljas Alf, an executive of the Loki family and a first-class adventurer, level 6. Where am I getting so much serenity from? Normally, I would have to worry, be ashamed, and flee in terror to a place no one knew. Somehow. I turned my gaze toward the dark sea adorned with bright stars. Night had already fallen. This feels strangely natural. Was this an effect of the prophecy? It couldn't be. They'd call me crazy if I said it out loud. Although perhaps, just perhaps, for the first time, I am being genuinely serious about my feelings. I felt relieved that I had made the request I did. That way I wouldn't have to wear a mask with a fake smile. I will do my best. I quickened my pace, heading towards the headquarters where I would no longer live. Walking through the streets, it took me no more than 5 minutes. I opened the gate, walking on the cobblestones that divided the lawn. Kamisama will scold me for the time. There were many things to take care of and little time to do them. At that moment, something clicked in my head. The image of my goddess invaded my mind. I completely forgot about Kamisama. How did this happen? She'll definitely be furious. The last time I saw her was at the entrance to the Tower of Babel, then Hermisama offered me the house and since then I lost sight of her. And no, it can't be. Did I completely forget about its existence because of the marriage issue? I was sure now she would definitely hit me. Glugly, I swallowed audibly. Then once I reached the front door, I took hold of the lock and slowly opened it. I'm home. I tried to sound as natural as possible, but I realized instantly it was a failure. I was a terrible actor. A couple of seconds later, the screams were heard. Belkuuwan. A Kamisama bullet flew horizontally towards me, striking me instantly. Wah! The pitiful squeal that came from my lips was what started one of the greatest sermons I've ever received. XXX. I lost track of the hours that passed, and I didn't even know what time it was. Of course, it was because of my family. I object. Belsama cannot begin living with that elf. Lily will not allow it. Lily was the main one apart from Kamisama. For the past few hours, he had been shouting his opposition at the top of his lungs, pacing around the room and seemingly shooting electric rays from his eyes. Belsama, you cannot accept this. What need is there to believe in that god's hallucinations? None. I mostly understood her. In fact, Lily had always been like that since the day I offered her a helping hand. I considered it childish of him. I sacrificed my feelings, I locked them in a cage deep within my being in order to fulfill the role that was entrusted to me. So finding out that she didn't bother to hide them, it bothered me in a way. Seriously, what's happening to me? I feel like the responsibility on my shoulders is making me grow up mentally at an alarming rate. Lily, my decision is made. No matter what anyone says, I won't change it. I spoke to him softly and gently as I usually did. Her pacing stopped, then she stared at me. Her large brown pupils trembled slightly as she bit her lower lip. Could it be that Belsama is doing this with perverted intentions simply because his wife will be Reveria-sama? After I finished listening to it, I understood. That had been enough. That offends me a little, Lily. At my drastic change in tone, she took a step back. Kamisama and the boys who were sitting around me in the living room armchairs intensified their surprised stares at me. I am just trying to do my best. Is it wrong for me to want to be a hero, even if I have to sacrifice something in return? And no, that's not what I meant. My lips formed a smile. Of course, I knew they cared about me, but that concern wouldn't do anything to save humanity. I had an oath to keep. I know I understand better than anyone. But I want you to please understand that this decision doesn't depend on you, Kamisama, Lily. As captain of the Hestia Familia, it's something I will decide. Welf and Makoto weren't opposed at all. They were simply expressing concern about my potentially rash decision. That's why I only spoke to the two people who were. I'm just asking you to trust me. Can you let me take care of the rest? Lily and Kamisama made faces that didn't indicate anything good. If Belsama puts it in that mode, Lily has no choice but to resign herself. But to my surprise, Lily gave up. She turned her back on me and walked to the sofa in front, dropping her body down heavily and sinking into the softness of the dresser. The pout on her cheeks still remained as she crossed her arms. Thank you very much, Lily. No, it's nothing, though. I hope he keeps his promise and defeats the Black Dragon within a year. I absolutely refuse to accept that Belsama's purity be taken away by Reveria-sama. Ignoring his unbridled frenzy of unjustified fury, everything turned out better than he expected. Now all that was missing was Kamisama. I stopped looking at Lily and stared at the little goddess who was looking at me with piercing eyes. Her posture was somehow intimidating. Was this the power of a god's presence? Probably, Kamisama. Yeah, what is your answer? The atmosphere turned serious, and it was enough to see the looks on the faces of the others that they already knew the reason why Kamisama refused. Being ignorant of her genuine thoughts, I should just listen to her. Belkun. I cleared my mind and blanked it out, ready for whatever came. I would answer with firmness and confidence. What if I were in love with you? What do you think about women who have feelings for you? Would you push them away? More importantly, what about Eyes Wallenstein? It was undoubtedly a low blow. My orbitals opened as wide as possible due to the excess of information. A declaration of love, a statement of responsibility, a guilty plea. A declaration of my feelings that I tried so hard to keep to myself. It was genuinely unfair. That hurt me. I could feel my heart racing and my chest had an unpleasant discomfort. Even so, it wasn't something I didn't take into consideration. Just as Kamisama had been direct, the way of responding to her had to be the same. I took a breath. First, I needed to regulate my rapid heartbeat and cool my body. If you want to know my answers, I'll tell you. I stared at Kamisama. She was doing the same. The navy blue of her eyes showed serenity mixed with longing. First of all, if what she said is true, I appreciate her feelings, Kamisama. I am truly flattered, but I could never accept the love of a goddess. I'm sorry. Her small body trembled and her eyes seemed to moisten, yet she said nothing. I continued with my words. If by chance there are other women who have romantic feelings for me, I would be flattered. But it's wrong to think that simply by loving someone, that person is obligated to reciprocate your feelings. If that were the case, I wouldn't have given up on Aizen. I tried to be as rational as I could, and even then I couldn't prevent my voice from cracking slightly when I loudly proclaimed my resignation to Aizen. Or at least a pause until I achieved my goal. Third, if rejecting people's feelings leads to terrible consequences for me, then so be it. I will not back down, I will not run away, I will face it head-on. My determination won out over my feelings. I couldn't back down now that I was already running. No, was I even allowed to stop? Of course not. I had to run, pick up my pace, and seize the victory. That was what a hero did, or at least the hero he tried to be. And lastly, a lump formed in my throat, but I forced it to disappear. My feelings for Aizen are the one thing I won't allow you to interfere with, Kamisama. I'm being terribly rude to you, but if I lie and keep my true thoughts to myself, I feel that would be a greater offense. I said that, but I knew perfectly well that I couldn't lie to a god. Although if I considered that, it would surely be a greater insult to lie to her while knowing that she could detect my lies. That's why I opened up completely. Even if I have to imprison or kill them, I will decide the day I set them free. The sacrifice of 1 year, I will strive to make the reward of a lifetime. That is my resolve. Nobody said anything, but I wasn't worried. Honestly, I didn't expect Kamisama to continue refusing my decision. I adored her, she was like the mother I never had. The affection I felt for her was beyond words, but that was all that stopped it. I was free to choose whom to love, and I would never let social or responsibility pressures impair my judgment. I see. In response to my determination, Kamisama simply said that and stood up, beginning to climb the stairs that led to his room. As he disappeared from my sight, the silence was broken. While the tension from a moment ago took my breath away. Belle, are you crazy? The first to speak was Welf, who looked at me with a toothy grin. I nodded a little nervously, smiling foolishly. Do you think I went too far? I asked. I wanted to know his opinion. After all, he was my best friend. I looked up to him as the ideal older brother. In response to my question, he waved his arm in the air, smiling gracefully. Not at all. In fact, I was surprised, but also glad that you made your feelings clear. Don't worry about Hestia-sama, give her a few days to recover. I'm sure she'll come down tomorrow to say goodbye. His words were exactly what I needed. It wasn't something I wanted to hear, but what he considered to be the most appropriate thing for me at this time. I smiled as best I could. Thank you very much, Welf. That's what we're here for, Belle. My body relaxed, the tension that attacked every fiber of my being simply spaced out of my skin. I let my back fall back on the sofa, letting out an exhausted sigh. It seems you had a very busy day, Beldono. I nodded to Mikitasan. Everything had really gotten out of control. Starting tomorrow, I would begin living with Reveria-sama. I just hoped that nothing out of the ordinary would happen. Yes, I would leave everything to chance. I am tired. Ignoring Lily's distressed gaze upon me, I switched off my consciousness and immersed myself in the world of dreams. The sofa was peculiarly comfortable for my exhausted body. XXX. The next day, or in the hours that followed, the mansion's doorbell rang throughout the interior. I was ready, I had my suitcases and everything I needed to survive in my new life as a married man. I didn't know how many hours I slept, but knowing it was less than 10:00 a.m., I assumed it wasn't several. My body felt tired, but I didn't pay any attention to it and walked towards the entrance, opening the door and walking along the concrete pavers that divided the lawn. I looked up and there she was on the other side of the gate. I smiled politely and waved. Good morning, Reveria-sama. Good morning, bellcranel. Her appearance was just as attractive as it was yesterday. She was wearing her familiar magician's outfit and her sides were slung over her shoulder with numerous suitcases. I suppose that, like me, she carries everything she needs. There was no need to say more, now I just had to focus on doing one thing, make myself strong. Well, I guess I'll go. I looked back at the mansion's entrance at the front door. There were my friends. Mikitasan looked at me with a trustworthy smile. Good luck, Beldono. Lily still seemed indignant as she looked at me with a pout on her cheeks. Lily isn't happy, but I wish her luck, Bellsama. His sincerity made me smile nervously. Finally, there was Welf. The safe atmosphere it exuded helped calm my nerves. We'll see each other in the dungeon, Bell, that's for sure. From now on, he would live apart, but he was still the captain of the family. Abandoning them was never an option. After that, I looked into an empty space. In the end, Kamisama didn't come out to say goodbye. Don't worry, give it time. Of course, I knew Welf's words were correct, but I couldn't help feeling bad. Even so, I looked up and smiled. Leave. Have a good trip. With the farewells and good wishes of my friends, I arrived at the gate, looking at Reveria-sama on the other side. I didn't know what to say to her, but it had to be something. Please take care of me, Reveria-sama. Are you serious? He looked at me with a blank stare. My cheeks flushed red as I realized I'd said something incredibly embarrassing and childish. I wanted to say something else, but the words wouldn't come. I was dying of embarrassment. Well, putting that aside, let's work together, bellcranel. Although the smile and gentle look she gave me changed that embarrassment into fascination. I looked at her for a few seconds, then took a breath and sighed. Of course. Let's break the chains of this fate, Reveria-sama. I left the property and began walking beside her, guiding her towards what would be our new home. Chapter 3, New Home, Hermes. Our footsteps echoed on the city's cobblestones. We walked side by side, crossing the occasional corner and going through alleyways to reach the side streets. The silence that surrounded us was very uncomfortable, or at least for me, since Reveria-sama maintained an imperturbable and calm face. That only made me more nervous. The distance from the chimney mansion to the property that Hermes-sama gave me was about 15 minutes at a normal walk, and only 3 of those 15 minutes had passed. I couldn't stand another 12 minutes of this overwhelming silence. The weather is perfect, don't you think, Reveria-sama? Mustering all the courage I could, I brought up a topic of conversation, a completely useless and uninteresting one. Yes, it's very nice. Yeah. Once again, silence fell. It was for that very reason that I considered the weather topic pointless. It was a question I couldn't easily follow up on after being answered with yes, it's very nice. I intended to speak again, however, I felt another chill run down my spine. Again, how many times is that now? Without breaking stride, I glanced slightly to the right. There were 3 elves, 2 women and a man. Their eyes made their intentions clear. They wanted to cut off my head. Seriously, I've only been out on the streets for 3 minutes and I've already received more than 20 murderous glares. I fully understood the reason why they didn't openly attack or insult me, and that reason was walking beside me on my left, being Reveria-sama. It was possible that she had noticed my harassers, and I myself noticed that she was casting light glances at everyone, making them turn their gaze away. Thank you very much, Reveria-sama. I felt pathetic as I apologized. Even before we started living together, I was already causing her problems. Don't worry, this isn't your fault, she said. I glanced at her. Her long jade-green hair swayed gently in the breeze. Her eyes remained fixed forward, their brilliance captivating. All of this was enhanced by the barely perceptible smile on her lips. He was being very nice to me, which embarrassed me. Yes, I suppose you're right. I smiled stupidly as I scratched the back of my head. The walk continued in a now less awkward silence. During the next 12 minutes until we reached our home, we didn't share a word. Again. She almost let out a sigh. I looked back over my shoulders. The destination of my gaze rose to the top of the Tower of Babel, a completely different look from the others I received from the elves. The look I had been feeling shortly after my arrival in the city until now. Who is it? I didn't have a good feeling about it. The feeling of being watched most of the time was kind of creepy. Furthermore, the mixed feelings in that person whose identity I did not know were complicated for me. He was overflowing with affection, love I might even say. But at the same time, they were warning me about something I didn't know. I felt like a pet rabbit that its owner was constantly watching. I have a feeling that something very bad is going to happen. I didn't like it at all, however. There was nothing I could do. Is this it? Huh. I was suddenly pulled from my thoughts by Reveria-sama's soft voice. She had stopped and pointed ahead. Looking around, I saw that we were indeed standing in front of the property that Hermes-sama had given me. I got too caught up in my thoughts. I mentally scolded myself, then looked at Reveria-sama and nodded. Yes, this is it. I hope you like it, Reveria-sama. It's cozy, although a bit big for just 2 people. I understood his point of view perfectly. It was the same thing I had told Hermes-sama. Such a large place would be problematic for just 2 people, so it would be a good idea to hire a maid to help us with the cleaning. I think the same, but don't worry, I cleaned every corner of the place yesterday and prepared the separate rooms. Giving a confident and proud smile, I raised my thumb and looked directly at her. Once her beautiful eyes turned to meet mine, I felt embarrassed. Really? That's very kind of you, although I would have liked to help. She seemed to ignore my slight blush as she said those words. I simply hid my face, making a mental note that looking directly at her was dangerous. Well, how about we go in? Yes, let's go. Leaving my suitcases for a moment, I took out the key ring with the numerous keys, and after a few minutes of searching for the correct one, I opened the gate. From one side to the other, the landscaped and verdant garden unfolded before us. The line of white cobblestones that served as a path to the main entrance of the house acted as a bridge across the verdant sea. After you, Reveria-sama. Thank you. With a wave of my arm, I granted Reveria-sama passage. She took hold of her suitcase handles and slowly entered the property. I want to help her with her suitcases, but I have several myself. I regretted that, so grabbing my bags, I followed Reveria-sama behind me. This time I didn't lock the gate. It was annoying to spend so many minutes looking for the right key. Upon reaching the main door, it again took me a while to find the correct key. I'm sorry, don't worry. After a few embarrassing seconds, I managed to open the door. The interior was revealed to us both. Reveria-sama looked around, appearing surprised. You really cleaned everything, seems to be shining. I could only smile at his compliment. She walked into the room, pulling her suitcases. At that moment, I acted purely on impulse. Let me help you, Reveria-sama. In what? Of course, take your suitcases to your room. Follow me, I've tidied it up as best I could so you'll be completely comfortable. I think you're being too nice. Not at all. I quickly grabbed her suitcases and started up the stairs. The house had 2 floors, so thinking the obvious, I chose the master bedroom for Reveria-sama. The more comfortable I was, the better. That way I could fully concentrate on my training and trips to the dungeon. After all, tomorrow I would intensify all my practices 1,000-fold. I still think this place is too much for 2 people. I agree, but I've already accepted the gift. What can you do, haha? We exchanged a few comments. Reveria-sama stayed to my right, keeping pace with me. She occasionally glanced down the hallways. The tapestry-covered walls were covered with numerous paintings, some depicted heroes which I knew perfectly well, however, others were completely unknown to me. Reveria-sama stopped walking, observing a particular painting. Stopping my advance beside her, I asked, "Do you recognize her?" It was a painting of a white elf dancing on the grass. There were trees in the background and a starry night was depicted. Very beautiful, it's a shame I had no idea what it was about. Yes, she nodded. He's a light elf, they're considered myths or legends in the forest where I was born. Light elf, huh? According to the tales of the great elders, they are our ancestors. It is the same with the dark elves, whose ancestors are the elves of darkness. While I didn't know that, that's incredible. I looked at her in profile. The smile on her lips made it clear that she liked the history of her race. That somehow made me smile with joy. Okay, let's go to what will be my room. We should both get some rest. Sure, please follow me. It only took a couple of minutes to reach the master bedroom, which was the largest and most beautiful. Something fit for a real princess. I unconsciously let out a proud snort before opening the door. Tada, this is it. Do you like it? I was excited, yes. I had spent all of yesterday afternoon cleaning every corner of the house, so naturally I was hoping for the opinion of someone as refined as Reveria-sama. To my question, the answer was a deathly silence. I showed my confusion, opening my eyes to observe Reveria-sama's face. Is something wrong, Reveria-sama? What I saw on the surface of their eyes caused a cold sweat to break out in my eyes. They were empty, completely devoid of any emotion. Didn't she like it? I made sure nothing was out of place. Where did I go wrong? Well, that was a heavy blow to my pride. I stared at her emotionless face for a few minutes until her lips parted slightly. Bellcranel. Her voice filled me with genuine fear. It was as cold as the words the women of the village used to say to my grandfather. When his eyes met mine, I understood. I understood exactly what was going through his head. He sees me as trash. I almost cried at that fierce look. His eyes seemed to gaze at a mountain of garbage that had been stored for millennia. What does this mean? Was that really the reason you accepted the prophecy, you perverted rabbit? Perverted rabbit. Several arrows pierced my heart. Reveria-sama wasn't being tactful with me at all. That he insulted me and looked at me, seeing how the trash that I was in such an elegant way was even worse than I thought. Look, explain this before I freeze you forever. She, seeming to notice my confusion, pointed with her index finger towards the inside of the room. I slowly turned my eyes in that direction, wanting to know the reason for everything that was happening. I didn't know what I had done to deserve all this contempt from Reveria-sama. Of course, just by looking inside the room, the answer was given to me. What? The bed was covered with a passionate pink quilt. There were a couple of pillows with red hearts and the names Bell and Reveria embroidered in the center of each one. Demo. There was a metal tube, seemingly waxed, that started from the floor and reached the ceiling. A sofa, or at least what it looked like, with a very strange shape. Its surface had many curves resembling mountains. What the hell happened to the room I prepared? This was wrong. There were also several dozen jars with a reddish-pink contents lined up on the desk to the right of the bed. In fact, the bed itself had a very unusual design. How could such a large clam or shell exist? I was in shock, and those decidedly unusual lingerie sets sent me into a momentary trance. My mind went blank before I exploded. Could those strips of black fabric even be considered underwear? And what was a mannequin doing modeling a bunny costume in the corner of the room? This was wrong. Reveria-sama. Yeah, I robotically turned my neck to look at Reveria-sama. She was still staring at me like I was the worst scum in the Satino in the world. Yes, right now it was nothing more than a can full of trash and waste before his eyes. Please forgive me. I immediately fell to my knees, pressed my forehead to the wooden floor, and flattened my palms in front of me. The ultimate secret technique from the Far East taught by Mikitasan the Doja. At this point, it was the only thing I could do, shrink back like the detestable piece of trash I was. So it was your doing. Good heavens, to think I thought you were a good kid. His cruel and cold words pierced my heart. I felt like crying pathetically at my shattered reputation. However, I wasn't going to admit that this was my doing when it obviously wasn't. I had arranged and decorated the room with lots of little pots of elven trees. I didn't remember anything about strange armchairs or bunny outfits. I know it doesn't sound very believable, but really this isn't my doing, Reveria-sama. I apologized and made excuses while pressing myself as close to the ground as possible. The response to my apology was immediate. I remember hearing you say, I fixed her up as best I could to make her comfortable. Tell me, what would stop me from freezing you right now? Maintaining her sophisticated air, she reprimanded me. It would be a problem if I turned into an ice cube, so trembling with fear, I exclaimed frantically, I swear, may lightning strike me as divine punishment if I don't tell the truth. Reveria-sama, I would never dare to offend you like this, I swear. Please believe me. I don't know what happened to the room I prepared, but I'm sure it was remodeled overnight. Perhaps yes, Hermes-sama. I couldn't find anyone else to blame. In fact, it was impossible for it not to be him. Hermes-sama was the only other person who could have a copy of the keys to this place. And if he weren't the culprit, that would be very abnormal. The god Hermes, if I'm not mistaken, he gave you this property, right? Very sure. I felt that at any moment she might start reciting her magic, which made me feel very uneasy and heightened my nerves to an extreme degree. I didn't know how much time passed, but I figured it was a couple of minutes. After that time, I could hear a soft sigh. What a problem that God has caused. My being was filled with hope. It seemed I had believed myself. I seem to owe you an apology. I jumped to conclusions again. I'm sorry, this whole prophecy thing has me very unstable mentally. I haven't been able to think straight. A long and drawn-out apology. That was the signal for me to stop doing doja and stand up. Shaking off my clothes, I smiled nervously. And no worries, I completely understand. I'm also very puzzled by the prophecy. It was so sudden and absurd. Yes, I think the same. We stared at each other for a few seconds, not wanting to mention what we obviously wanted to mention. Her lips seemed to open but immediately closed. If that was the case, I had no choice but to speak up. I slowly inhaled a little. I must act maturely. Come on, Belle, you can do it. I gestured behind my back with my thumb, referring to the room. I'll take care of cleaning all this up. Please take whichever room you like, Reveria-sama. Mine is almost exactly as it was originally. If you want that one, just let me get out my heroic tales and... I froze right at that moment. My face turned bitter and an empty smile formed on my lips. Heroic tales. The fact that she tilted her head so tenderly made everything worse. With my skin turning bright red, I exclaimed, completely embarrassed. I'll burn everything strange in the room. Take whatever you like except mine, please. Bam. Without thinking, I locked myself in the strangely decorated main room. Ha ha, damn, goodbye to my reputation. I leaned my back against the wooden door and fell to the floor. The empty smile turned into a bitter, dry one. It's over. I moaned for a good while before I started putting everything into black bags and throwing them into the sky out of the bedroom window, followed by a fire bolt. The bags burned to ashes, then vanished in the cool morning breeze. XXX. I stared incredulously for several seconds as I looked at the closed bedroom door. The boy bellcranel had turned into the likeness of a tomato after he asked about the heroic books he had mentioned. Were you ashamed? Thanks to my enhanced senses as a level 6, I could perfectly hear his complaints to himself like fool, fool, fool. And Belle knows it, he knows it. Well, perhaps it was best to leave him alone for the time being. Privacy was a basic necessity after all. Having decided to give her her space, I walked to the end of the hallway, opening the door to the last room. I stepped inside and noticing that it was perfect, I put my suitcases in and started unpacking. I had brought a lot of things which had surprised even me in the first place. I arranged my books, my casual clothes, which consisted of dresses and blouses, then went straight to the closet and organized my adventurer outfits. It was laborious, but I was pleased with the result. The little trees I brought gave the room a more forest-like feel. It's perfect. I smiled as I sat down on the edge of the bed. The space was cozy and large enough, not as large as the main one, however. I definitely didn't feel like sleeping there after the peculiar decor I witnessed. It was at that moment that what I had said to bellcranel crossed my mind. What does this mean? Was that really the reason you accepted the prophecy, you perverted rabbit? I remained silent for a while, finally ending with a heavy sigh. Perverted rabbit, huh, I was very rude. The fact that this wasn't the first time I'd judged him hastily made everything worse. I remember perfectly that I had believed his acceptance of the prophecy was, in my opinion, a very famous beauty. I need to apologize properly. A simple I'm sorry isn't enough. Besides, I needed to do something about my ego. It was more than clear that he had no romantic interest or ulterior motives toward me. I was being very condescending to assume that any man would have impure feelings for me. There was also the fact that she was 85 years older than him. Even if you converted from elven time to human time, she was still twice as old. Silly. Naturally, I scolded myself. Instead of overthinking things, I should focus on developing a curriculum about magic and helping him. I remember his peculiar incantationless magic perfectly. If I can help him reach his full potential, then that would certainly be a great help to him. Just let me bring out my heroic tales and... For some reason, the words he said before turning into an embarrassed tomato came back to me. Are you ashamed for others to know about your obsession with heroic tales? That's odd, even I've read a lot of them. I thought about it seriously, more than necessary in fact. He is undoubtedly a very innocent and shy person. That was my conclusion. That was another sign for me to put my paranoia aside and start taking things seriously. I couldn't just sit back while the other person gave it their all. Standing up, I began unpacking the last of my things, which consisted of my pajamas and magical artifacts. Then she would try to cook something for lunch. Acting like a wife, even if she wasn't really one, would be more complicated than magic lessons. XXX. After taking the time necessary to get my room completely ready, I went out into the hallway and started walking. I walked past the door to the main room, noticing that it was closed and that a small sign with the words "completely clean" was hanging there. So it's over now. It was mere curiosity that made me want to see inside the room. Noticing that the things from before, like the aphrodisiacs, the lingerie, the bunny suit, and the decidedly unusual furniture, were gone, I closed the door again. The only thing that was still there was the pipe, but I concluded that it would be difficult to remove without breaking the floor or the ceiling. The gods don't know when not to cross the line, I murmured. I continued down the hall to the stairs, thinking about Hermes's prank on bellcranel. Maybe telling Perseus about it wouldn't be a bad idea. While I was thinking about it, I noticed that the house was strangely quiet. Only 2 people lived here, yet it was so quiet it felt unnatural. I slowly made my way to the living room and then to the kitchen. There was nobody home. A note. Looking around the place, my eyes fell upon a small piece of paper on the kitchen counter. It said, "I'm going to buy something for lunch. I'll be back in an hour. At bellcranel." I sighed unconsciously. I guess the lunch I was going to cook is cancelled. I left the note on the bar surface, took a seat in one of the chairs in the dining room, and started thinking about what I could do. For better or for worse, the house is spotlessly clean. My room is ready, and I don't seem to need to worry about lunch. So, I made a mental note about telling bellcranel to stop being such a perfectionist. I understood just by observing the cleanliness of the house that he was being very careful with my presence. "You're comfortable now, don't bother me about my training." I somehow felt that was his message between the lines. I understand your seriousness about the matter, but if you do it alone, the only result will be unusually severe exhaustion. I sighed again. Not even Isa's stubbornness to go to the dungeon was as great as bellcranel's stubbornness to do everything by himself. Seriously, don't be silly, there's nothing wrong with receiving help. I'll tell him as soon as I... Besides, we're talking about the black dragon, and even if the god Uranus prophesied that you would tear off one of its wings, you're still weak. The god Uranos had made it clear that bellcranel would achieve immense power in just a few years, which I found incredible. I never would have thought such a young boy capable of such a feat. However, that was in a couple of years, and the deadline I had was only 1 year. Even with his constant level-ups in record time, the maximum he could reach in a year would be level 7, being optimistic, of course. In the worst-case scenario, it would reach level 6. In the best-case scenario, it would reach level 8. Seriously, what a problem. Another sigh. I'd already lost count today alone, and it was barely half a day. If it doesn't reach at least level 9 within a year, inevitably. My face became complicated. The thought that sooner or later I would have to share intimacy with bellcranel made my ears burn with embarrassment. I, a 99-year-old woman with a 14-year-old child. Feeling ashamed was impossible for me, who had never experienced matters of love or intimate relationships. And the worst part is if I refuse. To deny the prophecy, as I had done in the divine assembly, would be incredibly selfish of me. The fate of the Zeus family and Hera family served as an example of what happens when a prophecy is ignored. Once again, I let out a sigh. Unlike the others, this one was long and drawn out. Why did the prophecy choose me? That was a very good question. Actually, the prophecy had many inconsistencies. One of them was the characteristics of the final hero, who would be the son of bellcranel and me. Putting that aside, the extremely unusual part was that the only thing I shared in common with that last hero was the large amount of magical power. Magical power that I developed and refined to its fullest potential through years and years of training. To achieve what I did, which had taken me nearly 30 years, even if the child I would have with bellcranel turned out to be a prodigy among prodigies, there simply wasn't enough time. The black dragon would awaken and attack Aurario in 18 years. Bellcranel had 1 year to defeat it, so that left us with 17 years. That only led me to believe that our son would be 17 years old when the final battle took place. It's not normal. At what age should a child be given a falna? If he was granted the grace of the gods at the age that Izu obtained it, then that would give him 10 years to become powerful enough to defeat the black dragon. It's not normal. Even if the child inherited his father's abnormal growth and the skills with which he had defeated the black Goliath, it would be very far-fetched to think that he could achieve it. It's not normal. Furthermore, if the black dragon were to attack Aurario in 18 years, wouldn't that give bellcranel enough time to grow immensely? It's not nor. Something clicked in my head. My eyes widened in shock and my lips trembled gently. I froze completely at the revelation my thoughts had deciphered. With a surprised and incredulous voice, I murmured, "Limit." Why hadn't I thought of that? Had the news of the prophecy hurt me so much that I didn't see something so obvious? Bellcranel has his limits. The day would come when bellcranel would encounter a mountain that pierced the skies, impossible to overcome, and would not allow him to advance, eliminating his abnormal growth. The limit of his soul, or as the gods said, his spiritual vessel. I sat for a long time in complete silence, So the prophecy will definitely come true. I sat there in complete silence. Oh really, I remained silent. Silence. XXX. Demons, bam, I closed the front door of the house, leaning my back against it and falling on my butt onto the wooden floor. Ha ha ha. I gasped repeatedly. My breathing was erratic and unsteady. I could feel my lungs struggling to circulate air throughout my body. Going out wasn't a good idea. My breath was ragged and my words were equally ragged. I had no choice but to remain seated on the floor until I could catch my breath. The seconds passed and those seconds turned into minutes. Ha. That's when I leaned the back of my head against the door. My gaze was fixed on the ceiling of the first floor. Seriously, elves are very intense. I had been attacked, so the hour it was supposed to take me to buy food turned into 3 hours. They even shot arrows at me. To them, it was no better than a rabbit they had to hunt. That was chilling. Luckily for me, none of them went above LV. 3 or so, I think, since I was able to lose them after a long chase. Although they were very good at tracking, they found me minutes later. Well, there's nothing that can be done about it. Having regained my strength, I stood up. I brought the index and middle fingers of my right hand to my left cheek. Hurts. There was the cut from an arrow I hadn't completely dodged. My clothes were the same, with slight tears caused by the sharp edges of a hail of arrows. Thank the gods that Asphyson appeared by pure chance. I smiled slightly, remembering how Asphyson came to the rescue of this poor rabbit being hunted. If it hadn't been for her, I certainly would have had more than just a scratch on my cheek. I have to thank him properly later, I murmured. Looking inside the house, I noticed that there was no one in the living room or the kitchen. Reveria-sama was probably in her room. He must have gotten tired of waiting for me, I suppose. My lips formed a bitter smile, then I started walking. I went into the kitchen and left the bag of food which I bought at the Lady of Abundance on the counter. I could see that the note I left was still there. Now, looking around, I made sure that Reveria-sama wasn't coming down the stairs or anywhere else in the house. Okay, he's in his room. I was inevitably pleased. If I hurried and took a bath, she wouldn't notice that I'd been chased and attacked by the elves. I quickly went upstairs to the second-floor bathroom. It had become my favorite after I first saw it yesterday afternoon. After all, it was similar to the one in the fireplace mansion, in the far easternst. Although this one has no division for men and women. That didn't really matter. Reveria-sama's room had a fully equipped bathroom, so it was fine if she monopolized the hot springs today. I really want to cool down. With a radiant smile, I ran down the second-floor hallway until I reached the hot springs bath. I undressed, took a towel, and after wrapping it around my lower half, I went straight in. Now that I think about it, it was very lucky that I went in with a towel. Yes, now that I think about it, it was very lucky that I went in with a towel. Yes, it was a great herald of the end, white snow. What wasn't fortunate was that Reveria-sama was taking a bath in the hot springs. PP Pity. Chapter 4, Drawbacks, Quantum Immortality or Multiverse. The last black bag, which contained the rare things left by Hermes-sama, slowly turned to ashes, being carried away by the morning wind. I'm finally done. I let out a tired sigh. I used my hands to support my back and stretched lazily. Apparently I hadn't slept well yesterday. I knew that from the lazy yawn I let out. And now, seeing that the room was back to normal, I nodded with satisfaction. The only thing I hadn't managed to remove was the steel pipe attached to the floor and ceiling of the room. I walked towards him and murmured, "If I remove it by force, it will damage the ceiling and the floor. Yes, it's better to leave it as is. It's not hurting anyone after all." Besides the vulnerability represented by the innocent tube, he was sure that Reveria-sama would not stay overnight in this place. Not after having seen what he saw. How unfortunate. My first impression was terrible. I sighed again. Now my goal of making her feel 100% comfortable so I could focus on training was slightly frustrated. I have to do something and fast. I left the room slowly. Of course, I made sure to put a sign on the door indicating that the room was now clean. Once I was in the hallway, I looked to the right and left. To the right, I saw the end of the hallway, and to the left, I saw the stairs leading to the first floor. I stared at the right side. The light in the last room was on, and I could see it through the gap between the floor and the door. So she chose that one, I see. I'll let her settle in then. I thought of my 100% comfort plan. Now that I think about it, I had forgotten something fundamental in all of this. The food. I knew how to cook fairly well thanks to the disastrous food my grandfather cooked, forcing me to learn from the women in the village. However, we have no ingredients. No, that's incorrect. There's actually nothing that can be consumed. What a problem I discovered. That made me let out another sigh, this time a tired and heavy one. My mind raced with possible solutions, though not the most convenient. Going out to buy ingredients right now wasn't very feasible. To fully stock up on everything Reveria-sama and I would need would take at least half a day, and right now I didn't have half a day. I urgently needed food ready and prepared in less than an hour and a half. That's when an idea flashed into my mind. In times of crisis like these, I can only trust Mamma Mia. That was the best possible solution. But my face turned bitter. Going to the Lady of Abundance meant seeing Ryusen and Season. He was sure he wouldn't get questions like, "Have you been okay?" from them. The one that worried me the most was Season, who always managed to make me nervous to unimaginable levels. Even so, I have no choice. Mamma Mia is my only salvation. Once again, the sigh number unknown escaped from between my lips. On the way, I don't have much time. I walked to the left, took the stairs, and went down to the first floor of the house. I made sure to leave a note on the kitchen counter in case Reveria-sama came down before I returned. Once that was done, I went out the door, crossed the garden, and walked to the other side of the gate. Soon I was making my way through the city streets. The Lady of Abundance was about 30 minutes away if he walked normally. XXX. It should have been 30 minutes, however. I had hurried my steps until I reduced that time to 20 minutes. It was essential not to waste unnecessary time, although that same haste caused my inevitable fate to occur 10 minutes earlier than expected. Right in front of me, Season was sweeping the entrance. She seemed lost in thought, but when I got closer and she noticed me, her eyes lit up. "Belson, what a joy to have you here. Welcome." Season greeted me with a radiant smile. She looked so happy to see me, so all I could do was smile and wave back. "Good day, Season. I've come to buy some takeaway food." You're not going to eat here, Belson." "Ah well, it's not just for me." "Oh, I see." The pleasant atmosphere quickly froze. Her smile remained, but a dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. "Would you like to come in? I'll show you to your seat. We can chat while you wait for your food, okay? Yes." "Oh, you won't fool me this time, Season. I can clearly sense the hostility in your gaze. It's quite obvious that this friendly chat will turn into a cruel and merciless interrogation." Knowing his true intentions, I followed Season into the bar. Since it was morning, there were few customers, but those same customers fell silent the moment I passed by the door of the bar. The murmurs began a second later. "Look, it's bellcranel. Yes, you lucky bastard." A couple of burly men at the back of the bar gave me irritated looks. I could only pretend not to have heard or noticed. "Mom, look, it's the father of the last hero." SHH Tenma, don't point at him. A human girl enjoying her pancakes was scolded by her mother. I could only manage a wry smile as I followed Season. "Hey, do you think I can please Nine Hell? I don't know, he's still a brat. True, he will have to make an effort to please the princess." My legs stopped and I turned my attention to the source of the conversation. There were 3 humans apparently sharing breakfast. Unlike the previous murmurs, these were not ignored. I couldn't know it, but I sensed that my eyes were empty as I stared at them. They looked down at their plates and began to eat while murmuring. "Idiot, he heard you. You're wrong, it was you. Eat, eat and pretend he's not watching us." I lost sight of them at that moment and resumed walking. Season led me to the usual seat I always took when I came to this place. I sat down and rested my forearms on the wooden bar. A new sigh formed and escaped from my lips. "I'll be back in a minute, Belson. Please start thinking about what you'll order." "Of course, thank you very much, Season." Once I stopped to seriously consider my future actions. First, I needed to find someone to train me, preferably a beginner. I say that, but most will refuse. My lips formed a dry smile. Of all the first classes I knew, Aizusen was the first one that came to mind. The possibility of him agreeing to train me was high, however. I didn't have the guts to go and ask him. I was sure Lakasama would kick me out of his headquarters. I looked ahead and caught sight of Mamma Mia. She waved to me from the kitchen and I smiled back. She seemed to be scolding her kitchen staff. Was that Anya and Chloe? What had they done this time? Cranelson, whatever it was, it couldn't have been anything good. Mamma Mia's face looked very angry. Cranelson. Even at this distance, not very far but considerable, I felt fear towards the pressure emanating from the great dwarf. "Cranelson, I'm talking to you." Soon a soft, lovely voice reached my ears. My mind snapped back to reality, abandoning the thoughts of trying to uncover the crime of the 2 catgirls. Turning my neck slowly and with a dry smile on my lips, I noticed that Ryusen was standing right next to me, staring at me. "Our Ryusen." Cranelson, she seemed slightly annoyed. Had she been there a while? Had he been ignoring her? Damn, this didn't look good for me. "How many times?" I asked fearfully. 3 I see. Ryusen's stoic face sent chills down my spine. He was more serious than usual, and I could even swear that a little anger was mixed in on the surface of his sky-blue eyes. Knowing that, my survival instincts kicked in quickly. "I'm sorry, I got lost in my thoughts for a moment. And I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings. I'm sorry again." I received a nod from Ryusen. His face had lost its excessive stoicism and relaxed slightly. Then with a gentle look he spoke. "Sir, had to go buy some ingredients. I'll take her order, Cranelson." "I understand. Thank you very much and sorry for the inconvenience." After Ryusen denied that I was a bother and I smiled kindly at him, my request was taken. I didn't really know about Reveria-sama's tastes, but I was sure that Mamma Mia's food was to her liking. All I had to do was order something light, a salad and a dessert. Of the 3 things, I usually failed at 2 and didn't get 1 right. I was unsure whether to order water for elves or orange juice, but after thinking about it for a few seconds, I decided on orange juice. I didn't want to offend any elves who might see me asking for water for elves. It's not like I had a very good reputation with them right now. I had no proof, but I also had no doubt that 9 out of 10 elves in Aurario wanted my head. That would be all, Ryusen. I smiled at the kind elf who had always supported me since our meeting in that alley. Understood. She nodded and, to my surprise, handed the note to Lunwarson, who was walking past. I was in a trance for a moment. Ryusen was taking a seat right next to me. R. Ryusen, Kranelson, SSI. It seemed she wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Once seated, she fixed her gaze on me and spoke. Sir entrusted me with the interrogation. She thinks you will have already left by the time she returns. I knew it. Everything was going too well to be real. It shouldn't surprise me that Season came up with such a tactic. Kranelson, please answer my questions. Haha, I can't refuse, can I? I'm afraid not. My lips twisted into a bitter smile, my face looked complicated, and I began to sweat from nerves. Ryusen's serene and serious face did not change in the slightest as he took out a piece of paper with several questions written on it and asked me. It was certain that that letter was Season's. Do they sleep in the same room? My eyes turned white, incredulous at the sudden and unexpected question. Please answer the question, Kranelson. Do you sleep in the same room? Oh, of course not. Did Season really write something like that? I burst into bright red as I exclaimed a clear no to his question. Ryusen remained unfazed and moved on to the next question, ignoring my flustered self. Next, are you interested in fulfilling the prophecy to the letter? No, didn't you hear what I said yesterday? Again, very compromising questions. I wondered if Ryusen was okay with her asking them. She simply nodded as she crossed out the second question in a box that suggested no. Seriously, the interrogation methodology impressed me just as expected from Season. Next, have you found a qualified instructor to improve your fighting skills? If so, what is your routine and what days do you train? Don't you think this is more than just an interrogation? I don't know if you know, but it's only been a day since the prophecy was revealed. Everything was happening so fast, and Ryusen's stoic expression wasn't helping. She just kept asking questions and crossing them off depending on my answers. Please answer, Kranelson. I feel just as uncomfortable as you do. Yuhug, well, I certainly haven't found a suitable teacher, let alone a workout routine. I haven't had the time, really. I see. Ryusen crossed out the frame that said no. That made me sweat a little nervously, his gaze fixed on me once more. Last question, Kranelson. I'm ready, go ahead. Do you have ulterior motives with Miss Reveria? Do you have so little faith in me? I couldn't stand the ridiculousness of this questioning and exclaimed, blushing. I didn't know why, but apparently all my female friends believed I intended to do that with Reveria-sama. My pride took a heavy blow. Please answer the question, Kranelson. Ryusen, I know you already know the answer, but that's okay. I inhaled a little air and answered with clear seriousness while looking directly at Ryusen. I have no ulterior motives. All I want is to keep the promise I made, that's all. Our eyes met and studied each other's. Ruby red against sky blue, neither of us backed away. Finally, after a few seconds, Ryusen nodded and sighed wearily. He put the sheet of paper in the pocket of his white apron. That roll would most likely end up in Season's hands. I'm sorry if I was too direct, Kranelson. Sir asked me for the favor while begging. I couldn't refuse, I figured. Ryusen apologized and gave a slight bow. Once I said it was okay and that I understood perfectly, he gave me a small smile. Ryusen definitely looked very cute when she smiled. That much was clear to me. Kranelson, it was then that he stood up and spoke once more. His eyes told me that what he was about to say next would be very serious. I'm not the best, but if you'd like, you can come early in the morning and join my morning workout. Seriously, Ryusen, I received a nod in response. I start at 6:00 a.m. every day. I'll be waiting for you. I didn't know how to describe it, but I was genuinely amazed. Getting help from Ryusen, a very experienced level 4, was something I definitely needed. I curved my lips into a smile and sincerely thanked everyone. Thank you very much, Ryusen. Your guidance will be very helpful, and I assure you I won't waste your time with me. I'm sure of that. She smiled at me slightly again. Her face showed a faint happiness, and the softness of her sky-blue eyes gazed at me gently. Ryusen was very kind to me, and it was something I appreciated from the bottom of my heart. After a few seconds of staring at each other, she looked away towards the kitchen and said, "It looks like your order is ready. I'll bring it right away." "Thank you." After that, I received the bag with the food perfectly packaged. The drinks came in a kind of coiled thermos. I stood up and paid the bill, leaving my usual tip. After saying goodbye to Mamma Mia and the other girls, I walked toward the bar entrance. Ryusen accompanied me to the cobblestones of the street and said goodbye with a smile. "I'll see you tomorrow. I will arrive without a doubt." After that, I began my return to my new home. XXX. It happened as we were crossing an alley to get to the side street. Zoom. A metallic flash grazed his left cheek, stunning him slightly. The survival instincts ingrained in his body since his beginnings as an adventurer alerted him to the imminent attack through his blind spot. That had originally been a fatal blow. Had he not moved his head at the exact moment, he would now have an arrow piercing through the back of his skull. An attack. With her right arm holding the food bag, she used her left to draw her inseparable Hestia dagger, opting for a defensive stance. His eyes quickly scanned his surroundings. They wandered over every corner, rooftop, and window of the buildings adjacent to the alley. I don't feel anyone staring. What's going on? Her mind and senses were heightened to their peak. Subconsciously, she was already devising strategies to locate the attacker. And once again an arrow flashed, catching. The speed of the long-range weapons was quite considerable, but he had no difficulty using the edge of his dagger to split the arrow right in half. The cast iron point was split in two, creating sparks. Next came the support, which was the carved wooden rod being split in two equally. There. The sun's rays had flashed off the tip of the arrow before it was launched, revealing the enemy's location. However, he was too far away. Reaching him and immobilizing the attacker would be 10 times more difficult than simply escaping. But it wasn't enough for Bell. His warrior side demanded that he know the enemy's identity before he would even consider retreating. That's why he pressed his back against the wall, creating a dead spot for the goalkeeper at a distance. Who is it? I don't remember making anyone angry. With his curiosity at its peak, Bell slid his back along the wall, stalking from the edge with one eye at the building where the enemy was. Then, buzz and arrow scraped against the concrete surface, dragging tiny debris from the wall. Curse. I had no choice but to retreat. It was pointless trying to find out the attacker's identity if the attacker himself was obstructing that objective. Even with his highly developed dynamic vision as a LV3, Bell would not be able to see clearly if he wasn't given even a second to focus on the distance. Okay, it's dangerous, but it's better to surrender. Whispering in a low voice, Bell sheathed his dagger before beginning to slide against the surface of the wall, careful not to reveal himself to the archer. Then, his body froze. Suddenly, just as he was about to start running, countless eyes harassed him from all directions. The hostility and bloodlust made him break out in a cold sweat. His face became confused as he looked around, searching for the source of all those intentions. Wandering for a couple more seconds, the dark silhouettes appeared from the windows, roofs, and entrance and exit of the alley. Bell opened his eyes wide, showing genuine disbelief. She had definitely remained silent upon discovering the identity of her attackers. Yuho. Her expression changed from surprise to bitter and nervous. They were elves, and not just a couple, it was a whole mini-army of furious elves. Most of them were men who glared at him with furious expressions. What a misfortune. The memory of himself saying he wouldn't go out onto the city streets for at least 2 weeks to avoid exactly what was happening now came to mind. He had been very clear about it since the prophecy had been decreed, that all the elves, with a few exceptions, wanted him dead. He was sure that if given the chance, they would cut off his head and impale it on a long pole pointing to the sky while they danced strange dances throughout the night. How scary. He felt terrified at the sight of his head being displayed in such a way. A chill ran through him. Hello, ha 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 ha, may I ask what you need, Elfosens? A dry smile, a stifled laugh, and a silly question. The elf's intentions intensified, seeming offended at the mere sound of the boy's voice. Bellcranel, human garbage. An ominous voice echoed, and soon the owner appeared before Bell. The blonde-haired, light-greenied elf walked from the alley entrance. In his right hand he wielded a sword and in his left a dagger. Yes, how can I help you? Despite knowing the situation he was in and the intentions of those elves towards him, the boy asked nervously. His hypothesis was that if he acted kind and attentive, then they would let him go out of unanimous compassion. How naive. Oh, of course you can help me, no, rather help us elves. The elf offered a faint smile, one that betrayed no kindness and didn't reach his eyes. Arrogantly, he swung his sword and dagger in the air, creating small gusts of wind. The dust rose slightly, then the elf proclaimed in a voice full of hatred and contempt, "Can you give us your life? That would make us very happy." Bell thought they were very direct and didn't mess around or be complicated. The macabre smile of the elf leader and the others was proof of that. Seconds after that shock, his face paled. He already knew, but to be told bluntly that they wanted him dead was still shocking. He remained silent for a few seconds, looking around. The bright flash in the distance occasionally appeared, providing evidence that the sniper was still in position. Besides that, there were the other elves, on the rooftops and inside the buildings, showing their faces from the windows and behind the leader elf just as they were behind Bell at the alley's exit. In short, I'm cornered. These guys really want me dead, talking isn't an option, but his thoughts were held back. It didn't feel right to have to resort to violence, not with the elves who had been an object of Bell's admiration since childhood. After all, elves are the best. If you can, add one to your harems. The words that his grandfather said every morning, every afternoon, and every night had been etched in his memory for eternity. He clenched his teeth tightly before shaking his grandfather's words from his thoughts. No matter how you look at it, there are only like 3 girls among them, the rest are men. Besides, even if they're all girls, that doesn't change the fact that they want to kill me. This was no time to hesitate. The best course of action was to escape by fighting their way through, even if it meant taking out a couple of elves. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. They're upset about my relationship with Reveria-sama, so I can understand them a little. She knew perfectly well what Reveria meant to her entire race. Aside from being a hero candidate nicknamed Ninehell, she was a royal princess, a figure of admiration and respect for an entire race. Well, will you grant us the honor of taking your life? The question from the elf leader in a malicious voice made him think for a moment before answering. Firmly taking a breath, Bell replied, I'm sorry, but my life isn't something I own. There are promises to keep. That's why I'm sorry, but I refuse. His firm and determined voice, along with his sharp and resolute eyes, made the elves tense with anger. There was a suffocating silence in the alley. Then, filthy human, thinking you're on the same level as us elves, what do you think you are, you half-breed trash? The elf leader's uncontrollable rage and anger overwhelmed Bell for a few short seconds. He truly intended to kill him. To think they put you piece of trash, on the same level as someone as admirable as Lady Reveria, what an insult. Did you really think you could do obscene things to our princess and we'd just stand by and do nothing? Those are not my intentions. Shut up, you damned bastard. The atmosphere grew heavy and suffocating. Bell understood perfectly what would happen next. Everyone. The elf raised his sword, pointing it towards the sky, confused, and then he pointed it at Bell while shouting the death sentence. The hunt began, XXX. The elves on the roof and those hiding behind the windows raised their bows. Then a hail of arrows rained down on Bell. Are you serious? With abnormal speed for a mere LV3, Bell drew the Hestia dagger and began his offensive. The dagger's edge traced bluish-purple arcs in the air as it sliced arrow after arrow. The incessant clang of metal deafened the boy's ears. Even as the first wave of arrows ended, the second began immediately. They gave him no chance to breathe. Time and again, orange sparks formed a dome around his body as he deflected more arrows. The one-sided bombardment continued for what seemed like an eternity. Bell used all his strength, skill, and agility without reservation to withstand the deadly attack. Gotching. A final flash occurred, splitting the very last arrow in two. The torrential metallic rain had been brought under control with great difficulty. Ha ha, seriously, are they seriously trying to kill me? He panted, slightly exhausted. Having to protect both his body and the bag of food he carried in his left hand was more complicated than he had thought. His mood descended to an irritated one as he glared fiercely at the leader of this small army of elves. In response to her desperate question, the elf displayed a cruel and sinister smile. Not bad for a mere human, however, your death is inevitable. The sensation this elf caused in him was almost nauseating. Just seeing how rotten the elf was overwhelmed Bell with nausea. But I applaud you for withstanding those bombardments. I will face you as a reward. Be grateful, you will have the honor of dying by the edge of my sword. Ha 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 ha. It was ridiculously unreal. Bell never thought that the pure nature of the elves, as he had read in so many stories, could actually be so twisted. His mind became clear, devoid of any particular thoughts. The only thing his eyes focused on was the figure of the elf walking slowly toward him. In his hands he wielded a sword and a dagger. His face was distorted by madness and his white teeth gave him a grim appearance. He was an enemy. Come, I'll kill you quickly, then we'll throw your body into a monster nest in the dungeon. The distance was closing, but Bell's thoughts weren't progressing. He just watched the elf's figure with sorrowful eyes. I'll tell you something. They were separated by only 1 meter. At this distance, the elf could surely reach him with the edge of his sword. Leaning his upper body slightly forward, the elf whispered, If anyone's worthy of tasting Lady Reveria's body, it's me. Royalty only gets along with royalty. Wicked, the word formed above the elf's head before Bell's eyes. The ruby red focused on the man's unpleasant smile. Apparently this man belonged to an elven nobility. Frankly, he didn't care. The words that defamed Reveria's reputation echoed in a corner of Bell's mind. Echoing, whispering, murmuring, know your place, you dirty half-breed. Oh, I see. An understanding flashed instantly. A second later the elf swung his sword. A metallic arc formed in the air, aiming for Bell's neck. The boy took a step back and leaned his upper body back, narrowly avoiding the sword's edge. KH. He hesitated for only a second, then he used the edge of the Hestia dagger to stop the blade of the sword that was returning towards him. Clank. The metal struck the metal and burning sparks were produced. Die. The elf stabbed with the dagger in his left hand, exerting force on the momentum of the sword to prevent Bell from defending himself. The attack was aimed directly at his heart. A single fatal blow that would end his life, or so it should have been. The elf showed his disbelief upon seeing Bell's action as a countermeasure to the surprise attack. He had twisted the wrist of the hand that held the dagger, the same dagger that held the elf's sword, and then turned on his heels to the right. The sword flew to the left as it slid over the edge of the Hestia dagger, and the elf's dagger pierced the air. In a tenth of a second, Bell had counterattacked with an evasion, causing him to lose his balance. Understand, completely defenseless with the dagger piercing the air and the sword impacting the floor on the left side, the elf could only turn his eyes to the right, his blind spot. Bell's right fist, still wielding the Hestia dagger, slammed into his face. The strength in their fingers faded, dropping their weapons before spinning like a top in the air and sailing to the alley wall. Oak. His shattered body created visible cracks in the solid concrete. The pained sound that escaped his lips was irrelevant to Bell, who looked at him with compassionate eyes. I'm sorry, but I already said it, I can't die. His eyes turned to the poor, corrupted elf, one who bore no resemblance to the ones in the stories he had read as a child. Tu. The elf's consciousness flickered in black and white, making clear the intensity with which his brain had been shaken by the blow. However, before losing consciousness, he noticed the boy's rubbered eyes that gazed at him with pity and compassion. Matchet. With his last bit of strength, he cried out in complete anger towards his fellow elves who had merely watched the short battle. XXX. The sigh that had escaped my lips was as fleeting as my tranquility. Matchet. The elf, whose name I did not know, shouted with great fury. I immediately shuddered, sensing the murderous intentions and bloodlust behind, above, and on both sides of me. That was right, I was still surrounded by numerous enemies, and a battle in a closed field like this was not convenient for me. There was no way they could come for me one at a time like the now unconscious elf leader had. No, I was sure they would use their numbers to overwhelm me. An elf jumped from the roof of the building on the right side of the alley and drew a silver arc with his sword. The downward vertical slash cut a lock of my hair. Because of my insistence on protecting the food for Reveria-sama, I was leaving too many openings in my defense. The elf screamed with euphoric fury, slashing horizontally at my waist. He undoubtedly wanted to cut me in two. My lips let out a surprised tone just before I stabbed the tip of my dagger downwards against the side of the sword. Crack. Using all my strength, cracks formed in the sword and it was deflected towards the ground, finishing cracking and breaking. Thanks, Welf. Right now your weapons lessons are helping me survive. I sent my thanks to my best friend and quickly planted the sole of my boot firmly against the elf's chest. Listen, the sound of its ribs crunching reached my ears, then it rolled backwards into reverse. Ironically, it reminded me of the way I ran away from Eisen during our first encounter, although in reverse. This isn't the time to be thinking about that, you idiot. Having gotten rid of the elf, I didn't wait any longer and ran out of the alleys. At the exit that would lead me to the next street, there were 4 elves blocking my way. I'm sorry. The confused faces of the elves at my apologies turned complicated when they saw me sheath my dagger and point the palm of my right hand forward. It seemed they had seen the war game against the Apollo family as they quickly tried to prevent me from launching my attack, but it was too late for them. Fire bolt. A crimson beam of blazing fire shot straight at my enemies. Boom. I didn't stop even after the explosion and dust rose, and I launched 4 more fire beams. I had returned the bombardment of arrows they had given me earlier, only their bodies had ended up charred and smoking. I'm really sorry. I apologized once more just as I walked past their bodies slumped on the alley tile. He was no longer surrounded, however. Gore. My thoughts screamed. A horde of furious elves began to run after me. They were shooting arrows with great accuracy and skill. Run, run, run. I didn't stop to give them my praise. I was simply accelerating my race, going faster and squeezing every last drop of speed out of me. Speed up, Bell, speed up. I leaped across the streets, landing on the rooftops of houses. Then I jumped from house to house, trying to reach my home before being impaled by a sword or an arrow. Accelerate. My thoughts screamed in panic as I ran like a scared rabbit. XXX. The streets had suddenly become lively, however, contrary to the expected joy. What exploded was a euphoric savagery where a rabbit was chased by a multitude of elves. Passersby, as well as vendors, dropped their jaws to the ground upon seeing what would soon be news throughout the city. The title, bellcranel being hunted by the elves, was almost comical and promised to be a topic of conversation for the following days of the week. After all, no citizen or adventurer who witnessed the furious chase failed to notice the reason why bellcranel was being pursued. The word prophecy crossed the minds of all who witnessed the persecution. To a certain extent, they weren't surprised that the proud elves wanted to take the life of the human who threatened the purity of Reveria Eljas Alf. Alongside that thought were the actions the guild would take. It had been made clear that bellcranel was a crucial piece for humanity's survival. On the other hand, the boy in question continued running for his life. Arrows were raining down. From time to time he was restrained and forced to dodge slashes from sharp swords. Many times the elves would take shortcuts and appear in front of him, forcing him to hit or kick them to clear a path. However, it seemed to have no end. The pursuit intensified and the elves persisted desperately to the point of becoming irritating to Bell. Seriously, don't you have anything better to do? I haven't done anything wrong, have some conscience. Despite knowing the futility of his thoughts, and being genuinely convinced that the problem could not be resolved peacefully, Bell wished they would stop. At top speed, it shouldn't take him more than 10 minutes to reach the house where he lived with Reveria. However, the persistent elves forced him to deviate from the path when they stood in his way in large numbers. The hunt spread throughout the city, and the elves in that same city, those who had not joined the fray, had joined the pursuit after learning that bellcranel was being hunted by his compatriots. In no more than 12 or 14 minutes, 9 out of 10 elves in the city were after bellcranel's head. What a misfortune. Bell lamented. He only prayed to the gods that no elves of higher rank would join him. As far as he knew, there were many such elves in the Loki familia. In his misfortune, he had been fortunate that the elves of the Loki family had not joined the hunt. It was while I was thinking about that it happened. She could feel eyes on her from every angle and her face distorted as she crossed an alley that turned out to be a dead end. You must be joking, good Luxon. Her voice distorted to a high octave, screeching at her pitiful ability which it seemed had gone on vacation for the day. Losses. The numerous footsteps echoed in the dead end. Those feet sure know how to run, and a female voice reached his ears. Bell turned toward the alley entrance, and unfortunately, it was teeming with elves. Standing in front of all those bloodthirsty beasts was a red-haired elf with mint-colored eyes. The exasperated smile on her lips highlighted her irritation. She was apparently exhausted from the previous deadly race through the city. Hey, please, let's leave this alone. I don't want to fight with you. Don't be silly. Do you think you have a chance with these numbers? At the boy's agitated and nervous cry, the elf smiled. She maintained the bare minimum of decency to show a little respect to the human named bellcranel. I would be lying if I said I didn't feel admiration for the adventurer of the moment, the one who had broken records twice in a row and achieved memorable feats. But between his admiration for the rabbit and his admiration for Reveria, it was very clear that admiration took priority. No, I can't. That's right. I have no prejudice against you, bellcranel, but understand that you must die for the honor of the royal family. That's very inconsistent of you, Sylvason. Please don't use my name. It will only complicate things for me. It's okay if you insult me and get angry. That's normal after all. Bell backed up until his back was against the alley wall. He looked up at the sky and saw the numerous elves on the rooftops. Indeed, he was surrounded. There was no way he could escape. Could you at least deliver this? With a bit of nervousness, Bell slightly extended the bag he was carrying in his left hand, the one he had protected tooth and nail and even his own life. If she was going to fight left and right in this place, she should at least take advantage of the situation and have her acquaintance, an elf who had helped on the middle floors, deliver the food to Reveria. The elf named Sylvie looked at him for a few seconds before sighing and nodding. Okay, I'll take care of it personally. Thank you, you're very kind. Saying that to the person who wants to kill you is strange, I'm sorry. The elf sighed, the faintest trace of a smile appearing on her lips. He walked slowly towards Bell to receive the bag containing Reveria's and his own food, although it seemed Reveria would be eating double this time, as he probably wouldn't get out of this alive. About 4 meters from reaching the boy, explosions echoed in the narrow alley. Boom, 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 Bell and Civvy, along with the other elves, exclaimed in surprise. A large number of balls had exploded and released black smoke. In the alley and on the roof, everything was consumed by a hazy black cloud obscuring everyone's view. Who are you? Help me, Sylvie Byadvax, Belson, are you all right? Ironically, Sylvie, who had intended to kill him, showed concern upon hearing the screams of the white-haired boy. But he received no answer, only a chilling silence. His completely blinded vision searched in vain, even taking false steps forward in search of the boy, but nothing. The cloud of black smoke lingered for at least 5 interminable minutes. When it finally settled and cleared, all Sylvie's eyes saw was the brick wall. Bellcranel was gone, his disbelief turned to understanding seconds later. Ello. Her eyebrows furrowed and the features of her defined face twitched with embarrassment. They rescued him. She immediately threw a tantrum, puffing out her cheeks and stomping her feet on the cobblestones of the alley. Moo. She felt humiliated and terribly two-faced for feeling the small joy that came from learning about Bell's escape. Whatever the case, they remained good friends. This won't end like this, Belson. Exclaiming with great fervor, she left the alley with her cheeks sprinkled with a red tint from embarrassment. All the elves surrounding the alley and the 5 streets around it, unlike Sylvie, clicked their fingers in irritation. The prey had escaped, the hunt had failed. XXX. The door to a certain room in a certain house was closed. Instantly his body was left on the mattress of the bed. He had been kidnapped in the strangest way possible. I hadn't seen the kidnapper because of the fog, but the fact that they came up behind me and then placed a damp rag with a strange smell on me to weaken my body was terribly frightening. With a frightened look, Bell stared at the closed bedroom door. There was no one there, but he was quite sure he was being watched from that direction. There was definitely someone there. Who are you? What do you want? I'm warning you that my family has a huge debt, so you won't be able to get any money for my ransom. There was no immediate response, but he could hear a soft sigh. That confirmed it, someone was definitely there. I couldn't believe the hunt was real when I first heard about it. Seriously, you have a knack for attracting trouble, Bell. Wait, that voice. Bell opened his eyes wide and formed an O with his lips. He had recognized the strangely familiar and soft voice. A few seconds later, the figure of a beautiful woman appeared before him. Sky blue hair, sapphire blue eyes, and a charmingly intellectual air. Isfison. Isfi Andromeda held a black helmet in his right hand while giving Bell a mysterious look. Yes, it's me, is that surprising? And no, it's just that. You can make yourself invisible. The boy's eyes showed stars in amazement, the same stars that disappeared when he thought of something. Wait, I remember seeing a similar object on the 18th floor. He looked confused, but his thoughts were interrupted by Isfi's eloquent words. You'll have to wait a few minutes before returning. The elves won't abandon their quest so easily. It will only take as long as it takes to make them believe you've arrived at Miss Reveria's house. They won't be able to show aggression in her presence, so it's a safe place for you. Slowly and efficiently, Isfi explained the problem and the solution itself, holding her chin with her fingers and giving a contemplative look. Bell could only remain silent and nod at her, following her instructions. Isfi nodded calmly, taking a seat in a chair by the door. Her eyes never left Bell, who simply pretended not to notice Isfi's extremely mysterious gaze. An awkward silence reigned in the room. Isfi looked at the white-haired boy with a considerable variety of mixed feelings, and he did not miss that look. Regardless of what the young woman with light blue hair was feeling, Bell became extremely nervous. He was in a room of potential beauty, completely alone. It was impossible for his nerves not to get the better of him. Lamentable. Just as Isfi had opened her lips to form a word, he let out a shriek, startled by the unexpected sound. Isfi closed her lips, looking worried about Bell's reaction, then apologized. I'm sorry, and once again he remained completely silent. Go. From a completely different point of view, Bell was attacked by thousands of imaginary mini-grandparents, completely furious as they insulted him. They demanded he stop acting like a child and face the situation like a man. Bell could only take a breath before sighing. He controlled his nerves. No, it was rude to have reacted like that. I'm the one who feels bad, he said sincerely, receiving a gentle look from Isfi. She nodded slowly, remaining silent. It is. Dissatisfied with the result, Bell inquired further. His curiosity was growing until it completely eliminated his nervousness. May I ask what you were going to say, Isfison? Sitting on the edge of the mattress, Bell watched Isfi. The distance between them was barely 2 short meters, from the bed to the door, on the bed and on the chair. I just wanted to know how you were getting on in your new surroundings. It must be tiring to make such a sudden move. Lo? His lips formed a smile, grateful for Isfi's concern. Looking directly into her eyes, he replied, You're right, it's tiring. She sighed at the mere memory. Honestly, it's more distressing and exhausting because it happened overnight. In just one day my life turned upside down. Haha, it's weird. Their eyes locked. She noticed Isfi's gaze gradually soften. The lenses of her glasses gave a charming gleam to the sapphire blue of her eyes. Smiling at the peculiarly cute scene, she continued. Even today, not even a day has passed, and I've already been attacked by almost every elf in the city. Seriously, I didn't think it was that bad. He felt cornered, and not in the way the elves had surrounded him on both sides twice. It was an emotional cornering. Isfi asked, seeing her distress, which no one knew about. Do you feel like you're in a place you shouldn't be? Bell's eyes widened in surprise. Isfi had hit the nail on the head. Why, yes, exactly. How he had been chosen as the father of the latest hero. That placed a great weight on his shoulders, knowing that everyone expected so much of him. His designated wife was a royal elf. This caused an entire race to turn against him. Too much pressure for a boy who was barely 14 years old. There was a promise to keep, one with a 1-year deadline. The resulting anxiety was no joke. Killing the black dragon was not like going for a walk in the park. He had to become strong, he had to meet expectations, he had to keep a promise, he had to stand tall before his enemies, he had to. That's why she was surprised that Isfi said the right words for her situation, feeling like she was taking someone else's place. It's simple, Isfi responded to their confusion with a slight smile. Her smile was fleetingly lonely and her eyes exuded a mixture of confused feelings. It was a very sad sight. That's exactly how I feel. Just now it seemed that Isfi had said something of utmost importance. Bell wanted to investigate, however, he was not allowed to. Did you like the interior of the house? I suppose it doesn't compare to the chimney mansion. The atmosphere changed drastically. All traces of melancholy vanished from Isfi, and her face, refined by an intellectual touch, remained as it normally was. Acha. Completely stunned but with no time to process it, his mind was forced to answer the question Isfi had asked. And no, actually it's perfect, although a little big, I suppose. He hesitated for a moment, but the subject was successfully changed. Now there was no way to bring it up again. The rooms are perfect and have plenty of space. Oh, that's right. What, is something wrong? Unexpectedly, when talking about the rooms, Bell remembered the joke Hermes had played in the master bedroom, which was originally intended to be for Reveria's exclusive use. Actually, he was undecided. The possibility that Hermes would be tortured by Isfi was high if he told him. Yes. But there was no going back. Isfi had given all her attention and curiosity to him, so it was impossible for her to lie or say, forget it. As if nothing was happening, with a sigh he confessed everything, every detail of the unexpected overnight room makeover. The bed shaped like a giant clam or shell, the passionate pink sheets, the pillows with hearts and their names embroidered on them, the lingerie, the bunny suit, the numerous bottles with reddish liquid, and the metal tube attached to the floor and the wall. Isfi initially appeared incredulous as his explanation began, her eyes dimming with each word Belle uttered. It got to the point where the surface of his eyes turned as icy as the coldest winter. I see, that explains the mysterious spending in the family savings. She seemed genuinely angry to the point that Belle was sweating nervously while regretting having mentioned the room. Don't worry, I'll take care of it personally. I assure you that you won't have a similar problem again. Oh, okay. Belle had a feeling he had signed his good friend Hermes' death warrant, but there was nothing he could do now, only grieve and ask for forgiveness. On the other hand, Isfi's voice sounded again. Belle paid close attention, especially since Isfi seemed very serious about it. The gleam in her sapphire blue eyes was intimidating. Will they use just one room for the two of them? Will they use just one room for the two of them? Did he repeat it? Belle showed her nervous surprise. Of all people, she never thought Isfi would ask her this question. He seriously wondered if his reputation was so unreliable that everyone would believe he would sleep in the same room as Riveria. Please, I would like to hear your answer. Isfi insisted seriously, to which Belle reacted with a blush due to the embarrassment of the mentioned topic. He quickly exclaimed, "Why doesn't anyone believe me? It's not like my answer matters, they're not going to believe me anyway." You're wrong. Belle's nervous outburst was nipped in the bud by Isfi's words. It's important, it is for me. What genuine confusion. The boy's eyes widened in shock, not quite understanding what Isfi was trying to say. Only her sapphire blue eyes silently pleaded for an answer. Whatever it was, truth or lie, they just wanted an answer. No, we have separate rooms, I see. Her face seemed distant. She appeared to be remembering something with great nostalgia. Their eyes met, their feelings complicated. Isfi sighed at the answer she had sought. Nothing more was said or mentioned on the subject. Silence reigned once again. The seconds turned into minutes, and those minutes kept accumulating. Their eyes had parted at some unrecorded moment, but they had. This is bad. Belle's thoughts became complicated. He didn't like the silence at all, so he looked for a way to start a conversation that would lighten the mood. Oh, that's right. Unexpectedly, he remembered just a day ago when Isfi guided him and Hermes to the house that had been given to him. Isfi's extremely annoying sense of humor was something I wanted to know about. Isfison, what's up? The conversation had begun, and having Isfi's full attention, Belle asked with great seriousness and genuine concern. Are you feeling better now? I'm referring to yesterday. You didn't look very well, so I was worried. Oh, that. She seemed to understand, though her expression was complicated. She appeared to be considering whether or not to respond. Even so, he took a breath, and with that breath a little courage, then he stood up. Belle was confused when Isfi walked towards him, closing the distance and taking a seat on the mattress to his right. Isfison, she remained silent, not bothering to explain her sudden actions. Moreover, her eyes took on a dangerous gleam. They looked very captivating. SSI, her tone of voice didn't falter beneath her beautiful eyes. It sounded so distant, yet so close at the same time. Melancholy and mystery at their best. Thanks to all those visual wonders, Belle blushed as she took a small step back. However, Isfi slid across the mattress and closed the distance. Have you ever had a dream? A dream? He knew perfectly well that if he retreated again, Isfi would advance. And it would be a problem if he ran out of space and was completely cornered. Yes, but not just any ordinary dream. Have you ever dreamed something so unreal and absurd that it makes you wake up with a phantom pain and feeling? Tell me, have you ever dreamed that you are someone else while still being yourself? What? I don't understand. Another person while I'm myself, Isfi nodded, moving a little closer to Belle. The distance was dangerously short. You dream of a life that never happened, words you never said, actions you never took, and you fall in love with someone you don't love. I was very confused. I couldn't recall a scene where he was as confused and speechless as he was now. Isfi had the utterly enchanting appearance of a maiden who sang poetry through her feelings. That's how beautiful she was. I had a dream. Ignoring her confusion, Isfi continued whispering softly. His eyes were completely fixed on Belle's. Moreover, his face was now closer than before. She lived as she normally did, spent her days as she always did, yes, until that day. An accident. If she continued to approach so casually, their lips would inevitably touch. That was bad. His nerves intensified. Badump, badump. Her heart began to leap with excitement and the way things were unfolding, but Isfi continued talking, paying no attention to Belle's embarrassed and nervous state. My life took a turn. I soon became involved with a boy, fell in love, and began a secret relationship with him. The days were happy, sometimes filled with sad and frustrating moments, but ultimately extremely happy. Oh, Isfison. Tell me, Belle, what should I do? If I let myself be carried away by these confusing feelings, will the dream come true? Will I find that happiness? He was speechless. The divine image of Isfi and her tempting lips uttering word after word as they drew closer made Belle's throat go dry. What was happening? He had wondered at some point. The intensity of the feelings reflected in Isfi's sapphire blue eyes was overwhelmingly suffocating. Me too. Urged to answer the questions, Belle was only able to answer the first one. Yes, I've had a similar dream. The comfortable, captivating, and pleasant atmosphere disappeared a second later. Isfi was surprised by the boy's response, returning to reality and realizing her actions. What was I about to do? She thought. It was clear she had been on the verge of kissing him. Her body had been controlled by the intense emotions exploding inside her. It seemed that the Isfi of her dream was rooted in the fact that this was bound to happen inevitably. Naturally, her cheeks turned a lovely pink. She was embarrassed, but she managed to keep her composure and hide her flushed face from Belle's sight. It's very strange and I'm embarrassed, but in short, in that dream I had a harem, very unrealistic if you ask me. It was lucky for her that Belle remained focused on the answer she was giving him, which gave her enough time to control the burning sensation on her face. While she was doing that, a pursed lip formed as she processed Belle's answer. She thought she might have misheard, so she slowly looked at him and asked, "A harem? Ah ha ha, yes, that seems to be the case. There's a girl who appeared from the beginning, black hair and crystal green eyes, that is." Isfi was speechless, completely incredulous. It was her turn to be surprised, not believing that Belle dreamed he had a harem. "Peculiar dream," he finished. After processing her surprise and realizing that she was still sitting next to Belle and very close, she stood up and took a seat in the chair, managing to hide her nervousness and embarrassment. A few moments later, after completely changing the subject and chatting casually for a couple of minutes, they both decided it was time to say goodbye. Belle was the first to get up. "I didn't mention it, but thank you so much for your help, Isfison. Seriously, you saved me there. I'm indebted to you, don't even mention it, I did it because I wanted to, that's all, I understand." The boy smiled brightly, a wide, beaming smile radiating joy. That took Isfi by surprise. "Even so, thank you very much." Belle concluded with a slightly raised voice. "Yes, you're welcome." Isfi concluded that there was no point in contradicting him at this moment, so she smiled slightly in response to the boy's smile. A second later, the farewell arrived. "See you later, Isfison. I won't forget your help today, goodbye." Belle didn't even think twice and opened the window, jumping from the unknown building he was in to the city streets. He started running at full speed while carrying the bag of food completely intact. Yeah. Isfi watched from the window until the boy's back disappeared. "See you soon, Belle." Her lips formed a light, gentle smile radiating joy. Then her body became invisible. "I needed to teach a stupid god a lesson. XXX." The time noted on the small piece of paper stretched longer than she expected, so Reveria stood up and walked to the kitchen counter. He took the piece of paper between his fingers and looked at the message written by Belle for a few seconds. She had been waiting for Belle's return, sitting in a dining room chair while reading a book. However, she had already finished that book and Belle still hadn't arrived. Could something have happened? He wondered seriously. Possible scenarios that could have delayed him ran through his mind. More good than bad, really, since he didn't get the impression that Belle was a troublemaker. There were minor discomforts that gave him a bad feeling in the back of his mind, but he shook his head slightly from left to right. He may have run into an acquaintance or a member of his family. It's normal for him to take a little longer than expected. Having finished, he left the paper on the bar. He slowly walked into the living room and crossed the street to reach the stairs. She toured the entire interior of the house, conducting a thorough exploration to adapt to the new place where she would live. There were many rooms, mostly empty. He also found a couple of storage rooms with various tools in them, ranging from cleaning products to interior decorating accessories. However, what surprised her most was the private mini-library that was on the second floor on the opposite side of her room. There are too many. Her eyes sparkled with bright jade-green stars at the sight of the shelves filled with books, each one with a different story. Her curiosity and excitement increased significantly, and she was ready to take a seat on the leather sofa and pick up a book to read. However, there was one corner that still needed checking. His upright character prevented him from lingering before he had finished exploring the entire house. She sighed as she closed her eyes and murmured softly, "It'll be quick, so there's no problem." She turned around and left the room that contained the mini-library, walking to the last place to explore. This time the door was sliding in an oriental style instead of the normal ones like the others. "This is." She slid the door open, her eyes wide as she saw what this last room contained inside. The steam caressed her face. A thermal bath. Even the low-key familia didn't have one at the Twilight Mansion, so she couldn't help but be amazed. They only had regular showers divided into sections for men and women, all in order to avoid favoritism or privileges between executives and lower-ranking members. Reveria remained silent. She did not classify herself as a lover of thermal waters or baths, however, she knew how pleasant they were for her skin. As an elf, she loved natural things with all her being, and this, although it wasn't natural hot springs at the foot of a mountain or in the middle of a forest, was something similar. "Me too." Her features became adorable as she tried to form words. Her thoughts were divided between going to read a book in the library or taking a bath in the hot springs. It was an impressive few seconds of fighting, however, he came to a conclusion. It will be more comfortable to read after I've relaxed my body with a bath, yes. She convinced herself, muttering common sense. Everyone knew that the body relaxed after taking a bath, especially a thermal one. Her heart told her firmly that her reading would be spectacular after taking a bath. Permission. She slowly made her way into the place and went to the separate area where she could put down her clothes and get a towel. Her fingers wandered to the buttons of her suit, undoing them one by one. A second later, no longer held, the fabric slipped off her body. She took it in her arms and folded it, putting it in the basket. Soon that same basket was filled with the remaining clothes. Her dark-colored stockings, her underwear, the black belt, the white cape, and a yellow sash. Her brown boots were left in a corner of the room. Everything had been neatly arranged, and then the basket had been fitted into the 6-shelf unit. Perfect. It'll only be a few minutes, I don't see any problem with that. Her lips formed a soft smile, then she walked to the individual pool with the hot water contained. The skin of her naked body denotes a majestic softness and delicacy, turning slightly flushed due to the temperature of the place. She gasped with pleasure as she felt the water on her feet, finishing submerging her body. The seductive curves of her sculpted figure disappeared beneath the surface of the water. This feels really good. Her face softened, relaxing every part of her body and making sure to enjoy this bath to the fullest. The minutes passed as she used her hands to spray water on her body, which was not yet blessed by the hot liquid. It was just as I was about to leave, after about 20 minutes had passed, that the door made a soft, slight sliding sound. Riveria ignored it, completely satisfied with the relaxing and pleasant bath. Her naked body slowly emerged. Lines of crystal-clear water glided across the surface of her skin. From the space between her breasts, the curve between her back, waist, and buttocks, and her lower body. Her slender, long legs took on a captivating glow from the moisture, that natural beauty being enhanced by the small reddish spots scattered across her skin. Once out of the bath, she turned around and started walking toward the changing area. She needed to grab a towel and dry herself so she could get dressed and go read for a while. Definitely very relaxing, this bath is amazing, she murmured with a smile on her lips. His steps only advanced 4 times before he stopped. Opening her eyes wide, she was met with the sight of a naked Belle in front of her, with nothing but a towel covering him from the waist down. The boy's face turned incredulous when he realized that Riveria was standing in front of him, his mouth agape and his eyes wide with disbelief at what he was seeing. Silence surrounded them for a few seconds. Belle's face gradually turned bright red, and Riveria's cheeks took on a translucent pink. It was impossible for Riveria's eyes not to take in the boy in front of her from head to toe, noticing his well-built body. The same happened with Belle, who inevitably imprinted on his retinas the naked body of the elf in front of him. It was when Belle's lips twisted into a dry, bitter smile, possibly lamenting his bad luck, that Riveria also reacted. The heat enveloped her from within. She felt humiliated and ashamed, being seen completely naked. His arms quickly covered the important areas, and with a frown he conjured, "Herald of the End, white snow." The boy's face turned pale blue as he turned around and screamed, Prophesied, Chapter 5. Resignation. Belle's eyes scanned Riveria's wet, naked body from her feet to her head. His mind, even as he witnessed the scene before him, refused to believe that something so beautiful existed on this earthly plane. Ayats. The crystalline drops rolled across her smooth, white skin. Many swerved onto the surface of her round breasts, while others were lost among the forbidden fruit hidden between her legs. It was a full sight, and Riveria's stunned and flushed face enhanced the fleeting beauty of the moment. There was a dispute about the meaning of art within their thoughts. One part was diverted towards the eternal essence of art, something that endures through time beautifully and gracefully. True art is eternal beauty. On the other hand, there was the ephemeral aspect. Something that blooms for an instant before disappearing. Art is that which lasts only a moment. The essence of art is the explosion of emotions. I'm dead. However, there was one characteristic of art that was an essential part of it. This was its lethality. Belle knew at the instant the flushed face stopped flushing and the surface of the eyes, invaded by bewilderment, became empty and cruel. The blood throughout his body felt ice cold. He was not only in a life-or-death situation, he was in a situation where death would be the most agreeable outcome for him. Herald of the End, white snow. Pity, the vocal cords in her throat vibrated fiercely, emitting the pathetic plea for mercy. Riveria, however, did not stop conjuring. After covering as much of his most important parts as he could with his left arm, he extended the palm of his right hand and continued the chant. Belle's face turned pale. The red in her cheeks vanished as quickly as dust in the center of a fierce storm. Our Riveria-sama, please don't kill me. Sooner rather than later, he realized that his prayers weren't reaching the beautiful elf. She was now nothing more than a killing machine, driven to eliminate the defiler of her body. The chant continued. Belle could feel the magical power gathering, as well as the appearance of magic circles under Reveria's bare feet. I have to run away. After reaching that conclusion with terror in her face and eyes, she turned on her heels and took the first step to begin her escape. Why are all the elves so intent on wiping out my Roman 6? Huh. At that precise moment, as his dominant foot touched the firmness of the finely waxed and steam-moistened wood, he slipped. Wah! Gravity and centrifugal force made him fall backward onto the bathroom floor. The blow sounded rough and the slight movement of the towel covering his lower body floated in the air. Reveria, who was about to finish reciting, was even more stunned to see Belle slip and fall on his back naked. Her eyes unconsciously wandered over the entire body of the boy who was currently complaining of pain in his back. It was the first time on both occasions for her that her body had been seen by a man and that she had seen the naked body of the same man. It was inevitable that the tips of her ears, just the very ends, would turn bright red. You pervert, Nuo. But that didn't stop her from reciting and turning Belle into a human ice cube. XXX. Was she sorry? Clearly not. Did he feel guilty? Clearly yes. After getting fully dressed, he found the problem with the current situation. Reveria kept looking up and down. Her actions were divided between helping and thawing bellcranel or leaving him there because in order to help him she needed to see him. That was the problem in itself, having to see it. She was not a child at an age where she would not recognize beauty and ugliness. She was so mature that trifles like that did not stop her. She considered bellcranel to be a very handsome boy, blessed with a cute face, peculiar features like those of a rabbit, and a kind and gentle personality. Or as many if not all women in Arario would say, he was the perfect man. He didn't find it repulsive at all to look at him directly. However, bellcranel was naked inside that ice cube, almost like a product on display to be sold. She showed everything, every part of her body. She was just as she had come into the world. Naked, what I do? The indecisive Reveria was in a dilemma. Every second that passed was lethal, and bellcranel's life was in danger inside that ice cube. She wanted to free him, but she didn't want to look at him, not because she found him repulsive, but because it would be a stain on bellcranel's pride. Having recently been the victim of a similar situation, she understood it very well. To have your body exposed in such a way, there was no greater humiliation. Even if the man who had dishonored her was the one turned into a cube of ice, she would not dishonor him. I have to take it out. If its temperature keeps dropping, even if it's a level 3, it will die if enough time passes. The clock didn't stop. Tick-tock. 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 Crack. As time went on, Reveria became more confused about the decision to make. This was supposed to be simple for a high-class and refined woman like her, but reality was cruel compared to hypothetical scenarios. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Crack-track. The counts continued. Reveria entered into an even worse conflict than the previous one. In fact, the sound of the clock's hands was beginning to irritate him, and what were those strange sounds? Was the clock broken? Hey. Her conflicting thoughts about how to resolve the current situation stopped. A cute frown appeared on her brows. Her long, white, pointed ears focused on the sound of the clock hands echoing through the room. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Crack-track. Tick-tock. Why hadn't I noticed that the sounds were completely different? One sounded constantly in time with the seconds, and the other behaved in a completely opposite way. It was arbitrary and without resonance, like cracks forming on a surface. One thing to note was the small puddle of water spreading across the floor of the room. It could be that. Reveria wanted to turn around and look at the ice cube, however, remembering Belle's situation inside that cube, she stopped and returned her eyes to the bathroom wall. At that moment, he swore he had heard the faint whisper. Firebolt. The whisper increased. Reveria knew that word very well, the chant and magic it belonged to, and precisely who that magic belonged to. It's impressive being able to use magic in his current state requires a lot of skill and concentration. Once again, Belle continued to surprise her. Her perseverance was something she admired since the war game against the Apollo family. Because it didn't bother him that someone was putting in so much effort, it simply intrigued him. Curiosity granted him the desire to know the reason why Belle wielded a sword, or in this case, a dagger. As she was thinking about that, the last creak echoed. Again, Reveria heard the faint murmur of the short incantation being recited, then it was followed by a small burst of steam that spread throughout the inside of the bathroom. The high and low temperatures reacted negatively with each other, releasing a considerable heat wave. As he released. His thoughts wavered. She wanted to turn around, help him up, and assist him with any problems he might have in breathing properly, but the fact that Belle was still naked wouldn't go away. The sound of something falling against the wooden floor reached his ears, accompanied by a splash, but he heard nothing like someone getting up. What? Reveria didn't understand. If he was able to break free from her spell with countless uses of firebolt, it was obvious that he could stand up and leave the bathroom so that Reveria wouldn't see him. She waited and waited, but she didn't feel anyone get up from the floor and slide the bathroom door open only to hear it again. Bellcranel. The seeds of doubt were sown. She asked his name in search of an answer. But she didn't get it, at least not immediately. It took more than 7 seconds for an answer to be given. Rive Samayua. It sounded so weak and fragile, an agonized voice whose owner stood before the gates of hell. All doubt vanished from Riveria's mind, and as if her body acted before her thoughts, she moved at full speed. She stopped, turning her back to him and staring at the wall, observing Belle's body with trembling eyes. It was as fragile as the finest glass. Her lips were split and the blood had frozen over the cracks. The ruby red of her eyes turned distant and dull. Belle, the boy was taking his last breaths. Riveria's heart trembled, as did her body, and without delaying for a second she took the cloak of her sorceress's robe and immediately covered Belle's pale blue body. There was contact, even through the fabric. Riveria's hands felt Belle's body for the first time, and it wasn't a very pleasant first time. It's shaking. No way, how could I have been so stupid? Everything indicated that if he was not treated at that very moment, Belle risked losing his life. Please, hold on a little longer. After those words, she began to recite the incantation of her healing magic. It was true, how could he have been so stupid? Hold on, please, please hold on. It was ironic that the best magician in the city overlooked a Zeramind. That, in addition to very severe pneumonia and hypothermia, Bellcranel's life hung by a thread, and of course a miracle. XXX. The crystal clear water from the kitchen sink fell onto my hands, wetting my skin. I was currently in the kitchen of the house where Bellcranel and I lived, washing vegetables that I would use for the soup I was preparing. A couple of hours had passed since Bellcranel had freed himself from the ice cube, as weak and fragile as he could be. He was resting in his room. She had taken him there after covering him completely with new clothes. His health was very weak, and my third-level healing magic had barely managed to keep him in the world of the living. I felt guilty. If it hadn't been for my indecisiveness at that moment, he wouldn't be going through this. I knew very well that Bellcranel entering the bathroom and seeing me naked was a simple accident. However, I had reacted in an exaggeratedly hostile way. How will I face him when he wakes up? I murmured. My voice sounded more like a sigh than a murmur, but it was enough for me to hear my own words. I was very ashamed of my rash actions. What was she, a girl who didn't know how to control her emotions? If someone shouted it at me, I wouldn't complain. I suppose he deserved it. While the water was removing impurities from the potatoes, carrots, and other vegetables, I questioned myself. Not only had he acted in a completely disrespectful manner towards Bellcranel and caused his delicate condition, he had also completely ignored the zero mind he was suffering from. In the end, I'd even lost track of time while I was deciding what to do. The only thing I was absolutely certain of was that Bellcranel had been frozen for over an hour. I'm the worst, he kept scolding me. Even if I sincerely apologized to him, I couldn't forgive myself. It wasn't simply the worry about the burden of having killed one of the parents of the last hero, who is supposed to be my husband no less. No, it wasn't that at all. It was the feeling of fear that gnawed at my body from the inside at the mere idea or possibility of having ended the life of an honorable young man. If that had happened and his friends demanded my head, I would hand it over. It wasn't cough cough, your fault, Riveria-sama. Ugh, I heard a voice, his voice. Time seemed to stand still as the water flowed over my hands and Bellcranel's delicate voice entered my ears. I immediately turned around and faced him. Bellcranel, my eyes widened. The scene where he could barely stand made my face contort with guilt. Without stopping or holding back, I exclaimed, "What are you doing here? You should be resting, you're too frail to get up." My words, imbued with surprise, made him smile. That in itself made me slightly angry. As if moving his lips hurt him like 9 hells, he murmured, "I'm fine." His eyes seemed distant, like those of a sick man watching the last sunset he would ever see. "No, you're not. If you don't go back to bed, you'll force me to drag you in. Have I made myself clear?" He couldn't finish answering me. He quickly took a step back. Wait, was my face really that scary that it made him take a step back with a fearful expression? I noticed that my composure had crumbled in less than a second, which I found very strange. It was probably due to the tone of my voice because even I felt chills. "I'll go back to bed." Bellcranel's no-finished answer brought me back down to earth. He turned slowly on his heels and started walking toward the stairs that led to the second. One step at a time. I couldn't see her face because she had her back to me, but I was sure the expression on her face was one of pain. Her legs trembled with every step she took, and her body, trembling in sync with her lower body, twisted slightly. Without hesitation, I walked towards him and caught up with him. Anyway, I had only taken 3 steps, so 7 of mine were enough to place me to his right side and support his body with mine. Her confusion arose just as I put my arm around her hips and grabbed her waist with my hand. The reaction I was expecting happened even sooner than I expected. She turned her face toward me, and great panic flashed in her beautiful rubbered eyes. The glimmer of shame and sorrow was gracefully pure and innocent. Having locked eyes with mine, she exclaimed with great modesty, Reveria-sama, you can't know you mustn't touch someone cough. Cough, cough. Calm down, it's okay. Come on, try to control your breathing. Don't force it, let it flow slowly and do its job. Noticing the seriousness with which I spoke and acted, he relaxed and listened to me. The distortions in his face caused by pain disappeared as he regulated his breathing. You're doing well, keep going. It was natural that he started coughing from the pain mid-sentence. His lungs were badly damaged, not in the physical sense, but more like phantom pain. These were repercussions of his previous delicate condition. Thank you, I feel better, I'm glad. Come on, I'll help you get to your room, then I'll go downstairs and finish the soup so you can have something hot to eat. I don't know inhale if I'm worthy to exhale taste your food, Reveria-sama. I wouldn't say that. Besides, don't expect too much from my cooking. According to my mother, it's the one thing I can't do. I smiled slightly when I saw that he was using my advice when speaking to avoid hurting his lungs. That made it clear to me that he was someone who learned very quickly. Although it did bother me a little that she didn't try to hide her terrified face when I mentioned my cooking skills. It can't be that bad, right? Inhale. I suppose you'll know soon. After that, the rest of the way to bellcranel's room was done in silence. Now I no longer knew if her body was trembling because of her delicate condition or because of her terror of my food. I guess I'll have to do my best. I want to know if he's good at praising a woman. XXX. The creaking of the door spread throughout the room. An hour had passed since Bell had been left in his room by Reveria, so it was no surprise that it was Reveria herself who stepped inside. A calm and refined expression adorned her face as she held in her hands a wooden base that carried a porcelain bowl next to a tempered glass cup. Reveria's long-awaited special soup had arrived, causing Bell to swallow slightly as he watched the steam rising from the porcelain dish. I was just kidding, yes. Something similar was going through Bell's mind about Reveria's words, questioning her own food. He simply didn't want to go through the hell he suffered because of the food his grandfather prepared for him when he was little. Reveria and Bell's eyes met. He was lying on the bed, still at rest, and Reveria was walking calmly toward the cushioned chair at the side of the bed. The chair cushion was blessed by Reveria's soft buttocks. I finished your meal, I hope you like it. The jade green of her eyes focused on Bell's face, which was giving off a few drops of sweat caused by the fever. The sick boy's lips formed a slight, weak smile. Sorry for the trouble, he murmured. Stop insisting on that. I'm the one who left you in this state. It's only logical that I'm the one who should take care of you until you recover. But SHH, be quiet and eat. Here say up. Reveria acted normally as she made circles in the soup with her spoon and then offered a bite to Bell. She herself seemed unaware that her tenderness in saying say, ah, was to such an extreme that it could cause tachycardia in Bell. Her jade-green eyes simply conveyed the sense of responsibility for the current situation that Bell was experiencing. What reaction should I show? Blushing was not an option. Her face was flushed from the high temperature caused by the fever. Shouting was out of the question, his vocal cords were fragile, and it was very likely that he would suffer a coughing fit that could burst his lungs. Because of that, despite being nervous about being fed by a girl for the first time, he opened his lips. Aya. He savored the food he chewed and drank. Well done, eat more here, why yes. The conclusion. This tastes awful, I'm going to die, I'm seriously going to die. Bell could die for reasons other than hypothermia or pneumonia. And is it good? I did the best I could, but even someone dying like him wouldn't be able to respond with the stark reality to the beautiful elf who had said, I did the best I could. Even as his stomach acids fled from the food entering his stomach, Bell wouldn't speak that harsh truth. It's delicious, very stupid of him. Far in the future, the Bell of that time would have clear murderous intentions towards his past self. I see. But if there was one thing he wouldn't regret, it would be the light and lovely smile that Reveria gave. I'm glad to hear it. Without either of them noticing, they had engaged in husband and wife activities, just as was expected of a newlywed couple. XXX. After the deadly soup made by Reveria, things took a turn for the worse in an instant. Bell was still lying on the bed, now in better condition, and Reveria was sitting in the padded chair watching the sick boy. She spoke in a soft voice. Bellcranel, I've wanted to talk to you about something. He got Bell's attention, but not in the way he expected. The boy smiled contemptuously at himself, then spoke. Please, Reveria-sama, I would prefer that you call me just Bell. He didn't seem offended, Reveria noticed from the gentle expression on his face, but his peculiar gestures indicated something that piqued her curiosity. Does it bother you? He asked. That he got angry was a possibility. Maybe he didn't like his last name, or maybe he didn't like how it sounded next to his first name. Of course not, it's just that. Bell paused, taking a breath and being careful not to further damage his lungs. Reveria waited for the answer in silence, wondering if it wasn't her last name or how it sounded next to her first name, what was making him maintain that contemptuous expression. It feels strange when you talk to me like this, being so formal with me, I mean, I don't know, I'm not used to it, I guess. Reveria immediately noticed that Bell was going around in circles, going off on tangents and eventually falling to the ground. He seemed nervous, but it wasn't surprising to her. After all, she was already familiar with Bell's current behavior. He was placing her in a different class than himself, identifying himself as someone inferior to her. Ha. Reveria sighed. The slightest exasperation escaped from between her soft pink lips. You too, huh? Is it so difficult to speak in my presence? I apologize if so. The tone of his voice, somewhere between disappointed and curt, made the ailing Bell shudder. He quickly realized that his words had been misinterpreted. Please don't think, cough, cough, and once again the cough struck without warning. XXX. Tower of Babel, top floor. From the heights beyond the clouds that settled above the city, the silhouette of a beautiful woman, covered by nothing more than a skimpy dress that left little to the imagination, observed the city below her from the sky. The beautiful silver color flashed on the surface as I gazed towards a specific spot. The new home of his Ord bellcranel, Otter. A second after he spoke, the mountainous figure of a boar man emerged from the shadows of the room. Otter warlord perched behind the throne-like armchair on which Freya rested her buttocks. Yes, Freya-sama. It had only been a day, almost two, since the boy she longed for had moved in with a woman who wasn't her. That in essence caused flames of jealousy and anger within Freya. However, he had nothing to worry about, not after having directly witnessed the promise that Bell had proclaimed in full view of the city. He, his Ord, had no intention whatsoever of marrying Reveria Eljas Alf, the woman he was currently living with. That's why even she, being so possessive, jealous, and territorial when it came to Bell, would ignore the fact that her cute Ord was sick and being cared for by Reveria. I want you to personally train Bell. Don't overdo it, but don't be too lenient either. Teach him everything you know. I'm sure he'll surprise you. Your wish is my command, Freya-sama. His words dictated his absolute will. Even she, being the biggest fan of the white-haired boy, was very clear that she wouldn't be able to keep her promise without some help. And that's what she was there for, the woman who had supported him since the day she met him on that city street. Grow up, Bell. I'll be waiting as long as you decide, so grow up, my beloved Ord. The surface of her eyes flashed with the sensation of love as Bell's flushed face was reflected in her silver pupils. Roman 20. I warned you not to strain your lungs, right? Why, yes. And you didn't listen to me, did you? See, certainly, but. No buts. Now finish that tea and stop talking so loudly. But this tea tastes bad. I said now. Bellcranel sipped his tea in silence. Reveria's cold gaze kept him on edge as he himself didn't want to do anything that would upset her more than she already was. He only drank his tea. Unlike the others, those that gave off aromas pleasant to the sense of smell, this one was made of medicinal herbs. In short, being medicinal, it tasted very bad. It was rough and tasteless, but at the same time flavorful, however, not a pleasant one for the taste buds. Yuck. Don't spit it out, drink it. He was a little worried about the stern personality that Reveria was exhibiting at this time while he was being cared for until his recovery. In her words, it's my responsibility. Bell firmly believed that this was a very noble thing for her to do, although that didn't change the fact that it was scary when her eyes lost their lovely jade-like shine because he did something wrong or didn't drink the herbal tea. So, when he finally managed to drink that nightmarish tea completely, Bell asked, "What is it you wish to discuss, Reveria-sama?" Reveria had been reading a book while keeping an eye on him from time to time, checking that he wasn't doing anything that would affect his health. And now that he himself had called her, she closed the book in her hands and looked directly at him. She seemed to have remembered what she wanted to talk about because her face had become more serious than usual. That didn't detract from its natural beauty, but it created an atmosphere where you couldn't joke around or say nonsensical things. It's about the promise you made to the god Uranus. You mean defeating the black dragon? Yes, that's exactly what I want to talk about. It was rare for Bell to see his voice come out naturally from his throat and show no nervousness whatsoever. He understood perfectly that something was happening to him since that day at the Divine Assembly, but he couldn't quite believe it completely. Observing the beautiful jade green of Reveria's eyes, Bell paid close attention. The room was isolated and the windows closed, but apparently the air inside gently rocked the strands of her silky jade green hair. Giving that view of extreme beauty, Reveria declared, "You won't be able to beat him." It was difficult to process, made even more so by the cold, dry tone in which Reveria had delivered her cruel words. That's why Bell thought he had misheard. However, with a firm look in her eyes, Reveria spoke. "The prophecy will come true one way or another. You and I will have a child. You can't stop it." At that moment, the instant Bell connected all the dots, he sincerely and wholeheartedly wondered. Because. Why did he give up so quickly? Chapter 6, Routine Life, Signs of a Vortex. You won't be able to beat him. I felt I had misheard, but I couldn't help but show disbelief at Reveria-sama's words. I foolishly asked that. The prophecy will come true one way or another. You and I will have a child. You can't stop it. The firmness of her jade-green eyes sent me into a momentary trance. Because. I could only wonder, I didn't understand, and at a certain point it was as if I didn't want to understand. The reason why she gave up so easily, I mean, it hadn't even started. Not even a week had passed since we'd become a married couple. She had no right to judge my potential. Why do you say that, Reveria-sama? Perhaps I'm still weak, but if I try hard, I'm sure I'll. Do you really believe that, bellcranel? His eyes fixed on mine. I could feel Reveria-sama analyzing every gesture of my face, every tick, every expression and reaction. I swallowed hard at his seriousness. I knew it instantly. I couldn't answer him with mere emotions or assumptions. I had to be honest and, above all, realistic. A murmur escaped my lips, taking the faint form of my answer to his question. I know I'm being arrogant by saying I'll defeat the Black Dragon in a year, but what other choice do I have? Reveria-sama, do you know of a solution that won't bring unhappiness to both of us? I looked down. I was still resting in bed, much to my dismay. I wouldn't say I felt 100% well, but I was stable enough to stand up. However, I knew Reveria-sama wouldn't allow me to get up. So I simply remained silent while I waited for her response. I said it before. Get married and conceive the hero of humanity, and what a waste of time. I showed my displeasure with a grimace accompanied by a slight smile. Somehow I knew that would be her answer. I raised my gaze, focusing my eyes on the ceiling of the room. The reddish brown of the varnished wood entertained me as I thought. I smiled bitterly, and without looking back at her I asked, is that really a solution where we're both happy? No offense, but I can see from a mile away that you don't feel the slightest affection for me, romantically speaking. I admire her a lot. She's a very famous adventurer. Nine hell, seriously, what a great alias. You're very similar to the outstanding heroines in the stories I love so much. Yes, I admire her a lot. But I don't love her at all, Reveria-sama. I'm not going to lie and pretend that the illusion of an arranged marriage for the convenience of others is a pleasant reality. I didn't stop talking. I didn't know, perhaps it was due to my very recent experience with death or perhaps not, but I did not wish to live a false life full of remorse and regrets. It was the same with Reveria-sama. I didn't wish her unhappiness. That's exactly why I can't back down. This is my choice, and my resolve won't waver because of mere what-ifs, people might say. And what happens if you fail? I laughed dismissively. Nothing, it will just be a reflection of my incompetence. You mean that if you fail, you'll just accept that reality? A little sad, isn't it? Only if I fail. That reality would only demonstrate my poor determination. The exchange continued, followed by a short silence. I could feel Reveria-sama's penetrating gaze upon me. I sensed her feelings, her emotions, and contradictions. Sometimes my sensitivity to these kinds of things worked against me. After being observed for several seconds, his voice sounded softly, forming a question. So if you fail and don't reach level 9 in a year, will you follow the prophecy to the letter? Will you marry me and have a child with me? I took some time to respond. There was no doubt that many would question my sexual orientation if they found out about my constant refusal to fulfill my duty, and many more would call me an idiot or insult me in ways I could not imagine. It was logical. Reveria-sama was considered one of the great beauties of Arario, superior to and comparable to several goddesses. I heard somewhere that there were disputes and conflicts due to divine jealousy. There was nothing I could do, my manhood being questioned and my reputation tarnished was inevitable. Of course, only if they found out. I knew it perfectly well, and yet my decision remained unchanged. After all, my feelings for Izusen were still intact. I could have hidden them from others, put them under a rock, or locked them inside my chest while ignoring their existence so I could focus on getting stronger, but that didn't eliminate them. It was frustrating. I didn't like prophecies. Why did I have to accept a dictated future? Sure, they were divine visions, but why was everything written in stone? The idea of a world following a script to the letter left a bad taste in my mouth and made me want to vomit. He hated it. The idea of prophecies was certainly cool in the eyes of the general public. However, being the victim of one was not fun at all. I had you cornered. If you had dreams and plans, it would steal them away. It only allowed you to follow a path laid out by someone else. No complaints, no opinions, no freedom. I came to a conclusion. I hated the very idea of not being free. He feared and hated being a slave to divine will. Haha. I let out an involuntary giggle, and I could also feel Reveria-sama's confused gaze on me. I sighed, then stopped looking at the ceiling of my room and looked directly at her. Of course not. I could feel that behind the crystalline ruby background of my eyes, flames were being fanned by my growing determination. I see. Reveria-sama said that after a slight and almost imperceptible smile. XXX. Of course not. If Reveria had to describe her reaction to Belle's response, it would be one of complete relief. She made sure not to show it openly, yet a strange calm soothed her inside. It was like listening to the sound of sleeping waves on a full moon night. A soft sigh was accompanied by a slight and almost imperceptible smile. I see. Reveria was pleased, however. Her conversation with Belle was far from over. She needed to ascertain the motivations behind the burning determination reflected in the ruby eyes of the boy lying in front of her. I greatly respect your perseverance, however you haven't considered something. Haven't I considered something? What do you mean, Reveria-sama? Belle looked at her, confused, while Reveria thought. What I was about to tell him next would likely affect that fine determination of the young man, however, he had to take the risk. I acknowledge that you are an extraordinary adventurer, and your track record is incredibly unusual. You've broken every record in your level-ups, and the margin of difference is no joke. I'm not exaggerating when I say you're a ancient century prodigy, if not more. Why are you suddenly flattering me so much? It's embarrassing. Belle seemed embarrassed by the sudden praise directed at him, but Reveria ignored his question and continued. I say this as someone who witnessed the war game your family waged against the Apollo family. You're not ordinary. Your fame is also on the rise, and you're very popular with the public. However, the most abnormal thing about you is. The most abnormal thing about me is. Reveria observed it. She looked past the flushed face of the embarrassed boy and focused on the red sea at the bottom of his rubbered eyes. In a soft tone, she said, "You are unusually kind." Belle looked at her, dismayed. Reveria seriously wondered what he was looking at, staring at her so intently. Of course, I'm not saying you're the only one. There have been other kind people with a strong sense of justice before you, but you have something different. I don't know what it is, but something about you makes me see you differently from those other people. Although you are very naive and innocent, GJ. Before Belle could thank Reveria for the compliments, his chest was pierced by icicles with the words naive and innocent engraved on them. He awkwardly flashed a dry smile as he let out a disappointed sigh and turned his tearful gaze back to the wooden ceiling. There was an awkward silence, but seconds later he was eliminated by Reveria. Have you carefully considered the content of the prophecy? The prophecy, yes. While you were shopping at the Lady of Abundance, I was analyzing every part of the prophecy in detail. Tell me, didn't you notice something out of place in it? No. Reveria's inspiration was almost cut short by the naive response of the naive Belle. He had made a great discovery. Bellcranel was ignorant of details. Reveria let out a heavy sigh, but she did not allow Belle's ignorance to be an obstacle. If he hadn't noticed the gaps in the prophecy, I just needed to explain each one of them to him. First, there's the time we have before the big battle. It's 18 years, yet you were only given one to reach level 9. Isn't that unfair? Now that you mention it, yes, it's kind of crazy. Yes, and apart from that. Reveria explained it part by part, even dictating the prophecy word for word to Belle's curiosity. The further he went, the more Belle's expression seemed to show that he was being enlightened with the truth of the world. That confirmed something for Reveria, that Belle was slightly dim-witted. In the end, he seemed to understand. So what can you say about everything we've reviewed? I'm listening. Our commitment is completely unnecessary. I'm 18 years old. Why should I abide by the prophecy if it allows a considerable amount of time before the great battle? In short, we're not obligated to have a child. You're wrong. Reveria sighed at Belle's disbelief. Suddenly, without her permission, she had sat down on the edge of the mattress. His eyes, searching for answers, never stopped watching her. You see, what you're saying makes sense, more than necessary, in fact. However, you're missing something fundamental. It's very clear that your speed at leveling up is your most outstanding quality and what attracts the most attention in the city. It wouldn't be surprising if you were considered a candidate for hero status in a short time. Reveria paused for a second, observing Belle's reaction. For some reason, she thought she saw him screaming with stars in his eyes. However, it seemed to have been her imagination. He followed her words. But if you ask me, despite your rapid growth as an adventurer, I think that one day you will reach your limit. And I think your limit won't be enough to face the Black Dragon. Finally, after so many twists and turns in the story, Reveria reached the point that, in a way, she wanted to avoid. He was very aware that the impact on Belle could be so severe that he would instantly say, well, whatever, let's have a child then. And that was precisely why he was taking the risk anyway. She wished to confirm the unwavering determination of the young man whose face was reflected in the surface of his jade-green eyes. The seconds passed and turned into minutes, then Belle said, Yes, I know, I understand it's hard to believe since you've broken the record twice, but wait, what? Reveria stopped her comforting words, her face showing surprise. Belle's smile spread across his face as he answered. I know I have my limits. I'm not stupid, Reveria-sama. It's logical to think that one day I'll stop leveling up. So why? It was similar to the sound of the wind. Reveria's mind remained in a trance from which it was difficult to escape. Her dazed eyes continued to focus on Belle's smiling face. She had been careful and sensible, delaying the topic she wanted to get to from the beginning so as not to hurt the boy's feelings or corner him into making hasty decisions. That is why he received a great shock when he got an affirmative and unequivocal answer from Belle. He had fallen into an empty space, wondering a simple why. Why are you still so fixated on the idea of defeating the Black Dragon? You were given the option of an easy path, conceive a child with me and live free of worries. You wouldn't have to do anything, think about anything, or exert yourself at all, so why? Why do you show that kind smile even knowing how difficult the path you have chosen is? Reveria failed to understand it. The actions of this foolish and naive kind young man were a mystery to her as she acted based on rationality and logic. She understood the basics of deriving value from emotions, however, she wasn't as experienced in that field as the boy in front of her. Finally, Bell moved his lips. Haha, it's not exactly honorable, but… Slowly, letting out a lovely, refreshing laugh, he answered. Her ruby-red eyes shone brightly as she looked at him. The very idea of having a child with the intention of making them fight against something so terrifying, I abhor it. It's sad to depend on the suffering of someone who doesn't even exist yet and pretend there's nothing wrong with them. Reveria's chest tightened with a sharp pain. As her eyes opened wide and she understood what Belle was trying to say, her long, thin elf ears sharpened her senses. Belle continued to display a friendly smile. If I ever offended her by my constant abstaining from doing that, I apologize, it was never my intention. Of course, Reveria didn't feel insulted at all. On the contrary, she was more than grateful for Belle's stubbornness. Even if you and I were to have a child, I would never allow that child of ours to face such danger. It would be my duty as a father to protect him, even if I had to confront the Black Dragon. It was strange. Reveria had said that before Belle there were already kind people with a strong sense of justice. But for some reason… I understand now. She managed to understand that something in Belle that she hadn't seen in anyone else she had met in her long years of life. I firmly believe it is a parent's duty to prevent their child's tears, as well as their suffering, anguish, and worse everything. Therefore, I will not accept a fate where my child must face such cruel suffering. I will gladly take his place, and no matter the difficulty, I will do everything in my power to give him a life where he doesn't have to struggle. Therefore, if I have a limit, I must simply overcome it. Bellcranel. What an unusual person, Reveria thought. The way he expressed his will and imposed it with a firmness worthy of a hero, along with the burning determination shining in his eyes, made Reveria deeply respect this honorable boy. That's why. Bell slightly showed his incisors and declared, I will push my limits as many times as necessary. The great foundation that drove and sustained Bellcranel's determination and will was none other than his refusal to leave the fate of humanity in the hands of someone who did not deserve such a burden and suffering. Reveria remained silent for several minutes while she digested Belle's words, and when she finally did, she let out a lovely laugh. Fufu, you've left me speechless, Bellcranel. For Belle, seeing her smile like that was strangely relaxing. He was glad to know that Reveria didn't dismiss him as an over-the-top logo. At the same time, the thought how beautiful she looked smiling crossed her mind. Well, I'm ashamed of myself for testing you. You've truly surprised me and exceeded my expectations. Belle displayed an incredulous expression accompanied by rolling his eyes as Reveria stood up. She looked down at him because of the height difference, she standing and Belle sitting on the mattress. It's decided we'll start intensive magic control classes tomorrow. For now, you should rest. I'll give it my all even if I have to push myself beyond my limits. Reveria began walking towards the door of the room while intoning the last words, those related to limit, with a somewhat amused tone of voice. Belle stared at Reveria's back asking foolishly, Did you test me? Oh, I almost forgot. Reveria did not answer him and instead looked at him over his shoulder. Your speech was great. The fact that she said that with a slight mocking smile made Belle turn red in a matter of seconds. She seemed to have understood how she had acted in front of Reveria, so her eyes swirled with embarrassment. Reveria left the room and closed the door, an embarrassed scream from Belle being the last thing she heard before entering her own room. The gentle smile remained on her lips until the end of the day. XXX. The next day, and no, it can't be. Belle tearfully stared at the brown bag in her hands. A great feeling of waste and regret washed over her as she looked at its contents. Why did I forget the food I bought at the Lady of Abundance? There were two things he regretted. First, she had gone through a battle and a deadly chase to get home with the bag intact despite having received minor injuries. It was terrible how such effort had been wasted. Second, had he remembered the food, he would not have needed to eat what Reveria had prepared. Whatever that deadly dish was, is something wrong. Reveria was coming down the stairs. Her typical magician's outfit was nowhere to be found, and instead she was wearing casual clothes. Belle glanced over his shoulder at Reveria, taking in how good she looked in any kind of clothing, and then replied, No, nothing important. It was 5:30 in the morning. Belle had woken up early so he could make it to his morning training session with Ryu on time. Because of this, Reveria, hearing movement, went outside to see what was happening. I'm going to train. A friend offered to let me join her morning workout yesterday. Afterwards, I'm going to the dungeon with the guys, so I'll be a little late. After throwing the brown bag into the trash can with all of yesterday's food spoiled, Belle turned around and faced Reveria. They were in the hallway in front of the kitchen, and Reveria's eyes took in everything Belle was carrying. He carried his armor, his inseparable Hestia dagger, several potions, and 2 support blades on his right leg. She quickly noticed what was missing and like any good wife, she asked, "Maisi, would you like me to prepare breakfast for training and lunch for the dungeon?" No, that's fine. I'll eat something with Ryusen at the Lady of Abundance and take a bento box from there to the dungeon. Are you sure? I can prepare it in a matter of minutes. Sure, I don't want to bother her, not right now at least. I understand. Bell turned around and walked across the room to the front door. He didn't want Reveria to insist on breakfast and lunch anymore, and he didn't want to refuse her again. He grabbed the doorknob and right at that moment, "Hey, bellcranel." Reveria's voice sounded right behind him. Bell's shoulders bounced slightly, and at the same time sweat began to trickle down his back. "Why yes, Reveria-sama." He turned around, and to his surprise, Reveria showed slight signs of embarrassment and a small trace of blush on her cheeks. About what happened yesterday in the bathroom. Bell's mind was assaulted by the image of Reveria's naked, wet figure. Soon his face flushed a fiery red. I see you remember. It's impossible for me to forget it from one day to the next. Bell exclaimed. It had already struck him as odd that he felt he'd forgotten something, or rather they'd both forgotten to discuss the matter. "I know, I understand perfectly, and I also know that it was an accident." "Why yes, thank you for understanding." Bell wanted to take a step back. He felt a chill run through his entire body just remembering how he had been turned into a cube of ice, as well as his close experience with death. "Please, I would be very grateful if you would forget about it, and also if you wouldn't tell anyone about it. I won't say anything about what I saw of you either. Please don't remind me again. Besides, I'm sure my life will be in even more danger if I say that. Only a madman would say that, I see." Reveria showed her embarrassment. She was reluctant to mention yesterday's incident, but she wanted to make sure nothing came to light, both for her own sake and, as Bell had said, for his. It was certain that all the elves in the city would hunt him down regardless of Reveria's presence if the information came to light. "Thank you for forgetting," she said. I don't really think I'll forget it for the rest of the year. I even dreamt about it yesterday, I think." "You don't have to be so honest, bellcranel." Reveria's face went blank, unsure whether to admire the boy's honesty or punch him for mentioning it again. Besides, what had she dreamed about? She just hoped it wasn't anything bad. Letting out a sigh and managing to eliminate the embarrassment within her, she said goodbye to Bell. "You should start heading out now. I don't want to hold you up and cause you to be late for your training." "Yes, I'm leaving now. I'll be back this afternoon." "Have a good trip." Thus, similar to the farewell of newlyweds, they both said goodbye with a slight smile. Reveria displayed her maturity with a gentle smile, while Bell showed his innocence with an awkward, kind smile. The boy walked through the streets, being careful not to be seen by any elves, and Reveria went to the small library in the house where she kept her magic books. She would devise a rigorous study plan for when Bell returned. Of course, she also had to have dinner ready. XXX. My body was thrown against the hard bark of a tree. My back cracked loudly, perhaps from one of my discs slipping. I could only succumb to gravity and fell to the ground. "Cranelson, are you all right?" "Why yes, perfectly fine." It was 6:30 in the morning, and since my arrival at training with Ryusen, I had been defeated more than 50 times. I was surprised by the fact that this tree withstood so many blows from my body hitting it. "I see. Do you want to go for one last round?" "Sure, one last thing." "Nope, it seems my legs aren't responding anymore." I wanted to get up, but feeling the incredible tiredness that overwhelmed my body, I leaned my back against the tree and let out a tired sigh. Clearly, he had been beaten up by Ryusen. She was only one level above me, however. Her strength was not focused solely on her level. Intelligence, strategy, experience, technique, attacking and defensive positioning, all that and more things I didn't yet understand were part of his strength. "Ryusen, you're amazing," I murmured. "Really?" "I think you're amazing, Cranelson." Huh. I looked confused, so I lifted my head and looked directly at her. Ryusen was smiling slightly. She walked over to me and sat down next to me on the floor. The shadow of the tree covered our bodies from the small rays of the sun that was beginning to rise. "You see, I'm very impressed that you always get up even after you fall." But just now I couldn't get up. After how many 50 defeats? Cranelson, no one would have gotten up after the 10th defeat, whether from wounded pride or mere physical exhaustion. "That's why I think you're incredible. You have a great will." "Yes, an unbreakable will, I'd say." I didn't know how I looked, which was possibly terrible since I had been beaten up by the girl who was just now praising me so naturally. But seeing Ryusen say amazing things about me while his usual stoic face gradually softened somehow made me smile foolishly. Haha. What? I wanted to sigh, but instead I laughed. I chuckled softly while Ryusen watched me with intrigue. "Ryusen." "Yes, Cranelson, thank you so much. I liked it a lot." "No, I liked the way Ryusen supported and encouraged me. She had been supporting me for a long time, the most recent event being the war game against the Apollo family. She was always there when I needed her most, supporting and encouraging me. "Ryusen, I'm ready for one last round." I went back to see her. My body was full of energy and strength, so much so that I could duel with 1,000 minotaurs and come out on top. Ryusen watched intently, seeing me get up and walk towards the center of our battle arena. She smiled and stood up, wielding her training sword. I understand, I won't be nice, I'm in your care. In the battle we had behind the Lady of Abundance, I grazed Ryusen's cheek with my training sword. Then I received a roundhouse kick to the face that sent me into the dream world. XXX. By the time I woke up, it was already 7:15 a.m. Apparently, thanks to Ryusen treating my wounds with his magic and giving me recovery potions, I was unconscious for 15 minutes. I was running late to get to the square where I was to meet my family. I quickly got up from the grass and ran inside the Lady of Abundance, passing through the kitchen and greeting all the girls with a smile. When I got to the door, I said goodbye to Mamma Mia and went out into the street, bumping into Ryusen. Apparently he was sweeping the entrance to the place. His face showed slight concern for me and he asked, "Does it hurt?" Haha, no, thanks to you curing me, Ryusen. I see, I'm sorry, I'm not very good at holding back. I could tell, or rather my body experienced it firsthand. Ryusen tended to go beyond what was normal. Despite that, I smiled as I scratched my hair a little. Don't worry, it's training after all. Ryusen nodded a little embarrassed, then looked at me for a couple of seconds and shifted her attention to the streets that would lead me to my destination. She was aware that I would be meeting with the boys. Do you want me to come with you? I heard about the incident with the elves yesterday. I wouldn't want them to attack you again, so I can accompany you. I was speechless for a few seconds while I thought. Indeed, the elves' hunt for me became news throughout the city and the word spread in a matter of seconds. That's why I wasn't surprised that Ryusen knew. What did surprise me, though, were his eyes, which were slightly tinged with fear. I was sensitive to looks, so in a very strange way that I didn't understand, I could detect feelings in them. Don't worry, I'll be fine, you're sure, of course. After all, I'm very fast at escaping. I pretended to run, smiling foolishly and assuring her that everything would be all right. Gradually, the fear that had been in Ryusen's beautiful sky-blue eyes faded away. You're right, you're very fast, Kranelson, she said with a smile. Yep. After that, and after he gave me a bento made by Siasen, we both said goodbye with a smile. I'll see you tomorrow at the same time. I won't be late. I'm leaving now, Ryusen. Have a good trip, Kranelson. I turned my back on him and started running down Adventurers Street, aiming for the square in front of the guild. XXX. It was currently 3:00 p.m. in the afternoon, and Reveria was in the kitchen. She had already prepared the curriculum on magic that Belle would have to follow this first month, so now she was preparing something for lunch. It was a relief that I bought too much at the market yesterday when I had to make soup for Belle after freezing him. A mental note she made was that she urgently needed to stock up on everything necessary for the kitchen. By the time he finished, he had poured himself a bowl of soup and taken a seat in the dining room. Riviera thought, "This tastes awful." She realized very soon that Belle had lied about how delicious her food was yesterday. Now he understood why Belle had refused the breakfast and lunch he offered to prepare for her this morning. It won't work, I'll have to buy something from abroad. Letting out a sigh and fighting back the urge to vomit, Riveria stood up and threw the soup in the kitchen sink. He watched with a cold stare as that strangely colored liquid sank down the pipe. Well, I guess I'll go with Mamma Mia. This bad taste in my mouth won't go away any other. She left the kitchen slowly, passing through the living room and arriving at the front door. Then, thud, 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 several knocks or something similar to knocks echoed on the other side of the door. Riveria looked curious and a little wary as she slowly opened the door. When she opened it completely, she saw no one on the other side. However, what does this mean? As the door opened inwards, it wasn't difficult for him to notice the large number of arrows stuck in the wooden surface. Each of the arrows had a letter attached to it. Riveria took one of them and opened it. We won't give up bellcranel that easily. The law of the bellcranel fan club dictates, if it's not one of us, it's nobody's. You have been warned, Miss Riveria Eljas Alf. Riveria's face was adorned with an incredulous expression and his eyes gradually turned white. Apparently, bellcranel had a fan club that she and possibly Bell himself was unaware of. I never thought I'd receive these kinds of threats, she thought. He folded the letter and put it in the envelope, then removed all the arrows and other letters and went back inside the house. For some reason, he had lost his hunger. Will the others also be warnings? Driven by curiosity, Riveria read each of the letters, encountering different threats written by different people. A war had been declared against her, one she had no interest in winning. Yet she was already involved without knowing it. How troublesome girls in love are. XXX. Around 6:00 p.m., when the sun was beginning to set behind the mountains on the horizon beyond the walls, Isfi had not left her room all day. Her body was covered by light blue pajamas and her slightly messy hair gave her a strangely charming appearance. Again, she had dreamed about him. How silly of me. She knew he didn't love her, but even knowing that, she couldn't help but get excited every time she looked at him. Little by little, she felt that the confusing feelings accumulated inside her were driving her crazy. She knew, perhaps she didn't understand why she kept dreaming of a perfect life with bellcranel, but she knew she had to give these feelings a chance. No matter how much she resisted, it was as if the Isfi of her dreams was demanding that she not lose Bell for anything in the world, that she would fight for her feelings and the love of that boy, that he would monopolize it and make him happy. Isfi smiled. Her lips curved into a smile that exuded sadness and confusion. What do I do? He even asked himself at one point. With each passing day, she longed more to express her feelings for Bell. I was destined to be like the moon, watching the sun from afar and longing for an eclipse that may never happen. Isfi felt her heart clench. Yesterday she had saved Bell after learning about the elf hunt, and after saving them she almost kissed him in that room. Her heart leapt. That's enough, please stop giving me false hope. Her sapphire blue eyes formed small tears. The day is about to end and I can't stop thinking, wishing these dreams would disappear. Without realizing it, I smile ironically. They never do. It turns out people lie. They say just let time pass, as if it really were that easy for me to forget you. Isfi felt cornered. I just need time. But time passed. Where are you? You're still in my heart. Seconds turned into minutes. I don't need you here. Get out of my heart. The minutes turned into hours, because it could break me. The hours turned into days from dawn till dusk. Then the days piled up. That day when Isfi told him about her peculiar dream, she had become lost in bellcranel's gaze. He loved the color of her eyes. They weren't blue nor green. They were ruby red, a ruby that keeps you awake, a ruby that causes sleeplessness. Isfi thought she wasn't afraid of anything, but she still didn't understand why she trembled every time she looked at Bell. She didn't want to fall in love, but apparently when it came to Bell, she didn't need to be pushed. She would launch herself. I'm a fool. His feelings contradicted all reasoning. She was seriously wondering. What is it about your gaze that keeps me from thinking straight? What is it about your beautiful voice that makes me fall in love every time I hear it? The only conclusion Isfi had reached was that meeting or bumping into bellcranel would only serve to intensify the growing feelings within her. The two of them were two pieces that fit together perfectly. That's what Isfi's dreams told her. However, she feared that they were not from the same puzzle. Love is so complicated, she murmured. Burying her flushed face into the pillow, Isfi let a couple of tears fall. XXX. Several arrows pierced the air and passed very close to my body under the pale blue light of the moon. Are you serious? I shouted in complaint at my pursuers and kept running. It was around 8:00 p.m. and after saying goodbye to Welf and the girls, I started my journey home. However, he had been ambushed halfway there by a group of 10 elves. I could tell from their speed that they were all level 3. Don't run away, coward. I don't think you can tell me that when it's 10 against 1. I kept running. Of course, there was a possibility that I could easily defeat them with the help of my magic. However, I wanted to avoid a conflict at all costs. Arrows continued to rain down on my sides. Repeatedly, I had to roll on the ground, jump over houses, and cross alleyways. When one of the elves occasionally chose a shortcut and appeared in front of me, I kicked him away. Jigu, I'm sorry. I kept running even as the elf I kicked rolled across the paving stones. His companions jumped over him and continued chasing me, leaving him behind. Bellcranel, stop running and face us. No thanks, I wasn't the type of person who fell for provocations so easily. The last time that happened, I ended up involving my family in a war game. Getting them involved in my problems again was the last thing I wanted, so I kept running. I ran, I dodged, I ran, and I dodged again. The chase lasted for 5 minutes until I managed to see the house where I lived with Reveria-sama just 50 meters away. I won. I exerted more force in my legs and accelerated as much as I could. It was very obvious that he wasn't being as fast as usual, because from the beginning of the day, he had been training and fighting non-stop. Therefore, being a little faster than my elven executioners, I jumped through the gate of the house and tumbled down inside the property. The grass lessened the impact, and when I stood up and looked outside, there was nobody there anymore. I let out a sigh. Apparently the only places where he was safe were this house, Mamma Mia's bar, and the guild. Of course, the dungeon was another safe place since nobody wanted a confrontation in the dungeon, unless they were complete suicides. Another part was also my friends, especially Welf, who carried magic swords in case the elves attacked us. I don't know who they hate more, me for living with Reveria-sama, or Welf for creating the magic swords that destroyed several elven forests. Be that as it may, it seemed Welf and I already had something else in common, the hatred of an entire race. Great, what a pair of friends we were. Well, it's time to go in. I'd kill for a bathroom. I walked towards the front door, making a mental note to knock before entering the bathroom and to make sure no one was inside. I didn't want to be an ice cube again for anything in the world. With those being my most sincere thoughts, I grasped the doorknob and entered the house. I quickly closed the door. Am at home, welcome, that voice. He was sure that she did not belong to Reveria-sama. Not even when she was sick would she speak like that. It was a man's voice and one I didn't know personally. A little nervous, I turned around. An awkward silence fell. I stood looking up at a huge Bose with a stoic face. His piercing gaze fixed on me, looking down at me because of the difference in height. It's Warlord. What on earth was the captain of the Freya family doing in my house? I stared at him, unable to form a single word. I had just frozen without Reveria-sama even needing to use her magic. On the other hand, what had shocked me the most was hearing Akiranasai said by Warlord's voice. It didn't sound nice in the slightest. Without knowing how long I had been silent, I looked to the right side of Warlord and there was Reveria-sama. His face was adorned with a complicated and uncomfortable expression. "It seems Warlord will be your new master," she said. I didn't respond to that, and instead I looked to Reveria-sama's right. There was Aizu-san, as expressionless and calm as ever. "And Aizu, well, for some reason she didn't tell me, she also wants to train you." Reveria-sama explained once again, "What the hell is going on?" The scenario where I would arrive home, be greeted by Reveria-sama, take a relaxing bath and end up in my room to rest vanished out of nowhere. Chapter 7, Dreams and Infidelities. I love watching her when she's not looking. "What are you thinking about?" I ask him. "Nothing, that's what we say when we think about everything. That's why I love watching her when she's not looking, because for a moment while she's thinking about everything, I'm only thinking about her." X. Legs. It has been 7 months since bellcranel began training with 3 different people, and learning from a 4th. From 6:00 a.m. to 7:00 a.m. with Ryu Lion, a young elf whose friendship was as strong as steel. After the daily exploration in the dungeon, he trained under the tutelage of Otter, the king, from 5:00 p.m. to 7:00 p.m. After that training session ended, Aizu Wallenstein's session began, which lasted 3 hours from 7:00 p.m. to 10:00 p.m. Finally, the magic class arrived, which lasted from 10:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Her schedule was so tight that she could barely eat properly, and her relationship with Reveria, far from improving, was growing more distant. It had definitely been the toughest 7 months for bellcranel, who was just now doing one of his training sessions. A pained groan was heard. Bell looked coldly at the badly wounded bows. His imposing body, standing 2 meters tall, showed severe burns. He was covered in wounds, and these wounds were leaking an abnormal amount of blood. "Stop this, Otter, at this rate you will die." Bell tried to reason with him, but for some reason Otter refused to give in. He seemed determined to defend his pride as a teacher, however brief his tenure might be. "I see." Bell understood his master's determination, and showing his respect, he reversed his grip on his dagger. "I respect that decision, master. Just as you wish, I will cut your will into 1,000 pieces." It moved at full speed. It was impossible for Otter to follow the movements of the one who was once a simple human with desires to be strong. He was unable to avoid it, and was cut by the edge of bellcranel's weapon, the current strongest adventurer in Arario and in the history of humanity. Captain of the Hestia Familia and the first adventurer to reach level 11. XXX. I woke up at that moment, Yua. My vision was blurry and my head was constantly spinning. Was it a dream? I wondered. My blurry vision gradually cleared and the sight of the clouds entered my field of vision. The sky was painted a beautiful reddish-orange color, indicating that sunset was approaching. "Did you wake up?" After a few seconds, Aizu-san's voice reached my ears. "Aizu-san." My senses gradually returned to normal and I could feel an incredible softness at the back of my head. "He's giving me another lap pillow." I wanted to scream and run like a madman, but my body said, "Don't bother me, I want to rest," so I just blushed. Waking up on Aizu-san's lap had become a routine since I started training with her 2 weeks ago. "What happened?" I asked in a low voice. Aizu-san looked at me as she usually does, and after tilting her head slightly, she answered in a low voice. "You were knocked out, I see." This always happened. I looked around, and after not finding Ottarson in the courtyard of the house, I concluded that he had already left. Taking that into account, it was around 7:10 p.m., so my next training session was with. "Do you want to start?" Aizu-san's soft and lovely voice reached me. I felt my body tremble after a shiver hit me, as if it refused to get up from Aizu-san's comfortable lap. I looked at her with trembling eyes. "Can I rest a little longer?" "Good." Aizu-san nodded, beginning to gently stroke my hair. It might have been my imagination, but it felt like she was smiling. Her stoic expression wouldn't let me say for sure, "Thank you." Trying not to blush too much, I let out a sigh of relief. If I had to choose between two, training with Ottarson or Aizu-san, I would clearly choose Ottarson. I wasn't saying he was weaker. It was just that his attacks were so ruthless that my brain took a long time to properly process the pain, and therefore my mind fell unconscious before I suffered from his blows. However, when I trained with Aizu-san, everything was the opposite. He held back too much and therefore prolonged my suffering. I repeatedly questioned whether he was doing it on purpose, as it was similar to a hunter who withholds the killing blow from his prey for sport. To rub salt in the wound, that phrase was perfect to describe my current situation. I opened my eyes and looked at Aizu-san, who seemed to want to say something. Her beautiful golden eyes, like rays of sunlight, hesitated slightly. "You're trying too hard," she murmured softly. I felt my throat go dry. They were just a few words, but I could feel the profound meaning behind them. Aizusen looked at me in such a way that I couldn't help but ask something I'd wanted to know for the past 2 weeks. Aizusen, why are you helping me? Our eyes intertwined and formed a bridge that only we could cross. It was similar to settling into a space just for us where no one else could enter and interfere. In this space filled with an indescribable calm that soothed my heart, the whisper of Aizusen's voice was so soft as it formed a response. His breath touched my nose just like the cool breeze does in the mornings. Don't know, huh? The atmosphere in which I was trapped fell to pieces after hearing his words, whose meaning was nowhere to be found. She truly didn't know why she was helping me. I don't know, I just thought about coming, that's all, and that's it, and that's it. During those 2 hellish weeks, I realized something fundamental. Aizu Wallenstein was a bit of an idiot. I didn't want to call her airheaded, but her actions didn't leave me with many options. That was in a way her charm, haha I see. I smiled at the lovely Aizusen. I lifted my head from her lap and stood up, beginning to stretch my body. I feel much better, let's begin training, don't you want to rest more? As I bent one of my arms to the opposite side with the help of the other, I looked towards Aizusen, who was still sitting on the grass in the garden. Her delicate hands caressed her lap, as if she longed for the warmth she once felt in that place. Yes, I replied, despite wanting to stay on his lap. I've rested enough. I understand. She stood up and took the sheath of her rapier, and I took the Hestia dagger. Seeing the distance between us, I thought about many things. So many, in fact, that it was amazing I didn't get a migraine. I thought about the path I was now traveling, one with so many obstacles that it became absurd. I thought about my life and the lives of the people close to me. I thought about what I would have to face sooner or later, that nightmarish monster that lurks somewhere in the world. I also thought about Reveria-sama. The midnight lessons with her were comfortable and relaxing, but I felt like a wall was being built between us. I thought. Ready? My lips formed a smile, completely. Aizusen lunged at me and slashed forward with the sheath of his rapier. His attack banished all my thoughts and forced me to stop him. We exchanged blows constantly, and without even being able to touch his cheek, I was knocked down after the passage of time. His blows, delivered at a speed I could follow, acted like a poison that slowly deteriorated my body. We crossed weapons, we communicated through our blows without a single word coming from our lips. I can do it. I wasn't referring to the fact of beating Aizusen today. If it's with her, I can do it. I was referring to keeping my word and breaking the chains of my destiny. XXX. How was the training? Pretty well, although I'm sore, I see. And you, Reveria-sama? What? I mean, how was your day? Normal, I suppose. It was 10:20 p.m. and I had just taken a hot bath after receiving a beating from my 3 teachers today. Reveria-sama and I were having dinner in the dining room before heading to the library to begin magic classes. Now, regarding the awkward atmosphere, even I didn't understand the reason. It was just from one day to the next that Reveria-sama displayed an indifferent side. The dinner is delicious. Did you cook it, Reveria-sama? You know the answer. Her eyes didn't turn to look at me. The beautiful jade green color only focused on the food on the table. I, an idiot incapable of understanding the reason for their actions, did not exist for those precious jade orbs. Well, it was obvious this food was ordered from Mamma Mia's bar, so my attempt to praise it was very stupid. I didn't even understand why she hadn't mentioned my name since then. She just gave cold, curt replies to my attempts to lighten the mood. Dinner was about to come to an end. What do? I thought perhaps she was upset about something I wasn't able to understand. It didn't matter that the marriage was a facade. Having a bad relationship with her was not in my best interest at all. Reveria-sama. Yeah, for the first time that day, his eyes looked at me. I felt a great pressure on my body, as well as a hidden anger behind the jade green surface. She probably thought she was hiding it effectively, but she hadn't counted on my sensitivity to stares. You. I took a breath and gathered my courage. Under his indifferent gaze, I finished my question. Is she upset? There was a creaking sound. I didn't know if it was because he clenched his teeth, stepped hard on the wooden floor, or if it was simply my fearful and paranoid imagination. What makes you think that? She asked. I don't know, maybe her eyes. A long silence fell and I swallowed. My throat was dry and the thought of taking a drink of water didn't even cross my mind. My hands didn't dare to pick up the glass on the table while Reveria-sama watched me with a strangely lethal gentleness. The surface of their eyes remained unchanged, as did the purse of their lips. Not a single word emerged from them. An image worthy of royalty, yet parallel to the silent fury of a great mystical beast. Bellcranel, yes sir. I got nervous the instant I exclaimed. My lips released a response before my brain even processed what Reveria-sama had said. More than anything, it was because of being appointed after so long. Bellcranel. Yeah, Bellcranel. Oh yes, that's my name. What's wrong? Bellcranel. This was getting weird. Perhaps he was hoping to be called by my name again, but the fact that he was looking directly at me while saying my name over and over was disturbing. My senses told me that nothing good was coming, and heeding my hunch, I kept completely silent. Reveria-sama repeated my name not once but many times. Only my name, nothing else came from her beautiful lips. I started sweating cold. What was this fear growing and gnawing at me from the inside? I didn't think this was some kind of surprise bullying. Even so, I realized that Reveria-sama could be quite frightening. It was confusing. I never thought that such beauty sculpted on her face could reflect so much terror. Do you like how it sounds? Huh, I was snapped out of my trance by the first words spoken, which weren't my name. Foolishly, I blinked. Do you like how it sounds? He asked again. I pondered the true meaning of Reveria-sama's question. Was it really something so profound? Don't know. Women have always been a difficult subject since my childhood, and reading between the lines has never been my strong suit. My head went blank. Reveria-sama's eyes looked away. It was that expression she usually used, accompanied by a sigh and great disappointment. I didn't quite understand, but I think she was disappointed in me. Damn, I thought it had been a while, or I think it was the first time since I'd sworn. The fact that this matter had led me to such an extreme indicated the seriousness of the situation. Reveria-sama, turning her beautiful eyes towards me again, looked at me with boredom. If you ask me, it doesn't sound good at all. I remained silent. I found myself in a similar situation to that of a useless husband who couldn't meet his beautiful wife's expectations. Could I even consider myself a man in such a situation? I didn't know for sure. I simply listened to her attentively. She continued, "At least, considering our strange relationship, it makes me uncomfortable that we continue to call each other so respectfully after living together for 2 weeks." So you mean that? Honestly, I didn't know what I was getting at, but I hoped that she, as a good wife and partner, would finish my sentence. Exact. Reveria-sama gave a slight smile and I was frozen in place by her cute arched eyebrow. It captivated me. My foolish past self who thought he could deceive the elf sitting in front of me died in what he was born in the past. I started sweating profusely, and after a few seconds I heard a second disappointed sigh. Stop using sama when you address me. Reveria is fine, it's shorter and doesn't make me feel uncomfortable. But that would be wrong, Reveria-asa. Belle, please. I was interrupted instantly, and she gave me a tired look. Please don't call me that. At least you, my husband, should consider me your equal. It wasn't tiredness resulting from physical exertion. Although I wasn't good at reading between the lines, thanks to my sensitivity to glances, I was very good at understanding the feelings behind them. His eyes showed mental fatigue, and I didn't need to think twice before answering him. Okay, Reveria, I smiled and nodded. Reveria's expression of surprise, which then turned into one of relief and finally into a calm and beautiful one, left me momentarily mesmerized by her beauty. Her lips curved into a smile and moved in a mesmerizing way. Thank you, Belle. The beauty in her full pink lips was like the beauty of a sunrise, momentary, unexpected, and fleeting. While my outer self admired that beauty, I thought something. Perhaps he had come to understand Reveria. Maybe a little, but it was enough. XXX. After finishing dinner in a calm atmosphere, Reveria and I went to the house library to begin the theory class. More specifically about the correct handling of magic. Understanding it and channeling it correctly has been an essential part of my classes for the past 2 weeks. While I was reading one of the many books about magic, Reveria called me. Belle, yes, Reveria, you're in love with someone, right? Fugi. I was caught off guard and coughed loudly after the unexpected question. Foolishly, I stared at Reveria with wild eyes and a burning anger on my face. Seeing her smile gracefully after witnessing my pathetic reaction made me shrug my shoulders in embarrassment. Was I right? He asked gently. I tried to ignore the subject, but his eyes fixed on me wouldn't let me back down. I felt a lump in my throat. If there's someone, I want to reach her, and I felt like a child telling his mother about his first love. Even though that wasn't actually the case and Reveria was indeed my wife, this felt more like a confession of infidelity than anything else. I seem to remember Grandpa saying something about infidelity, or maybe it was a reference to his own experience with the subject. I don't know, it's been so many years since then. I see, Reveria's voice pulled me from my memories of the past. May I know who you are? I'll take that as a no then. Ahaha, sorry, don't worry, it's okay if you don't want to say. As your wife, I respect that you have a few secrets, even if it means you're being unfaithful to me. I felt as if my chest was being stabbed by sharp ice spears. My mind, upon processing that, rewound the trauma planted deep within my body after the bathroom incident and Reveria's ice magic. Chills ran through my entire body, and smiling with difficulty, I addressed Reveria with a trembling voice. Please don't say strange things. Fufu, sorry. She simply brought her fingers to her lips and laughed softly. Seeing her like that, despite nearly dying of fear, granted me a momentary peace. Actually, my relationship with Reveria had progressed to such a degree that we could joke around with each other without any problem. I didn't dislike that, and I was curious to see how far things would escalate between her and me. About what you said. Nervously, I returned to the topic that interested me most about what I had just said as a joke. Somewhat hesitant, I asked the question, is this really considered infidelity? Should I give up on my desire? Silence fell. While my eyes trembled pathetically, I managed to hear the faintest hint of a lovely laugh. PTF. Reveria tried to hold her back, but the tears in the corners of her eyes were enough to let me know that wasn't possible. PTFF ha 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 ha, what are you saying, Belle? Are you stupid? PTFF foo ha 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 ah, it's been so long since I heard something so funny. It was the first time I saw Reveria laughing like that. I barely showed any shame, and a momentary astonishment was etched on my face at the radiant beauty of the woman before me. Do all women look this beautiful when they smile? I had an epiphany from which I could not escape. Don't worry, she said, so beautiful she was glowing. I was just joking about being unfaithful to me. Our engagement is only formal after all. I had wanted to understand something for a long time, and for the first time I managed to find a clue that would lead me to the answer I so longed for. So Belle, go for it without worry. Like any good wife, I'll fully support you. I thought about it while I was listening to her. One piece of advice, don't overthink it. If you like that person, you should tell them as soon as possible because... I thought about it as I looked at her, as I gazed into her smile, as I stared into the shimmering surface of her jade-green eyes, as I listened to the sound of her breathing and felt the emotion in her eyes. Sometimes there are no more times I thought about it. What is it? Again and again, put aside all superficiality, this was the profound meaning of something. I didn't know for sure, but I had a feeling that I would find out with Reveria. Observing Reveria's dignified image, I asked with interest. Tell me, Reveria, aren't you in love with someone? I have never had such feelings, although I have thought several times that it would not be unpleasant. I see, I smiled slightly. I hope you'll have them when the time comes. In the end, Reveria turned out to possess extraordinary simplicity. I vaguely understood why she was irritated by formalities when people spoke to her. After all, the extraordinary woman only wished to be ordinary. Good, his long, slender finger indicated on one of the many pages of the book. Normally, a wizard releases his magical power through a spell, but you must learn to release the magical power and cast it at the same time. Huh, you mean instant singing? I thought that was impossible. It is, but your unique incantationless magic will allow you to do it. This way, you'll achieve maximum attack power with minimum magic power. Well, we'll proceed step by step. After all, even the slightest error in calculating the time would result in the spell failing and you would be seriously injured. I understand, I'll be careful. I know, but that's what I'm here for, to guide you. What I eventually understood is that this extraordinary woman wishing to be an ordinary woman was actually an ordinary woman capable of doing extraordinary things. XXX. The next day, the rays of the bright sun filtered through the windows, the birds sang, and the wind whispered as it caressed the leaves of the trees. A perfectly sunny day adorned by a beautiful and vast blue sky decorated with wandering clouds with unfixed destinations. Under this perfect day, two friends met at a bar and chatted while sharing a couple of drinks. Is Mikatasan acting strange? Yes, and it's not just me who's noticed it. Lilicuajo thinks the same. Is that a bad thing? Belle's face twitched at the mere thought of her friend being in trouble. Today they had cancelled the excursion to the dungeon because of the young Oriental woman's indisposition, and after coming to the bar and being informed of his colleague's strange behavior by Welf, it made Belle have a bad feeling. Honestly, I don't know, Welf shrugged, and after letting out a sigh, took a drink from the mug of foamy beer. She runs away during the night and goes to some unknown place with her friend Chigusa, you know, the one with the really weird hairstyle. What? Haha, it's not unusual, don't be cruel to Chigusasan. Belle smiled bitterly at his friend's cold and insensitive comment about that Oriental adventurer and took another sip of his apple juice. Seeing this, Welf fixed his gaze on his friend's drink and asked mockingly, "What, your wife won't let you drink with an old friend? Dude, I didn't think you were the submissive type." PPFFF, cough cough cough, you know I don't drink alcohol, Welf. Haha, I know, I just wanted to tease. Even so, despite having said such a thing, Welf really wanted to share at least a mug of beer with his best friend. He didn't expect anyone to understand. It was enough for him that he knew the meaning of this action. Someday, hoping it wasn't too far off, he would surely share a drink with the innocent and kind boy sitting across from him. Wow, he's really grown in these 2 weeks, Welf thought. He disregarded any growth in his level or abilities. Welf smiled with pride at his friend's mental development, one who never stopped getting into trouble. While flashing a toothy grin and watching a blushing Belle, Welf was pulled from his thoughts by the white-haired boy. Haven't you tried secretly following her? He asked, bringing the conversation back to the subject of Makoto. That way you'd know what she does at night, and it would be better to make sure she's not in trouble. At Belle's suggestion, Welf gave a dry expression and responded with some surprise. What's with those stalker ideas, Belle? What? Wait, I don't mean it like that, I meant. Okay, well, I guess your idea of a stalker isn't so bad, let's go with that one. I'm telling you, you're misunderstanding my words. Yes, we'll go for your idea, stalker, Welf. The meeting between two good friends ended with a plan to follow their friend and Belle's desperate attempts to try to clear up the situation. XXX. Dusk was falling behind the mountains on the other side of the wall. Beneath the twilight sky, tinged with a beautiful reddish-orange, a woman walked slowly. This time I won't back down. Her cheeks were caressed by the soft, cool breeze of the sunset, and the strands of her sky-blue hair danced in sync with the wind, a dance similar to the water falling from a waterfall. I won't do it, not this time, definitely. Isfi Andromeda, a beautiful woman brimming with an intellectual aura, walked towards the new home of her love interest. I'll go see Belle. Having decided to fight for the love she felt for that boy, and the ambition to make the dreams that assailed her every night come true, Isfi had tried daily to go towards bellcranel. However, on all those occasions and without exception, Isfi's heart would go crazy just by seeing the boy's face from a distance. She wasn't used to it. Blushing until she turned bright red, feeling her body heat up with nerves and being unable to think clearly, it was all new to her, a woman inexperienced in matters of love. But even so, she was determined. It is Isfi Andromeda, nicknamed and acclaimed as the famous Perseus, the best creator of magical items in all of Arario. Talking to a boy 8 years younger than her was like taking a walk in the park. Besides, her cheeks flushed a lovely pink, and her eyes moistened with a hint of jealousy. He lives with her. She couldn't afford to take things one step at a time. The greatest driving force behind her unwavering determination was jealousy. Forming a cute pout, Isfi superficially admitted that she was very jealous of Reveria's position as a wife. If anyone should sit on the wife's throne, it'd be me. 9 hell is a problem, so huh. Before she knew it, her blushing, shy face had transformed into a chilling, emotionless one. Isfi's thoughts raced, searching for 1,000 ways to get rid of Reveria and replace her. In a state of shock and with an incredulous expression, she screamed internally. Am I crazy? I can't do that to 9 hell, snap out of it, Isfi. Jealousy could become dangerous, even more so in cases similar to Isfi's, whose experience in love was zero. Motionless on the ground and without knowing when she stopped walking, Isfi took her hair in both hands and squeezed it with slight frustration. I'm not thinking straight. Calm down, Isfi, you're not usually like this. I need to clear my head, otherwise I might say something stupid in front of Belle. What? She didn't know it, but the cruel reality was that she was standing right in front of bellcranel's house gate, and behind her light footsteps could be heard. Lost in her illogical thoughts, Isfi ignored the presence behind her and continued to wring her head. Isfison. The soft murmur of a voice was also ignored. The voice, belonging to a boy, called her again a couple of times but was ignored once more. Isfison, are you all right? Worried, bellcranel reached out and took Isfi's delicate shoulder. It was at that moment that... You idiot, you can't do that. I idiot. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Belle. Isfi's thoughts and Belle's actions were perfectly coordinated to create a perfect misunderstanding. XXX. With some hesitation, Isfi agreed to go inside with Belle. They both walked slowly toward the dining room, each holding a cup of coffee Belle had prepared. Taking a light sip of coffee, Belle asked, Were you coming to see me, Isfison? He looked directly at the somewhat shy woman. She glanced left and right but never met Belle's gaze. The embarrassment was evident in the small nod in response. Her cheeks flickered from red to pink and they twitched at the slightest movement. Her chest was pounding and she felt her breathing becoming irregular. I'm nervous. It was easy to understand the reason for his nervousness. For the first time, she met Belle's gaze. The innocent-looking, kind boy smiled slightly, causing a flutter in Isfi's heart. Because I couldn't understand it. She was supposed to be mentally prepared to face the boy who kept invading her dreams every single night without fail. However, her body reacted unexpectedly when she saw him in person. Imagination and reality were cruelly different. So how can I help you, Isfison? Belle, a little uncomfortable with the silence, wanted to resume the conversation. It must be important since it's not the first time I've seen you near the house. The soft tone of her voice, melodic to Isfi's ears, became shocking in the last part. Isfi stared in disbelief as her eyes trembled. She murmured in a broken voice, why you're saying that every time I came and left you saw me. Her body began to tremble slightly. This was no longer nervousness, it had turned into embarrassment. Of course, I thought you were forgetting something and coming back each time, but after so many times I decided to talk to you, Belle said with a smile. Was that wrong? Lost. Now everything was over, at least that's how Isfi saw it. She couldn't understand how the self of her dreams could so easily face the embodiment of all that is good in this world in front of her. Even more surprising were the explicit dreams where she behaved in an unbelievable and indecent manner. Absurd, Isfi thought. Her gaze fell to the brown surface of the liquid in the cup. Now what? I didn't think I'd get this far. Like a lovesick maiden, Isfi fell into the chaotic abyss of her thoughts. They tried to find a coherent excuse, but to no avail. The strange thing about all this was the fact that the usually methodical Isfi Andromeda didn't have a plan beyond just visiting him. How complicated love is, he thought with frustration. Isfison, Belle looked at her confused. Are you all right? Your face is red. Are you sick? I'm not, she exclaimed nervously. Oh, sorry. Once again, the scenario repeated itself. Isfi looked down at her legs and noticed that they were trembling slightly. However, despite all that, she couldn't back down now. Belle was in front of her. She just had to tell him how she felt. They were just a few words, but I'm afraid. The simplicity of those words had the power to end it all. The most mortifying thing about a confession was the person's inability to predict the outcome. If this was the one they had been waiting for, one where their feelings were reciprocated, everything would end in a happy ending. On the other hand, when the result ended in the dreaded one, the nightmare was just beginning. You felt the need to be able to turn back time, to not recite words straight from the heart, to bury the blossoming feelings 3 meters underground and never let them out. Sadness, regret, suffering, and sorrow. The result caused by a few simple words could be either fantastic or catastrophic. For Isfi, this was the unpredictability of love. But of the many books she had read, a quote from one reached her. Love isn't necessarily about having someone by your side. That single thought made his soul tremble, along with his entire being. That battle between what you want but shouldn't, between what you feel and have to hide, and between what you love and ends up killing you. But in the end, you just had to stop overthinking, otherwise you'd break. Because he who lives on illusions dies of reality. That's why Isfi understood that it was now or never. It was obvious, even predictable. Isfi knew that the value of a moment was appreciated until it became a memory. And something she wouldn't allow was for her feelings to become painful memories. He breathed and took a breath, and along with that, courage and bravery. There's no going back now. Is the training going well? I recently formulated a potion capable of increasing adrenaline in the body to 200% of its original capacity. I think it will help boost your performance. Also, there's a prototype in testing that could. What came out of his mouth was nothing more and nothing less than a long and extensive speech with ways to help him grow. As the words came out, words whose planning had not been agreed upon, Isfi cried tears of blood. You idiot. Ah, you damn cowardly piece of shit. I hate you, I hate you. A pleasant reminder that between expectation and reality there is a stone wall. Isfi, feeling the dishonor of her pathetic existence, slowly seared it into her soul. I see. Belle smiled with difficulty. Even he did not expect such an abysmal amount of information that for the most part he did not understand. He only managed to understand that all those inventions were for his own benefit. Smiling gently and looking at the woman in front of him with kind and grateful eyes, he asked softly, Isfison is truly amazing. Did you really develop all that just to help me? Of course, in fact, I have the plans and formulas right here. Haha, Belle chuckled softly unexpectedly. You're very kind, Isfison. At that moment, Isfi reacted. Her cheeks flushed, glowing a lovely pink. The moisture on the surface of her eyes sparkled alongside the reflection of her sapphire blue eyes. Right now in front of her, Belle displayed a radiant smile filled with gratitude, and his eyes were slightly teary. Isfi understood one thing, Belle was having a hard time. It was no surprise after all these last few weeks had been training, and more training. Why? Her voice trembled slightly. Why are you helping me, Isfison? At that moment, wait this. Isfi saw her opportunity. Under the expectant gaze of the boy tormented by fate, she gave free rein to her lips and gave life to her feelings. Do you remember the dream I told you about in that room? When did the elves attack me? Yes, I remember. Well, Isfi's lips curved into a longing smile. I want it to stop being just a dream. If I help you grow, then you'll be able to fulfill your promise in a year then. Spurred on by the power of his words, Isfi stood up. Determination burned beneath the sapphire blue of her eyes. You won't have to conceive a child with someone other than me. Using the strength of a LV. 4. Isfi moved aside the tea table that separated her from the boy she longed for. Belle showed panic and confusion, but that didn't stop Isfi's advance. If my efforts to help you break that stupid prophecy, then Like a tempestuous storm, it swept through everything in its path and grabbed both cheeks of the nervous and confused Belle. Oh, Isfison, what are you doing? Stop talking so much. The chair Belle was resting on fell backward and Isfi, pushing forward, fell astride him. The moment she had been waiting for arrived, and without hesitation she pushed her emotions to the limit. What's going on? Belle's eyes turned white. Her body felt hot from the embarrassment of what was happening, and as she slightly focused her gaze, she noticed the inexplicable situation. Their lips were pressed together. The dance of an awkward and inexperienced but emotionally charged and feeling-filled kiss was formed. The seconds ticked by, and after they passed, Isfi broke off the kiss she had started. What he saw from his position, one where his legs trapped Belle's hips, was the completely red face of his longing. Trails of smoke rose from his ears and his beautiful rubbered eyes swirled. Once again, he asked himself the same question. With an impetuous smile that reflected her will and made her look charmingly adorable, Isfi murmured, "This is an act of justice. I stole a kiss from you because you've been stealing my sleep for weeks." Bright red. Based on the rumors she'd heard, Isfi firmly believed that Bell looked like a tomato. A cute tomato. Seeing him confused and blushing was enough to make her happy, and she decided that for today this was enough. She smiled with love and sweetness, then said goodbye. "I could tell you so many things, but if you look at the way I look at you, you should already know everything." Proud of how far she'd come, she stood up and walked toward the exit. She opened the door and stepped outside, leaving a stunned Bell lying on the floor. Damn. The young man cursed as he looked up at the ceiling, unaware that someone else was listening to the conversation. XXX. On the other side of the door, Isfi faced the third person. "I've made up my mind and I won't back down, Miss Reveria." There was Reveria, who had finished her responsibilities as vice-captain of the Loki family and was on her way back home. With an imperturbable face and serene eyes, she sighed. "I had enough with the Psycho fan club," she muttered exasperatedly, tired of receiving death threats every day. Looking directly at the woman who was expressing her feelings with great fervor and will, he replied, "Do whatever you want. Thank you for not interrupting." Isfi walked and passed by his side, going further beyond the gate. The garden was left alone with Reveria, who waited there for a couple of minutes standing without doing or saying anything. How annoying, he thought. He closed both eyes and sighed again, then went inside the house where he found Bell passed out on the floor. XXX. 3 days later, the morning shone with the bright sunlight. In the alcove of his room, Reveria contemplated the sunrise while drinking his morning coffee and reading the city newspaper. As his eyes sailed through the sea of words printed on the paper, they stopped at a large-scale advertisement. The hero's father flees the pleasure district after being unable to pay for a prostitute's services. In particular, it was a hectic morning. Chapter 8, Is It Wrong? It's not what I feel for you, it's what I don't feel for anyone else. The scenario changed. The image of a beautiful young woman with sky-blue hair, the imposing monster in front of her, a magical artifact capable of eradicating an entire city, corpses, desolate and barren land, but above all, victory. The scenario changed. Fate revealed a second route, a second option. XXX. Uranus opened his eyes. What does this mean? His eyes, blue as the sky, showed the wisdom of a divine being as well as the doubt of an ignorant mortal. Confusion and incomprehension overwhelmed him at the images seen in his prophecy. Did the prophecy change momentarily? Searching through his memories, he couldn't recall anything similar in the past. It was unexpected. And the reason for all this, something he was unaware of, was due to the intense feelings of a single woman. One whose love fought against fate. XXX. After arriving at her room, Isfi murmured, "I kissed him." It erupted in a deep red, covering its entire body. Smoke rose above its head, and the beautiful sapphire blue of its eyes became a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. She threw herself onto her bed, burying her face in the pillow while letting out cute squeals and kicking her legs like an excited little girl. What happened to me? She couldn't understand it. She was aware, but it was as if her body moved of its own accord to claim the virgin lips of that boy. Thinking about that, she murmured in an adorable, shy voice, "It was my first kiss." She touched her lips with her fingertips, feeling the warmth emanating from them. The heat and moisture made her think that the sensation of Belle's lips was still there. A beautiful failing. It had been an awkward kiss, but it had been so full of love that the awkwardness faded into the background. That adorable clumsiness was what made the kiss a memorable memory that Isfi would not forget even after death. What will he think? Putting a stop to her unbridled feelings, Isfi lifted her face from the pillow and displayed a thoughtful expression. She imagined Belle, and the mere image of the boy who was ruling her heart made her blush intensely. Does he think I'm a crazy pervert? If Isfi compared her real self to her dream self, a kiss was child's play. After all, in one of the many dreams that invaded her every night that Isfi was. Don't think about it, it's still too soon. Red-faced, Isfi managed to calm the heat that was invading her rational brain. The memories of Isfi being intimate with Belle in her dreams made her burst with shame. Am I a pervert for having those kinds of dreams? With no one to answer her and no way of knowing, Isfi happily fell asleep. The smile on her lips gave her a beauty like a sleeping princess dreaming of her Prince Charming. That day, Isfi dreamed about Belle. XXX. 3 days later, those were lively and happy days. Days when Isfi would wake up early in the morning and go down to her laboratory to create new inventions that would help Belle. It was a routine thing she did, however. The smile from corner to corner enhancing her beauty differed quite a bit from the routine of the past. She wanted to be able to file a respectable patent that would help her sweetheart grow, as well as have an excuse to see him. I can go without any excuse. Her cheeks flushed a lovely pink. The tinted color contrasted with the white of her cheeks, giving her the appearance of a mysterious goddess. She knew perfectly well that she would become a bundle of nerves upon seeing him, let alone be able to have a decent conversation with him. In fact, Isfi considered it a miracle even to be able to say hello when she saw him again. The time was for creating a magical artifact capable of enhancing the senses, but it was equally important to mentally prepare for their next encounter. I'm thirsty. He stood up and went upstairs to the first floor. His lab was in the basement, so it took him a couple of minutes to get to the first-floor kitchen of his family's headquarters. By the time he arrived, he saw a newspaper. It wasn't unusual in itself, but seeing bellcranel's portrait on the front page instantly caught his attention. In a swift motion, he grabbed the newspaper and read the headline highlighted in bold. The hero's father flees the pleasure district after being unable to pay for a prostitute's services. That day, Isfi experienced a new feeling. Likewise, a dream overcame her that same night. XXX. One day after the incident in the pleasure district. You're shameless. When I said I had no problem with you having a partner, I didn't mean you going to a brothel. Reveria gave Belle a cold look. The boy's face showed guilt, but fear was palpable in his eyes. I didn't think you were that kind of man, Belle, he blurted out gruffly. Reveria was lost in a fatal thought. Belle's reputation among the elves is already bad, and with this situation, it would be strange if he weren't declared an enemy of an entire race. The situation was that serious. For better or for worse, bellcranel was publicly and officially the husband of Reveria Eljas Alf, the princess of the elves. The mere fact that her husband, Belle, would go to such a low-class place was an insult akin to spitting in the face of the king of the elves. Reveria's father wasn't one to let such rudeness slide. Reveria knew this would have consequences. The problems are piling up. He showed disgust on his face. Quite apart from the problem with the elves, this would seriously damage bellcranel's reputation in the city. Reveria wasn't vain, but neither was she so modest as to be irritating. He knew about her beauty, and that in the rare top of the city she was considered one of the beauties of Arario who even equaled many goddesses. She knew this, and it was because she knew it that she perfectly understood the rumors that would spread. Isn't 9 hell enough for you? Bellcranel, that bastard. Does that mean the elf princess isn't good in bed? Oh, poor guy. That's why Belsama is destined to have a harem. Bellcranel's fan club allows it. Tusk, without realizing it, Reveria clicked his tongue. I imagined, without exaggeration, that people in the city would say those things and more about my marriage to bellcranel. Even so, despite having such a bad headache, she decided that it was not worthy of a lady like herself to judge hastily without first hearing her foolish husband's explanation. Signed to calm her mind, Reveria looked at Belle. Okay, I'm going to unfreeze you, so tell me what happened in that place. Bellcranel, displayed like a newly discovered fossil inside a cube of ice, nodded his eyes. He was thawed out, and after recovering from the severe hypothermia his body was suffering, he explained what had really happened. XXX. Tower of Babel, top floor. Otter, yes, Freya-sama. At her summons, a burly man 66 appeared beside the goddess. Freya, who gazed coldly at the world beneath her feet, declared. There must be a reason, but I'm still upset even knowing that. Her murmur expanded like a beautiful melody. Belle, the thought of you being there. What do you want me to do? Freya remained silent for a short time. Her lips pursed and her chest felt a pang when she thought of Belle sharing intimacy with someone other than her. Be a little rough in today's training. I'm warning you, don't hurt him irreparably. Just let him know I'm hurt. Your wish is my command, Freya-sama. At Otter's bow, Freya smiled slightly. She continued gazing at the city, her eyes falling on the boy, now an ice statue. I'm sorry, darling, but you must understand a lady's feelings, he thought. It would be heartless of him, but he would make sure to reward him appropriately when the time came. XXX. 5 hours after being defrosted. A young Renard, yeah, I see. Actually, you followed your friend to that district because she'd been acting strangely for days, and then you ran into that Renard who coincidentally was the reason your friend was going to that district. Yeah, if you ask me, it sounds like a lie, an absurd one. I know. The atmosphere was tense between the two. I could feel the fury in Reveria's eyes, and I stopped understanding whether my body was trembling from the cold or from fear. I understood it myself. My story was too convenient, and faced with such a sordid tale, Reveria's pride as a wife was wounded. I didn't want to think of it that way, but I understood that her image was not one to be taken lightly. After all, she is the princess of an entire race, a race whose hatred was directed toward me. The constant attacks from the elves will double, no, triple after all this scandal. I'm not expecting a happy ending. A trembling sigh escaped my lips. I made eye contact with Reveria, and her eyes, beautiful as jade gems, shone fiercely. After a tired sigh, he said in a soft voice, I believe you. I know it's hard to believe, but it really happened, huh? Do you believe me? Are you deaf? I said I believe you. You're not stupid enough to make something like that up, so I think it's true. I remained silent. The trembling that assaulted my body gradually faded away, and my eyes shone with understanding at Reveria's words. Thanks. I let out a sigh I hadn't realized I was holding in. My relationship with Reveria might be merely conventional, but I hated the idea of an awkward atmosphere between us for the rest of the year. Maintaining a good relationship was best for both of them. You're welcome. Her voice brought me relief, for it no longer carried the rigidity it had before. Now it was as soft as a sweet melody. However, how do you plan to clear up this misunderstanding? Oh, misunderstanding. Yes, regardless of the elves in Aurario, my father and mother will publicly express their displeasure. He's already offended enough by our marriage, so a bounty on your head is the least of your worries. Yua. So it'll think of something. I felt my stomach churn at the same time as a sharp pain attacked my head. Problems were piling up for me, and now I not only had to watch out for elves in general, but also for bounty hunters or mercenaries who might come after me. Did I anger a god? I wondered, completely dejected. Very well, Reveria stood and left the room. I'll go to my familia's headquarters to clear all this up. When I return, you'll need to show me your status. To give you the best training, I need a better understanding of you as an adventurer. But don't worry, if you'd like, I can sign a non-disclosure agreement about it. You don't have to worry about a leak regarding your status, a pact of silence. That was a magical artifact that allowed you to restrict certain topics that shouldn't come to light. I remained silent. I wanted to ask how he got them since they were very expensive and rare, but when I remembered his lineage, I understood. It seemed that he could never be one step ahead of Reveria. She was always looking 10, if not 100, steps into the future. You should get ready. Warlord will be here in an hour, won't he? Yes, you're right. With a gentle smile on her lips, Reveria left the room and went downstairs, thus leaving the house. Silence surrounded me, and after checking the time, I decided to take a bath before my teacher arrived. What? However, for some reason, I felt a chill run down my spine when I mentioned it. A bad feeling washed over me and I didn't know why. XXX. Under the rays of the setting sun and under the paths of the wandering clouds across the sky, a knock resounded. Ah. Bell's body was lashed by a superior force. His eyes trembled and his body twitched at the formidable presence of the warrior before him. What's wrong? Why is he being so ruthless? His mind went blurry, and the dizziness that invaded him weighed more and more heavily on his worn and battered body. Wounds covered him here and there, and from them oozed abnormal amounts of blood. The boy, once white-haired, was bathed in his own blood, and his once pure hair now presented a deplorable appearance. Are you upset? Nothing made sense. Otter's blows had become significantly destructive, yet not enough to give him the respite of falling unconscious. He was being kept conscious on purpose, prolonging the torture. The great sword cut vertically, and after dodging by pure luck, a fissure was created on the garden floor. Dust rose and clods of earth shot out, hitting everywhere like guided missiles. If this continues, I will die. She reached an inevitable conclusion. Her fear surfaced in her eyes, and bloodshot they trembled with helplessness. Ah. The greatsword fell in a vertical blow towards his head. The red eyes and the smoke exhaling from Otter gave him the vivid image of a god of war. The world stopped, as did time. Despite seeing the attack so clearly and with how slow he was unable to dodge it. I can't move. His body was unable to react to his commands, and the sword was getting closer and closer to his head. Am I really going to die in such a shameful and pathetic way? He saw his life flash before his eyes, the amused smile of his grandfather as well as the light of wisdom in his electric blue eyes. Brotherly smiles warm as a sunset breeze or a woman's soft breath. The image filled him with astonishment and he wanted to cry. White hair, long and silky, a smile born of unconditional love whose eyes were only for him, a woman who didn't remember. Bellcranel thought, if only I could see the future. XXX. What? Otter felt the change in the atmosphere. He was about to deliver the final blow, however, Bell's eyes, previously fearful and powerless, spotted a place beyond Otter himself. She wasn't looking at him, nor at the sword falling on her head, threatening to destroy everything in its path. His eyes widened in surprise. Bellcranel was taking a step to dodge his attack. I won't make it easy for you. This is the price of making the goddess feel bad. However, Otter pointed his sword toward where Bell would go. He imbued the blade with the pent-up fury that was overflowing within him. So, Bellcranel stopped his escape. Otter questioned this. He wondered if he had frozen with fear but dismissed the idea when he saw Bell's eyes. The boy vividly displayed a will to live. These were not the eyes of a coward who would freeze in the face of an attack that threatened his life. Admirable, declared the king. Ray directed his attack 3, 4, even 10 times, but Bell kept predicting them effectively. It was as if he could see into the near future. However, Otter used more force, and although Bell was able to predict his attacks, he was not fast enough to dodge them. Goo! He landed a blow, sending his prey flying. Bell floated through the air, showing no sign of consciousness, and his mangled body landed sprawling across the destroyed garden. Time returned to normal. A simple attack, which seemed like an eternal exchange of blows, lasted only 1 second. Otter observed it. Seconds passed, and those seconds turned into minutes. Seeing that he wasn't getting up, he left. The strange thing is that he was smiling slightly. Witnessing what would later be known as Laplace gave him the entertainment he had not enjoyed for a long time. Show your way like a warrior, boy. XXX. When I opened my eyes, the familiar ceiling of my room filled my blurry vision. Well, you're finally awake, Reveria. I glanced to the side and there was Reveria. Seated on an armchair, she gave me a look that was difficult to decipher. Her hands held a book, but she didn't seem to be reading it. After putting the dots together and remembering the beating Ottarson had given me, I forced my voice and asked, "How long?" 4 hours. I told Eyes to come back for today since you wouldn't be able to train with her, I see. Even speaking hurt, my body ached and every slight movement made me want to scream. Agonizing in my pathetic state, I closed my eyes once more. There wasn't a single sound. Despite feeling Reveria's gaze on me, she didn't dare say a word. I found it funny. It was the first time I'd ended up like this. No, in fact, it was the first time in my training sessions that I'd witnessed my own death. But I remembered the battle. The scene was blurry and it jumped from one side to the other, but he was certain of the fact that he could see 2 Ottarson. The strange thing was that one of them was faster. However, it seemed that the faster one wasn't actually the real Ottarson. Confusion overwhelmed me. What was that? I was on the verge of death, but at the same time I couldn't feel more alive. I looked at my body covered in bandages. Did you treat me correct? Thank you. Our eyes met for just a moment. That moment was enough to decipher the mysterious feeling imbued in her eyes. Smiling, I asked, "What do you blame yourself for?" Come on, you look at me like that and you expect me not to notice." Her lips pursed as if she were trying to hold back her words. Her cheeks, a lovely white, twitched in anticipation. It was strange. Her perfect posture as well as the air of nobility surrounding her all seemed insignificant compared to the guilt permeating her beautiful eyes. The window was open. The air along with the blue moonlight filtered in. One made his long hair dance, captivating my attention. Another, resembling the image of a goddess, bathed his body in a pale blue. Perhaps it was because she was an elf, but the small details of nature enhanced her beauty. Beneath that image, she murmured, "I'm sorry." He sincerely apologized even though he didn't have to. "Why?" I asked, still smiling. "You ended up like this because of me. When I got back from my family's headquarters and saw you there, broken and unconscious in the garden, the world stopped. I thought I saw something like a tear welling up in her eyes, but it didn't fall down her cheeks. The jade gleamed with the moisture of a sadness I didn't understand. I thought you were dead. You were in a state where you weren't even breathing. Tell me, why did you go to that extreme? Couldn't you stop the training?" "Well, it was difficult to do." My throat burned, but I still kept smiling, trying not to show the pain. "Difficult." Suddenly, his eyes showed anger. "I thought that because of my stubbornness in seeking another path, a promising young man had died, and you say it was difficult to stop the training." "Well, I didn't want it to come to this, but..." "What are you talking about?" There was a change of atmosphere. Even I, being clueless about these things, noticed the atmosphere. Reveria looked at me with eyes glowing with determination. She stood up and along with the dance of her long hair as she walked towards me, her lips, soft and delicate like the most beautiful flower, moved. "Belle, I swear that if you ever end up in a similar state again, I will forget all attempts at effort and give in to the prophecy. What? Wait, just wait a little. I've said it, I'm a woman of my word, so don't think I won't do it. I'll put aside the love you have for another woman, and as long as you don't get hurt, we'll have a child. What are you saying?" The conversation turned into a heated argument. I glared at Reveria, annoyed, but she didn't back down. "Reveria, stop joking." "I'm not joking." My body ached, but at this point it seemed to be doing nothing. I felt my blood boil and I could see frustration creeping onto my face. "You know I don't want to put such a heavy burden on a child who has nothing to do with it." "What are you talking about? You're a kid too. You're only 14, so stop being so cocky and arrogant thinking you can defeat the Black Dragon in just 1 year." My eyes throbbed. His words pierced my body like cold icicles. I could hear my heart pounding like a catastrophic melody. The world crumbled before me, and before I knew it, silent tears were streaming down my cheeks. Reveria was unaware of his words and, realizing their seriousness, spoke with slight nervousness. "I'm sorry, Belle, I didn't mean that." I smiled, smiling while crying silently. "All right." I wrapped my body in the white sheets. Even sobbing made me want to scream in pain, but I couldn't stop crying. "I'm fine." I never imagined I'd be able to tell such a convincing lie that it seemed real. I guess this was the meaning of lying to yourself. Belle. "I want to rest, so please go." Under my blanket, I sobbed. I heard the door open and close. Reveria left without saying a word. I was left alone in my room, silence. Lately, I had begun to long for a quiet rest. XXX. The next day, at 5 a.m., having fully recovered, Belle went down to the kitchen of the house in silence. She noticed Reveria's gaze. Reveria seemed to be secluded in the room, reading a book. Despite feeling her constant stares, she ignored her. He prepared a chicken sandwich, and after drinking some freshly squeezed orange juice, he got ready and left for his morning training with Ryu. There wasn't a single exchange between them, and Reveria let out a tired sigh. Alone in the room, she wore a look of regret for what had happened yesterday. Idiot. He reproached himself. She didn't think she'd been wrong. She was genuinely concerned for bellcranel's life, but her emotions got the better of her and ended in a pointless fight. The silence felt heavy. She didn't think that for the rest of the day, even after Bell arrived, he still wouldn't speak to her. Another day passed, and she became worried when he didn't come home after sunset. Where is? In her room and unable to sleep, Reveria looked towards the window where the sunset was slowly falling. Night fell without warning, but bellcranel didn't come home that day, nor the next, nor the day after that. After 4 days without any communication, Reveria concluded that she was at the Chimney Mansion. Aside from that place, it was impossible that... Wait, maybe. Reveria's thoughts turned fatalistic when an idea took shape in his mind. He said he wanted to raise enough money to buy the girl named Haruheim so he could free her from that place. Just as I was about to worry at the thought of Bell fighting day and night without rest in the dungeon, a loud explosion echoed throughout the city. Reveria got out of bed and ran to the window, opening it. The night breeze hit her face and her long jade-colored hair was tossed back in a nocturnal dance. What's going on? His eyes focused on a mountain of flames emanating from a particular district. The smoke was even darker than night and battle cries could be heard. Trembling at the thought, Reveria asked, "Bell, XXX." Honestly, she was right. What was I trying to accomplish? Me, a child who understood nothing about life. It was arrogant and in fact repulsive to think I could make a difference in the world. Heroes, the fantastic stories in which they appeared sustained me in my childhood. I grew up believing in heroes and I longed to be one. You save girls in the dungeon, protect the weak, save the world. Now that I think about it, it was actually funny, how funny I was. Cranelson, you look bad. Of course I wasn't a hero, but I liked the idea of trying to be one. There was nothing to lose, right? Runson showed concern. Hey Bell, are you okay? Sure, it was fine. I always have been. I just never knew my parents, and my grandfather, the only family I had, passed away, and now I was carrying so many responsibilities. Of course I was fine, Welf. You're my friend, so you must know that. I'm fine, I'll be fine. It's okay not to be okay. Belsama, Lily is worried about you. Forget it. It's not like I can fix everything just by wanting to. Come on, I didn't ask for all this. Problem after problem. The mountain kept growing and it would take a meteorite to destroy it. Lily, everything will be all right. I need to rest, that's all. It's not like I was doing it, but I had to. No, I wanted to. I lay my body down on a soft surface and closed my eyes. I sighed with relief and let go of the cruel reality. I really want to do it. Belkun. Stop it, don't give me those looks. I'm fine, really. It's just one bad day followed by another bad day which leads to another bad day. Bad days are normal, right? Sometimes people explode with anger, releasing the frustrations that weigh them down day after day. It was normal. Beldono, please dodge. Beldenuwu, oh, what's that? A couple of axes. Where are they pointing? At my neck. It's true I'm struggling. When did I start? My body is covered in wounds. Blood covers me as if I had been submerged in a bloody Red Sea. I was breathing heavily. Sweat ran down my forehead and onto my chin. I looked ahead, seeing my opponent. Kekihe, you'll be a good kid for my collection. Seriously, what am I doing? That's enough. I need to know why. Why have I come to believe myself so important that I am capable of becoming a hero? Oh shit, my body moved on its own. I was exhausted, but I kept moving around, dodging the blades of the axes. Honestly, I just want... Cranel-sama. Don't cry, Haruheimson, don't, there's no need. I'm here, so why are you crying? Maybe I'm not a hero, but I'll definitely save you. Cranel-sama, please let me go. Ah, that look. Did it inspire so little confidence? Seriously, I'm asking. Is it wrong to want to be a hero? Someone please answer XXX. The general news was, the goddess Freya crushed Ishtar in a fit of jealousy. The citizens speculated about their theories, opting for the fact that Ishtar touching a child whom Freya desired was the most accurate. Meanwhile, away from public attention, Bellcranel was in his room at the Fireplace Mansion. He managed to defeat Frein Jamal alongside Aisha Belka, thus saving Haruheim. His own body, however, was not entirely saved. His injuries were so severe that he hadn't woken up for 2 days. Everyone in the Hestia Familia knew that it wasn't just due to the battle in the Pleasure District, but also to the accumulated fatigue from the many days he spent training and hunting non-stop. The conclusion had been clear. Bellcranel exceeded the limits of his body. Then when everyone was in the mansion's living room, the doorbell rang. I'll go, said Lily. He stood up and opened the main entrance, raising his gaze upwards to make eye contact with the visitor. Reveria-sama. Is Bell there, Bell? Lily wanted to explode, wondering why he was calling her so intimately. However, seeing Reveria's eyes, she refrained from doing so. Instead, he cleared the way as he said, He's there, but he's not awake yet, I see. Lily observed Reveria's face. He looked like he hadn't slept for many days, as small dark circles were visible under his eyes. Knowing that a top-level adventurer could stay up for several days without a problem, Lily wondered how many days he hadn't slept. In a subdued tone of voice, Reveria asked, "Can I go up and see it?" Of course, she's his wife after all. Despite having said it with large amounts of sarcasm, Lily really didn't expect it to hurt so much to call him Belle's wife. Reveria smiled weakly before thanking her and moving on. "With your permission." He greeted those in the room who were all members of the Hestia Familia plus a young Renard. Reveria looked at her for a few seconds. The girl's innocent face reminded her of what Belle had said days ago. "She doesn't deserve to be in that place, that's why I'll save her." Seeing her here with an angelic smile made Reveria smile slightly. "You saved her, you're truly amazing, Belle," she thought. She went upstairs, ignoring the piercing gaze of the patron deity of this house, Hestia. Upon reaching Belle's bedroom door, she hesitated for a moment. According to Lily, she was unconscious but still felt ashamed from several days ago. "Come on," taking a breath, Reveria made her way to the room. Opening the door, she saw a beautiful woman with sky-blue hair stroking the unconscious boy's cheek. He seemed to have noticed her, but he didn't turn to look at her. She continued stroking the cheek of the boy who had fallen into a deep sleep. "Perseus," Reveria murmured, as he glanced at him sideways. The surface of her eyes behind her glasses held a bestial fury uncharacteristic of a lady. "He's exhausted," she said. "He's tired, he's overwhelmed. It keeps falling, but he keeps getting up." As she spoke repeatedly, her eyes never left Belle's face. Forming a smile, she murmured, "That's something I love about him." "So please don't try to turn off something I love about him, Miss Reveria. If Belle says he will, he's going to do it." Silence fell over the room. Esfi paid no further attention to Reveria and gazed lovingly at the sleeping boy. After a few minutes, he kissed Belle's forehead and stood up. "Leave." Saying that, she placed a mask over her eyes and disappeared. The place was only filled with Reveria's presence and Belle's soft breathing. XXX. By the time Belle woke up, it was already the third day. He felt his body screaming in protest at having been torn to pieces. "It seems I slept for a long time." Little by little, he remembered everything. His fight with Reveria, the constant training and the relentless explorations in the dungeon until the fight in the pleasure district. She understood that she had overexerted herself, but she didn't understand why her chest felt so heavy. By the time he lowered his gaze, he understood. Reveria. There was a beautiful elf resting her head on Belle's chest. She seemed to have fallen asleep after days of not doing so. Upon hearing her name, Reveria woke up Belle. Her sleepy eyes opened wide when she saw the boy was already awake. She got off of Belle, and after rubbing her eyes to clear the sleep, she looked at him carefully. She wanted to speak immediately but remained silent. Belle watched her with a slight smile filled with complicated feelings. When the two fell silent, not knowing what to say or what to talk about, Reveria decided to take the first step. "I'm sorry." He offered a sincere apology. Under Belle's gaze, he bowed his head slightly and apologized for his words from several days ago. "I was completely insensitive and hurt you without realizing it, so I'm sorry. I'm not asking for your forgiveness, I'm just offering my apologies. Even now, I feel guilty. I was so worried when you didn't come back, and I panicked when I heard about your battle in the pleasure district. I'm so sorry. I just didn't want you to keep hurting yourself. I'm so sorry if I hurt your feelings. I'm so sorry, I'm sore." "Okay, Reveria, it's not that important, haha." Seeing him smile awkwardly, as he often did, Reveria felt a pang in her heart. The wide smile, instead of looking joyful, overflowed with sadness. Belle. Reveria didn't know how to feel. She found herself entangled in a web of unrecognizable feelings. A typhoon of emotions swept through her, and seeing the fake smile of the boy who always smiled genuinely, she broke. "Have I destroyed Belle?" Without realizing it, she began to cry. "I couldn't believe that an adult like her, with almost 100 years of experience, had crushed the dreams of a promising young man, kind, benevolent, and heroic." Reveria couldn't stop shedding silent tears. She had failed as a wife as well as an adventurer. Reveria. Noticing her own tears running down her twitched cheeks, Reveria felt embarrassed under Belle's gaze. Don't look at me." She wiped away her tears, but they kept flowing. She refused to believe that an adult like herself could cry so childishly. She felt vulnerable, and knowing this, she wanted to stand up and flee the room. Right then. "It's okay to cry, it's not shameful. Sometimes when you need to let go of certain things, it's okay to cry." The boy's words about the bed prevented Reveria from escaping. She gazed with teary eyes at the small smile on Belle's lips. Of all the things she wanted to say, only one managed to form between her trembling lips. "I take it back. It's okay to feel discouraged, it's okay to cry, it's okay to scream, but when it's all over, please get back up, look ahead, and keep moving forward." Reveria. "So please don't smile like that." She knew it was selfish of her to ask such things, but she truly wanted it that way. Wearing an appearance unbecoming of an elven princess, Reveria asked him not to wear fake smiles to hide his suffering. "Hey," he heard her voice, soft and masculine. Despite being a child, his voice was balanced at a point where it sounded neither childish nor adult. "All right." Reveria watched as Belle rose onto his hips and extended one of his hands towards her. He would normally rebuff any attempt to reach her, but Reveria felt no need to do so. By the time Belle stroked one of her cheeks and wiped away her tears with his thumb, Reveria really felt like a lost teenager. His hand was warm. "I accept your apology, so stop crying. Even if you say that. Why don't you try smiling? You look pretty when you smile." Upon hearing that, Reveria felt embarrassed. Not because she felt her heart beating strongly, but because someone much younger than her was comforting her. In his opinion, that was pathetic. "So I don't look pretty when I don't smile? How cruel." And no, I didn't mean that. That's why he joked so casually. In an attempt to shake off the embarrassment, Reveria smiled slightly. Her lips, once pursed from crying, formed a sweet smile. The crying stopped, but the moisture on her face mingled with her smile and the rosy cheeks, now a lovely shade of pink. For Belle, it was a sight to behold. I had no doubt that Reveria was truly beautiful. "Shall we go home?" Reveria asked after wiping her face. Belle looked at her for a second before answering. "Of course, my body has already recovered." As he stood up, he was supported by Reveria, and after saying goodbye to his friends and receiving a status update, they returned home. XXX. 3 weeks later. It wasn't from the beginning, but the relationship between Belle and Reveria returned to normal within just a few days. Beyond that, it had even climbed significantly. "Congratulations on your level up, Belle. It's a little embarrassing, haha, thanks." Belle returned to his daily training and had been doing so for 3 weeks. Just a week ago, his status finally advanced to the next level. The container of his soul grew larger, and along with that progress, Belle understood what had been the strange feeling during his fight with Otter 1 month ago. "We've already made quite a bit of progress with the theory." The clock read 11:00 p.m. at night. "The magic show had already begun. What do you think about moving on to the practice, you mean?" "Yes, show your status. Don't worry, I have the confidentiality agreement here." Belle looked curiously at the parchment Reveria pulled from her mage's cloak. It had an old and ancient appearance, but indeed it was a pact of silence. He knew little about them and had never actually seen one. Identifying it was only possible thanks to the descriptions his friends had given him. Beyond knowing that they enforce silence on 2 or more people and that they were activated by means of a seal, Belle was unaware of the activation process. "How will we do it?" he asked. Reveria smiled as she walked toward her room, Belle following behind. "Upon arriving," she said, "simple, we just need to mark the sheet with a little of our blood. Also, choose a locking and unlocking method." As Reveria opened the parchment and spread it on the nightstand, Belle looked even more confused by what had just been said. "You see," Reveria raised her index finger like a beautiful teacher explaining to her clueless student, "there are many methods. Among the most common are a fist bump, a hug, a handshake, or a key greeting. There are many, so don't worry." "It's simpler than I thought," Belle blurted out. He showed his disappointment, as he had expected all this to require a grand magical ritual. If he was honest, that pleased him. Reveria specified what the pact was meant to safeguard. She pricked her thumb and placed her blood on the parchment, and Belle did the same, his face showing disappointment. Seeing him so discouraged, Reveria smiled mockingly as she asked, "Why the long face? Don't tell me, did you expect us to seal the pact with a kiss? I know we're married, but remember, it's just a facade." Seeing her surprised, obviously acted face, Belle exclaimed while blushing, "Of course not, I never thought that, seriously." Reveria smiled slightly at the boy's reaction. She wanted to laugh freely, but she understood there wasn't time for that. He had to hurry and seal the pact so that by then. Vlash. Haha, suddenly the parchment, which was spread out on the nightstand, glowed a light red color. The room was briefly illuminated, and next to it the faces of both people inside. And no way. Reveria paled. He looked at the parchment and it displayed golden letters. "R. Reveria, that's it, that's it." Even Belle, who didn't know much about pacts of silence, understood the situation. Voice activation. Reveria had said both key words, seal, which was the initial trigger, and kiss, which was the explosive follow-up. They both turned to look at each other, their faces pale and their eyes trembling. Belle. "R. Reveria." There was a solution, or rather, two. Reveria's mind raced with ideas, and she thought that one way to avoid what she herself had unleashed was by securing another pact of silence. "But I don't have any anymore," she exclaimed internally. They were very rare and very, very expensive. He had indulged himself by buying one so Belle would feel confident displaying his status, but he never imagined such a turn of events. Now, since it was impossible to cancel the pact without breaking it and buying another one, Reveria had to kiss Belle no matter what for the pact of silence to be activated. What should I do? For her, who was entering a nervous breakdown, Belle's soft voice reached her ears like salvation. "Okay, Reveria, you can see my status without us having to form a pact of silence. So well, it's fine that you cancelled it." Reveria looked at him silently. The second solution I'd considered besides buying another pact of silence was what Belle had mentioned, not making such a pact and just seeing his status as it was. No, Reveria shook her head slightly. I can't do that. I can promise not to say anything, but if Loki somehow finds out I know your stats and abilities, I'm sure he'll give me a divine order demanding I tell him. We can't risk that happening. Is that so? So you're saying should we kiss? Don't say it out loud. Reveria looked embarrassed as she exclaimed. In fact, even though her long ears were turning a lovely pink, she thought of a solution. Taking a breath to calm herself, she explained. I mentioned a kiss, but I never specified what kind, right? I can give you one on the cheek and you can give me one on the cheek. That should be enough to break the pact of silence. All right. Despite Reveria's confident explanation of the fact, Belle had a bad feeling. His face was burning, and he felt nervous about being kissed on the cheek by Reveria as well as giving one to her. Well then. Reveria thought there was no need to prolong this. With a firm and regal bearing, she approached Belle and planted a soft, wet kiss on his cheek. How warm Belle was absorbed. He was taken by surprise as Reveria acted so quickly that she didn't even allow him to react, but he had felt the warmth emanating from her lips. Besides my mother, you're the first person I've ever kissed on the cheek. Be grateful, Reveria murmured. She gave the impression of acting in a very mature way, but it was impossible for her not to be uneasy while doing such a thing with a man. Understood. Well, what are you waiting for? It's your turn. Why, yes. Belle approached Reveria, intending to put an end to this unexpected situation. His heart was pounding, and while doubt and nervousness flickered in his eyes, he slowly brought his lips to Reveria's cheek. It's not like it's your first kiss, so hurry up, Reveria snapped impatiently. Belle looked embarrassed at the memory of his kiss with Asfi. He felt as if Reveria was throwing it in his face, and from the tone of her voice, she almost seemed indignant. She was also nervous since, besides her mother and father, Belle would be the first person to kiss her on the cheek. After a few seconds, Muek. Belle successfully kissed her. Reveria felt the warmth and softness of Belle's lips on her cheek, and even when Belle was already away from her, she still had that feeling. Red-faced, Belle spoke. "Okay, it should be sealed now, right?" "Yes, it should be." The parchment continued to shine with golden letters. It shone so brightly it almost seemed to say, "That wasn't a kiss, you bastards, kiss properly." They looked at each other again. Their eyes overflowed with complicated emotions, and the forced laughter on their lips twisted into desperate gasps. "And nothing's wrong," Reveria exclaimed, completely out of sorts. "Just a peck, it's fine if it's just a peck, right?" She glanced at the parchment, but it was still glowing. Rationally speaking, it was absurd to wait for an answer, but that fact described Reveria's current state of mind. Piquito. Belle stepped back cautiously. He didn't want to kiss Reveria, not because he found her unpleasant, but because he longed for someone else. Seeing his hesitation, Reveria spoke with slight annoyance. "Oh, come on, it's not like you haven't kissed anyone before. I haven't either, so it'll be my first kiss. Why are you the one who's nervous?" "TH that." However, Belle had no choice but to do it. While he didn't mind Loki seeing his status as long as he promised not to say anything, Loki was a problem. He trusted Reveria's word but not Loki's. "Just don't complicate things any further," Reveria murmured. Her cheeks were as red as strawberries. A silence settled between them, tinged with discomfort. Slowly, they drew closer, their lips meeting in a gentle kiss. At the right speed but with the requested slowness, they gave each other a peck on the lips. La. The sensation, quite unexpectedly, was pleasant. Their faces burned, but they understood that this had happened due to the negligence of both of them. Without saying a word, they stared at the parchment, yet it continued to shine. "You must be joking, you damned crumpled piece of paper." Reveria, calm down. It doesn't matter anymore. Belle, come here. W8, wait, you Everything happened so fast that by the time Belle managed to process it all, her lips were already being taken for the second time. Déjà vu. The dance that her lips formed with Reveria's was delicate and soft, like a harmony that granted you a pleasant calm. Some more. Reveria was beside herself. In the end, she realized that she herself had dragged things out with the suggestions of a kiss on the cheek and a peck on the lips. As much as she didn't want to believe it, a kiss was a kiss. And a proper kiss should be, at the very least, a union of lips for a considerable amount of time. Determined not to have to repeat this again, she made sure the kiss lasted exactly 1 minute. It was warm, soft, and pleasant. Even if she refused to admit it being her first kiss, it wasn't disappointing. Although he did not expect it to be this way, and under these conditions, he had no room to complain. Ha. When she broke the kiss, she realized Belle had lost consciousness. Her face was red and her rubbered eyes were now swirling. Thank goodness. Reveria felt relieved. She didn't want Belle to see her, as her eyes were currently teary and her face, like his, was flushed red. "This was my first kiss," he murmured softly. "Are you satisfied, you damned parchment?" As if in answer to his question, the parchment stopped glowing and vanished into thin air. That was a sign that the pact of silence had been sealed. Ha, how crazy. Unable to bear the whole situation, Reveria stood up and went straight to take a bath to cool her head. He would take the time to check Belle's status tomorrow. He also asked her to keep this a secret between them. However, it was pleasant. Unable to shake off that insistent thought, Reveria touched her lips with her fingertips. The warmth and moisture in them gave the sensation of still touching Belle's soft lips. That's enough, I'm almost 100 years old, I'm not up for this anymore. With her thoughts swirling, Reveria left the unconscious Belle in his room. Chapter 9, Rabbit's Luck. The more I think, the less I understand. I'm haunted by anxiety and the fear of being different from everyone else. I can barely talk to those around me. I don't know what to say or how to say it. Asamu Daza, XXX. A week before Belle and Reveria had that unfortunate kiss, the former had gone early in the morning to the Chimney Mansion where his family resided. After exchanging a fist bump with his good friend Welf, patting Lily's head, greeting Makoto, and exchanging a few words with the shy Haruheim, Belle went up to the top floor of the mansion and entered his old room. You've been trying hard, Belkun. I can't deny it, Belle replied with a slight smile towards Hestia. Lying face down on the bed with his back bare, he was receiving a status update. Hestia, who was straddling him, trembled as she opened Belle's state. I am possible, it's only been a month. Is something wrong, Kemisama? It's just that you can level up. That's it, you can now go up to LV4. Hestia quickly increased her level and did not hesitate to transfer the state to a sheet already with letters in Koine. Here, look at it for yourself, Mai. Before he realized it or before his head could properly process it, Belle stood up abruptly. Hiya. And Hestia was thrown to the ground, Bugua. It fell with a crash, tumbling across the varnished wooden floor. It's true, I really leveled up. Belle was so deep in his thoughts that Hestia's shouts and complaints sounded muffled to him. He gazed with excited eyes at his state traced on the sheet of paper. State. Name bellcranel. Age 14 years, LV4, basic skills before leveling up. Strength S998. Stamina SS1099, Dexterity S967, Agility SS1089, Magic A879, Current basic skills. Strength I0, Endurance I0, Dexterity I0, Agility I0, Magic I0, Development skills. Luck HG, Abnormal resistance, GF, Magic resistance I knew Magic. Firebolt and Quickcast Magic skills. Unwavering desire, Hidden, Argonaut, Laplace, Precognition ability. It stimulates the user's vision to the point of obtaining all the information about a target. It can be used on its own. Laplace and Magic resistance. Belle thought about the first one, the new skill he had acquired. It was enough to read the skill's information to realize that it had been the cause of the strange phenomenon during his training with Otter 3 weeks prior. The information was unclear, but by effectively concluding, Belle confirmed that it was similar to seeing the near future based on meticulous observation of the target. The stimulated vision portion was proof of this, and in fact, he wasn't so wrong. Laplace would allow him to know the precise location and amount of movement of objects around him in order to calculate how they will move based on that information, allowing him to see the near future. In addition to these calculations, it can also be used on oneself. This will allow one to enter a deep state of thought, which is represented as being underwater. While this ability could be countered by moving faster than he could see or with attacks that could affect a large area, which is why Otter managed to knock him out, all it took was leveling up. Now being a LV4, he could duel with a LV5 and have a chance of emerging victorious as long as he used his cards well. So can I see more than just future movements? His thinking was correct. In addition to being able to obtain all kinds of information about your targets, such as height, weight, estimated age, muscle mass, and athletic ability, you can also use Laplace in drinks to detect external substances, such as poisons. Using Laplace at full power would allow you to increase the information coming in through your 5 senses, allowing you to see the movements of a large number of people, including their conversations, expressions, and heartbeats. So, fascinated and almost thinking this was just another one of his fanciful dreams, Belle looked towards Hestia. She was watching him suspiciously from a corner of the room. Being observed so closely, Hestia felt ashamed. Laplace. His rubbered eyes were flooded with a brilliant digital blue similar to electric blue. His entire field of vision turned a transparent blue. Using Laplace was like being submerged in a deep, calm sea, despite never having seen one. However, he could feel that the world around him was currently similar to an ocean of information. He observed Hestia and subconsciously knew that her athletic condition was terrible, almost non-existent, as well as her muscle mass being normal throughout her body except in the chest area. The age reached such vast numbers that Belle didn't even know it, and that was just an estimated deduction. Is it 140 cm tall? I didn't mean to be rude, but that was really low. It was only now while using Laplace that I realized it. Belkan, what are you looking at and why are your eyes blue? Ah, I'm sorry, Kamisama, I'm just testing out my new ability. It's so amazing. Already. Bell deactivated Laplace and looked at his status sheet. The wide grin painted on his lips expressed the excitement that consumed him. This skill is incredible. I had no doubts. I was sure that once I leveled up more, not even Otter would be able to land a hit. His younger side, corresponding to the age of 14, screamed internally with ecstasy. Thanks to the incredible skill called Laplace, he had overlooked how overwhelmingly absurd his stats were in basic skills. Everything except magic was at rank S, that's great, but is the magical resistance due to the times I was frozen by Reveria? Just remembering those times made him tremble with fear. He knew it wasn't just thanks to Reveria, since Ryu and Eyes also used magic attacks in their training, but Bell considered that the only magical misfortune on the verge of death was with Reveria. At this rate, I'm sure that. He maintained a cheerful smile, unaware that Hestia was looking at him with a complicated expression. The little goddess still felt guilty about the argument they'd had before Bell left for his new home. I'm sure you can do it, I believe in you, she smiled like a mother and supported her dependent. Just don't stop, keep running, and no matter what, don't look back. Kamisama. After exchanging smiles, they both went down to the first floor of the chimney mansion and had lunch with everyone else. Bell was occasionally the target of malicious teasing about his marriage, but he would just smile bitterly, enduring the taunts. XXX. By the time I said goodbye to my friends and goddess, night had already fallen. The sky shone softly thanks to the stars and the moonlight glowed a pale blue. I walked through the alleyways avoiding any contact with any elves. Previously, due to my relentless training and trips to the dungeon, I hadn't encountered them, but I had no doubt that their hatred for me hadn't diminished at all. It's a bit cold. It was ironic in a way. I had abnormal resistance on F, but the coolness of the night gently invaded my skin's pores. The night was cool and quiet. I realized the tranquility I had only enjoyed during my hectic days before. Someone is following me. I let out a sigh and only the whiteness of my breath was barely visible. I glanced over my shoulder, but there was no one in the direction I felt their gaze. A little confused by this, I tilted my head. Could it be? Well, there was only one person capable of observing me without being visually detected. Intending to confirm my suspicions, I activated my ability. Laplace. The world turned a transparent blue unlike the pale blue. I felt my body being submerged in the water. The houses adjacent to the alleyways became transparent and I could perfectly hear the soft breathing of people sleeping peacefully. I knew it, I smiled. When I fixed my eyes on the dark corner where the gaze came from, my vision showed me the beating of a heart as well as the soft breathing of a woman. Isfison, what are you doing? Huh. A second after his surprised groan, he appeared before my eyes while holding a mask in one of his trembling hands. I can explain. Haha, as always, you're very funny. I deactivated Laplace and approached her. Isfison began to look around as her face started to glow a deep pink under the pale blue moonlight. Funny, is that good or bad? Oh, okay, what a relief. She sighed with relief. She looked adorable the way she was acting, so different from the intellectual aura she always exuded. Shall we walk together? Why not? We were face to face, and when I suggested we walk together, we went slowly through the alleyways side by side. We were both silent. Occasionally, she felt their sidelong glances, and the beautiful sky blue color of her hair contrasted beautifully with the pink of her cheeks. You don't seem nervous, he said, almost whispering. Should I be? I asked back. Footsteps echoed on the cobblestones of the alley, and at one point she stopped. WL, it's the first time we've seen each other since I kissed you. Suddenly seeing you so calm, it seems it wasn't a big deal for you. Her image, one where she stood motionless with her gaze lowered while being bathed in moonlight filtering over the alley, was enchanting. The night breeze shook the strands of her hair and the few white ones danced subtly. Was it really not a big deal, Belle? She looked up, waiting for an answer while her eyes were fixed on me. Her cheeks, once pink and now red as they twitched, accentuated the sparkle in her beautiful sapphire blue eyes. Those eyes, beautiful as gems, gazed intently at me. Having stopped suddenly, we had separated by 2 meters, so I walked towards her to close that distance. When I was finally close enough that if she extended her arms she could hug me, I took her hand. The truth is that I gently took her hand and placed it on my chest, right over my heart. After a few seconds, Isfi reacted, your heart. Is he jumping around like crazy? Haha. I smiled weakly, trying to hide my embarrassment. The truth is that I couldn't forget that day when Isfison suddenly kissed me, as well as his declaration of love. I couldn't do it even if I wanted to. My experience in matters like these could not even be considered basic, since despite longing for a predestined encounter in the dungeon upon arriving in Aurario, my contact with women was zero. It was strange. A hot shiver took hold of my body, and my hands sweated desperately at the unfamiliar emotions. My heart was pounding in a harmonious, unrestrained chaos. It wasn't like me, much less something I'd ever experienced before. I try to act calm so you can be calm, but well, you can see for yourself how I truly feel. Belle, I haven't forgotten Isfison. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. Besides, since it was my first kiss, well, you don't forget your first times, I suppose. Was that your first kiss? It was my first kiss too. I am sorry, I know it wasn't considerate of me to steal your lips like that, but honestly, I don't regret it. I really love you, Belle. If you choose me, if you do, I swear that. Isfison, I cut her off, unable to bear to see her like that. Her eyes shone with happiness and excitement, and her lips trembled with a tender lightness. Enduring the grief that overwhelmed me, I decided to set things straight right now. It wasn't fair that her feelings for me blossomed more when I didn't see her that way. I'm honored that someone like you is interested in someone like me, but I'm in love with someone else. Isfison lowered her gaze, but despite that she kept the palm of her hand on my chest. I long for someone else. There was silence. Isfison's hand on my chest began to tremble, as did her shoulders. From the way she looked, she was about to cry. My chest felt a twinge. What ironies life throws at you. I fell in love with someone who doesn't love me, and I'm loved by someone I don't love. I don't know what's worse, having my own heart broken or breaking someone else's. Isfison, it will be better for both of us to understand, huh? My chest was pressed. No, more specifically, I was pushed by Isfison's palm onto my chest. Isfison, my back hit the alley wall and I looked confused by Isfison's action. Suddenly, her sapphire blue eyes glared at me, burning with intense fire. I don't care, he murmured. I like you, Belle. Even if you tell me what's best for me, I won't listen. Because I like you a lot. I dream about you every night and I wake up with a smile every morning. I can freely say that I'm in love with you, and every day that passes, far from diminishing, my love for you grows. So I don't care. It's okay if I end up heartbroken, but I won't stop at just one rejection. Because I showed sadness, I didn't like seeing her like this. I don't like it when someone I care about willingly walks toward their own destruction. You'll end up hurt, so why Isfison? Didn't I already say that? She smiled at my question, a smile so beautiful it momentarily captivated me. Her eyes crinkled as she smiled, and the corners of her lips stretched out in a captivating way. Radiating that kind of beauty, she spoke, because I like you. What? My legs gave way and I fell to the ground, my back against the alley wall. When I realized that Isfi had knocked me down and straddled me, I was incredulous. What are you doing, Belle? Why, yes. Her eyes radiated determination. The sapphire blue gleam flickered fleetingly in a flash of love. Seeing them, I understood something essential. Love is a secret that the eyes cannot keep. Seeing me like that, she asked, "What will you do if I tell you I love you?" Her voice became melodic, soft as a breeze and captivating like a melody whispering a beautiful love story. What do you do if I'm dying to steal a kiss from you? What do you do if I ask you to find a way? What do you do if I can't bear the urge to tell everyone my secret? Isfison, for I always fantasize about us losing respect for each other. I don't want to be your friend, but your owner. I know I can make you fall in love. I know that the path you should take is only with me. It's only with you that I ask for an eternity, so Belle, I ask you for a chance. My heart pounded. I could feel Isfison's body heat enveloping me. Her hands gently caressed my cheeks as she gazed at me tenderly. I bit my lip so hard that it bled. Why was it so difficult? I didn't want to see her sad, but I couldn't fool myself into making her smile either. Isfison, why do you insist on hurting yourself? If only you could find someone. Belle, her words cut me to the bone, and as she gave me a gentle look, she whispered, "It's stupid to try to get out of your head what you can't get out of your heart." I was speechless, with nothing to refute the sincerity expressed in those words. "Okay," she said, smiling like a princess. "It's okay if I end up with a broken heart. I'd rather that than live with the doubt of what would have happened if I had tried, so it's okay." "What? You're very cruel to yourself, Isfison." I guess so, but..." Suddenly the soft caresses of his hands on my cheeks held me firmly. "I'll make sure my broken heart is worth it, Belle." I looked at her smile. She smiled with joy and boldness, almost as if she were teasing me in an adorably tender way. "I'll make it worth it." Ispem, her lips took mine and a second kiss began between her and me. I tried to resist, but she was stronger than me. The fact that I was sitting down and she was on top of me didn't help either. XXX. Further, I lost track of time, and my mind was only focused on prolonging this moment as much as possible. Belle resisted, but I insisted that our lips intertwine in a warm, wet dance. My body was getting warm, and it was strangely comforting to be on top of him while I stole his lips. They were warm, soft, and humid. Further, my mind went blank, and after my clouded reasoning, my desire to get closer and closer to Belle emerged. I used my tongue. When Belle felt my tongue invade his mouth and intertwine with his eyes widened in surprise. He tried to struggle, but I used my legs to prevent him from getting up. We had been kissing for about 10 minutes. Both of us, hidden under the shadows of the alley and usually illuminated by the pale blue light of the moon, intertwined our lips. Occasionally, I would break the kiss to catch my breath, and seeing Belle all flushed while he was panting hotly made me want to kiss him again. At some point she stopped resisting, almost as if she had lost consciousness and was simply accepting the moment. Further, I took his hands in mine and made him put them around my waist. I didn't mind that he accidentally grabbed my butt. In fact, I was happy about it. He may not have been conscious or in full use of his five senses, but his happiness was not minimal. Further, I took his lips again. He seemed to be moving automatically, and for a moment he willingly surrendered his lips. 5 minutes passed, then another 5, then another 5. My body was so hot that I didn't even notice the cool night breeze. Without stopping, skipping the brief moments to catch my breath, I continued kissing him. I'm sorry I lost control of my emotions. It was after a couple of hours that I managed to come to my senses, or rather I forced myself to do so. My body was so hot that I suffered from slight tremors and a strange dampness covered a certain part of it. Are you okay? Bell stared into the dark night above the alley almost with a vacant stare. He wasn't unconscious as he occasionally glanced at me who was resting astride him. I'm fine, she said in a ghostly murmur. You think I'm a degenerate, don't you? No, not at all. You're lyings. No, I'm not lyings. Her eyes gazed into the distance. She seemed to be thinking about so many things and wondering about so many more. I'm really sorry, I'll hold back a little next time, and next time. Lost? My face flushed and I could honestly say I was fuming. After I'd cooled down and regained my composure, I realized my actions weren't those of a lady like myself. Wasn't this almost like raping him? I'm really sorry. But I don't regret it. I jumped to my feet with lightning speed and ran down the dark alley trying to calm my racing heart. What did you do, Isfi? I yelled at myself for not being able to control my emotions, and without stopping for a single moment, I ran under the moonlight until I reached my room and hid under the sheets of my bed. And I almost grawed him. Something that made me feel even more embarrassed was the fact that my underwear was damp with my own bodily fluids. Idiota. XXX. What the hell happened was I grawed in a dark alley. For so many hours, I walked like a zombie under the moonlight until I reached my house. My feet moved almost on their own and they carried me to my room. This is so confusing. I no longer understood anything. What should I do? I thought about it while I was being grawed in that alley. It was momentary and almost imperceptible, but I noticed my brief, voluntary surrender to asphyxin. I didn't know why, nor did I understand it. It was gentle. My mind was assaulted by the texture of her ass. What the hell was I thinking that I didn't notice when she put my hands there? I lost consciousness, and when I came to, it was already done. Oh, I want to die. I won't be able to act calm the next time we see each other. Huh. I let out a tired sigh as I undressed, then lay down on the mattress. What do I really feel? My heart was pounding uncontrollably and it didn't stop for a moment. Was this a feeling similar to love, or was it just the excitement of the moment? I didn't know, nor did I understand. I remembered Ison and I could say with certainty that I was still in love with her. So what is this strange feeling when I think of asphyxin? I don't understand. Everything was so confusing. And I'll most likely dream about it. I closed my eyes while I thought, and almost asleep, I hugged the large pillow to my right. It's soft and warm. Tired and comfortable, I fell completely asleep. XXX. The next morning, Reveria opened her eyes slightly. It was morning, so she had to begin her daily routine. By the time her thoughts cleared and the drowsiness faded, she was turned to stone. She could clearly see Belle asleep beside her, half-naked and hugging her like a pillow. What? Besides feeling something hard and firm pressing against her leg, she looked under the sheet that covered her and Belle, and then she saw it. PPE. The great and fearsome thing of bellcranel restrained by a boxer, you perverted degenerate. Bellcranel was frozen before he could fully awaken. XXX. 1 week later, current events. Reveria managed to stifle a gasp of surprise after reading Belle's status sheet. Her hands clenched and crumpled the sheet. Laplace, it's a terrifying ability. And not only that, Reveria firmly believed that Belle's statistics were insane in themselves. I had already discovered in the past that the boy had his skills at an S level, but discovering that he could surpass that level to double or triple S was shocking. He's a monster. Of course, he didn't mean it in a bad way. Bellcranel was a monster in terms of his physical condition, as well as a talented prodigy who absorbed any knowledge. Argonaut, that ability is also insane. Sorry, why are you apologizing? Seeing the boy's innocent and embarrassed smile, Reveria couldn't help but remember what had happened yesterday. They had kissed. She couldn't lie with something like, I've already forgotten. It had been her first kiss, and that memory was unforgettable. Furthermore, the thought of having given her first kiss to a man several decades younger than her embarrassed her. What kind of degenerate lunatic had she become? Sure, if we convert my elf years to human years, I'd be around 17 or 19 years old, but it was still a big age difference. With her cheeks as red as strawberries, Reveria coughed discreetly and resumed the topic. Seeing this ability reminds me of the story of the Argonaut. I like that story. Really. Belle looked at her with excited eyes. She liked the idea of sharing her love of heroic tales with Reveria. With that same emotion, he spoke in a soft tone. To be honest, I was really happy when I got the ability. The fact that it was related to one of my favorite heroes was exciting. Reveria smiled. I can imagine. I suppose you got it after your fight with the Minotaur back then. That's right. That fight has been the most exciting so far. Watching Belle's actions, Reveria became immersed in her own thoughts. Argonaut, a charge ability for a counterattack. It's an ability that allows you to turn the tide of battle if necessary. Reveria was sure that any adventurer would kill for a skill like this, just like Laplace. Not only does he have that monstrous growth rate, but he also has the skills to get out of desperate situations. She was sure that the efforts of the boy sitting in front of her deserved such skills after having faced so many challenges. Was this the ability he used to eradicate the Black Goliath in Reveria? Now it makes sense, but quite apart from that, the most worrying thing is this. Looking at the status sheet in her hands, Reveria's eyes focused on the rarest and most unknown ability, not even by the guild or any other Hypeward family. Luck. I've never heard of a developmental skill like this. Is he the first to get it, or is this a joke by the gods because of his cute bunny appearance? Unable to keep her doubts to herself, Reveria decided to ask the being that caused them directly. Belle, yes, Reveria, may I ask how your development skill luck works? Sure, it helps me get item drops from the monsters I kill, and they very rarely fail to drop them. Also, when Welf is looking for metals to make weapons, it's easier for us to find them when I'm around. Oh, and it seems to help me win at betting or games of chance. That's about it, I think. Reveria wanted to ask, are you kidding me? Sincerely, but when she saw Belle's eyes, she knew he wasn't lying or exaggerating. Besides, wasn't Belle seen in the entertainment district, bankrupting a major casino shortly after his war against the Apollo family? Knowing this information beforehand did not allow Reveria to take Belle as a liar. With that in mind, Reveria turned pale. What a terrifying ability. Laplace or Argonaut? Stop joking, luck was 2 if not 3 levels above those two. In short, if Belle wanted to, he could enjoy a comfortable life without having to exert himself by simply going occasionally to the casino or going in search of rare metals in the dungeon. It's ironic that such skill should have fallen into the hands of such a pure, righteous, and innocent young man. Reveria couldn't suppress the soft smile that formed on her lips as they looked at Belle. Reveria. It's nothing, Reveria said, ignoring the boy's question, and stood up. Shall we go out to the garden? Let's resume our practical classes. Clear, they walked side by side as they went out into the garden. Due to the importance of his magic classes, Reveria had decided to monopolize Belle for the next 2 weeks, so the boy did not meet with Ryu, his familiar friends, Eyes, or Otter. All day long from dawn till dusk, Belle was exclusively at Reveria's disposal and for her practical classes on magic. XXX. Have you heard about the causes of deaths? Bellcranel was very familiar with the subject. Correct your posture, your breathing is incorrect. Concentrate, closing your eyes doesn't mean concentration. Imagine yourself as a vessel, you must grow like one and fill it to the brim. Belle was in a lotus position. The training consisted of becoming one with mana, and that in itself was something that few experienced mages had achieved. One of them was Reveria. His great understanding of magic had allowed him to break down his 3 magics into 9, which gave him the alias 9 hells. You must go with the flow, not against it. Listen to the whispers of your own magic and nurture it. 2 days had passed. From dawn till dusk, Belle had been in the lotus position seeking to become one with his mana. How borings. That was his conclusion. I remembered Reveria saying that they would move on to practice, however, this was just as boring as the already outdated theory. However, she didn't dare say it out loud. Reveria tended to be rather strict with her classes, and the reprimands she gave were no joke. Belle preferred to remain in boring silence rather than receive a scolding from his lovely wife. Hey, right now, are you thinking this is boring? What? Belle opened his eyes suddenly and was met with Reveria's dry, angry face. Before he could ask how he had been discovered, Reveria said in a sepulchral voice. Your face says it all. All Belle could do was flash a silly grin, hoping his mistake would be forgiven by his wife's mercy. Reveria let out a long sigh. I understand this is boring for you, but you have no choice. Once you master this technique, the difference in your magic will be overwhelming. Is there really that much of a difference? If I want my magic to be stronger, I can infuse it with Argonaut. It's very destructive. Oh really, you seem confident. Good, let's destroy that confidence of yours. What are you talking about? Follow me. Reveria walked out of the garden and into the city streets. Belle followed beside her, trying to ignore the stares of everyone around them. Oh look, they're the couple of the moment. Hey, looking at them like that, they don't make a bad pairs. Yes, although one is 100 years old and the other 14. Hey, you know what they say, the more wrinkled the raisins. PSS, do you think they've already done that? Judging by bellcranel's appearance, there should already be at least 12 children on the way. These bastards. Bell could barely contain the urge to punch the whisperers in the face, who thought they couldn't be heard. He never insulted anyone or started fights, however, that did not apply to those who disrespected him so blatantly. Furthermore, Reveria. He looked at the elegant elf walking beside him. What's happening? Bell was confused. Reveria didn't seem bothered at all. It was as if the men and women talking around her didn't exist for her. Doesn't that bother you, Miss Reveria? Should I arguing with fools makes you a fool? It's absurd to think you'll ever make them understand. After all, they're idiots. Bell thought that way of thinking was cruel but not wrong. He vaguely recalled the fable of the lion and the donkey. Do you think it's cruel? Oh no. Reveria asked with a mischievous smile on her face, and Bell had to look away to hide his blush. How lovely. He wasn't someone who could deny Reveria's beauty. Even if someone was in love, it was normal to acknowledge the beauty of others alongside that unique love. Shall we go to the dungeon? Yes, specifically to Reveria. They continued on their way down the stairs that led to the dungeon. Bell had to make an effort to ignore the bloodlust emanating from every elf they encountered. XXX. Deep in the Reveria forest. Okay, this is fine. What will we do here? Bell looked around. Right now they were in a small clearing surrounded by trees. The green sea surrounded everything and there was no room for unwanted observers. Reveria leaned his body against a tree trunk and pointed at it. Charge your most powerful attack by combining Firebolt with Argonaut. When you do, launch it at me. Understand what? Are you kidding? You could die. Just do it. Bell wanted to refuse, but Reveria left him no choice. A little hesitant and not entirely sure, Bell began to load Argonaut into his right hand. What is the maximum charging time? With the recent level upgrade, 4 minutes. Okay, let's make it 4 then. 2 minutes passed, and seeing the accumulation of destructive energy, Reveria felt a chill. Just as I expected, that ability is ridiculously powerful. She wondered how destructive her own magic would become if she used that ability in Bell's hands. If it was already nicknamed 9 Hells without it, she couldn't imagine how destructive it would become. 3 minutes passed. Chimes, impossible. The forest began to resonate. Bells, like those of a sacred temple, echoed through the leafy woods. Reveria looked at Bell, who was concentrating on not losing control of his ability. With each passing second, the condensed power increased. The white glow shone with purity and destructive force. The 4 minutes arrived. It's ready. Reveria was sweating profusely. She had no doubt she could stop the attack, however, she hadn't expected it to be so overwhelming. And it's only level 4. I didn't even want to imagine what it would be like once it reached the levels of the first classes. If it was this destructive now, it wasn't an exaggeration to call Argonaut a mass annihilation skill once it reached a certain level. Now what? Throw it, don't hesitate, just throw it. I don't know, this makes me nervous. What will happen if you hurt yourself? Reveria smiled. She liked that Bell cared about her. In fact, she found it endearing. However, she wasn't your average adventurer. Don't be so condescending. Bell, do you think you can hurt me at your current level? Well, I didn't mean to do that, but... I already told you, throw it. They looked at each other. Bell's eyes hesitated, while Reveria's, though showing concern, did not waver. Bell sighed, more worried about Reveria than about himself. He jumped back, creating a 10-meter distance between himself and Reveria. Taking a breath and adjusting his stance, he pointed his palm at the elf and fired, Firebolt. The attack was like a tsunami of blazing flames that consumed everything in its path. This is amazing and ridiculous, ha. Reveria stared at the avalanche of flames threatening to engulf her. The heat made her sweat profusely, and the leaves of the surrounding trees withered before burning to ash. The ground trembled, and you could see the hot pressure as the earth was compressed by the high temperatures. This is no joke. It was an attack powerful enough to take down a mid-level floor boss. In fact, Reveria thought it might even be able to bring down Udius with relative ease. The blazing flames from hell roared fiercely and crackled wildly in front of her. Seen from another perspective, it was perfectly the same as a simple human facing a 20-meter-high wave. Herald of the end. Reveria jumped back and conjured with such speed that if an outsider had heard her, they would have thought she was babbling some kind of satanic ritual. The chant ended in just 7 seconds. Win Fimbulvetter. As a countermeasure to the avalanche from hell, an icy blizzard was born capable of freezing time. The clash of these two opposing forces caused the 18th floor to tremble. The surrounding monsters, the few that remained in the safe zone, fled in terror from the now burned and frozen forest. Bell stared in astonishment at the scene. The great sea of flames capable of burning the sky itself was frozen, and now it looked like an icy mountain. Impossible. At the foot of that snowy mountain, a female figure perched gallantly. Her sorceress's attire fluttered in the cold wind, and her hair was caressed by the icy blizzards. an ice queen. The sight was amazing for the boy who couldn't believe the scene in front of him. So do you understand a little about the importance of training? From a distance, when the icy smoke settled and revealed Rivera's face, she displayed a fierce smile. Belle could describe her in no other way than as he had already said, a queen, the sovereign of the cold winter. I understand. When those words left her lips, the shaking on the 18th floor stopped. Riveria walked slowly toward Belle and stroked her hair. The lovely smile adorning her lips remained at every moment. Shall we take a bath? Thanks to you, I'm all sweaty. Ah, yes. Belle lowered his gaze, trying to hide his embarrassment. He followed Riveria behind, but glanced over his shoulder at the stage they were leaving. The forest was devastated, but that didn't matter. The dungeon would repair everything on its own. Incredible Riveria is incredible. What Belle's rubbered eyes focused on was the mountain of frozen flames in the middle of all the disaster. A shiver ran through his body, and along with that shiver, a new ambition grew within him. Next time he would make sure his flames weren't frozen. The boy flashed a fierce smile as he aligned his walk alongside Riveria. You seem happy, oh really, XXX. The whisper of the forest wind caressed the mutinous leaves of the trees, forming a natural whispering dance. I'll go to the other side. Wait there, Belle. Belle was sweating from nerves. They were next to a crystal-clear pond, perfect for washing their bodies. The problem was its size. It was only big enough for a maximum of 5 people. Given that length, Belle was forced to find another location so as not to disturb Riveria. In fact, he was also doing it for his own safety. I don't want to be frozen again. His body suffered a traumatized chill. Why go somewhere else when the pond is big enough for both of us? Riveria said softly, let's hurry, we still have to cook for dinner tonight. Ah yes, well however you look at it, it'll be embarrassing to bathe together. Riveria raised an eyebrow and showing disgust and anger reprimanded Belle seriously. You've seen me completely naked. You got my first 3 kisses, cheek peck and a full kiss. Besides, it wasn't long ago that you snuck into my bed half-naked like a depraved sicko. I get it now. And I'm not a pervert, I was just thinking about so many things that I didn't realize it was your room. Besides, you froze me while I was naked too. That. They looked at each other suspiciously from a distance of 2 meters. To recap, Riveria was actually embarrassed to share the bathroom with Belle, but she couldn't act childish at her age. She was a full-fledged adult, and the fact that she had already been seen naked by Belle made it clear that she had nothing left to hide. However, don't get any strange ideas, you perverted rabbit. You perverted rabbit. I thought you wouldn't compare me to a rabbit anymore. Whatever, I mean I'm wearing a swimsuit. Did you think I was going to bathe naked in front of you? Belle didn't want to admit it, but in reality he had thought that. Good heavens. Now he couldn't deny that he was a pervert, even though he wasn't really one. It was just his mind playing a cruel trick on him. Even so, Belle continued, I thought that elves didn't show their skins so lightly either. You think, well, but what's the point of being confined with you if you've seen me just as I came into the world? Riveria glared at him, still indignant about the shameful incident. Faced with her reproachful eyes, Belle could only avert his gaze guiltily. See, certainly. Now the conversation seemed very natural for both of them, and if a third party were to hear them, they would think that they got along very well, too well. However, both of them were internally in chaos. Now what? I said it doesn't bother me, but it's actually embarrassing. Is this what I get for trying to act mature and cool? Stupid. Riveria was like a young maiden who had never had intimate contact with any man. Well, with any other than Belle due to certain unfortunate events. It was true that Belle probably already had her naked body slowly burned into his memory, but that didn't eliminate Riveria's embarrassment at wearing a bikini in front of him. From the boy's side. Okay, this is a trap, I'm sure of it. Once I see her in a bikini, she'll freeze me out with the excuse that I saw her and that I'm a degenerate, lunatic, perverted, second-rate freak born in the filth of hell. He was more concerned about his life than anything else. He had already been frozen several times by Riveria, and the trauma was so profound that he even developed magic resistance. If he continued being frozen constantly, he would take that ability to the next level. Yes, that's not a good idea, I'd better look for another pond. When Belle opted for survival, Riveria was already in bikini. It was a beautiful set with a natural jade green design. Although it was a swimsuit, it was more concealing than a regular one. What was visible was her smooth, flat stomach as well as her legs from the thigh down. Her long arms seemed as fragile as the finest crystal, and the milky color of her skin momentarily mesmerized Belle. Why didn't you warn me? I was talking to you, but you ignored me. They both turned bright red. Riveria's figure was striking, and no one in their right mind would believe she was almost 100 years old. This is dangerous, quick Belle, think of eyes, think of eyes. The path was both the right one and the wrong one. Belle's memory brought back to him the time he had similarly seen eyes completely naked in the same apartment. Ah. Something rose up, what? Reveria took a step back, frightened by the event. XXX. Let's make a separate section. The term pervert differs greatly from arousal. A pervert was someone who intentionally displayed sexual behavior that was considered abnormal or morally unacceptable. Conversely, arousal was the opposite. It was the second phase of a human sexual response. Both hexes experience an increase in heart rate through the sympathetic nervous system. Lemon skipped. No matter how long I stayed underwater, I couldn't get a clear answer. I had to surface and thaw Belle out. After rinsing our bodies in complete silence back to back in the pond, we rose to the surface. We walked without sharing a single word, and we were both too embarrassed to look at each other until dinner time. Oblivious to the feeling, I couldn't sleep that night. Chapter 10, Existence. If your body craves joy and good things. Under the bright sunlight and the daytime breeze, Belle and Reveria were carrying out their magic training as usual. It's improved quite a bit more than I expected. Reveria watched Belle, who was in a lotus position. His concentration was at its peak as mana converged throughout his body. Laplace, as I suspected, is an absurd ability. It was the 11th day of training, and there were only 3 days left until the 2-week council monopoly ended. Thinking about it, Reveria deduced that Belle would finish by the 13th day of training. That's enough. Upon hearing his words, Belle opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. This is more tiring than I thought, he murmured in a ghostly tone. Reveria, are you sure you're not getting revenge for what happened in Riviera? Do you want me to freeze you again, Belle? I give up. A single death glare was all it took for Belle to back down. The mere memory of that day made Reveria outwardly annoyed and inwardly deeply ashamed. The only thing she couldn't control was the redness of her cheeks. Letting out a soft sigh, Reveria calmed down. If you're feeling good enough to joke around, get back to training. You're very ruthless, you know that. Just do what I tell you. Good. Belle closed his eyes and concentrated once more. Laplace. She regulated her breathing, and as her eyelids closed, her body was submerged in an ocean of information. Sound was banished, as were the sensitivities of his body. He was in a state where he could neither hear nor feel anything. Thanks to Laplace, I can immerse myself in a state of pure meditation. Being able to control my magical energy is possible. Reveria observed him closely. Belle didn't move at all, and only soft breathing could be heard by Reveria. Seeing this, he indicated, channel all the mana you've gathered and conjure your magic. I warn you, if you can't keep the magic in the palm of your hand, you won't have dinner tonight. Perhaps he couldn't hear her, but Belle's eyebrows reacted to the possible death sentence. Quite apart from that, the instructions she had given were the same as every day, so it wasn't really necessary to be able to listen to her. Not bad. Reveria judged that Belle was making steady progress. He managed to conjure his magic and keep the blaze of firebolt in the palm of his hand, and despite using little magical energy, the refinement was of such quality that the fire was suffocating to the eye. Okay, keep it there for the rest of practice. After the next 4 hours, as the sun set with the sunset, Belle was finally able to open his eyes and sigh with relief. This is exhausting. Trying to stand up, Belle almost fell flat on his face on the garden grass, but was supported by Reveria's body. With a smile, Reveria gave her reprimand in a soft, concerned tone. Be careful. You may not be physically exerting yourself, but you're mentally exhausted. Thank you. Belle lowered his gaze as he accepted the help. His relationship with Reveria had become so close that being supported by her body was no longer an inconvenience, nor was there any discomfort on either side. More than anything, the tragic and shameful events of the past were, in some strange way, very helpful. What will we have for dinner tonight? Leaning against her side and walking side by side into the house, Belle asked about dinner. Reveria became thoughtful, and while caressing her lips with her finger, she suggested, would you like some curry? As long as it tastes like curry. Are you making fun of me, Belle? Hey, don't pinch me. Oh, okay, sorry. They both went into the living room and upstairs while Belle stroked his pinched side. Reveria left him in his room to get dressed, and after they had both taken separate baths, they went down to the kitchen. Belle, do we have enough ingredients? I'd say there's plenty, so don't worry. So shall we cook? I'm in your care, sensei. Don't call me that. Faced with Reveria's clear mockery, Belle looked embarrassed as he took the ingredients out of the refrigerator. Reveria, for her part, put on an apron with forest decorations while enjoying the boy's blush. XXX. If I had to give my opinion on any flaw in Reveria, it would undoubtedly be their food. It was awful, to be honest. Of course, it's not like I could tell her outright, but I tried to drop hints while suggesting the topic of cooking together. What does it take to make a curry? It depends on the type of curry. Let's make a spicy one tonight. All right. While I was telling her the ingredients and she was rinsing them, I concentrated on preparing rice as a side dish. Of course, the first few times were a bit difficult since Reveria had the gift of turning anything, no matter how simple, into a culinary monstrosity. In a way, it brought back memories of my late grandfather, which is why I learned to cook from a young age. How do I cut the potatoes and carrots, Belle? Cut the potatoes into small squares and the carrots into julienne strips. I understand. Aside from overseeing the rice cooking, I also supervised my apprentice, Riveria. If I wanted the fluffy rice to be worthwhile, the curry had to be just as good. How long to cook? About 15 minutes over medium heat will be fine, I see. Seeing Riveria's determined face made me feel proud. She looked lovely in her apron, and watching her give it her all was refreshing. When I think back to the day I suggested this activity, I can almost remember the fear I felt that day. You say you cook as a couple. Yes, it will be a fun pastime, don't you think? Seriously, to me, you're saying my food is disgusting. I understand why she was upset about it, but trying to freeze me out over something so small, Riveria has very strange tendencies. Even so, thanks to my sacrifice that day, their food was no longer something that exuded death and chaos. The vegetables are ready. What's next? The meat. Make sure to season it thoroughly and put it in the pot with the curry stew. Understood. Thus, after making sure the rice was in perfect condition, I was able to supervise Riveria until the end. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't difficult either. We served the potions on plates and placed them on the table. After Riveria brought a glass of wine, we sat down to enjoy dinner. It turned out well. As I put a spoonful of the curry with rice in my mouth, that was my honest assessment. The spiciness was just right, and the flavor of the spices, along with the tenderness of the meat, combined perfectly. Really. Fufu, after all, I'm good at learning quickly. Riveria exclaimed with joy, showing her own pride as a cook. Of course, that was normal. Everyone would be happy to see their efforts bear fruit. It was when I was concentrating on enjoying dinner that Riveria spoke. You're very good at cooking. Who did you learn from? I paused my feast and looked at her for a few seconds. She was about to finish her course, and while she sipped gallantly from her wine glass, she waited for my reply. Nobody's. I had to do it in order to survive. Doesn't that sound a bit exaggerated? I don't understand. It's just that my grandfather was a terrible cook. More than a cook, he seemed like a witch doctor concocting poisonous potions. Ah, like you a few weeks ago. I raised my hands in surrender as his eyes sharpened, almost killing me with his gaze. With a nervous smile and a cowardly voice, I declared, I was just kidding. Well, it's not like it's a lie. Anyway, I can cook decently now, right? No objections. I felt her analyzing gaze for a couple of minutes, and by the time she let out a sigh, she looked serious as she questioned me. From the way you spoke, was your grandfather the only person in your childhood? Of course, it was to be expected that she would ask something like that. Riveria didn't know that I was an orphan and that my parents aren't even in my memories anymore. It was natural since, after all, I never met them. I'm sorry if I touched on a sensitive subject, please forget it. What do you think of the wines? I know you're 14, but you're quite resilient. Noticing my state, Riveria backed off the topic and apologized while changing the subject quite nimbly. Seeing that, I smiled. It's not necessary. To answer your question, that's correct. I never knew my parents, and the only person I can consider a blood relative is my grandfather. And where is it? Belle died. Ah, the silence that followed was obviously awkward. It was somewhat amusing to watch Riveria looking around, her sorrow evident on the surface of her eyes. I am sorry, I wasn't aware. Okay, I smiled, brushed it off, and continued with my dinner. The wine was, of course, delicious, but 3 glasses was my limit. I could feel Riveria's gaze on me, but I completely ignored it so as not to make her feel more guilty. However, my efforts were in vain. It seems there's a lot about you that I don't know, Belle. Is that so? I can say the same about you. Yeah. We looked at each other. Riveria's eyes showed guilt for what had happened before, and a faint glimmer of interest flashed a beautiful jade green. Is it okay if I ask about your past? I mean your life before you came to Arario. I have no problem with that. Oh, may I ask the same thing? I mean, why did you leave the great forest and become an adventurer? Knowing that he would most likely be rejected, it was a real surprise when Riveria curved her lips into a charming and tender smile as she nodded. It's not a short story, you know, isn't the night long? Tonight's dinner lasted until the early hours of the morning, and each discovered more about the other. XXX. On the main street of the adventurers near the entrance to the dungeon, 2 people were competing in a race, or rather one was fleeing from the other. Hold on there, human. Please, this is the 4th time this week already. Lefiasen, Belle, who wore a terrified and tired expression, was cruelly pursued by a furious and out-of-control Lefia. People, passers-by or stall owners smiling with amusement at the sight. Look at them, there they go again. Do you think the girl will catch him this time? Now the kid is fast. Aw, this makes me nostalgic. Oh, nostalgia, yes, the time I got my wife's sister pregnant. Her whole family chased me to kill me. The pursuit of the fairy and the rabbit was so famous that there were even rumors of bets being placed in the slums about when the fugitive would be caught. In contrast to the first few days, the bewildered and worried expressions were now ones of joy and curiosity. Lefiasen, don't you ever get tired of doing this? This is a crusade, human, a crusade. I will burn alive the body of anyone who dares to desecrate Lady Riveria. Don't you think you're being a bit extreme? And I haven't even tried Miss Reveria. Of course, that was a lie. Belle had defiled her enough that an entire race would demand his head if they found out. To avoid being killed by this enthusiastic young woman, he had no choice but to flee to the dungeon for refuge. Even if his pursuer was Lefia, losing her in the labyrinth's floors was no problem. Hup, hey, where do you think you're going? Please just give up today, I have so many commitments. Leaping from one side to the other, Belle reached the first floor of the dungeon. He tore apart the goblins that crossed his path to the second floor. Lefia, on the other hand, clung to the rabbit's tail, figuratively speaking, of course. She understood that Belle was much faster than her, which is why he had replicated the tracking magic of one of his comrades in the Familia. Thus, even if Belle was superior in speed, he could find him as long as he did not leave the range area. I can distance myself from her more, but... Belle's thoughts became complicated. He could easily increase the distance between himself and Lefia thanks to his recent level increase. However, he was worried about his friend's safety. A friend who wanted to hit him and possibly kill him, but she was still his friend. They had teamed up in the past and overcome a deadly trap, so a sense of camaraderie was present. Should I keep a short distance until we reach Riviera? That way I can help if she gets into trouble. And if she manages to get through the 17 floors, she'll be exhausted by the time we're on the 18th floor. The mission was simple, although lengthy. During the chase, Lefia launched a few attack spells, attacks that Belle narrowly dodged. They passed the 10th, 13th, and 15th floors and reached the 17th. It was then that Belle noticed how strange it was. Is he no longer chasing me? The thought she gave up crossed her mind, however, a moment later her face paled. Is he in danger? Belle stopped instantly and went back the way he'd come. The 17th floor was flat and the whole area resembled a large hall. Seeing that Lefia wasn't there, her whereabouts were quite obvious. The 16th floor, that means Minotaurs. His body became blurry, and in less than a second, he had crossed the entire 17th floor and was on the 16th. He looked around as he drew the Hestia dagger. But Lefia was nowhere to be seen. There weren't even any signs of battle, magic stones, or blood. She didn't know why, but her intuition warned her about something. This is strange. Lefiasan isn't the type of person who would stop chasing me so easily. Knowing that in advance, Belle had a bad feeling. Laplace. He activated his ability, and the moment his eyes glowed with a digital blue, the world around him transformed into a transparent blue. Information from the entire area down to the smallest detail began to flow like water within his brain. There was no battle, much less an encounter. Just as I thought, there were no signs of battle. He was about to dig deeper but stopped suddenly. His eyes focused on a certain corner of the floor. A false bottom, that's a secret entrance. Belle approached slowly. Thanks to Laplace, who gathered even the smallest piece of information, he was able to see traces of the recent use of this mysterious fake fund. Lefiasan. He wasn't sure, but something told him his comrade was on the other side. Gripping his weapon, Belle ventured into this new and unfamiliar territory. Darkness enveloped his body the moment he entered. XXX. In the midst of the chase after Belle, Lefia saw out of the corner of her eye a couple of silhouettes wearing distinguished robes. Evelis. It was impossible for her to forget that design. After all, it was only recently that she had become involved with them, along with an unexpected Belle. I shouldn't, but... Lefia stopped. She looked towards the route Belle had fled along, then saw the strange false bottom through which Evelis's men had passed. It's dangerous, but... The best option would be to continue hunting rabbits. Lefia knew that perfectly well. However, her sense of duty wouldn't allow it. It was just a matter of being careful, and if she discovered something truly big, running away and informing her family. Yes, I'll be careful. He found such thoughts from that time amusing. Idiot. His body was leaning against a dark wall, and as blood gushed from a wound in his stomach, the brightness in his eyes was fading. She had been discovered and seriously wounded. While fleeing, an attack had caught up with her, and the dagger stuck in her stomach was poisoned. I was so focused on chasing Belson that I didn't bring any potions. Was she going to die here? Lefia was sure of it. She remembered her friends and her golden-haired idol. Girls. Her lips formed a nostalgic smile, and as she watched the two figures approach her dying body, she lamented, I'm sorry. Her eyelids grew heavy and she could do nothing to keep them open. As the world turned to despairing darkness, the voices spoke. Wasn't he too weak? I thought that by managing to infiltrate he would be competent. I know, what a disappointment, but hey, isn't she lovely? She's practically dead, but don't you usually go to cemeteries? I'll give you some space, so go ahead and enjoy yourself. Oh, just as expected from my superior, he's so considerate. Yes, just don't take so long. He continued breathing, and with his vision blocked, his other senses heightened. No. Her body trembled. An unknown terror gripped her and tears sprang from between her closed eyelids. A couple of steps moved away and another couple approached. As Lefia prayed to die so as not to be defiled alive, the other person's unpleasant laughter echoed between the walls. Keek shhh, it'll be quick. She could feel it. That person's face was right in front of her. Their ragged, foul-smelling breath hit her injured face. It was at that moment that a bang resounded. Boss. The man looked over his shoulder, waiting for an answer. However, there was none. The hallway had two directions, and from the floor on the right, a pool of blood began to spread. What are you doing? Lefia heard the wet footsteps on the blood. Hey, and who are you? I asked you, what are you doing, you bastard? At the end of the corridor, there was a boy, white hair and red eyes flashing with hostility. The anger condensed on that rubbered surface shimmered in the darkness of the place. B. Belson. Lefia knew that voice. It sounded deep and irritated, very different from the kind and considerate one, but it was definitely the same voice of the boy she was chasing. Ah, so you're friends with this brat? Did you kill the boss? Kejajej, well, I'll kill you and have some fun with both bodies. Come here, snot-nosed. There was an explosion. Before the man realized it, a dagger pierced his chest. Her skin beneath the robe glowed a purplish blue. She spat blood, unable to comprehend the situation as her body grew cold. Looking up at the person wielding the dagger, he saw him. Repent in hell, scum. Death reflected on a sea of blood in the eyes of a boy. Jiga. When the dagger was pulled out, blood gushed out. The man's body fell limply to the ground and a pool of blood spread around him. Bell sighed as he sheathed his dagger. I've killed someone. He looked at the palm of his hand and it was trembling. He was furious, but the weight of two deaths left him slightly shaken. They were bad people, definitely. Having overheard their conversation, he couldn't control the anger that consumed him. With unreadable eyes, he stared at the palms of his hands. There was no blood, but to his eyes they were bathed in a dark red. B. Belson, is that you? A broken voice reached his ears. The boy emerged from the chaotic bubble he was in and shook off all those bats. I'll think about it later. The important thing now is to get out of here alive with Lefiasin. She walked over to Lefia and sat on one of her knees. Taking her friend's trembling hands, she answered, It's me, Lefiasin, don't worry, everything will be all right, B. Belson. Seeing tears of fear and joy well up in Lefia's eyes made Belle bite her lip until it bled. She was hurt and she would soon die. Can you walk? Lefia shook her head. Her legs wouldn't respond and the cold in her body grew stronger with each passing moment. I'll carry you, but before that. Belle took one of the potions from the pouch on his leg. He carefully sprinkled it on the wounds and gave the rest for Lefia to drink. Do you feel better? Yeah. Feeling her vitality returning to her body, Lefia was finally able to open her eyes. Her vision was blurred by tears, but she was able to see her friend's smiling face. Thank you. Let's get out of here. Belle swept her into his arms like a princess and walked back the way he had come. His senses were heightened and he was as quiet as he could be. Ah, so warm. Snuggled in his arms, Lefia fell into a deep sleep. XXX. 2 days after that incident, I found myself at the Chimney Mansion, the home of my family. It was around 7:00 p.m. and today, very strangely, my teachers couldn't teach me. Simply put, it was my day off. It's been almost 2 months since I've had a break. I deemed it necessary after what happened. Lefiasin was out of danger, and after being questioned by the low-key familia, they let me go. I told you everything, omitting the fact that the 2 people died. Lefiasin didn't remember very well, so it was easy to leave out what happened. Beyond I saved her from 2 men, everything was left to me. I remember Reveria asking me more about that day at dinner last night. However, I told her that I had said everything, although he didn't seem to believe me. Even if that were the case, I didn't think it necessary to tell them. The truth was, I was afraid. My nights were plagued by nightmares, and I wasn't ready to be judged by the opinions of my acquaintances. Yes, there was no need for anyone to know what had happened. She could handle the nightmares, and they would most likely fade away with time. Hey Belle, is it really okay for you to have dinner with us? You should spend the night with your wife. Welf. I smiled bitterly at my friend. We were currently in the living room waiting for the girls to finish preparing the food. I suggested joining, but they had all insisted that I take advantage of my one and only rare day off. Actually, this is a good thing. Anything good, you see. I looked around, making sure no one else was listening. When Welf noticed my seriousness, he leaned closer, waiting for me to speak. Yes, the truth is that Miss Reveria was a terrible cook. To say she cooked poison is no exaggeration. What? I don't believe you. I know it's hard to believe. Ah, Belle waits. After a few classes, she learned to cook decently, but 3 days ago when I praised her food, she hasn't stopped preparing the same thing. B-Bell. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and supper. Honestly, it's too much even for me. I'll tell them I already ate dinner with you when I get home, and that way I'll be spared from dinner tonight. I completely let it all out, and as I sighed, I noticed Welf's face was pale. The girls behind him had the same expression. Ah, did you hear me? Even so, I didn't feel their eyes on me, but on someone behind me. I looked at the people in front of me. Lily, Mikitasen, Haruheimsen, Kamisama, and Welf were there. The whole family was there, so I was surprised when I suddenly felt a presence behind me. And this bloodlust in his eyes. I turned pale. Is Miss Riveria behind me? Everyone nodded slowly and I felt my heart stop. I quickly glanced over my shoulder and there was Riveria. She was wearing her adventure outfit and she looked as good as ever. The only thing that didn't match her natural beauty. Hello. They were her eyes. Her eyes blazed with a thirst for pure blood. They were explosive and indicated that her target was not going to have a good time. That target reflected in the emerald surface of her eyes was me, dear. Not only me but the rest of my friends noticed the immense sarcasm infused in the word. Her smile wasn't genuine, rather it seemed mechanical. Let's go home, dinner's ready. I made your favorite dish today. A favorite? Yes, I made curry. My eyes trembled with fear. As my throat went dry, I felt like my lungs weren't processing the air properly. At the same time as my heart raced and my pupils dilated until they resembled small stars in the sky, I exploded in a frenzy. Curry again. We've been eating curry for 4 days straight. I don't want curry anymore. I've had nightmares about that dish. It's not good to overdo it with food like that, gaha. I received a heavy blow to the back of my neck and my body went weak and limp. Catching me in Riveria's arms, I was tossed onto his shoulders like a sack of potatoes. You look tired, dear. Let's go home and rest. I felt him lean towards my family in a gesture of farewell, and how none of them did anything to help me. I apologize for any inconvenience my husband caused you. It's been lovely seeing you, and please know you're always welcome in our home. Nobody saved me, not even Welf. As I was being carried like a mere sack of potatoes by Riveria, a tear ran down my cheeks. From that moment on, I lost consciousness. XXX. The next morning, after punishing Belle for slandering my cooking, I headed to my family headquarters, the Twilight Mansion. 4 days ago, Belle arrived at headquarters carrying Lefia in very bad shape. Just remembering it gives me a headache. The way everyone treated him bothered me, and when everything was cleared up, they didn't even offer her an apology. Apart from the executives and Raoul's group, almost the entire family assumed that Belle had caused such injuries. Seriously, he seems more like a magnet for trouble than a person. As I walked through the city streets, I could feel eyes on me. Many were fascinated or admiring, and others unpleasant or curious. It was around 7:00 a.m., but there were still many people out on the streets. Belle must be training with Miss Lion at this hour. Despite fainting from what happened last night, he got up to arrive on time. He may be silly, but I can't help but admire him. I ignored the whispers people were making about me. It was actually quite normal. It was all related to my relationship and intimacy with Belle. For some unknown reason, 50% of citizens firmly believed that we were already in the process of bringing the future hero. People are unpredictable, there's no doubt about it. I let out a tired sigh, trying to cool the heat in my cheeks. It was silly, but every time I thought about it, it was still embarrassing. Just thinking about a woman nearly 100 years old with a 14-year-old man made me question my ethical values. Wasn't this a crime? The gods have a twisted sense of humor. Welcome, Riveria-sama. What brings you here so early? When I looked up at the person who spoke to me, I saw one of the many elves of the family. He had arrived at the Twilight Mansion. Simple routine, I replied. The door opened for me and I was greeted with a smile. Once inside, I requested a meeting. XXX. While Riveria was catching up with her family, a certain meeting between two people took place in a bar. I never thought that the famous Perseus would ask me for a meeting. Is it really that surprising? Welf looked at the woman sitting in front of him. She wore an adventurer's outfit and her poised posture exuded an air of nobility. Adding to this her youthful and beautiful face, along with the spectacles adorning her sapphire blue eyes, she was truly a beautiful woman. Why the hell did he ask me to come? I don't recall having any dealings with the Hermes family. The closest thing to a relationship he had was through his best friend, bellcranel. Although the kind boy had strange connections to the god Hermes, Welf still didn't understand the reason for any of it. I'll get straight to the point, Mr. Krazo. Having guessed her thoughts and concerns, Isfi placed her clasped hands on the wooden table and declared, I like Belle that. To be more precise, I'm in love with bellcranel. Of course, it goes without saying that if he leaks anything related to this, I'll behead him. Welf didn't know what to say. He thought this confession of feelings toward his friend was absurd. After all, why didn't he tell Belle about his feelings instead of him? The only thing he could think of was something he had already experienced in the past. Are you trying to get my help to win him over? I'm sorry, but I have to refuse. Welf had lost count of the times women, proclaiming themselves to be in love with his friend, had asked him for his favor as the boy's closest friend. Although it was definitely the first time that such an important figure had asked him for this kind of favor. Belle, you bastard Don Juan. Inside, Welf smiled as he thought about his friend. That's not it. I don't need your help to make him fall in love with me. Isfi shook her head with a bitter smile. Although such a strategy had crossed her mind, she dismissed it as soon as she considered it. Is that so? Then what is your intention in telling me about your feelings for my friend? A very different one, mainly because of the prophecy that Belle is bound to. I can't become his wife if he has a child with someone else, am I wrong? Well, no. Welf broke out in a cold sweat. This crazy woman is already thinking about marrying Belle. How confident is she? It was clear to Welf that Isfi possessed a beauty comparable to several goddesses. But he, as Belle's closest friend, knew that his friend was not someone who would dwell on such insignificance. To win his friend's heart, more than just beauty was needed. Welf knew this very well. That's why I must first deal with the prophecy before I can go all out with Belle. Are you talking about destroying a prophecy dictated by a divine being? That's a bit impossible. Impossible is just a little more difficult, that's all. A trivial prophecy isn't a big deal, I see. It didn't even seem possible to reason with her, so Welf gave up on that issue. People become irrational when they fall in love, he thought firmly. He took a sip from the glass of cold elven water and then asked, I understand your feelings since you're not the only one, but what role do I play in your plans? Honestly, I don't understand. It's simple. I'll create a magic item that can guarantee Belle's survival in the battle against the Black Dragon. That way, he won't need to breed with that elf. Although you speak of Reveria Eljas Alf. So what? A rival is a rival. It really seemed impossible to make her reason. Welf became lost in thought, organizing the things he had heard from this woman in love. After thinking for a few minutes, he asked, Are you even capable of creating such an item? His doubt was normal. After all, they were talking about an object that could guarantee life in a fight against that living nightmare. Doing something like that was worthy of a feat. Isfi smiled smugly at his question, filled with doubt. I am Perseus. If it's about me, it's possible. More than just making it possible, Isfi would make sure it was. It didn't matter if she ended up extracting all of his knowledge as long as she achieved her goal. That was her essence, that of a researcher and creator of magical items. It was also her ambition, the ambition to share a future with the person she loves. Welf let out a long sigh and looking at Isfi doubtfully asked, What should I do? He couldn't refuse, not because he was moved by Isfi's feelings for his friend or by the fact that he was asked in such a way. The only reason Welf volunteered without objection was undoubtedly the possibility of a guarantee of life for his friend. It wasn't just him. He was sure that anyone the boy knew would sell their soul to the devil if it meant Belle would have a guaranteed life. Bellcranel wasn't the only one worried and overwhelmed. Those close to him were also suffering because of everything that had developed. It's simple. I need you to condense the famous Krazo swords into small gems. The size of a marble is sufficient. What kind of madness are you asking me to do, woman? Welf let out another sigh. The seriousness in Isfi's eyes was enough for him to know she wasn't joking. Condensing magical energy, that wasn't child's play. Even worse, they were asking him to condense the magical energy of the Krazo family. One mistake and I could blow up into 1,000 pieces. That's how destructive that power was. Sealing it in swords was laborious enough, so reducing it to marbles was madness. Can't you? To Isfi's short question, Welf let out a mocking snort. Of course I can. How many do you need? Isfi nodded contentedly and stood up. As she prepared to leave for her laboratory, she voiced her request. 100 in total. 20 ice, 20 fire, 20 lightning, 20 wind, and 20 gravity. I ask again, will you be able to do it? Is there a time limit, the same as Belle, a year, or should I say less than 10 months currently? Okay, I'll have them by then. Thank you, you will be the best man at our wedding. Without another word, Isfi left. The bill was paid, even though it was only for the glass of elven water Welf had ordered. Seated, the blacksmith was lost in thought. What kind of nightmarish weapon does he have in mind that requires 100 condensed energy gems? No matter how much he thought about it, Welf couldn't come up with a suitable answer. He left the bar a few minutes later, and after visiting his beloved goddess, he headed to his forge. XXX. Evening dawned over the sky, and the sun began to descend between the mountain ranges beyond the wall. The meeting between his two friends and goddess ended sooner than expected, or at least, as far as the family reports and dungeon explorations were concerned. So. Loki's lips formed a mischievous smile. What is it? Reveria, on the other hand, remained unfazed. Despite asking what Loki wanted, she had a hunch about what it would be. How's the relationship between you and the rabbit boy going? Did you know that? Phew. Finn and Gareth's ears twitched. Like Loki, they were curious. However, they weren't stupid enough to ask Reveria directly. Even more so when Reveria herself never said anything about it. Loki, do you want to die? Finn and Gareth sighed in disappointment. Naturally, it was the response they expected from the indifferent Reveria. Seeing the silence of Loki and his companions, Reveria let out an exasperated sigh. Please stop getting your hopes up. Belle and I have no intention of going that far, do you understand? I'm telling you this so you'll stop giving me those doubtful looks. After a long silence where everyone looked at each other, Loki asked timidly, Nothing at all. Not even a kiss, a caress, or a treat. That guy's a coward. To have such high-quality meat on a silver platter and leave it for the flies, guys, I'm going to declare war on his family. I'll be right back. Where do you think you're going? Reveria grabbed Loki by the collar of her shirt and forced her to sit down. Pressing her hand firmly against Loki's shoulder, she glared at her. I was just kidding, hee hee. Laughing nervously, Loki looked around trying to avoid Reveria's icy gaze. He looked towards Finn and Gareth, but they looked away. It was obvious they wouldn't vouch for Loki. After all, she was a temperamental Reveria. "Ha, what will I do with you?" Reveria sighed and after ceasing to intimidate Loki, took a seat. "Did you really expect my relationship with Belle to be like that? I'm disappointed in you." First of all, Reveria didn't expect Loki to do this, but she found it hard to believe that even Finn and Gareth would take it for granted that he would have sex with a boy several decades younger. "Well, he saw me naked, we kissed, and he even grabbed my breast, however." Those events were mere accidents and oversights on both their parts. Although it was her first time engaging in such an act, Reveria harbored no such feelings for Belle. The office was filled with an uncomfortable atmosphere for the three of them, Loki, Finn, and Gareth. Seeing that Reveria was deep in thought and showed no signs of speaking, Finn asked, "So how are you all doing? I don't think I need to ask, but is bellcranel as good a guy as he seems?" Reveria looked at him. She knew what Finn meant and she had no doubt about the answer to give. "It is, oh." Loki let out a sound of surprise. He looked curiously at Reveria's certainty and absolute belief in her answer. It seems they're already quite close, he thought with amusement. She wasn't referring to sexual intimacy but personal connection. Seeing that Reveria held Belle in high esteem, it was safe to assume the boy had earned the respect of the righteous elf. She's young, so she's not aware of many things, but her determination and will are unbreakable. "I can vouch for that since I tried to break them a couple of times." Reveria continued with her answer under the eyes of her companions and Diosa. "That's why I can say it with certainty. Bellcranel is a man of his word, I see." "I'm glad to hear that, as it's somewhat of a relief that you're not uncomfortable in your situation. To put it simply, it's not easy to fit in comfortably with a random person." "Finn is right. Reveria, you say Bellcranel is trustworthy and I believe you." "Thank you, Gareth." The dwarf nodded as he scratched his long, brown beard. Looking at Reveria, he asked curiously, "You say he has great determination and willpower, however, more than 2 months have passed. Has he achieved anything significant in that time?" Reveria did not respond immediately. He pondered what he should and shouldn't say. Considering his promise to Belle and the pact of silence with his mortal enemy, information was scarce. "It's not public yet, but Belle reached level 4 about 3 weeks ago. That's all I'll say." Impressive, didn't he just break another record? Isn't that common sense for Belle? For a brief moment, Finn along with Gareth and Loki remained speechless in response to Reveria's question. Quite strangely, he displayed a proud tone and a self-satisfied smile. No one knew what to say in response to that image. The only conclusion they could reach was that it was a teacher's pride in her student. "Hasn't he tried to sneak into your room?" The question came from Loki. It was typical of her, but this time she had done it with the intention of diverting attention from a proud Reveria. But when Reveria didn't respond, the other's eyes widened in shock. "Reveria." Loki couldn't believe it. She never thought she would see Reveria showing signs of embarrassment. "It was an accident," he murmured, unable to connect with his companions or goddess. Finn, Gareth, and Loki's jaws dropped, so the boy couldn't resist. "Q-ha-ha-ha." Gareth burst out laughing. If you say it was an accident, it must have been very uncomfortable. I hope you didn't freeze him." On the other hand, Finn was understanding. Listening to her friend's replies, Reveria sighed. She could trust that they wouldn't tell the other elves in the family. "I have enough problems with the present. If it gets out that Belle invaded my bed while I was sleeping, his head will be the minimum requirement." The intensity of the elves was well known, and Reveria knew that she would not be able to protect Belle from the Imperial soldiers under her father's command. In the worst-case scenario, the executioners of the forest would be sent. Reveriatin, yeah, Loki showed a thoughtful face and seemed to be musing about the meaning of life or the origin of the universe. Maintaining that serious expression, he asked, "Did he grope you?" I'm so jealous of that guy." Not with the stick, not with the stick." Not even Finn or Gareth could do anything to defend her when Reveria started hitting her with the staff. After reaching the 10th stroke, Reveria stopped and let out a sigh. "I don't know why I expected something serious from you. You Reveriatin, Apache love is part of your charm." After saying that, Loki stood up as if nothing had happened and took a seat while asking again. "Seriously, I wanted to ask what kind of accident it was that landed him in your room. Is the boy a sleepwalker?" "Not at all, he was just so exhausted that he lost his sense of direction and unknowingly entered my room. Although unexpectedly, it was Finn who showed interest." Reveria touched her chin as she contemplated what had happened days before coming to this meeting. "A few days ago, after I brought Lefia to headquarters, I heard screams coming from her room in the middle of the night. I think she's having nightmares, but when I ask her about it, she just smiles and avoids the subject." No one knew how to respond to his words. They recalled the day Lefia was brought in by Belle in poor condition. Ignoring the hostility she received from the lower-ranking members, they all reached the same conclusion. Did she see something traumatic back then? Lefia seems to remember nothing, possibly due to a memory block or conventional forgetting because of the near-death experience. Finn shared his analysis. Gareth and Loki nodded in agreement with him. Don't know. Reveria lowered his gaze. A hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes. She felt that Belle didn't trust her, refusing to share her concerns. It's frustrating, he confessed. She received questioning looks from others, but she wasn't bothered. All she could think about was helping the kind boy she lived with. I thought I had your trust, Belle. Was I wrong? XXX. A slow rhythm of weak footsteps echoed in the darkness. Belle gasped wearily. He leaned his battered body against the rock wall, sweat streaming down his face. Damn, I let my guard down. They've increased security. Beads of sweat mingled with blood. Her body trembled, and as her hands pressed on the deep wounds in her abdomen, blood trickled from her lips. I have to leave, get to the exit. He mustered all his willpower and dragged his body along. He was being pursued, and despite having taken down more than 20 people, they didn't stop. Their dangerous eye can't let them hurt others. She remembered that day. She had saved her friend and had taken the lives of 2 people she didn't know. Even having nightmares at night and screaming until his tone became suffocating, he did not back down and ventured out into his lair every day. The lives he took were the same lives he saved. I'll take all the blame, so I have to get out of here alive. His body was wounded, on the point of collapsing at any moment, but his eyes radiated with flames of tenacity. The young hero had become a vigilante in his free time, so rest was something foreign to him. The exit. He heard footsteps behind him, but he didn't look back and stepped out of the darkness that filled the lair. Noticing the dungeon's gloomy lighting, he fell to his knees, exhausted by his own weariness. He knew monsters were being born all around him, but he couldn't muster the strength to fight. He had crossed the line of the line. How long will this continue? I was tired. He could not share his activities with anyone, and with no one to listen to him, the boy suffered in isolated solitude. From the day he saved Lefia until today, Belle had taken 37 lives of people who surely would have taken 100 each. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. Kidnappings and murders decreased considerably in the city. I can continue. Her eyes slowly faded away. XXX. A month has passed since that time when I met with my family that time. Belle had become distant with me. How should I put it? Beyond being distant, he didn't seem to have time for me other than magic practice. His face looked tired, and I could still hear his desperate cries as it approached midnight. Her dark circles grew, and although her spirit and will remained just as unwavering, the light in her eyes grew ever dimmer. I was worried. From dawn he trained with his friend Elfo del Bar. From then until dusk he explored the dungeon with his family. Even they noticed it was strange, but they couldn't figure out what it was. The only clue I had was his inconsistent training schedule. He always arrived an hour later than agreed with Otter, and always left his friends in the holding cell an hour earlier. 2 hours where I was unaware of its existence. He arrived home very injured, and despite my shouting for him to tell me what was happening, he just smiled and ignored me. That's when that day arrived. Belle cancelled his training, and after Otter and Eyes withdrew, he went somewhere and returned shortly after. I'm back. Welcome. Belle did not arrive alone. In his arms he carried the figure of a small girl. She was small but not a child, not a human one. Belle. Chapter 11, Marital Argument. This character here is my own personal OC created by my buddy Shizukan. He's awesome. XXX. It doesn't seem fair that we laugh together and you cry alone, so come closer, take my hand and share your pain with me. No matter how much it burns, I'll stay with you until we're both ashes. Reveria Eljas Alf. XXX. Reveria's room was illuminated by the sun's rays as they descended. Sunset was approaching and the reddish twilight bathed the 2 people inside in warm colors. They stared at each other. It seemed like a silent struggle where looking away meant death. The crimson twilight lengthened the shadows behind him. Aren't you going to say anything? Belle remained silent in response to Reveria's question. His tone was cold, as was the surface of his eyes. If she tried to remember, she couldn't find a memory that held that look. Just seeing her in that state made it easy to say she was furious. Belle, I'm talking to you. Are you going to stay silent forever? How childish. Belle lowered his gaze, not because he was intimidated or felt guilty. His eyes went to Reveria's hands. Their hands trembled as they clasped each other, as if trying to restrain themselves. That trembling proved that Reveria's anger was no joke. Belle's own silence only fueled this anger, but even knowing this, the young man refused to say a single word. I was thinking. While Reveria trembled with rage and helplessness, Belle thought. What would happen? She had to think very carefully about the things that came out of her mouth. Not only for her own sake, but for the sake of the little girl she had saved in the dungeon. Was it okay? He didn't care whether it was okay or not, but deep down in his mind he thought that either way, even if it wasn't okay, it was okay for him. She thought about so many things and so many more. Her head felt like it was going to explode from the stress, and her sense of what was real and what wasn't was blurring. The boy was suffering in silence as he struggled with all his worries. His shoulders felt heavy, his knees buckled under the weight, and the light in his eyes faded. She She wanted to say that nothing was right and that she was falling apart. She felt like she was drowning, but the words help wouldn't come out of her throat. Wandering in the depths of an ocean of troubles, her words escaped trapped in bubbles. They burst, but there was no one to hear. Say something. A shout from Reveria brought him back to reality. He blinked a couple of times, and in front of him he noticed the peculiar scene of a woman shedding silent tears. Say something, please. Her scream faded into a muffled murmur. It seemed as if the words were stuck in her throat, but she was trying hard to bring them to life. Even with that translucent vision, Belle didn't speak. The silent tears of a beautiful elf ran like rivers in drought down her cheeks. Reveria bit her lip helplessly. The reflection of a dull bell on the surface of her jade-green eyes hurt her. He seemed exhausted and cornered, and she felt pathetic for not being trustworthy enough for him. If they were closer, maybe he would know what was going on. Outraged by her own powerlessness, Reveria decided to engage in dialogue. Even if she received no answers, her only option was to speak out. Even if you don't say anything, your eyes scream desperately for help. What's going on? When did we drift so far apart? Did I do something wrong? I don't understand why stay silent even when I'm here to listen. I thought I had your trust, Belle. Was I wrong? Tell me, was it a mistake to think we were close enough to share our worries? Why do you have that look? If you're sad, tell me. If you're angry, tell me. If you feel trapped, tell me. Tell me your problems and we'll find a solution. Is it impossible for you to give me that trust? Tell me. Gradually, her words gained strength. Her eyes held a mixture of anger and sadness as tears streamed silently down her face. His chest throbbed with strange pains. He didn't recognize them, much less had he ever heard of such sensations. All she knew was that it hurt her immensely to see the smile she loved so much on this boy slowly disappearing. If he were allowed to be selfish, then he would ask that that smile never fade. Why is it so hard to trust me? We've shared so many moments, I've given you so many firsts in my life. I've given you my trust, so why can't I get yours? We're a team, right? We are. If you're suffering, share that suffering. As your wife, isn't it common sense to support you? What more do I have to say to make you talk, you idiot, you stupid, heartless, idiot, fool, I hate you. Before he knew it, he was insulting him. He had stood up and fallen to his knees in front of Belle, repeatedly punching him in the chest. Why are you making me cry? Why am I crying over a heartless idiot like you? And why do I feel like no matter how much I want to hate you, I can't? Why? He didn't use enough force to damage him. It was more like a kind of physical protest. I'm supposed to be an adult, but what are these painful feelings? It's strange, I don't understand. Her tears flowed more intensely. Faced with the gaunt posture of the ever-upright and dignified elf, Belle remained silent. He accepted the insults and the light blows to his chest. He accepted the rebuttals and claims. He accepted everything. Don't cry, except for those crystal tears running down her cheeks. I've told you, haven't I? You look prettier when you smile, so don't cry. It's your fault. If only you would tell me what's going on. Reveria began to sob. She had been holding on to her frustration for some time, along with the helplessness of not being able to make Belle talk. Hearing her voice after so long eased the pain in her chest. She felt great relief when the boy's warm hands cupped her cheeks and began to wipe away her tears. It was comical, but she couldn't deny that she felt like a girl. How did this happen? Even when she asked herself, Reveria didn't have a definitive answer to her own questions. I'm sorry. Even feeling relieved by his apology, Reveria couldn't stop crying. She hated him, hated his childish side that she hadn't known existed and that surfaced at inopportune moments like these. If you're so sorry, tell me, what have you been doing when you disappear for 2 hours every month? What do you do to wake up in the middle of the night screaming in fear? Tell me, please. I just want to support you. You can trust me, you can. No, I want you to trust me. Her eyes, beautiful as gems, exuded desire. Not romantic desire, much less sexual or anything like that. She wanted to support the boy who was working so hard even though no one was demanding it of him. I wanted to support the boy who was facing all the difficulties head-on. She wanted to support the fool who, just for her, chose the steep and thorny path over the flat and plowed one. I wished I could walk proudly by his side. Please, Belle, all right, it was at that moment. Before she could think about it or analyze it, Reveria's body moved on its own. It was similar to a reflex reaction. She stood up and immediately hugged the boy's body, the same boy she had been kneeling before, begging for trust. It wasn't dignified, much less noble. Nor was it emotional or ulterior motives. Her body simply craved a hug. Reveria, it doesn't bother me, but your breasts are in my face. It was after a few seconds that she regained consciousness. Her ears turned red, as did her cheeks. I'm sorry. He broke the hug and quickly backed away. The light pink tint stood out beautifully against the white of her cheeks. Her eyes showed embarrassment as well as regret. I am sorry, it wasn't intentional. She excused herself as she looked away. There were no traces of tears on her cheeks, and although her eyes were red from crying, the blush gave her an unusually charming beauty. It's okay, Belle chuckled. I confess I enjoyed it. Don't joke around, you fool, I'll freeze you, stop doing that. The atmosphere, previously dull and depressing, was lightened by the boy's jokes. XXX. It was after an hour. Sunset had ended and night was peeking through the window along with the pale blue light of the moon. Belle was still in Reveria's room. Ahem. Let's pretend nothing happened, okay? Are you embarrassed? I'm not. Reveria fidgeted with her fingers as she looked away. A blush still adorned her cheeks, as did embarrassment in her eyes. It's just that, well, I guess I didn't look my best a while ago. In that hour that had passed, Reveria had reflected on her strangely juvenile behavior, which was not at all suitable for an adult like herself. She couldn't help but feel ashamed of herself. She wanted to die, to bury herself in the ground and never come out. It might have been because of the heat of the moment, but that didn't excuse the fact that she had acted like a spoiled child. Worse still, she had cried again. That's not true. Everyone cries. There's nothing wrong with that. Moo, just forget it. Idiot. She couldn't remember the last time she cried. She could even confidently say that she hadn't shed a tear even when she was born. That's why she felt confused. It wasn't the first time she'd cried because of Belle, and that left a strange feeling in her mouth. Okay, I'm listening. Tell me everything. Reveria coughed discreetly to make it seem as if nothing had happened. Then she looked at Belle, waiting for him to speak. Where should I begin? I don't know. Where do you go every day for 2 hours? You come back badly injured, so I want to know. Belle cupped his chin, his expression thoughtful. Despite Reveria's frown, it was something he truly didn't want to say, even if it meant getting slapped. I'm sorry, she closed her eyes and sighed. I can't say that. Not yet. So in the end you still don't trust me. He looked at Reveria, who was pursing her lips in a fit of pique. Her eyes expressed her displeasure at his refusal. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I haven't processed it myself yet, nor do I understand it. Reveria, I ask you to be patient. I promise I'll tell you when the time is right. And when will that moment be? When it has to be. They exchanged glances. Their eyes, both of beautiful colors, connected a bridge that only they could walk across. Ouch, why are you pinching me? HMPH, that's what you get for thinking you're wise and saying that. You're maturing in a very strange way, Belle, so what? That wasn't a reason for you to attack me. Do you want me to pinch you again? Okay, I give up. The important conversation lost all seriousness as soon as Reveria launched attacks on a defenseless and frightened Belle. At some point, she even started tickling him, which made him tear up. The room filled with laughter and pleas. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the night was already darker. So that girl, what is she and why have you brought her to the surface? There was a sigh. It almost seemed as if Belle regretted that the relaxed and cheerful atmosphere vanished at the mention of the dragon girl. His eyes wandered uncertainly for a couple of seconds, then he stared intently at Reveria. I don't really understand it myself. I only know that they were hunting her, and she was scared. I couldn't turn a blind eye and leave her to her fate. I just couldn't. Well, I understand, but that doesn't explain anything. Belle, why did you bring her? She's a Mons. It isn't. When she was abruptly and forcefully interrupted, Reveria remained silent as well as surprised. Belle's gaze was firm and unwavering. That's all I can say for sure. She's not a monster. I've seen real monsters, and appearances don't give them away. What does that mean? Nothing. Anyway, Ween isn't a monster. He isn't Reveria. Feeling cornered by the unwavering belief reflected in Belle's eyes, Reveria let out a weary sigh. She sank into her thoughts and analyzed everything she had understood so far. Firstly, she still didn't know why Belle arrived badly injured every day, and apparently she wouldn't know for a while. Ignoring that fact, only the problem of the dragon girl remained. She was currently asleep in Belle's room, which is why they were talking in Reveria's room. He didn't know much, and the unreasonable things Belle mentioned could be counted on one hand with fingers to spare. What did he mean by scared? Monsters don't get scared. Is all that training making him see things that aren't there? Besides, why did he save her from being hunted? It's an unwritten rule not to interrupt other adventurers' hunts. Reveria questioned Belle's reason and common sense. He feared that so much effort and no rest was taking its toll. Just as she was about to tell Belle to take a well-deserved rest, something clicked in her mind. Wait, did you say Ween? Belle, did you give him a name? Yes, I decided it together with the boys. Are you telling me that the entire Hestia Familia is aware that you brought Ween to the surface? Belle nodded, and Reveria, stunned, could barely react. She wanted to slap him. She really made a great effort to remain calm and composed. Even so, Belle's actions weren't helping. What will I do with you? Why do you sound like a mother disappointed in her son? It hurts, you know. Belle, be quiet while I think. Belle remained completely silent. It wasn't because he was obedient, much less because he was very polite and nodded. It was because Reveria took his cane, indicating that if he didn't keep quiet, he would be frozen. On the other hand, Reveria thought again. What the hell is going on? Did the Hestia Familia agree? Even their patron deity. The gods are supposed to be the most responsible. Loki's silly grin came to his mind. Well, most of them. There was also the loud voice of a god who called his name, as well as one obsessed with alcohol and another who interfered in other people's affairs without permission. Well, hardly any. What on earth is this world supposed to be? Am I the only normal one, or am I the weird one? I had very little information as well as no reliable contacts. Nor could I trust Belle's explanations, which were vague and confusing. Belle, yes, having no other alternative, Reveria chose the long route. It would be safer than making assumptions. Tell me from the beginning. from the moment you found her to the moment you walked through the door of our home and said, I'm back. Okay. I woke up early at 5:00 a.m. to prepare for training with Ryusen. Bell, not from the beginning, I mean when you entered the dungeon. After an apology accompanied by a silly smile, Bell recounted the raid he made in the dungeon today with his family. Reveria tried to listen in silence, but the decisions Bell made him reprimand him for more than half an hour. Even so, it was hard to believe the fact that a monster could talk and cry. XXX. It was already midnight. It was fortunate, or at least that's how Bell saw it, that Ween was too exhausted to continue sleeping in her room. Even so, even that small relief was not much comfort after the scolding and lectures that Reveria had given him. In the end, it had all devolved into a heated argument between the two. Forget the previous truce where they had reconciled, now they resembled representatives of enemy races on the verge of a chaotic war. Anyway, I'm just asking you not to say anything. Impossible, I'm the vice-captain of the Loki Familia. Do you think I'll turn a blind eye to your decision to bring that girl to the surface? But even though she was furious, Reveria respected Bell's resolve and didn't dare call Ween a monster. However, she also didn't call her by her name, limiting herself to the word girl. I know about your position and how difficult what I'm asking is, but, as my wife, can't you support me in this? So I'm your wife when it suits you, you cheeky little rabbit. Stop calling me a rabbit, I don't look like one. Well, yes, I do look like one, but he's rude. Ahrig, fine, then I'll leave the house with Ween. Well, go then, and I don't want you coming back the next day begging for forgiveness, I won't do it. After that fairly rational and civilized exchange, Bell packed a suitcase with some clothes in addition to his tools as an adventurer and left the house carrying a sleeping Ween. Crash. Halfway across the garden, she heard the sound of something breaking. She glanced over her shoulder, only to see Reveria throwing a vase out the window. What did the vase do to deserve this? What's it to you, idiot? Get out of here before I freeze you. You really need to stop that. The incredible thing about this whole situation was that Ween didn't wake up despite both of their screams. XXX. And that's what happened, aha, I see. That said, could I stay with you for a few days, Kamisama? Of course. Bellkun is always welcome in this house. It's your home after all. Where? After leaving home and abandoning his wife, Bell headed to the Chimney Mansion. The situation, one where Bell appeared to be crying while being hugged by Hestia, was very similar to a man being kicked out of the house by his wife, ending up at his mother's house while complaining about the tyrannical demon he had for a wife. Anyway, Bell was welcomed with open arms by his family, and very rarely everyone was awake. Ween, now awake and with her batteries recharged, played with Haruheim and Makoto, while Lily and Hestia seemed to be mocking Reveria's incompetence as a wife. They seemed to be having fun. You're in a tough spot, aren't you, more or less? Meanwhile, Bell was sharing his sad marital spat with his good friend Welf. The two of them sitting in the living room talked to each other. Come on, don't get depressed, old man. Hey, to get rid of that long face, how about? Once everyone's gone upstairs to rest, shall we go for a few drinks? I'll buy a couple more. You see, when there's trouble, there's nothing better than alcohol. Bell hesitated at his friend's toothy grin. It was true he had problems, and the fight with Reveria was giving him a splitting headache, but he still thought it was out of line. He had a lot to take care of, and his schedule for tomorrow was so tight he'd barely have a moment to himself. Thinking about it, he felt a pang of worry when he remembered he absolutely had to see Reveria for his magic lessons. All right, in a different situation, she wouldn't have accepted. Rather, she would have refused with a radiant smile. However, he remembered hearing, striving to make everything perfect is wonderful, of course, but if you become too attached to it, you'll lose your composure. It was thanks to the words Hermes had once told him that he was able to agree to his friend's suggestion. He understood that keeping everything under control on his own was impossible, and he needed to relax to think things through more clearly. It's decided then, but who are you going to invite? Please, not elves. Relax, remember that I am also hated by that race. Oh, right. I thought I was the only one, we are unique, XXX. When you said you would invite someone, I didn't think it would be Hermes-sama. Well, he was the only one who could come at this hour. Besides, he said he'd pay, so why not? I see, hey, I'm right next to you and I can hear you, you're hurting me. The trio of friends, two mortals and a god, walked through the dark streets of the silent city. It was normal for the taverns to be closed, or at least the usual ones, so they headed to a location Hermes had pointed out as if you want to drink, that's the place, and ended up in the Norabuilt Pleasure District. I shouldn't be here, yes, I think I'll go apologize to Miss Reveria. What are you talking about, Bellkun, my friend? Relax, we'll just have a drink. Nothing bad can happen. I agree, Bell. I don't like this musky smell either, but this is the only place with taverns open at this hour. Come on, I'll make sure nothing happens. If they say it like that, it's fine. They walked through the illuminated streets under the gaze of the many honest working women of the place. The center of attention, of course, was Bell. His unusual and handsome appearance as well as his growing fame was a magnet for the interest of all those who could recognize him. The seductive whispers, suggestive glances, and delicate touches enticed him to use their services. The hardest part to believe was that they were offered for free. And no, thank you very much. I just came to have a drink. Then with pleasure Wanachins, puage lose degenerate. How unpleasant. Hermes was brutally rejected by the sensitive ladies in the face of Belle's polite refusal. It was normal if anyone other than the famous and handsome bellcranel asked for a free service. Every single one of them, without exception, would treat him worse than garbage. I wish I had your popularity, Belcan. Aw, eggs. Bell scratched his hair, unsure how to respond to the dejected Hermes. God, Hermes, is this it? Even a virgin can please a woman if he has enough money. What a topic. Oh yes, it's here. Ignore the name of the place, it's just a reminder that women only act happy when you give them money. It was thanks to wealth, who urged them both on, that Belle was able to get out of the predicament. But that motto certainly had something unsettling about it. Heeding Hermes' words, they didn't pay much attention to the name of the place and went inside. They were greeted by a beautiful woman with black hair and red eyes. Her curvaceous, seductive body radiated an erotic aura that made it impossible to look away. Welcome table for 3. Oh my God, bellcranel. Hello. Yes, a table for 3 please. Bell had to make an effort to smile politely while ignoring the slightly jealous faces of his two friends. Rather, Hermes made no attempt to hide his jealousy, while Welf smiled ironically as if to say, why am I not surprised? Are you interested in a night service? If you don't mind, I could give you one for free. Oh no, thank you very much, miss. I've just come to have a drink with my friends. The gentle, kind smile only made the seductive woman blush. With a kaya so cute, she led them to an empty table and took their order. 3 jars of cold, frothy beer were placed on the wooden table and everyone took one. After a long drink, Hermes exclaimed with joy, Ha, Belcan is so popular, ah, I'm so jealous. Neither of them knew how to cheer up the depressed Hermes. This meeting was supposed to be to cheer up Belle, but somehow the roles had been unexpectedly reversed. So, at some point during his lamentations, Hermes managed to regain his composure and asked seriously, what happened? From your expression, I'm guessing it's something related to 9 hell. All that. The tragic story of a marital argument unfolded as beer mugs were passed around as the hours ticked by. Advice, complaints, and joys were shared. It was in essence an excellent men's ghetto to relieve stress. Hermes was relieved that in some ways Belle was still the same boy. Of course, he showed great differences from almost 4 months ago, but his kindness and goodness remained the same. Belle, on the other hand, was able to sigh as she relieved some stress with her 2 friends. It was comforting to be able to openly share her worries with them, although he was drinking too much. Welf, on the other hand, was happy to finally be able to share a drink with his best friend, and even better while supporting him with some advice. Well, it was later around 5:00 a.m. that both Hermes and Welf noticed that Belle was not with them. Where did Belle go? Wasn't I here? The two were drunk enough to have seen a mirage of Belle next to them a moment ago. If they had paid a little more attention, they would have noticed that a very drunk and helpless bellcranel had been taken upstairs by a smiling woman with black hair and red eyes. Upstairs, a room was being occupied. XXX. A week had passed since the argument between Belle and Reveria. It was midnight, and the moon shone brightly, casting shadows with its pale blue light. Idiot. Reveria whispered, annoyed. Her cheeks formed cute pouts as she made herself some tea so she could go to sleep. During the week, she had developed a type of insomnia from thinking about Belle. It was so severe that she had to take tranquilizers to help her sleep. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Another thing that happened was that she couldn't stop insulting him every time she remembered him. She couldn't stop being upset no matter how many days passed. Just as she was about to hurl the insult at the unknown number, there was a loud knock at the door. Perhaps the other person thought she might be asleep, but the truth was that Reveria had heard more than she should have because of the proximity. The sound was like a body being dropped from the 2nd floor of the house, and Reveria's eyebrows arched in annoyance. He wasn't in the best mood. Who is it at this hour? Opening the door with a great crash, he came face to face with Belle. Hey, Belle. Hello, good evening. The boy wore a goofy smile and a gentle gaze. He almost looked like a lost puppy finding his way back home. Reveria was surprised by his unexpected visit, but the surprise faded when she remembered the argument she had had with Belle, and her eyes turned cold and indifferent. What do you want? I remind you that you are not welcome here. Her icy voice made Belle sweat. Well, I wanted to ask. Ask for forgiveness. Belle lowered his head like a scolded puppy. Then he looked up and stared directly at Reveria. I'm sorry I acted like an idiot. I just came to say that goodbye. Wait. Before he could turn and leave, Reveria grabbed his wrist and stopped him. Belle looked at her in surprise. He wondered why he had stopped him, since, supposedly, Reveria couldn't even look at a painting without hurling an insult at him. Confused, he watched as Reveria looked away. Her eyes showed slight embarrassment as she murmured, "Don't you want to come in? I've made tea." "Ah yes, I'll come by then." Good. There was a slight air of discomfort, but Belle walked in without refusing. Walking alongside Reveria, the two arrived at the kitchen. Belle took a seat on the bar stool and Reveria poured 2 cups of tea. "Here, this is bitter. I know you don't like sweet things, thank you." He took the tea in his hands and blew on it to lower the temperature. He didn't understand what was happening, but he wouldn't rule out a possible truce with his wife either. As if noticing her tension, Reveria spoke. "I accept your apology." Belle looked at her. Beyond being confused, he couldn't understand why Reveria was being so sincere. "I see." "You'll see." Reveria, I'm sorry. No, continue. "No, please, you continue." It was really awkward, but soon they were both smiling and letting out cheerful laughs. They laughed at themselves and the atmosphere lightened quite naturally. "You really need to understand a lady's heart better." A lady's heart, of course I understand." "No, you don't understand." Oh, Belle raised an eyebrow. His eyes showed displeasure and he didn't let Reveria's challenge go unnoticed. "Of course I understand," he said with self-importance and arrogance, as if he were a specialist in the hearts of women. Hey, stop bragging. If you say you understand it, prove it." "Do you really want me to prove it?" Yep, prove it, sir. I understand women's hearts." Reveria crossed both arms under her chest, raising them as she closed both eyes. She knew Belle wouldn't do anything. She was wearing pajamas, so her body was more visible than when she wore her mage's robes. Belle smiled slightly at the proud Reveria, who was smirking. He stood up and walked over to her, who was on the other side of the kitchen counter. When he approached, he took her by the right shoulder and whispered in her ear, "I'll be waiting for you in my room." Reveria felt a tingle as she felt Belle's breath so close to her. She looked at him, confused, and didn't know what to say as Belle turned his back on her and went up the stairs to the second floor. "Oh really? What was happening?" Suddenly Belle's back looked so masculine, and it was impossible for Reveria to ignore the seductive tone of the voice whispered in her ear. Her chest jumped. Did he really say that? Her cheeks flushed a lovely pink. She looked away but soon returned her gaze to the stairs. Belle had already gone up to the second floor and she could hear a door opening and closing. Belle was serious and apparently he was waiting for Reveria in the room. What do I do? He was aware that he had intentionally provoked Belle, but he never expected his provocations to be taken so seriously. Moreover, her gaze, Belle's eyes when she whispered in her ear and before that looked at her with desire. Reveria's body twitched slightly in anticipation. Her curiosity piqued her deeply, and with small steps she climbed the stairs and reached Belle's bedroom door. His heart pounded desperately as he raised his arm and lightly touched the wooden door. Tock, forward. The heartbeat increased. She didn't need to look in a mirror to know her face was completely red. Her cheeks burned, but she slowly and resolutely opened the door. First, he peeked his head out while opening the door a little, as if trying to examine the inside of the room. There was Belle, shirtless, sitting on the mattress. His abs were well-defined from constant training, and she was sure she could do laundry on them. This is serious. She wanted to back away and close the door while shouting, "Sorry, I was just playing." But Belle's mocking smile stopped her. She could understand that Belle was playing with her as a form of revenge. Don't think I'm such a coward." With the spark of her competitive spirit ignited once again, Reveria took a step into the room. She adjusted her expression as she tried to appear calm, and in a cold tone she asked, "So what do I do now?" At this point, Belle would have to back down, saying, "Sorry, I was just kidding," but Reveria couldn't have been more wrong. The boy kept smiling as he patted the mattress where he was sitting. It was a critical blow for Reveria, who maintained her indifferent expression and walked toward him. After sitting down next to him, he looked at him coldly. "So what will you do?" Their eyes met. This was already a high-level game, and Reveria was mentally pleading for it all to stop. But he couldn't back down, he couldn't lose to Belle. Never. Just as she was about to sneer and dismiss the boy, Reveria felt something wet and soft on her lips. She also couldn't ignore the sensation of her chest being held firmly. When she was able to process the information, she understood that Belle was kissing her while massaging her breasts with both hands. Weren't we playing? That was the question echoing in his thoughts. Even so, she couldn't do anything to pull Belle away. She simply couldn't after tasting the intensity of the feelings conveyed by his lips. Their lips met, parted, and met again. They kept the same rhythm as Belle's hands caressing her breasts. When the kiss broke for a moment, Reveria gasped as she took a breath. Her eyes were moist with embarrassment and confusion, and she kept looking into Belle's captivating eyes. Blushing and with her mind clouded by the sensation of an intense kiss and caresses on her body, Reveria closed her eyes. Silence was her answer, and soon her lips were claimed again. Her body felt soft shivers as Belle's tongue invaded her mouth, and she did nothing to resist. "It turns out you're a naughty girl, my dear wife." "I'm not naughty, stop making things up, silly aw." It was at the moment her nipples were gently pinched that Reveria's body lost all its strength. As if he had been waiting for it, Belle pushed her down onto the bed and climbed on top of her while claiming her lips again. Reveria didn't know when, but she had been undressed at some point during the kissing. Her body was exposed to Belle's hungry eyes. You are so beautiful, Reveria. Your body, every curve, every line is incredibly beautiful. And no, stop saying embarrassing things while staring at me. Belle smiled sweetly when Reveria shyly looked away. He cupped her cheek to stop her and murmured, I can't hold back. I really, really want to do it to you, Reveria. Aya. Unable to look away because of Belle's hand on her cheek, Reveria closed both eyes as she nodded slightly with a be gentle. Okay. Without wasting any time, Belle traced Reveria's lips with his own. He moved down her chin to her neck, then over her breasts, finally reaching her flat stomach. The room was filled with Reveria's suppressed moans and excited gasps. When she finally dared to open her eyes, she was overcome with nervousness. It's too big. That thing won't fit inside me, Belle. Don't worry, I'll be careful. But it's my first time. Jay, just put the tip in, please. Okay. That night neither of them slept and Reveria experienced firsthand what makeup hex is. XXX. It was early morning, so early that the sun was barely peeking out and illuminating the city. A room was illuminated by these weak rays of sunlight through the window and the gaps in the curtain. In that dimly lit room, there was a beautiful woman lying in bed. Her jade-green hair spread out in all directions like vines cascading across the land. Her eyes, intense and beautiful as jewels, stared fixedly at the ceiling of her room. She was lying on her back and had just woken up. Her eyes showed a strange daze. She put one of her hands under the sheet that covered her. His fingers slid over her body until they reached her crotch. When he pulled his hand out and held it up to her eyes, he could see that his fingers were soaked with a thick, clear liquid. Did I have a wet dream about Belle? Faced with this harsh reality, Reveria remained stunned for the rest of the day. Try as she might to process the situation, she was unable to regain her composure. Her thoughts were filled with the events of the dream. Her face, showing a lascivious expression as she begged for more, as well as her sweaty body colliding and mingling with Belle's amidst moans and gasps. Have I gone mad? Actually, it had been yesterday at midnight that Belle had left the house with Ween, and not a single day had passed. Reveria had to deal with that dream for the rest of the day. XXX. I felt a slight discomfort. My mind told me that dawn was breaking and my eyelids trembled before I could fully open my eyes. My vision was blurry for a couple of seconds before it cleared up. Where am I? It wasn't my room, not the one in the chimney mansion, much less the one in the house where I lived with Reveria. The ceiling of this place was unfamiliar, and as I sat down on the bed, which was not mine, I looked around. This decoration. It was, without a doubt, a woman's room. There was a dressing table with many bottles, possibly fragrances and skin creams. There was also a large, full-length mirror attached to the wall next to the door. There were stuffed animals, a well-stocked wardrobe with a wide variety of women's clothing, a bedside table, and a door that, I suppose, leads to the shower. Seriously, where am I? I tried to remember the previous night, but a severe headache struck me. I winced in pain and held my head in my hands. The little I could remember was meeting up with Welf and Hermisama to share a couple of drinks. However, my memories became hazy after the third round. I shouldn't have done that. I criticized myself without hesitation. Not only was he in an unfamiliar room with an unfamiliar woman, but he couldn't remember anything that happened yesterday. Desperdaced. The door suddenly opened and someone I knew very well walked in. In fact, very well. I was surprised as I looked at her. Isfissin. Good morning, Belle. I remained silent at her greeting, which was accompanied by a lovely smile. Isfissin was wearing a small outfit that was usually worn for sleeping. Calling it pajamas was incorrect, but calling it going-out clothes was still incorrect. The short shorts showed off the skin of her slender legs, and the tank top did a good job of covering her abdomen and breasts. Don't tell me that Pale, I touched my body and realized I was shirtless and without pants. The bed was unmade, my hair was disheveled, Isfissin was dressed casually. And no way. Not being able to remember yesterday's events or those from earlier this morning increased my panic. My face turned whiter. I didn't think even the dead could beat my pale, lifeless face. You and I. Yes, seeing her flirtatious smile, I felt my soul leave my body and ascend to the heavens. The playful light reflected in Isfissin's beautiful eyes drove a wooden stake through my heart. Metaphorically, of course. Fufufu, you're making a very funny face, Belle. My chest heaved repeatedly and I couldn't find the slightest bit funny at his mocking comment. I felt like crying. If my assumption was correct, then I had been grodded by Isfissin. Hey, you're thinking something pretty rude, aren't you? I can see it in your eyes, no, I. Yes, calm down. Please don't think strange thoughts. I didn't do anything to you while you were sleeping, I swear. What kind of pervert do you think I am? I didn't calm down instantly, but after receiving a glass of water from Isfissin and a detailed explanation of what happened, I was able to breathe a sigh of relief. So I was so drunk that a worker from the Pleasure District kidnapped me, tried to grape me, and you came to save me. That's right. Although calling it grape isn't quite accurate. Belle, you were so drunk you didn't resist that bitch's whispers. It felt pretty good hitting her. She's fine, isn't she? Huh, oh yes, yes, it's in perfect condition. I didn't believe him, but I wasn't brave enough to tell him either. Even so, I couldn't believe I'd actually been affected by the alcohol. Was that the woman who greeted me? I wanted to ask, but something told me it wasn't a good idea to mention another woman while I was with Asfisin. I see, I'm sorry, it seems I caused you trouble. Not at all. When I heard from Hermes-sama that he was going out for drinks with you, I had a bad feeling and followed him. I felt bad about it, but I don't regret it since I was able to prevent something disastrous from happening. According to Asfisin, she had been using her helmet of Hades to silently follow us. I was surprised to hear that she hadn't been watching me for fear of sensing her gaze. I continued listening to him recount things I didn't remember. Welf had run to the Hesphaestus Familia headquarters and loudly declared his love for Hesphaestus-sama. Hermes-sama, on the other hand, had been kicked out after touching a woman without having the money to pay for it. I'm truly sorry. You've been saving me a lot lately, Asfisin. How pathetic of me, haha. I don't see it that way, I'm just taking care of you because I like you. Are you blushing? Fufu, that's right, I like you, I like you, I like you. Enough please, I looked away as my cheeks burned. I still wasn't used to how direct Asfisin was about her feelings for me. Seeing her smile so adoringly brought back memories of that night in the alley. I could almost relive the feeling of her lips intertwined with mine. I tried not to think about it while changing the subject. By the way, I'm also sorry I took your bed. I'll wash the sheets, just tell me where the laundry area is. Why I slept with you so you don't have to apologize. Oh, I slept with you and I don't mind that you used the sheets, so leave them as they are. No, wait, you said you hadn't done anything. I paled again. I could no longer trust the words of this sweet but deceitful woman. Every action of hers was incomprehensible to me, and her directness made me doubt my own feelings. Ara, don't tell me Belle wanted me to sleep on the floor, me, a young and fragile woman. How awful, how awful. Please don't pretend to cry. Stop it please, I feel guilty and I don't know why. Phew fufu ahahaha, you look so cute, Belle. I was stunned as she laughed at my idiotic face. She looked truly beautiful, but my panic state prevented me from fully appreciating her beauty. Just as he was about to ask for a full and honest explanation, she sighed as she wiped the tears from her eyes. I didn't do anything, we just slept together, that's all. What's more, you should apologize to me, ask for forgiveness. That's right, you were so drunk that you touched my breasts saying they were cream buns and tried to bite them. And that's not all. You grabbed my ass while saying something stupid like, oh great, I was craving a juicy peach. I had to knock you out to stop you from raping me, you know. I didn't recognize myself when I realized that Asfisin's words were genuinely sincere. I looked at myself in disgust and felt a strong urge to vomit from the revulsion I felt. I could no longer consider myself a human being. I was worse than garbage, no, worse than expired waste. I was able to understand that my enemy was alcohol and it was too powerful. Don't make that face. I'm not upset about that, or rather, I'm upset that you think I took advantage of you. It's definitely not my wish that my first time with you be when you're in that state. Oh, and sorry about the blow. I had to use a lot of force to knock you out. And no, it's okay, you could have hit me about 100 times. I was able to understand the origin of my migraine. It wasn't normal for my head to hurt so much from drinking. I am truly sorry. I don't recognize myself. If you really feel that way. Just when my self-loathing was about to reach its peak, Asfisin climbed onto the mattress and crawled towards me with a cute smile. When he was close enough, he whispered in my ear in a happy and charming tone. Let's have a date, I looked into her eyes. The beautiful sapphire blue behind her glasses shone sweetly, expectant of a positive response. Her cheeks flushed a lovely pink as they twitched with the shimmering smile on her soft, red lips. My heart leaped at the sight and I was forced to look away. Okay, if that's all I have to do, I'll do it. What a joy. Wait. Oh haha, how wonderful. Belle accepted a date. Don't rub your breast in my face. I was knocked down by Asfisin's embrace. Her soft, fluffy breasts were pressed against my face. However, despite my plea to be released, Asfisin ignored me and continued to hug me while stroking my hair. It was reassuring, but the fact that her breasts were against my face made me so embarrassed that I turned red as a tomato. What was truly dangerous was her clothing and my own lack of it. Her legs, exposed by her short shorts, slid against mine, and her breasts, along with her flat, delicate abdomen, were revealed by her loose-fitting tank top. It took me a while, but I managed to get her to walk away by mentioning the date, and she quickly went into the closet to change her clothes. By the way, why am I half-naked? When I rescued you from that harpy you were already like this, so I had to bring you here without you dressed before she was caught. I'm sorry. Is that so, Sip? Her voice came from the closet, and not being able to see her while she said it left me unsure whether she was telling the truth or not. Anyway, when she finished getting ready, we went out into the city streets in search of a good place to have lunch. Chapter 12, The Price of a Smile. If you knew there was a universe where you were happy, wouldn't you want to be there? SV Al Andromeda, XXX. The clock read 9:00 a.m. The sky was clear and the sun beat down with extreme heat. I must apologize to Ryusen for missing training. Esfison, is it alright if we go to the Lady of Abundance before the appointment? I don't have a problem with that, of course, although. Bell remembered that he had missed training with his friend Ryu without even giving notice, and when he mentioned it to Esfi with a gentle smile, she gave her approval. However, she sat down on the bed and crossed her legs. With her legs crossed, she looked away as a cute pout appeared on her cheeks. A light pink color predominated on her face. A date isn't a date if you don't ask for it properly. Her adorable murmur, almost as if she were demanding something with a cute tantrum, made Bell swallow hard. He looked at Esfi sitting on the bed. She wore a one-piece white spring dress. The white color highlighted the beautiful sky blue of her hair, as well as the sapphire blue of her eyes. A pair of open-toed cream-brown ankle boots that reached below her knees and a pretty silver bracelet adorning her right wrist. If Bell had to describe her in one word, it would be beautiful. He wasn't blind, much less a liar. She was aware of Esfi Al Andromeda's beauty just as she was aware that she was hopelessly in love with him. What should it be like? Bell was confused. He wanted to know what Esfi meant, but it was impossible, after all. I'm sorry, I have never been on a date, so I don't know what to do in these situations. His cheeks flushed a lovely pink. He was embarrassed with himself for being so incompetent with these matters. Even if it was a way to atone for his guilt for almost raping Esfi while drunk, it wasn't something he took lightly. He wanted to properly compensate the woman who had saved his ass so many times. So that's it. Esfi gazed at the shy Bell as her heart raced. She was excited about the prospect of experiencing another one of Belle's firsts. She had had her first kiss and now she was going to have her first date. Don't worry, she said with a beautiful smile. It's my first time on a date too, so I'm just as inexperienced as you are. Offering comfort in a soft voice, Esfi rested her chin as she thought. She recalled her time as a princess and explained. You see, on these occasions, the man usually gets down on one knee and asks for a date. How to say it, for example. Beautiful lady, would you grant me the honor of a date? Yep, something like that. That's quite embarrassing. Esfi shrugged and smiled. It was clear that the request was quite dramatic, but she couldn't deceive herself about her own desires. Lying cross-legged on the bed, she waited with a lovely smile on her lips for Belle's request. It was practically impossible for Belle to refuse after seeing her face full of expectation. He didn't have the heart to shatter Esfi's illusions. She took a breath and knelt down in front of Esfi. Her cheeks flushed at the sight of the bare, white legs of that intellectual beauty, but she suppressed her embarrassment and quoted exactly the words she had been told. Beautiful lady. Yeah, Esfi's eyes turned into sapphire stars. Her cheeks flushed bright red as her heart pounded. Would you grant me the honor of having a date? Belle extended her hand for Esfi to take, closing her eyes in embarrassment. She expected her hand to be taken, but instead she felt a great weight on her body. Yes, I accept to be your wife. I didn't propose. Esfi had thrown herself at him in a tight hug, shouting with joy. When she mentioned the wedding, it was true that his heart stopped for a few seconds. She struggled for a couple of minutes to free herself from Esfi's embrace and breasts, and when they were both finally sitting on the bed again, Belle looked at her seriously. Esfison, may I set a rule? Sure, I'm listening, thank you. Belle let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Esfi sitting next to him, and as he observed her pretty, blushing face, he declared, Kissing is forbidden, I refuse, how fast? Belle complained nervously, and Esfi looked away with a pout. It's very tempting, you know, your lips, they're so soft. Don't say that while you're blushing and touching your lips. No, wait, don't look at me like that, I feel guilty. Why, hehe, you're so sweet, Belle. The surface of her eyes gave off a seductive and yearning aura. Belle slid back on the bed but soon ran out of room. Tell me, is it okay if I kiss you right now? And no, it's not right, Esfison, really, but I want to kiss you. Before he knew it, Esfi's hands were already caressing Belle, first his legs, then his arms, and finally his chest. He was being completely cornered by the beauty before him. Stop, ah, that's nice, wait, no, please stop. Phew, I was just kidding. Esfi stopped abruptly. She stood up and walked to the vanity, choosing a fragrance from the many available and spraying some on her body. I'm ready. Shall we go, Belle? A lifeless Belle nodded weakly, and after taking Esfi's hand as requested by Esfi herself, they went out into the city streets. It must be said that it was difficult for Belle to ignore the incredulous faces of the other members of the Hermes family when they saw him leave holding hands with Esfi, especially the face of Hermes. XXX. Dealing with the stares of passers-by was more difficult than Belle had imagined. Not only adults but even children were staring at him. Can't we stop holding hands, Esfison? I refuse. It's a date, so treat it like a date. Belle's lips curled into a nervous smile as Esfi pouted while giving her a reproachful look. He had tried everything, but he couldn't convince Isfi to keep up appearances as they walked hand in hand down Adventurers Street. Bell was certain the rumors would spread like wildfire. He could imagine things like, the hero's father sleeps with another woman, the hero's father cheats on the hero's mother, and countless other headlines in the newspapers. His future was becoming increasingly tragic. We're here, is it okay if you wait here? Nope, I'll go in with you, kill me. It was something Bell wanted to scream. He didn't mind Isfi's spoiled and cute attitude, however. It wasn't the best idea to enter the tavern in front of him holding hands with a woman who wasn't his official wife. Especially by two waitresses in particular. That was something even the clueless Bell knew. Oh good, but there wasn't much he could do. Taking a deep breath and gathering his courage at the same time, Bell climbed the stairs to the door while Isfi put her arm around him with a sweet smile. She made sure to press her breast against Bell's arm so she could enjoy his cute, embarrassed reactions. Seeing him with red cheeks filled Isfi's loving heart with happiness. Welcome, Naya. Anya, who always wore a smile when Bell visited the place, was stunned when she saw the unusual couple. He watched in disbelief as Isfi put her arm around him and rubbed her chest against him. This, combined with their very casual attire, made it all the more striking. They almost looked like they were on a date. White-haired Naya. Anya glanced at Bell with concern before turning back to look over her shoulder. There behind the bar was Ryu. Her sky-blue eyes were clouded with doubt and a certain dangerous glint flashed across the surface. Cranelson, what does this mean? Anya, along with Chloe, who was about to attack Bell's rear, ran away when Ryu's voice sounded inside the tavern. The few morning customers who were watching with the same disbelief as Anya lowered their gaze to their dishes and drinks. Poor guy, being popular must be tough. I don't know whether to feel envy or pity. Mom, what's happening? Don't look, daughter, don't look. I'm screwed. However, in stark contrast to Bell's depressed and terrified expression, Isfi smiled with even more happiness. She looked Ryu directly in the eyes, and without knowing what Ryu conveyed, she communicated with her. Ryu seemed to understand the message, whatever it was, and went to the backyard where he trained with Bell in the mornings. That was a silent invitation to be able to chat without being observed. Aren't you going, Bell? Huh, oh yes, I suppose so. He nodded at Isfi's question and walked toward the backyard. He also caught a glimpse of Mamma Mia as he passed through the kitchen, and the enormous dwarf's eyes looked at him with pity. Even she, huh? Bell had lost all hope. He knew he would be reprimanded by Ryu, and he knew Isfi wouldn't feign a misunderstanding on their well-deserved date. That was fine, at least in a strange way it was. If I couldn't handle this, then I couldn't handle the Black Dragon. That was the best way Bell could see his situation. However, I wonder if the Black Dragon is easier than this. I wouldn't know that answer until a year later. XXX. Honestly, my chances weren't high. My hopes weren't either, and my luck never seemed to be on my side in these situations. I just went with the flow of the problem. Are you going to explain, Cranelson? Why did you come here after missing training without notice? Well. I grimaced at the question. Sometimes I really hated how sensitive I was to stares. Ryusen was putting on an indifferent face, but his eyes radiated hostility toward me. How to put it? He seemed displeased to see me being hugged by Isfison. I sighed inwardly, and while trying to ignore the softness of Isfison's breasts, I answered Ryusen. I have no excuses. I made a mistake by not letting you know, even if I didn't have time to do so. I'm truly sorry, Ryusen. I see, I accept your apology, Cranelson, but... Ryusen looked at Isfison. Her sky-blue eyes narrowed for a moment when she saw my arm being put around by Isfison's. What does this mean? Ah, well, Isfison has an idea about a potion. Yes, a potion that will help me improve. Yes, improve, I don't really understand, but... Bell, you can't lie, it's obvious we're on a date. I lowered my gaze as my lips formed a hollow smile. I could feel a little sweat trickling down the back of my head as well as Ryusen's increasing hostility. A date. Yep, that's why, Lion, I'll take Bell for today. Sorry. Are you really Perseus? You don't look like her. How rude. Even I have my feminine side, you know. Oh, really? Oh, it seems you dislike it. What's going on with this situation? Why do I see a dark and terrifying atmosphere? Why do their eyes shine with hostility? Aid, ah ha 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 ha, oh look at the time, Isfison, it's very late, I'm sorry Ryusen, we must go, I said that, but I didn't even have a watch. Frightened by such an oppressive atmosphere, I said goodbye to Ryusen while pulling Isfison with me in a strategic retreat. However, Belson, I ran into Siasen on the way. She flashed a cute smile with flushed cheeks but stopped when she saw Isfison hugging me. Her bright eyes dimmed, her smile turned chilling, and her cheeks twitched. He wasn't foolish enough to ignore her veiled hostility. Oh, isn't that Perseus? Wow, that's a very nice dress. The strangest thing for me was noticing that even Isfison had refrained from making any bold comments. I could understand it since Siasen could be scary at times, but I was confused by how tightly she clung to my arm. Isfison. Bell, we're running late. Let's go. Yes. I was stunned for a second, but after seeing her eyes, I nodded slightly. I looked at Siasin with a nervous smile as I excused myself by saying, "It's late, I'll visit you another day." As I left the battlefield, I heard Isfisin's soft sigh. "Are you okay? You've gone a little pale." Isfisin smiled as she said, it's nothing," nonchalantly. He gripped my arm tighter and we walked under the astonished gazes of the people in the city. However, as strange as it sounded, they didn't worry me at all. "Is something wrong, Belle?" "No, where do you want to go?" Isfisin. "Oh, you're going to love it. They have really good desserts and the food is great." I gave Isfisin a vague answer when she asked me. I had turned back to look over my shoulder at the top of the Tower of Babel. For some reason, I felt a gaze imbued with various emotions coming from there, although it was only for a second. Worried about that fact, I walked with Isfisin to a place a little away from the Lady of Abundance. I was able to relax after a few minutes passed, seeing her so happy as we walked. XXX. The place wasn't ostentatious, much less extravagant. It was a rustic establishment decorated with carved wood. The atmosphere was fresh, and although not large, the space was perfectly utilized. "Is this it?" "Yes, I come here on weekends to relax from all my work. I know you'll like it." Belle had never been to this place before. In fact, it was the first time he'd even heard of it. That was understandable given his busy schedule over the past few months. The only guarantee I had about the quality of the food at this place was Isfi's radiant smile. The way her eyes sparkled made it abundantly clear that this place commanded respect with its dishes. Honestly, Belle was captivated for a couple of seconds by the beauty radiating from her. "Shall we go then?" "Why, yes." Holding hands, they both entered the place. The interior was the same as the exterior, with rustic decorations and carvings. There were around 7 tables with ample space between them, perfect for maintaining a comfortable personal space between customers. The pleasant temperature was another plus that Belle couldn't ignore. "Welcome table for 2. While Belle admired the interior, one of the waitresses welcomed them. Her friendly smile as well as her relaxed expression froze when she saw him. It was no surprise that Belle was known throughout the city. Even before he was declared the hero's father, his unusual, record-breaking strength in leveling up was something that positioned him as a potential hero. That was precisely why he had grown accustomed to receiving exaggerated and dramatic receptions. However, Isfi Andromeda and bellcranel. The strange combination of 2 famous people who shouldn't be together left her speechless. It would be quite unusual to see Belle and Reveria together, given that they didn't appear in public very often, especially Belle because of the elves. "Yes, a table for 2, please." That's why Belle had to endure the incredulous stares of everyone they encountered. It was quite obvious that his reputation was being torn to shreds and that he himself was being branded a despotic, unfaithful son of a bitch. "Of course, please follow me." The waitress smiled as best she could, but it wasn't possible to maintain a completely natural facade. However, Belle and Isfi ignored her as they followed behind her. They took a seat at a round table by the window. The street outside was visible, as were the people walking on it. "Here's the menu. Is it all right if I come back in 5 minutes while you decide, dear customers?" "All right." Isfi nodded to the waitress with a friendly expression. However, when she saw the young woman glance sideways at the distracted Belle reading the menu, her sapphire blue eyes flashed with a thirst for pure blood that sent shivers down her spine. "Then I'll be back in 5 minutes." The glass in her glasses reflected the sunlight streaming through the window, effectively obscuring her eyes from viewers. Isfi took advantage of this to watch the waitress's back as she walked away from the table. "Isfisin, what are you going to order?" Belle's voice brought her back to reality. Isfi glanced at him for a second and, a little embarrassed, picked up the menu and glanced through it quickly. The truth is that she already knew the menu like the back of her hand due to her frequent visits, but she took advantage of the size of the menu to cover the blush that invaded her cheeks. "Idiot, I can't be this possessive right now. He'll think I'm crazy." Her thoughts were reasonable, but it wasn't a lie that her embarrassed image was too cute to look at. After remaining silent for a few seconds while pretending to read the menu, Isfi lowered the card after managing to control the blush on her cheeks and answered Belle's question. "What makes this place so special is its variety of seafood dishes. It reminds me of the dishes from my homeland." Belle remained silent. He hadn't expected a detailed explanation to his question, "What are you going to order?" But somehow he didn't mind. How should I put it? I was unable to make fun of Isfi when she showed a nostalgic expression accompanied by a cute smile when she talked about it. "So I'll order pasta with salmon in mustard sauce and beans with grilled squid. What about you, Belle?" Honestly, Belle had never heard of those symbols and he couldn't imagine what they were like. Perhaps because of that fact and Isfi's enthusiastic smile, he gave that answer. "So the same as you, Isfisin." He unknowingly used a legendary technique. He didn't know the place, so he would choose the same thing as someone who did. Even if they had different tastes, he had no doubt that Isfi had chosen something that he could also eat. Fufu. As if noticing that, Isfi covered her lips with 2 fingers to try to hide the mocking smile that was appearing on them. "If you want to try what I ordered, I'm happy to share." Come on, order something that catches your eye or it won't be worth it. Bell was embarrassed when he was discovered and did the same thing Isfi had done to hide his shame. With the menu card covering her blush from the smiling Isfi, Belle's eyes wandered over the dishes written on the card. So how about some pork ribs with red wine? And grilled salmon with rice and asparagus. With wine, as long as you don't try to grape me again. Isfissin. Fufu, just kidding, just kidding. Bell felt his heart stop. He looked around, worried they had been heard, but was relieved to see that the few customers there were lost in their own worlds. Please don't play with me like that. He let out an exhausted sigh at the sight of Isfi's mocking smile. He found it strange how quickly he had grown accustomed to it as well as how comfortable he felt. It was unusual for him not to become a bundle of nerves at the slightest joke from a woman. And to drink, Isfi asked. I'd like something sour, so a lemon drink sounds great. What about you? Me pineapple juice. It's been a while since I've had pineapple juice. Oh. Belle tilted her head when Isfi covered her mouth with one hand and looked embarrassed. That was normal. As a researcher, she had common knowledge of how everything in the human body reacted. There was also the fact that the me in her dreams forced the Belle in her dreams to drink large amounts of pineapple juice. And for better or for worse, his dreams showed him the benefits of pineapple juice. Isfissin, oh sorry, I got distracted for a moment. As she offered an apology with a cute blush, Isfi raised her hand and called the waitress. After making her selections, the young woman withdrew and the two were alone once more. It was certainly awkward for a few seconds, but Isfi wouldn't let it linger for long. After all, his true objective was. Belle, can I ask about your childhood? I'm intrigued to know what you were like as a child, can't I know? Belle grimaced when Isfi looked away, her eyes watering. He was finding it quite difficult to deal with the manipulative attitude of the woman in front of him. With an ironic smile and her cheeks twitching with helplessness, she answered, Oh, of course, let's see, I mostly read stories of heroes with my grandfather. I played a lot with a wooden sword. There were hardly any kids my age, so I'd go into the woods to fight. Once I was brutally beaten by a goblin. Isfi didn't know how to react to that last part. He didn't think it was right to tease him jokingly, as it might offend him. However, he also didn't think it was right to pity him, as it might hurt his pride as a man. After considering the options with a blank expression, Isfi smiled as she commented matter-of-factly. It must have been both fun and terrifying. How did you survive such a massive attack as just a child? My grandfather saved me. He was always there to save me. You had a great grandfather. Yeah, they both shared a smile. Isfi didn't bother to offer her condolences. She knew that wasn't what Belle wanted, and honestly she thought it was very selfish to say I understand when she hadn't been through anything similar. After all, her grandparents were still alive in their homeland. It was best not to broach such delicate matters so lightly. Now where are you from, Isfissin? How clever, Isfi sighed, a faint smile playing on her lips. The intellectual air around her vibrated with a touch of tenderness as her eyes met Belle's gaze. Would you believe me if I told you I'm a princess, Belle? That, Yufufu, that's a normal reaction. It was strange. Isfi hadn't thought she'd come across her crib so casually. It wasn't that important, but it wasn't something she went around talking about. Even now, only the high command of the guild along with Hermes were the only ones who knew about his origins. However, Isfi didn't find it unpleasant that Belle knew more about her. In fact, she found it unpleasant that Hermes and Uranos knew when Belle himself didn't. Are you a princess? Where are you from? Belle, incredulous and with wide eyes, showed some interest. Isfi was pleased by this, and with all the good humor of a lady in love, she told stories of her homeland. It's a kingdom on an island nation confined to a single island. Rounded by the sea, breakwaters, and reefs. The fruits, the food, everything is incredible. It's also peaceful, Isfi narrated with nostalgia etched in her eyes. It was strange that Belle had become more engrossed in the story than Isfi herself, but that's how it had been. He even thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to visit such a beautifully detailed place. After all, Belle had never seen the sea. As if she could read his thoughts, Isfi asked with a soft smile on her pink lips. Would you like to go sometime? I mean my kingdom. Would you like to visit it sometime? Ah, yes, it sounds like an amazing place. I'm very interested in this cocoa thing. I'd like to try it. Fufu, I see. Belle was speechless when Isfi rested her chin on her hands on the table and looked at him with a tender and adorable smile. The gleam in their eyes gazed at a distant but certain future. Seeing him with such love and desire, Isfi declared, Okay, we'll go together one day. There was a muffled sound in his chest. Belle was an idiot, but not that much of an idiot. He was able to read between the lines, and far from feeling flattered, he felt guilty. After all, he couldn't reciprocate the feelings of the woman before him. Even though she looked at him with more love than anyone, and more desire than anyone, he couldn't. He could not deceive himself, just as he could not deceive Isfi. Isfissin, I. Just as he was about to explain, several plates were placed on the table, interrupting his words. Your order is ready. The lively waitress placed the dishes and drinks in their designated spots. It was normal for the drinks to arrive first, but they had requested them with the food. Thank you. When Isfi thanked and dismissed the waitress with a smile, Belle missed the opportunity to clear up the misunderstanding. That's fine, today I must please Isfison, telling her I don't love her will have the opposite effect. But the strange thing was that the same thought left a bitter taste in Bell's mouth. His head was a mess, and despite feeling good in Isfi's company, he was beginning to doubt what he truly felt or wanted. Shall we eat, Bell? Ah yes, enjoy your meal. He put his pessimistic thoughts aside for another time and focused on his date. He smiled at Isfi, who seemed very cheerful to be with him, and soon they began to eat. They exchanged comments casually, and there were flirtatious moments where Isfi demanded to feed Bell. There were numerous indirect kisses, there was shared laughter, there were joys born from funny stories, there were moments of seductive glances. There were blushes, shy and embarrassed glances, as well as sweet whispers murmuring confessions that would make a heart explode with madness. But more importantly, there were moments when Bell was able to forget all his problems and enjoy a brief moment of peace. Isfi smiled as she achieved her goal, to give a little respite to the man who worked so hard for the good of others. Isfi knew that he who lives for others will never live for himself and therefore never truly lived. It was something he wanted to avoid at all costs. His goal was to keep Bell smiling. Smile. I like you best when you smile, carefree Bell, so smile. Even if you don't choose me, I'll be fine if you end up smiling. The woman in love smiled smugly when her mission was accomplished. It made her happy to be able to give the man she loved so much some rest. XXX. The streets were as lively as usual. Indiscreet smiles and outrageous jokes were accompanied by complaints about rising prices. It was a view that was categorized as normal for Reveria Eljas Alf. The beauty she radiated was impossible to ignore. The many elves she encountered showed their respect with a bow, and Reveria smiled in response. It was the same with people of other races. For better or for worse, she was destined to be bellcranel's wife and the mother of the future hero. Everyone openly showed their respect and gratitude, but I bet they're complaining behind my back. The friendly smile she showed them, as well as their gratitude towards her, was superficial, an elaborate facade to maintain a good social standing. Similar topics were something Reveria was already used to as a member of the royal family. That stupid rabbit. But beyond being stressed about issues like politics, what really bothered her was the argument she had had with bellcranel the day before. She had said she was leaving the house, and she did. Reveria couldn't pretend she didn't expect Bell to return the next day begging for forgiveness. Furthermore, she hadn't heard anything about him, and from what she'd heard, he wasn't at his family's headquarters either. On days as stressful as these, a cold dessert and some cakes are essential. Reveria closed her eyes and sighed. It was midday and the sun beat down fiercely in a clear sky. As she walked toward her destination, memories of the wet dream she'd had flooded her mind. She grimaced, desperately trying to ignore it, but it was no use. That dream had left a strange void in her reasoning and emotions. She firmly believed it was Bell's fault for making her have that kind of dream, one she'd never had before. You keep stealing my first so blatantly, you idiot. To top it all off, you don't even have the decency to show up and apologize. Am I just your wife for show? It's things like this that made me run away from my kingdom and the marriage proposals my father brought. I'm going crazy. The situation was delicate, and the same was true for her mental health. She desperately needed to relieve her stress with something sweet. Oh, I'm here. Before she knew it, Reveria had arrived at the restaurant. It was a small place but quite famous for the quality of its dishes. It was Reveria's favorite place simply because it had delicious desserts, and it had been a considerable amount of time since her last visit due to her busy schedule. However, she never expected to see Bell inside the restaurant through the window. In fact, he was at the table Reveria always used, which she considered the best place to enjoy dessert. Bell, he was smiling. She looked so happy as she enjoyed a dry carrot dessert. That was a sugar-free dessert. Reveria stood frozen outside the shop. She couldn't tear her gaze away from the scene of Bell smiling nonchalantly. I hadn't seen him smile like that for several months. I'd never seen him so relaxed. Who is he with? Reveria's body moved automatically to get a better view, and her face froze in an incredulous expression when she noticed the person who was sharing a good time with Bell. There was Isfi, looking with eyes overflowing with desire at the smiling Bell. There was a sharp pain in his chest. Even she didn't understand why she suddenly felt a phantom pain stabbing inside her, but she couldn't take her eyes off the scene either. The pair of emerald jewels trembled as they slowly etched Bell's smile into their skin. Because she looked happy. Because the tired, desperate look was nowhere to be found, nor did he appear distressed. She didn't project the same image she did with Reveria. She looked subdued and dejected at all times. Why do you smile with her? It was frustrating, annoying, and irritating, but more than anything, it was regrettable. It was heartbreaking for her to see something as simple as a smile. A smile she couldn't elicit from that boy, but that a woman who wasn't his wife could. Having me as his wife, why with her? There was another pang. It was different from the previous one, and she didn't know how to categorize it either. She only understood that the scene with Bell and Isfi bothered her, even if she didn't understand why. She bit her lip hard, her pretty face contorted with anguish at not knowing what she felt nor why she felt that way. Standing before that scene, Reveria lowered her gaze and clenched her fists tightly. I've become pathetic. When she became aware of her own thoughts, she turned around and walked back home. She couldn't recognize herself. He had lost his appetite. XXX. Time passed very quickly, and before I knew it, it was already getting dark. We had eaten enough, and the desserts had been amazing. Despite not being a big fan of sweets, Esfison made me take a bite of her strawberry pie. It was refreshing to see her smile while she fed me. Hey, stop right there. I will pay. I didn't even have a chance to refuse when Esfison paid promptly. Our table was cleared and there were only a couple of glasses of water and ice to cleanse the taste of the food. We both remained in a long silence. She let out soft sighs as she played with the ends of her hair and glanced at me out of the corner of her eye. I watched closely his shy and embarrassed behavior. The white streak in her hair stood out against the sky blue of the rest. I got to know her better and she got to know me better. I could openly say that we had become closer and no one could deny it. Tell me, Esfison. Yeah. Absorbed in her unusually cute, absent-minded image, I asked, why me? I don't understand the question. Well, if what you've told me is true, you fell in love with me because of a dream. You say that in that dream we became one and we were expecting a child. It was embarrassing to say it, but not as embarrassing as hearing it from her. But more than my embarrassment, I needed to understand things better. In these months, I understood that I needed to better understand the origin of things before acting accordingly. I wanted to believe that was growing as a person. If that's true, if that's the only reason you like me, isn't it a little empty? Oh, are you calling my feelings for you empty? I'm starting to get annoyed. I'm sorry if I said anything offensive, but I didn't back down from her sudden change of mood, nor was I offended or anything like that. I knew my words were shameless and insensitive, but I couldn't stop if what she wanted was a clear answer, or a clarification of the truth. I mean, isn't letting yourself be guided by a dream kind of weird? If my dreams decided for me, I'd doubt my freedom. I don't know, it's strange, but I'm trying to say that you're free to choose who to love and not necessarily to listen to. Don't get things mixed up, Belle. I was interrupted in a grotesque manner. I glanced at Esfison, and thanks to my sensitivity to glances, I could see the repressed anger on the surface of her eyes. He slammed his fist against the table surface and declared, "Loving you was my decision, and your words have just offended that love." Perhaps it's true that I sparked interest because of my dreams, but that doesn't change the fact that they allowed me to see what few can see in you. Her voice was firm, and I couldn't help but recoil at the radiant will in her eyes. A little intimidated as well as curious, I asked, "And what did you see?" "Ambition. Many see you as someone stupidly kind and benevolent, but I can see that you possess a greater ambition than anyone else." Ambition and kindness. I didn't think I would meet a man capable of maintaining both natures as one. I couldn't refute it, not because he was right. I didn't even see in myself the ambition he was talking about. Refuting her words was impossible because the belief in her eyes was absolute. And the person her eyes reflected was me. I like you. I like that you enjoy taking care of people because it heals the part of you that needed someone to care for. I like that you demand the best from yourself, that you strive to improve yourself every day. I like it when you smile, and also when you learn from your mistakes with a pained expression. Oh, Esfison. I wanted to stop her when her voice rose and attracted the attention of the people around, but stopping her was impossible. I like your eyes and your hair. I like the way you give everything to help others, and that despite deserving it, you don't ask for anything in return. I like you because I realize there's no one else like you. I like you, I really like you, so is it so bad for you that I like you? Ugh, okay, I had to get up to cover her mouth with my hands. I looked around desperately and noticing the stares of the others, I took her hand and we left. Where are you taking me? I was about to tell you all the things I like about you. It's not necessary, and seriously there are 1,000 things. I don't think I'm that amazing. I like that humility and simplicity too. I understand now. I took her through the alleyways near the venue because as soon as we left, attention was focused on us. The way she threw adorable tantrums and I pulled her arm would surely be in the city's newspapers tomorrow. Not that it mattered, though. In a short time she stopped complaining and matched her speed to mine, and before I knew it, she was the one leading me. Follow me, I know a place where we can stay and avoid unwanted attention. Ah, ok. The roles were reversed, and I was taken to the room where I had been before when Esfison rescued me from the elves almost 4 months ago. XXX. Just as Isfi had said, there was nobody around, absolutely nobody. It was just the two of them locked in a single room. This brings back memories. Bell looked around the place. His lips curved into a smile as past memories of him being hunted by a horde of elves came to his mind. The bed was the same, a perfect size for 2 people, and most notably the only chair in the place was still there. Me too. It seems like only yesterday I saved you from that detestable race. Ah ha ha, I wouldn't say detestable. They tried to kill you and you're still defending them. I don't know if you're very kind or very stupid. Bell collapsed onto the edge of the bed. He grimaced at Isfi's comment but then smiled. It's just that not everyone is bad. Well, it's not that they're all bad since they're only defending Miss Riveria's honor. Does defending honor involve murder? I knew it, you're stupid. But the fool I love the most. Bell looked away, his cheeks flushed under Asfi's intense gaze. The woman was looking at him with affection and desire. He still couldn't get used to how direct her words were. You should watch your words a little, Asfison. Even with what happened today, it'll be problematic if people label you as my lover. How should I put it? I don't like the idea of you being harassed by the people in town, that's all. Asfi remained silent. Her lips formed a smile as she fought back the urge to scream. Her heart pounded and her emotions overflowed. That you care about me makes me happy. His words fell upon Bell, and with good reason. One would normally prioritize their own reputation, however. Bell wasn't concerned about what people would say about him, but rather about Asfi's reputation. Being labeled a married man's mistress wasn't easy. Bell didn't care if he was called unfaithful, but things changed if Asfi got involved. After all, she was an important person to him. Ha ha ha. That was why Asfi couldn't contain her joy. She cupped her flushed cheeks in both hands, trying to soothe the redness. Oh, Asfison. Bell gave her a blank stare. The sight of an embarrassed Asfi was endearing, of course, but it was incredible to him that she herself was paying more attention to her feelings than to her reputation. Bell understood that women in love were not a game. When she thought about it, she remembered that she should thank him. Asfison, yes, thank you. I had so many things on my mind that I was going crazy, but thanks to you I was able to relax for a moment. But that wasn't my intention, I just wanted a date with you. Anyway, I'm glad it worked out for you too. Is that so? Bell flashed a friendly smile. He found it amusing that Asfi kept looking away as she played with strands of her hair. The embarrassed expression on her face, along with her cheeks painted a lovely shade of pink, made her look adorable. Why, yes, that's right, she affirmed. The way she stumbled and became flustered under Bell's gentle, soft gaze was also adorable. Every action he took highlighted the fact that Bell was right. He chuckled softly. You don't know how to lie, Asfison, not now at least. I don't know what you're talking about. Seriously, I just wanted to hang out with you. Yes, I can see that's true. What's with that confident attitude? Bring back the sweet, shy Bell. Should I take that as a compliment or an insult? Asfi lunged at Bell and, caught off guard, fell backward onto the bed. With Asfi on top of him, the situation became compromising. They looked directly at each other. Asfi could feel Bell's body heat flowing into her. It was pleasant, and it brought a sense of peace. Her hand slid down to grasp Bell's, preventing her from trying to pull her off. Using her legs, she also neutralized any movement from below. Their breaths overlapped in the silence that surrounded them. Asfi's eyes demanded more, but Bell's held them back. Why did you do it? What are you taking about? You know what I'm talking about. The sweet and shy Bell was nowhere to be found. His image was serious and mature, nothing like that of a 14-year-old boy. Asfi bit her lip at Bell's seriousness and replied, It's just that it hurt me to see your light fading, so you admit to watching me. Fool, I worry. Is that wrong? It distresses me to see you distressed and cornered, and it distresses me even more not being able to do anything to stop it. The words came out with each warm breath. Her full, pink lips moved constantly in front of Bell. The proximity was worrying, and it seemed that Asfi was slowly moving towards him, but Bell kept listening. I know you have a heavy burden on your shoulders. I know you try harder than anyone else to make sure everyone goes home with a smile. But I also know you don't mind sacrificing your own happiness for the sake of others. A trickle appeared. Asfi began to shed small tears. Crystal drops fell from his eyes onto the lenses of his glasses, and when these were overwhelmed, they overflowed and dripped onto Bell's face. That terrifies me, Bell. It terrifies me so much. Is it selfish to want you to put your happiness before others? Does wishing that make me a bad person? I just. Her beautiful, delicate face contorted with anguish and sorrow. Tears streamed down her face and her lips trembled helplessly. Asfi lost strength in her arms and, unable to stay upright, her body fell completely on top of Bell's. Their breasts bumped together, and Asfi could feel Bell's heartbeat, just as he could feel hers. Resting her forehead against his and feeling that she could no longer maintain a dignified image in front of him, Asfi confessed her fear. I don't want you to break, Bell. I don't want. Asfison. The faint murmur of fear paralyzed Bell for a moment, but it didn't last long, and he placed one of his hands on Asfi's hair. While he stroked her to calm her down, he also confessed, I won't break, I can handle it. I know I can. But you've been fading away. Bell snorted with a smile. Her eyes showed a little sadness as she thought and spoke. Sometimes my mind goes blank and I get in a bad mood. I think too fast to understand anything, and then all my thoughts disappear at once. Isn't that about to break? Maybe. Asfi frowned. She was mentally berating herself for showing such a weak side in front of Bell when she was supposed to be cheering him up. A failure on his part, but one he would use to his advantage. Bell, can I tell you something? Is this another confession? You idiot, that's not it. I'm listening then. Asfi lifted her face. She took off her glasses and wiped her tears as she again created some distance between herself and Bell. Obviously, she didn't get off him. She stayed on top, straddling him. From her height, she leaned forward to get a little closer to Bell. He was still lying on his back looking at her just as she had asked. Bell, Isfison, he smiled. Isfi remained silent as she got lost in that smile. Deep down, he understood that no attempt at dissuasion would make Bell prioritize his happiness over that of others, and with that in mind, he prepared himself. He told her the words she would need to remember when she finally hit rock bottom on the steep and thorny path she was walking. When you have a knot in your soul, cry as loudly as you can. You must understand that crying is not wrong. Many times it is necessary to free our souls from very heavy burdens. So break down and cry without fear. Let it all out. Free yourself. It's okay to fall. You can stay crying on the floor for as long as you need. Break into pieces. I thought you didn't want that to happen. Asfi smiled. I know, and I still don't want it. So, when the storm has finally passed and you decide to get up, first make sure you take all your healthy pieces and put them back inside you. Get rid of all the pieces that no longer serve you. You won't need them anymore. Asfi slid her hands down to Bell's chest. She pressed gently and said, when you've finished rebuilding yourself, stand up and show the world a stronger version of you. That was it. Asfi's lips closed and didn't move. She just stared directly at Bell, waiting for a reaction. He didn't say anything, but from his gentle and kind expression, Asfi understood that words were no longer necessary. Both were surrounded by silence, and it didn't seem like either of them was going to break it. Asfi was comfortable on top of Bell, and Bell was touched by Asfi's genuine feelings. A world only they could enter was established. Looking directly at each other, Asfi smiled as her eyes shone with resolve. I'm sorry, but I'll break the rule. Before Bell could react to her words, Asfi took his lips and joined them in an unexpected kiss. There was some resistance, but it was soon accepted. This surprised her so much that she opened her eyes, but she closed them again and enjoyed the sensation. Bell's lips were soft and warm. It was something Asfi could easily become addicted to. The kiss came together, broke apart, and came together again. There was some reluctance on Bell's part, but Asfi overlooked it and encouraged him to continue. Her hands slid over him, caressing him softly and delicately. His body grew warmer with each passing second, and he soon felt his legs tingling with anticipation. This is bad. Asfi broke the kiss. He gasped a couple of times as he caught his breath, and when he managed to focus his blurry vision, he could see Bell. He was blushing, his gaze distant. He seemed confused, but at least he wasn't as scared as he had been the first few times. That was progress. Bell, why didn't you try to stop me? Asfi was looking for any excuse, however small, to go beyond a kiss. Her head was a mess and her thoughts were turbulent. He was aware that he was starting to get excited by the atmosphere of the moment, and he was just looking for a little green light to move forward without worries. It was the least consideration he showed, or rather, the most he could contain himself with how hot he was. As much as she loved Bell, she knew it wasn't right to let herself go and take advantage of him. She wasn't the kind of crazy woman who forced her love on him at any cost. Please answer if you do. I'll be able to. Her face turned red as desire filled her eyes. Her breathing was ragged and her gasps were incessant. He was able to understand that he was at the limit of his sanity and rationality. Seeing such an image, one where Asfi was on the verge of collapse, Bell stammered with an incredulous face. I could feel her cheeks burning as well as the intense body heat emanating from Asfi's body, especially her legs. He himself was aware that Asfi was serious about her feelings and he couldn't ignore that she was beautiful. However, he could not ignore his most recent dilemma either. I don't know what I feel anymore. Asfison, stop. I was confused. Lately, she didn't know what to do about her feelings. He was sure he loved Izu Wallenstein, but he couldn't deny that he was interested in Asfi Al-Andromeda. Also, Reveria was there. The strange relationship between the married couple as well as their closeness to Reveria confused him even more. He wasn't sure if thinking about a woman meant loving her, nor did he want to accept it because if that were the case, then he loved 3 women. He wasn't that kind of man, or so I wanted to believe. Don't you know what you feel? Asfi was in shock for a few seconds, but then to Bell's surprise, she smiled. Fufu, I see. Okay, I'll stop for today. She was proud of herself because after all, she had made Bell doubt who he truly loved. Others might say it wasn't amazing, but for Asfi it was. After all, Bell had previously rejected her completely, saying, I long for someone else, and now he had said, I don't know what I feel. That was a big step forward, one that made Asfi happy. Fufu, I feel so happy. She climbed off Bell and fell down beside him on the bed. She looked up at the ceiling with a radiant smile as she said, I've calmed down. Phew, I almost took advantage of you just now. That's worrying. Should I call the Ganesha Familia? Don't do it, I was just kidding. The atmosphere lightened with Bell's reckless joke and Asfi's nervous reaction. Evening was falling and the sky was beginning to turn dark. Bell, I won't do anything, I swear. Huh, what's that about? I want you to sleep with me here, huh? I won't do anything weird, I swear. We'll just sleep together, it's part of the date. Are you sure you're not taking advantage of the fact that I'm new to dating? I'm sure sleeping together isn't part of it. Just do it. I won't do it. You promised to do anything I wanted for today. In the end, Bell had to spend the night with Asfi. He couldn't do anything against the lovely princess's adorable yet demanding face. It was difficult to sleep while being used as a pillow by a sleeping and pleased Isfi, but tiredness won out. In a way, it was reassuring to fall asleep and wake up embraced by an important person. XXX. I was released from my oath at dawn. Despite appearing displeased, Isfisson agreed to let me go. He stole a goodbye kiss from me to which I couldn't react and left first. Now I was alone in the room, sitting on the bed as I reflected on my actions of yesterday. Have I gone mad? I questioned my sanity. I couldn't remember or even think of a reason why my past self agreed to share a bed with Isfisson. I was aware that nothing more than being hugged had happened, but even if it was a facade, I was a married man. Perhaps not officially with a ceremony, but he was still married. Did this count as infidelity, even if we did nothing? You idiot if something happened. I slapped my cheeks as the memory of the kiss between Isfisson and me flooded my mind. She'd even stolen one from me recently before leaving with a sweet smile on her lips. In fact, even if that hadn't happened, the infidelity would still have been going on. After all, he couldn't deny that her scent was alluring, nor could he deny that the softness of her skin was incredible. I grabbed my hair and pulled it hard. I've become a boor. Grandfather, is this what you wanted? Sleeping with a woman I don't love, enjoying however little her caresses and kisses. It's not like it's my first kiss. But she took the first one. There was also the kiss, however forced it may have been, with Riveria. Her lips were also so. Don't think about it, don't think about it. Take it out, take it out. Unable to cope with my doubts and desires, I banged my head against the bedroom wall to clear my mind. After calming down, I let out a long sigh, grabbed my things, and went out into the city streets. It was morning, so I'd missed training with Ryusen again. Having no other choice, I had to go home to try and sort out all the problems. I hope the boys do well in the dungeon. That was another problem. Bearing in mind the mistakes I had made, I headed towards the Queen's castle. In short, I had to see my wife. XXX. Bell walked slowly through the garden. His serious face presented an image rarely seen by outsiders. She looked at the flowers as well as the bushes scattered across the garden. When she finished her walk along the white concrete tile, she stood in front of the front door and knocked 3 times. "Miss Riveria, it's me." He called her over respectfully in case someone nearby heard. That was the agreement, to speak informally in private and formally in public. Only a few seconds passed before Bell could hear footsteps on the other side of the door. A little nervous with anticipation, he straightened up and practiced a smile. "What do you want?" But that smile was met with an icy chill when the door was opened and Riveria's indifferent face appeared. Belle could see a slight darkening under her eyes, an indication that she hadn't slept well these past few days. "Zom." Between worried and nervous, Belle smiled again and recited exactly as he had practiced. "I'm home, wife." He leaned in slightly, hoping Riveria would react with a smile to the joke. However, cold words fell upon his bowed head. "This is no longer your house and I am no longer your wife." When he looked up, his incredulous eyes met Riveria's cold ones. She looked furious. There was a hint of resentment and anger hidden beneath the surface of her emerald green eyes. "Are you still angry?" Her question was ignored as Riveria's eyes roamed over her body. They seemed to be searching for something on her neck, cheeks, or any exposed skin. Looking around and noticing the strange behavior, Belle called her over. "Riveria, is something wrong?" "Nothing." Despite responding with that, Belle sensed that something was actually happening. I couldn't understand what Riveria was looking for on her neck or other exposed parts of her body. She lowered her guard, and while she was thinking about Riveria's strange behavior, she asked a direct question. "Where have you slept these past 2 nights that you were away?" Sweat began to run down Belle's forehead. He opened and closed his mouth, trying to answer quickly, but he realized it was already quite late. Thoughts like "does he know?" crossed his mind. It was impossible to hide her nervousness, and Riveria noticed that as Belle deigned to offer a pathetic response. "In the fireplace mansion." "That's strange. I stopped by to ask about you last night, but they said you hadn't been there since the night before." Belle was screwed. His ears went deaf to the echo of his terrified heartbeat. His every reaction declared that he had been caught, and Riveria let out a smile as he confessed. "That was a lie. I didn't go to your family headquarters. I just wanted to see if you were telling the truth, and what a disappointment it was to find out you weren't." Riveria. "Did you do it?" Belle was interrupted, and at the same time he was left confused. She remained silent not because of Riveria's words, but because of the repressed anger behind her gaze. Nor did she understand what she meant by the question. "Yes, you did." Riveria reiterated something Belle didn't understand. Her face showed this confusion, and Riveria, despite noticing it, didn't back down from her position. After all, she could no longer recognize the bellcranel standing before her. She couldn't be sure he was still the same man incapable of lying. "Do what?" "I'm not understanding anything, Riveria. Why do you look so? Did you sleep with Isfi al Andromeda?" Belle was speechless as he processed what Riveria had shouted. When she was able to do so, she blushed deeply as she looked around to make sure there was no one near the property. "Let's go inside for now." He took Riveria by the hand and entered the house, but Riveria resisted as she broke free from Belle's grip. "Let me go, you faithless bastard. You're rushing things, you're hurting me." That's impossible, you're several levels above me. It's a different kind of pain, you idiot. Bell couldn't ignore the fact that Riveria was making a jealous scene, something he never thought he'd see, but he couldn't pay attention to it either. He focused on explaining in detail what he had not done with such a thing with his fee, and he did not stop ranting until he had managed to cleanse his honor as a husband. It was strange, very strange, but he had to give explanations for everything he had done to appease his wife's fury, even if it wasn't really true. So you just slept together. That's still cheating, please calm down. But of course, Bell had omitted the bit about the kiss in the night and the morning, nor had he mentioned the prolonged kiss in the alley. Because of that, Bell felt like the lowest scum. He also asked Riveria for an explanation as to why she was so angry, but she had simply replied, "I don't know." What was true, though, was that she was jealous. Perhaps not because Bell was sharing intimacy with another woman, but because of the trust she so desired and that he so readily gave to that other woman. However, it was still jealousy. XXX. 2 days later, the two finally decided to solve the problem they had ignored for so long. Riveria remained firm in his belief that he should take her back to the dungeon where she belonged. Bell, on the other hand, insisted on not doing so. He maintained his position, saying that he wasn't a monster and that anyone who asked him for help would respond. "I've kept my mouth shut these past few days, but no more. Bell, if you don't return it, I'll inform my family today, and I'm afraid the consequences will be dire for you." That was true. Riveria explained that not only would he be making an enemy of a great family, but his reputation, the one he had sculpted with effort, sweat, blood, and tears, would be dishonored. Bell snorted dismissively. "So what? I promised to keep that smile, and I don't intend to break my promise." "Are you so obsessed with that ideal that you would go to war with a family?" Riveria tried to reason with him. Beyond her duties as vice-captain, she considered herself close to the man named bellcranel. Also, even if she didn't openly admit it, Bell was someone important to her, and a man she respected and admired. He never took advantage of the prophecy to get into bed with her, and although there had been some embarrassing incidents, nothing was intentional. It was, in a way, a close and intimate relationship that I didn't want to ruin for a girl who didn't belong on the surface. I've seen things I wish I didn't. The entire city is corrupt. Huh, what are you talking about? When Bell looked beyond what her eyes could see, Riveria looked confused. She didn't understand what he meant and why he seemed so sad as he said it. "I have been a fool. I lived peacefully and carefree on the sunlit side and ignored the people who suffered under the shadow stretched by the sun's rays. Enough with the riddles. If you want to say something, say it clearly." Even she, who read and read as a peaceful pastime, couldn't understand Bell. Looking directly at him, she waited for a clear answer. He, with that same relaxed face and gentle gaze, smiled as he said, "I will make enemies of the entire city if necessary." Riveria was incredulous at his declaration of war. I had no words for Bell, who revealed himself so casually. Honor, reputation, prestige. No, I wish it were so. Riveria felt terror at the determination etched in Bell's eyes. Where is the honor in abandoning a child who is asking for help? Beyond being stubborn, he was throwing everything overboard to save a single girl. He's serious. It was true that she expected something like, just kidding, but she herself understood that it was a fantasy of hers. What good is reputation and prestige if I can't protect a smile? Bellcranel was being honest. Riveria, tell them, whoever comes, that I will not stop. His declaration sparked an unprecedented war where ideals were thrown out the window. I will fight for her and I will win. That day, Riveria left the house after leaving a letter. The paper said, "I will keep my distance and remain silent. If you are caught, do not ask for help because I will not give it to you." Just as she feared, her close relationship with Bell suffered a couple of cracks, and the distance between them was now vast. XXX. Where is Ween? And the games began. Chapter 13, Ideal versus Reality. For I do not understand what I am doing, for I do not do what I want, but what I hate that I do. Bellcranel, XXX. The city was buzzing with excitement as night fell. The crowded bars exuded a lively and boisterous atmosphere filled with the shouted tales of adventurers, cheerful laughter and drunken fights. Mikatasan, did you find her? And no, Beldona. Quite apart from that relaxed and contagious atmosphere, Bell stopped running in a dark alley. He looked at Makoto, who was lowering her gaze with guilt and shame, and indicated, "Okay, meet up with Lily and search the north side of the city. Please don't overlook anything." "Oh, understood." After commanding eloquently, Bell took off in the opposite direction that Makoto had taken. His expression was complicated and his thoughts were a jumble of chaos. However, no matter how desperate he wasn't able to take out his frustration on his friends. They had been careless in losing sight of Ween, of course, but Bell didn't have the heart to reproach them for it. Instead of complaining, he used every second in an intensive search for the missing Ween. Laplace. The world changed color and became filled with information. Bell's senses were heightened to the maximum, picking up the faintest sound within a 20-meter radius. Breaths, heartbeats, and pulses. Everything flowed like a river current toward the sea, and Bell was immersed in that deep sea of information. Where? There were shouts mixed with intense fighting. He heard the cracking of various bones as well as groans of enduring pain. Damn it, hurry. He began to sweat profusely. Laplace was a skill that was still unrefined, and using it while running at full speed through the city doubled the load on Bell's brain. His body felt hot as a sharp headache struck him. It was too much information. Too many sighs, too many shouts, too many cries. The clinking of beer mugs as well as the clanging of metal cutlery. Before he knew it, he fell flat on his face. His legs lost strength, so he fell and rolled along the ground until he hit the wall of a house. He spat blood but didn't think much of it. Sitting on his buttocks with his back against the wall, he continued using Laplace, receiving absurd amounts of information within a 20-meter radius where the night was at its peak. Belle, after a few minutes, she heard Ween's tearful voice. She sounded terrified, almost bursting into tears. "Help me, Belle." It was a tone steeped in fear. "I'm on my way, hang in there." Belle stood up, forgetting all the pain that assailed his head and body. He didn't care that he was spitting blood or that his vision was blurred. All he could think about was saving the little girl who was calling his name for help. He couldn't let anything happen to her. XXX. The first thing I saw when I crossed a street corner was a crowd of people shouting and throwing stones at something. There was everything, old people, children, and women. I never imagined a child's face with such a disgusted, almost revolted expression as he screamed. It was horrible. It's a monster. What's a monster doing on the surface? Call the adventurers. I felt my heart stop. Monster, who is it? Was it the little girl who was crying curled up in a ball trying to protect her body from the hard stones, or the people who were throwing stones at that poor girl without any guilt? What's going on? Why doesn't anyone see it? She is crying. He's asking for help. She's scared. She's terrified. She's just a child. My chest burned. It was only a second, but it felt like a cruel and merciless eternity. As a tinkling sound echoed in my ear, I conjured magic. Firebolt? I let out a scream like a roar that tore at my throat. I couldn't stand it. The magic of fireball charged with a second of Argonaut rose high into the midnight sky and exploded. Whoa, an explosion. People scattered amid terrified screams and moans under the explosion of fire that turned into rain. It was enough for a good distraction. Everyone was watching the fireworks, and in that moment of inattention, I ran at top speed. "Ween, over here." I took Ween in my arms and left the place, sinking my body into the darkness of the alleys. I didn't look back and focused on getting as far away from people as possible. Meanwhile, Ween cried on my chest. Her small fingers gripped the fabric of my shirt and wouldn't let go. Belle, her crying broke my heart. I glanced at his body and it had a few bruises from the stones. That sight broke my heart even more and tears streamed down my cheeks. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Ween. I just helped like Belle told me to." Help? Now that I think about it, there was a broken cart and its cargo scattered all around Ween. Did he protect anyone? I tightened my grip and hugged her more tightly. "Don't worry, everything will be all right. I'm here, no one will hurt you while I'm with you. Yua." Her crying subsided into sobs, but it still hurt me. Because of me, because I instilled in her that helping others is what everyone should do, she got hurt. My careless words ended up hurting someone important to me. I should think before I speak, idiot. I kept running through alleyways without even stepping onto the main streets until I reached the chimney mansion where everyone was gathered. XXX. The city became noisy, total chaos. The rumor or story of a monster on the surface spread like wildfire and whispers flooded the bars. Arario was filled with adventurers belonging to the most prominent and distinguished families, such as the Ganesha family and the Loki family. You all isolate the perimeter of South Street. You take bus 10 and go to East Street. Yes, Captain, Shakti grimaced as she commanded her colleagues. The absurd idea of a monster on the surface was something that would bring her far too much paperwork. Just thinking about all the complaints I'm going to get tomorrow gives me a headache. Being the captain of a family in charge of public order was difficult. "You seem to be having a bad time, Miss Varma." Shakti turned towards the voice and her grimace transformed into a relaxed smile as if she were seeing a close acquaintance. "Oh, Miss Reveria, good evening, yes, just a little." Reveria smiled back and stopped next to Shakti. "People are going crazy, aren't they?" he muttered, watching the crowd of adventurers searching under every rock. "The paperwork will be as big as the complaints." Shakti simply let out a long sigh, tired of this, and nodded. "Yeah." He looked down for a second, then he looked at Reveria. "But are you all right, Miss Reveria? Why do you ask that?" "Well, how should I put it? Her expression is a little sour," Shakti remarked with concern. "Is something bothering or upsetting her?" Reveria remained silent. "Do I have that kind of expression?" he thought. He wanted to touch her face with his hands, but he realized that would be quite strange, especially with Shakti Varma standing beside him. I could only imagine that it was all because of Belle. She didn't blame him, she didn't flinch at the fact that Belle was at fault in any way. She just felt a slight unease about how things had ended a few days ago. "I haven't slept well. At this rate I'll get dark circles under my eyes." The hardship was clear. She was simply annoyed at having argued with Belle like that. Even more so, she was now worried about what would happen because of tonight's incident. It's pretty obvious when I think about it. That monster, that girl, must have gotten out onto the streets when Belle wasn't looking. She felt like she was getting a migraine. In his mind, the scenario unfolded of all of Belle's fame and reputation falling to the very depths of the earth, as well as the hundreds and thousands of people slandering him. Idiot, I told you something like this would happen. Why is it so hard for you to listen to me? Just wake up, she wanted to shout to herself. In some positive corner of her mind, all of this was just a nightmare. Maybe she would wake up now and find Belle in the kitchen preparing breakfast with an angelic smile. No, for starters, why am I excited about a scene like that? It's not like we haven't cooked together. Reveria closed her eyes and sighed, rubbing her temples with her fingertips. Miss Reveria, just as I thought, are you feeling unwell or did something bad happen? Shakti, standing to his right, spoke to him in a worried tone. Oh no. Reveria simply dodged the question by shifting her gaze to the crowd that was still searching all over the city, wanting to stop thinking about Belle. However, that was impossible. Don't tell me, could it be? And to top it all off, as she brought a hand to her lips wanting to appear surprised, Shakti asked, Did you have any problems with your husband, bellcranel? PPFFFF. Cough, Miss Reveria. Bulls. Shakti's arrow-shaped question hit the bullseye Reveria's heart. What makes you think that? Of course not, our relationship is going very well. Reveria, blushing slightly, tried to sound convincing. However, she didn't seem to be at all. I see. Shakti, however, failed to point out the obvious and with a smile changed the subject. If you'd like, when all this is over, allow me to invite you to my family headquarters. It will be fun to chat with bellcranel. He has a pretty good reputation. Seeing this gesture of goodwill, Reveria coughed discreetly and regained her composure. Her thoughts focused on only one way to resolve this, as well as the answer to Shakti's invitation. He looked directly at her with piercing eyes and asked, Miss Shakti, are you perhaps interested in my husband? A long silence settled between the two. The surroundings were noisy thanks to the shouts of all the adventurers checking the place out, but for Shakti it was as if all the sound vanished. It was only after a minute that he managed to process Reveria's words, as well as the cold eyes that were looking at him. I didn't mean to imply that, Miss Reveria. I was just thinking something like a tour of the monster taming facility or something like that. He didn't think Reveria had a possessive personality over Belle, and he certainly felt fear when the woman who was hailed as the best mage of the current era looked at him with cold eyes. I think bellcranel is amazing, yes, but I don't have any romantic feelings for him. I swear, please believe me. Reveria could only watch in silence as Shakti curled up into a ball, begging for mercy. Wow, I was just joking around a bit to make her forget about my problems with Belle. Why did she react like that? She sighed and curved her lips into a soft smile. I was just joking, please don't take it personally. Even if you really have romantic intentions, it doesn't bother me. We're only engaged for the sake of public order, there are no feelings involved. Are you kidding? Shakti's soul, which had left her body, suddenly returned. She quickly let out a relieved sigh and calmed her racing heart. The words came out more calmly now. Why, I see, haha, yes, it must have been a joke. I can't imagine Miss Reveria being jealous and possessive, certainly. Although I would understand, you know. After all, bellcranel has a fan club. What the hell? Reveria wanted to shout. You. Forgetting about honorifics or any formality, Reveria asked in a perplexed voice, Do you know about the bellcranel fan club? Oh, of course, I'm part of it after all. Oh, although I'm in the neutral faction. Neutral faction. What the hell was it divided into factions? How big was that association? Reveria couldn't imagine it, just as she couldn't imagine Shakti Varma being a member of such a club, neutral faction. Wanting to know more about it, he encouraged Shakti to talk and she happily did. That's right. Well, actually, there aren't many in my faction. Since it's just admiration and respect for his achievements, there aren't many who aren't obsessed with him. Between you and me, the largest and most powerful faction is the polygamous one. But you didn't hear that from me, did you? After dropping that bombshell, Shakti regrouped many of her companions, indicating the new area to explore. On the other hand, Reveria remained silent. She couldn't find the words to answer. No, I didn't really believe there were words that could answer the existence of a faction that was uniting for the sake of polygamy. Could that faction be responsible for all the death threats I've received in recent months? Belle, how popular are you? As he pondered this, the memory of a certain woman with light blue hair and sapphire eyes came to him. He remembered perfectly how he had found her kissing Belle in the house where they lived as a married couple. Unfaithful rabbit. Now that I thought about it, it was certainly correct. Bellcranel was a philandering bastard who had even spent the night with that same woman. Even if they didn't do anything explicit, the fact of having shared a bed with another woman was still a clear example of infidelity. I know our commitment is purely artificial, but a little respect wouldn't hurt. She made a mental note to herself that when everything was sorted out, she should make that point very clear to Belle. As popular as he is, he also needs to understand that polygamous relationships are not good. His cute bunny looks help him a lot, but I can't allow him to take advantage of that. Bellcranel is attractive. Riveria understood that perfectly. She wasn't blind and she wasn't a liar either. She had recently discovered a ranking of the most attractive adventurers in the city, and she thought that the fact that Bell was in third place was an insult. First place belonged to his friend Finn Danmachi. Finn isn't handsome, it's just his childlike appearance that's endearing. I can't imagine what kind of lunatics would be attracted to a 40-year-old adventurer who looks like a 7-year-old boy. The world was vast, as was the diversity of people. Even so, Riveria still thought it was wrong. Then he thought of second place Alan Fromel. Definitely not. I didn't find him attractive at all. He just had an aggressive appearance and a terrible, vulgar character. Only a masochist would be interested in that kind of man. On the other hand, Bell is handsome, kind, has a great body, a nice smile, and a very peculiar and unusually cute look. Seriously, they should redo that, huh? Her train of thought came to an abrupt halt. She almost felt like she was falling forward. Why am I thinking this? Since when do I care about defending the attractiveness of that damn cheater? No, it shouldn't bother me whether he's cheating on me or not. She felt her face redden, and Shakti confirmed that. Are you all right, Miss Riveria? Your face is red. I'm fine. It took a while, but Riveria managed to organize her thoughts and with a smile said goodbye to Shakti. I'm meeting up with my family. It was nice having a little chat. I agree, take care. Oh, and say hi to Bellcranel for me. Riveria turned his back on him with no intention of responding. She had said that she didn't mind if any woman had intentions towards her husband, as was the case with Asfi Al Andromeda, but she still had a strange feeling in her chest. Could it be because we accidentally became intimate? She recalled the first time they kissed because of the pact of silence, as well as the second time because of a monster mine on the 18th floor. I feel this reluctance and annoyance because I gave him several of my first times and he blatantly dismisses them. She also recalled the bathroom scene when she was seen completely naked and how she froze Bell also naked. In fact, it was from one of the many accidents where he was seen naked that he could comment on his good physique. While he had a pretty face, his body was that of a man. They weren't exaggerated muscles. His abdomen was flat and defined, and his arms were firm and long. Is it some kind of resentment that I give him my first times and he downplays it while getting involved with other women? They had already slept together, although it was because Bell snuck into his room. That didn't change the fact that they had shared the bed. Furthermore, she also couldn't forget the wet dream she had recently. I'm going crazy. There were so many things. From the time she became involved with Bell until today, Riveria's life has been constantly undergoing drastic changes, unfortunate events, and experiences never before lived. And if I remember correctly, that thing he has down there. Riveria was unable to finish her thought because she shook her head from side to side, red to her ears. She claimed not to remember clearly, but the opposite was true. Those kinds of things weren't easy to forget, much less for a first-timer like Riveria. Yes, Bell was definitely not an average man. In many senses of the word. How I can't believe that at almost 100 years old I'm still a novice when it comes to romantic relationships. Father, is this what you meant by not focusing my whole life solely on magic and adventure? The answer never came, and he didn't think it ever would. His father was deep in the Alf forest, so it was impossible to see him again. There was also no possibility of him going out into the outside world and visiting her. Yes, impossible. Ah, Riveriatan, Loki's shout called to her from afar. From her position, she could see the executives of her familia gathered together. I must stop thinking about Bell. Nothing good will come of trying to understand his cause. With that in mind, he met with his colleagues and discussed the area they were to explore. However, no matter how many adventurers they deployed, no monster was found in the city. They weren't looking with the right eyes. XXX. We gathered in the living room of the fireplace mansion, awaiting Kamisama. She had been invited by a hooded stranger to a meeting with the founding god of Arario, Uranasama. Hey, did she fall asleep? Yeah. I nodded to Welf, who was sitting next to me. Her eyes were fixed on Ween, who was clinging to my shirt and refusing to let go. The poor thing had fallen asleep after crying so much, completely exhausted. She's exhausted from the blows she received. If only he had been more careful. Hey, blaming yourself is pointless. You can't change what's already been done. Cheer up, her wounds have been treated and she's safe now. Welf was right. Thanks to Lily, who quickly provided healing potions, Ween's wounds were completely healed. There was no longer a single bruise on his skin. However, that wasn't the biggest problem. Leaving aside her already healed wounds, there was the reason for the wounds themselves. After arriving at the mansion and saving Ween, I subtly demanded to know why he had gone out when I wasn't there. The reason, one that left me with a pain in my chest, was that he tried to apologize to Riveria for making us argue amongst ourselves over her. Haruheim told me that your wife was upset with you because of me, so I tried to tell her not to hate you, Bell. His intentions cut deep into my wounds, and I pathetically could only suppress a scream inside. Did she get hurt because I didn't handle things well with Reveria? I couldn't blame either of them, only myself. I should have been more mature and mindful of my words. I couldn't keep talking without thinking, ignorant of the consequences. I have to make sure everything goes well, Bell. Welf placed his hand on my shoulder, pulling me from my thoughts. I slowly turned to look at him. His eyes stared at me. Wipe that look off your face. There are things we can't control, not even you, my friend. Please don't fall into the arrogance of thinking you can make everything turn out all right. You'll only hurt yourself. You have us, trust us. I lowered my gaze. I couldn't bear to look into his eyes. You're right. I'm being quite arrogant, trying to do everything on my own and hoping it turns out well. Thank you, Welf. Hey, we're friends, right? Don't thank me for something a friend would do. True. Feeling Ween's embrace around my torso, I gave my friend a small smile. He simply flashed a toothy grin as he stood up and went to the kitchen where Lily and Haruheim were. Lilikiwajo, is dinner ready yet? I'm starving. You can starve to death for all I care. Do you think I'm your servant? Hey, stop it. Your screeching voice is hurting my ears. Damn menstrual head. Hey, don't call me that. I could only hear the shouts of what was a heated argument, smiling bitterly at the hostile atmosphere coming from the kitchen and Haruheimsen's frightened screams as she tried to control those two. I guess I should slow down. I wrapped my arms around Ween as I became lost in thought. There were so many things to do and problems kept piling up. The elves, the training, the fight with Reveria, the assault with those assassins in the dungeon, and now this. Honestly, it was too much. Little by little I began to notice the exhaustion in my body as well as in my mind. There were also those adventurers who were looking for Ween when I found her in the dungeon. They kept worrying me. Children, just as I was about to sink even deeper into my thoughts, the front door slammed shut. A thunderous sound was accompanied by Kamisama's shrill cry, "Emergency meeting. Now." Because of his call, we all gathered in the office that belonged to me as captain of this family. What we were told next gave me a bad feeling. XXX. The next day before the sun rose, Kamisama gave us a map as well as a mission. We had to find an unexplored area and take Ween with us. Of course, I refused immediately. I couldn't take her to a place as dangerous as the dungeon. Not only adventurers, but monsters also saw her as a hunting target. The dungeon was a place where Ween had no allies. Belkan, I understand, but you must do it. Kamisama, if Ween returns there, she will die. Such a possibility exists. So why? Because if we don't, all of Aurario will turn against us. Just trust me, this is the best option. I lowered my head, biting my lips. All of Aurario turning against me. That's fine, let them come. I wouldn't back down if it meant Ween would be safe. There are many things I need to do, but nothing prevents me from leaving the city and doing everything isolated from people. I just needed to protect Ween. Belkan, you're like an open book when you make that face. I felt Kamisama's soft hand caressing my hair. The two of us were alone in my room discussing things privately after being notified of the mission the guild had given us. Don't forget it. Kamisama tapped my forehead with her finger and with a motherly smile murmured. You need to think about those around you. You might not care what happens to you, but don't think the boys will get away with it. The moment you turn against Aurario, Wefelkun and the girls will be singled out and treated like outcasts. It's unfair, I know, but it's the reality. I knew his words were true. I couldn't deny it with such brazen and selfish resolve while putting my friends in danger. But I also didn't want to sacrifice Ween so that we could be safe. Just thinking about it made me want to throw up. What should I do? Should I shrink? I don't want to. Belkan. Sitting on the edges of the mattress, Kamisama put his arm around my shoulders, bringing my face to his breasts. Please believe in me. Everything will be all right, I promise. I knew it. I knew Kamisama was omitting part of the story told by the god Uranus. However, I still couldn't help but worry. Even if the destination marked on the mission map was a utopia where Ween could live in peace, possible paths to disaster kept appearing in my thoughts. I will do that. Even so, I had to do it. But I do believe Ween is in danger. I will return. If it means facing all of Aurario, I will. My hair was stroked and my face buried in a pair of breasts. The situation was peculiar, but I didn't even have time to blush. I know, and you need to know that I will support you with everything I have. I couldn't see her face, but thanks to the soft tone of her voice, I could imagine that she was smiling. It was tough, but after facing problems with Kamisama, we were able to overcome it and strengthen our relationship as goddess and dependent. She made her feelings clear to me, and I did the same. XXX. After the brief chat with Kamisama, when the clock hands struck 6:00 a.m., I left with Welf and the girls. Mikitasan, Lily, and Welf. Yes, Captain, you will go first. I will follow behind you along with Haruheimsen and Ween. If you see any movement ahead, please give the signal so we can avoid as many adventures as possible. Welf, Lily, and Mikitasan nodded at the same time. Welf displayed a relaxed expression accompanied by a tenacious smile, while Lily maintained a displeased face, perhaps thinking that all this would turn out badly. Count me in, Beldono. Mikitasan, on the other hand, was unusually animated. Her eyes shone with the determination needed to cut down anyone who crossed her path. Yes, please don't hurt anyone. I didn't see that possibility, but it didn't hurt to point it out in time. You worry too much, Belle. Go on, we'll take care of the front. Thank you, I'll leave it to you. We reviewed the plan one more time and split into two groups. Welf, Lily, and Mikitasen took the Adventurers Street while Haruheim, Ween, and I explored the alleyways, avoiding any contact with the citizens. Even if our bodies were covered by hooded blankets, I didn't want to take any risks. No inconvenience was welcome. Belsama, what is it, Haruheimsen? I just thought it's changed a lot. Huh. I looked puzzled at Haruheimsen, who was walking to my right, showing a gentle smile and a warm look. Have I changed? Yeah, the way she nodded was so sweet that for a moment I forgot we were on a mission of great importance. With flushed cheeks, she spoke softly. He has changed a lot. His way of speaking and acting, as well as a strange growth in his decision-making. Is that so? Honestly, I don't see any change. That's not true. Seeing her deny my words when she always agreed with them surprised me even more than her arms taking mine. He was being unusually bold. Belsama has matured. Your words, your actions, and your eyes. I feel happy to see how Belsama has grown as a man and as a person. I am very proud to be next to a man like that. I couldn't say anything. I felt like crying. I don't know why, nor do I want to know. I just noticed the corners of my eyes watering. Proud from me. Saying those kinds of things with such a beautiful smile wasn't fair. Women truly express their greatest beauty when they smile. It was true that there had been a change in me, but in my eyes it wasn't a good one. It was a change that degraded me day by day. But did she think it was a good thing? I simply couldn't respond to this woman's kindness. She looked at me with gentleness, affection, and care. What did I do to deserve such attention from so many people around me? I felt unworthy of their praise. The only thing I could say in front of a woman like that was one thing. Thank you, Haruheimsen. Yes, you're welcome, Belsama. We walked through the alleys in silence, and she kept wrapping her arms around mine, trying not to wake Ween, who was huddled against my chest. It was after some time that we reached the entrance to the stairs that led to the dungeon, and to my surprise, there was someone waiting for us. His eyes met mine, and as he walked towards me, he asked, "Can we talk?" My natural reaction was to force my embrace onto Ween, who was still fast asleep. Only her soft breathing could be heard. Yeah, I looked at Haruheimsen, and she nodded quickly. I didn't need to explain much to her, and she simply took Ween in her arms while I followed Reveria. We just moved away a little, far enough to avoid being heard while still keeping an eye on Haruheimsen and Ween in case anything happened. So, having said that, I headed to Reveria. How did you know I'd be here? Her silence was chilling, but I didn't back down from her gaze. Holding a warmth in my chest, I faced the woman who was my wife. I just figured out the obvious. You wouldn't stay put after last night's incident, so I bet you'd come to the jail. I ran into your friends and Mr. Krazo decided to let me talk to you. Is that so, and what do you want? I don't think you want to say goodbye to Ween. Reveria's impassive face distorted briefly. It was subtle, but I noticed her eyebrows arch in displeasure. It's been a few days since our fight, but you're already acting so cold towards me. I thought we'd formed a pretty close relationship. Was I wrong? I don't know, you decided it would be this way. I don't understand your intentions in coming here either, but I ask you to stop. You won't make me change. Ouch. I was beaten. No, more specifically, Reveria tapped my forehead with her index finger. It wasn't anything to exaggerate, but her strength was that of a level 6. It was strong enough to make me scream in pain. Why did you do it? Before I could even complain, I was grabbed by the wrist and pulled into a corner of the stairs. There, out of Haruheimsen's sight, Reveria buried my face in her breasts. They were covered by several layers of fabric, but I could feel their incredible softness as well as their scent. Reveria's entire body gave off a floral scent. You're being very defensive with me. I'm not your enemy, Belle. I was bewildered, confused by the strange change in actions. Reveria just remained silent as my confusion grew, trapped by her breasts. Idiot. After a few seconds, I was insulted. I didn't detect contempt. It was an insult laden with regret, one used to complain about someone's actions. You're a real idiot, Belle. For some reason, I didn't feel it was an insult. It seemed like a complaint, one that harmlessly attacked me. Idiot. My hair was caressed by her fingers. They were soft and delicate, pressing against the back of my head and burying my face even deeper between her breasts. Lately, I've been obsessed with breasts, and I wasn't so clueless as to compare them. Belle, yeah, please be careful. However, when my face sank into Reveria's breasts, I was overcome by a strange sense of calm. You tend to do crazy things, and that worries me. You've become important to me, and that terrifies me. Take responsibility and return safely, okay? Why, weren't you upset? I thought you wouldn't support me anymore and that you had no interest in continuing to live with me. We've lived together for so long, and this is how you categorize me. I certainly don't agree with you, but I'm still worried. Is that wrong? I didn't answer him. Words simply wouldn't come out as I was thrust into her breasts, just as I felt her fingers tracing my hair. We have differences, and that's okay. I don't want to drag this out, so I'll get to the point. Is there anything else? I couldn't see her, but I felt through the vibrations of her body that she nodded. Finn is really fixated on this. He suspects you guys since you didn't bother helping with the city search yesterday for the monster. He also thinks you're connected to the armed monsters that have been spotted lately. The information, which was only meant to be known by the executives of the Loki family, took me by surprise. I knew about the armed monsters thanks to Einessen, who kindly kept me informed about the outstanding things in the dungeon whenever we met for my exploration reports. However, I never thought we'd be labeled suspects so quickly. Findamna's audacity surprised me. Even so, why are you telling me this? I lifted my face from Reveria's chest and looked into her eyes. She was a little taller than me, so her eyes looked down at me. The beautiful jade green color captivated me. Why, you ask? Honestly, I don't know. I'd like to knock some sense into you, but you're so stubborn that even if I freeze you, I'm sure you'll still go down the same path. All I can do is warn you and wait for your return. Have a safe trip and don't do anything reckless. I'll keep that in mind. At that moment, his arms released me and I was finally able to pull away a little, feeling the floral scent of his body drifting away. Okay, I'll stop taking up your time. I need to get back to headquarters for another meeting. Yes, that's fine. I didn't feel comfortable. Not because I resented Reveria, but because of our argument a few days ago. The memory of Ween running away from home because of that same argument also clung to my mind, so my body felt a reluctant need to stay away from Reveria. Well then, goodbye. The instant I was about to back away, Reveria took my chin in her hand and lifted it. She forced our eyes to meet. Hey, why yes. Her eyes held a hint of amusement, how to put it. She seemed to be mocking herself as she looked at me intently. Aren't you being a little cold to me? What makes you think that? I don't know. Perhaps the fact that you refused to see me directly as well as your desperate attempt to say goodbye. I tried to look away, but his fingers tightened around my jaw, warning me not to. It wasn't painful, but there was certainly a possibility that he would exert more force if I didn't look him in the eyes. Reveria, this wife of dignified and gallant appearance, was actually quite ruthless when necessary. Look at me. I looked at her. Only a fool would ignore her words, and while I was a fool, I wasn't an idiot. That's why I kept looking at her, a little afraid. Her lips moved, forming words. You're angry with me, I understand. I wanted to deny it. I wasn't angry with Reveria, but with myself. My desire to distance myself from her stemmed from the discomfort caused by my own incompetence. However, I couldn't move my head. Reveria's fingers, as soft and fragile as they looked, acted like chains, restricting my movements. So take this as an apology from me, okay? I stammered, not understanding what she meant. I didn't understand until I saw her slowly close her eyes and bring her lips closer to mine. What were you doing? Do you want to kiss me? In this situation? Stop. Haru Heimson might see us. I couldn't lie and say that it would be unpleasant to be kissed by Reveria, since her lips possessed an undeniable beauty. Looking at them trapped you in a loop where you would definitely wonder, what would it feel like to kiss them? And unable to sleep thinking about it, unable to know. It was that kind of beauty, one that no one else had access to. Our Reveria, stop. Except me, how many thousands of people would kill to be in my place? Right now, being taken by the chin and about to be kissed by those lips that thousands of men longed for. I didn't want to know, and I didn't want anyone else to know either. He would no longer be an enemy only of the elves, but of the vast majority of men in the world. A silence enveloped us both. His lips kissed my forehead, leaving a soft, warm, and moist sensation. I got confused, and Reveria, seeing that confusion, gave a mocking smile. What, you expected me to give you one in the mouth? How perverted of you, Belle. I certainly expected it. I couldn't be so brazen as to tell such an obvious lie, and even if I tried hard, Reveria would be able to see right through me. Why did you do that? My only option was to question her actions with the foolish hope of drowning my shame and forgetting her. Reveria, noticing my intentions, smiled slightly and replied, What are you ashamed of? We've gone further than this, haven't we? By accident, but we did. This kiss is my way of thanking you for everything you do. I know it's not much, almost nothing, but please accept it. Lost in her gaze, that which seemed to contain a beautiful and peaceful forest with a crystalline spring at its center, I listened to her. Her expression changed from playful to serious. She seemed to show a little regret as well as guilt. These past few days since we separated, I've been thinking a lot. Was I too insensitive and selfish? I'm sorry, it seems I didn't properly thank you for your attempts to help me. I'm just confused. I've had a lot on my mind lately and my head is a mess. It's not an excuse, but I hope you understand. Even at my age, there are some things I don't know, you know. His fingers stopped holding my chin and instead opened into a soft palm that rested on my cheek, bestowing its warmth. It was a moment, but I felt a great sense of comfort thanks to the recognition. I'm a foolish man, I'm easily made happy, even stupidly happy for almost no reason, and if left alone, I'm usually content. What do you think about it, Belle? What do I think? What on earth does a man get out of thinking? Only problems. I understood if she said living with me wasn't pleasant. It must be strange. It feels strange to me. That's why I didn't expect recognition, nor an apology, much less a reward. Deep down in a corner of my mind, I didn't believe I deserved any of that. Was I an idiot for despising me so much? I'm aware of it, but I don't stop doing it. Deeply ingrained in my body was the belief that the moment I let out a sigh of relief and relaxed, the whole world would come crashing down on me. That's why I forced myself to stay aware of my shortcomings, without letting my ego get so high that I stopped seeing the important things on Earth. Just as I was thinking, I felt a soft, wet, and warm touch on my cheek. I looked at Reveria. Why are you kissing me again? You weren't listening to me, so I thought one wasn't enough. What, do you want me to kiss you on the lips now? Now you're making fun of me. Foo-foo, yes maybe. I was embarrassed when I saw his smile with an intense heat that invaded my whole face as he held my kissed cheek with the palm of his hand. I could only remain silent, bewildered as I stared at her intently. What's wrong? You're staring at me so intently. Are you trying to embarrass me? That laugh, that smile. I realized that nothing reveals a person's character better than the reasons for their laughter. That reason, the reason for Reveria's laughter, was me. How should I categorize his character? I'm getting late. Trying to escape, I blurted out my words. Her smile disappeared, and with a look of regret, she nodded. All right. His hands, which had been gently holding my body, slid down to his sides, forming fists. I understand you're still upset with me. I won't pressure you, I just hope that one day you'll forgive my actions. That's not it, Reveria. I want to tell you, but a ball of yarn forms in my chest, filling my body with discomfort. I couldn't tell you that in reality it was my fault. I didn't want to admit that I foolishly became too arrogant and took responsibility for things that are beyond me. I simply naively refused to admit my powerlessness in front of you, not with you who held more hope for me than anyone else. I'll leave now. Take care, Belle. That's why I just watched his back moving away from me. Until the moment came when I could take responsibility for all my actions and I could look her in the eyes with confidence. Until then, please take care. XXX. After the unexpected meeting with Reveria, Belle met up with the others who were waiting for him on the 19th floor, where the route to finding the unexplored area was supposed to be. Welf inquired about the Reveria issue, however. Belle only smiled as he suggested continuing with the mission. They had no choice but to turn to Haruheim, but she was just as lost as they were, so they continued without making a fuss. Is this the way, Lily? Yes, Belle-sama. Lily has been a cartographer for as long as she can remember, so I'm very sure. I see. So why is there a wall in the way, that I don't know? Belle's smile showed understanding towards Lily's embarrassment, who had suffered a severe blow to her pride as a guide. Looking away from her, Belle placed the palm of her hand on the wall. Without a doubt, it was a dead end. This doesn't make sense. Doubting Lily's ability didn't even cross his mind. While she wasn't that great, he was certain this was the place at the very end of the map. He looked around. It was a room of crystallized stone, and the only way out was the exit they had entered through. Everything else was an uneven surface of hardened glass. Shall we turn around? Welf suggested it, but it was immediately denied. No, I have an idea. Supporting his body on his knees, Belle closed his eyes as he concentrated. I don't really want to use it because of the terrible headache I had recently, as well as the bleeding. But Belle saw no other option than to use Laplace. His body showed some reluctance due to the aftereffects of having overworked it the night before, but a little pain wasn't enough to stop him. It was simply the motto, if it's not necessary, let's avoid it. If I compare it to being frozen or beaten up in all my training sessions, this is like blowing out the candles on a cake. The only question left was whether that comparison was healthy for a 14-year-old. Laplace. Without a second thought, Belle activated his ability. Everything around him lit up in a digital blue, displaying different types of information. He felt the faint vibrations of the monster's roars in the distance traveling through the walls, as well as a brief composition of the materials around him. It only took a couple of seconds for a smile to appear on her lips. I knew it. He stood up and looked over his shoulder. Mikitasan, yes, Beldono, could you cut this wall, make it big enough for us to get in? Yes, at your service. Mikoto, a little confused, nodded awkwardly as she drew her katana. The blade's edge was jet black, and it squeaked sharply as it was unsheathed. With Belle stepping aside, Mikoto advanced and made a 5-way slash. The hardened glass wall shattered, forming a gap large enough for them to pass through. Ready, Beldono? Okay, let's go, it will start to heal soon. No one had the chance to ask what Belle meant because the hardened glass wall slowly began to regenerate. Is it an abundant area? Welf asked, surprised. The abundant areas were those that possessed a larger scale of regeneration, being marked as important parts of the dungeon. They were few, but they existed. Walking. They all followed Belle, who led the way, dagger in hand. He expected to find a strange, monster-infested larder, but instead they were presented with a cave filled with stalactites and a river. This river connects to the floors of the water city. It's a vein, Lily said, approaching the riverbank. Belle-sama, the map ends at the previous entry. There's nothing about a river nor about anything else. Is that so? It's a problem. I don't see anyone here, and Laplace isn't detecting the presence of others. We're alone. Now what? Welf let out a tired huff. We didn't come all this way just to turn back, did we? Heshia-sama isn't the type to play jokes like this. They all nodded in agreement. They split up to explore the cave, but after an hour they found nothing that caught their attention. This sucks, Welf muttered. Belle began to think, believing that there was something they had overlooked. Mikitasen. It was then that she looked at Mikoto, who had gotten into position on her hands and knees by the riverbank. Haruhime was beside her, gazing at the water's surface with her friend. What are they doing? He approached them both, and before turning to look at him, they exchanged a determined glance before nodding. Beldono. Oh yeah, Bell confirmed it. Mikoto was extremely excited today. What about the river? The river, yes, why don't we explore the river? Bell looked at the streams of water flowing through the place. Inasen always emphasizes that diving into the dungeon waters is suicide. We didn't bring Undine robes, so exploring there isn't an option. Her forehead wrinkled. He had considered the river, but he couldn't risk anything happening to his friends. Besides, he wasn't entirely confident he could handle everything down there. I have faith in my abilities, but underwater it's a different story. Being reckless won't get me anywhere. He shook his head. I'm sorry, but we can't take that risk. I told Kamisama we would return if he deemed this mission dangerous. But Mikitasen, that's an order. Mikoto fell silent. On the surface it was different, but here inside the dungeon he should never question the captain's decisions. She could only lower her head in dismay at her carelessness. Just when everyone thought the exploration was over, Lily stepped forward and supported Mikoto. Bell-sama, I support Mikita-sama's idea. If the mission is truly important, we cannot afford to overlook the possibility that the target is in the river. Mikoto looked surprised. The idea that Lily would go against Bell's order just to support her had never crossed her mind. In fact, he never imagined that Lily would oppose ending this mission, since from the beginning she had made it very clear that she disliked coming. Lily, Bell looked him in the eyes. Do you understand what you're suggesting? Mikitasen's life is at stake. I understand, Bell-sama. So, Lily swallowed hard under Bell's gaze. She wasn't annoyed or irritated. She was simply asking for a coherent explanation of why he refused to obey her orders. Welf remained on the sidelines, observing the outcome just like Haruhime. This, Lily stammered as she looked around, then explained. If we based it on the terrain of the cavern, this is a safe area. So there shouldn't be any monsters in the river. It's a safe zone after all. I know. Bell nodded, indicating that he had already thought of it. I shouldn't, but nothing guarantees the river is monster-free. Have you ever heard of a safe zone in the water? I haven't, and I'm not going to bet anyone's safety here on something that isn't 100% reliable. Lily could only lower her gaze, as could Mikoto. Now the two of them looked like puppies who had just been scolded by their owner. That in itself made Bell feel bad, but he couldn't back down from this. Hey Bell, Welf. Just as he was about to give the order to retreat, Welf touched Bell's shoulder and spoke in a low voice. Dude, we should give it a try. Bell gave him a look that said, you too, and Welf nodded. I understand your point and I fully support it, but Welf looked towards Mikoto. Mikoto must think you don't trust her abilities. What? I never said that. I know, but that's what she thinks. Look at it from your perspective. Wouldn't you think something like, if only I were stronger or if only I were more reliable in this situation? She's trying to help you. I suggest you don't reject her. Saying that, Welf stepped aside again. He never exclaimed anything like I won't obey you, and simply offered his perspective as a member of the family. Deep down, Bell appreciated that respect for his position as captain as well as the advice. I would certainly think the same, and if it were me, I'd even risk demonstrating my skills. What do I do? If I allow this and Mikitasen gets hurt, I'll never be able to forgive myself. Then Bell remembered the conversation he had with Welf last night. He was not alone, and everything would be better for him if he trusted his friends a little. I just hope I'm not wrong. The thought crossed his mind to go and explore the river himself, but he understood that this would only further damage Mikoto's pride. I could almost hear her muttering, it was him because he doesn't trust my abilities, in a ghostly voice and with a dead face. Mikitasen. Yes, Beldono. He walked over to Mikoto and took her shoulder. He only applied a little pressure, trying to convey his feelings. Can I entrust you with the underwater exploration? Mikoto's gaze widened. She felt she might burst into tears at Bell's words. Her body was filled with emotion the moment she replied. Please, leave it in my hands, Beldono. I won't let you down, I know. Bell smiled and Mikoto smiled back. The simple words he spoke confirmed to Mikoto that her captain trusted her and her abilities. Be careful, and if anything goes wrong, don't hesitate to come back. Do you need me to come with you? Don't worry, I'll take care of it myself. You should be here to lead the group, I see. Good luck then. Mikoto stood at attention, then bowed. Leave. In truth, his excessive enthusiasm could only bring a smile to Bell's face. This continued until Mikoto began to undress in front of him. Mikitasen, what are you doing? I need to get rid of my armor and clothes so they don't get in the way. Why, I see. Bell nodded and looked away, blushing to his ears. He hadn't seen much, but he found it quite embarrassing that Mikoto didn't hesitate for a second to undress in front of him. Welf approached him with a wind-type magic dagger, emphasizing Bell's blushing. Don't make fun of me. He just shook his head from side to side, while Lily and Haruhime's shouts of reprimanding Mikoto echoed in the background. XXX. After 10 minutes, the bet I made worked in our favor. Beldono, there's an underwater entrance. There's a very large cenote. I smiled at the joy radiating from Mikitasan's proud face, but I had to look away when her body emerged enough to show her breasts. They were covered in white bandages, but it was still embarrassing to look at her while she was showing so much. You're quite bold, Belle. Welf next to me praised me. He didn't bother to look at Mikitasan since, according to his words, Hephaestus-sama was the only one for him. Admirable, Welf, truly admirable. Okay, everyone get ready to go over there. We left behind unnecessary luggage and plunged into the water with only our weapons and light clothing. Ween, who had been silently clinging to me, showed a smile when she felt the coolness of the water wetting her body. Finally, she smiled. It was the innocent smile of a child. I hadn't seen her since the moment I rescued her. Her attitude changed drastically. She wouldn't even speak unless we were alone, and she wouldn't leave my side unless she was asleep. Let's finish this and go home. Mikitasan led the way, guiding the path while we followed closely behind. I glanced around and it was certainly free of monsters. That made me sigh with relief, and after 10 minutes we entered the cenote. Although it really looked more like an underwater cave, isn't it too dark? Lily stepped forward while commenting on the atmosphere of the place, which boasted low lighting. Yes, but you brought something for it, didn't you? Fufu, that's right, Lily came prepared. I wrung out my hair and shirt while Ween shook his head from side to side, creating a drizzle. We moved forward a little after drying our bodies, and after illuminating the place with some phosphorescent moss, we tried to explore the terrain. It's really dark. I was tempted to use Laplace, but there was no rush to conduct a hasty exploration. Instead, I extended my fist, which had a bit of phosphorescent moss on it, and illuminated the path ahead. Belle, what are we doing here? Ween asked anxiously. Her voice was very much a whisper, and if it weren't for my enhanced senses, I doubt I could have heard her. Peaceful. I hugged him with my free arm and his hands gripped my shirt. We spent the next 10 minutes observing the terrain without separating, still without finding anything relevant. Stop. But at that moment when I thought everything was normal, I felt numerous pairs of eyes, and they weren't friendly. Battle formation, we are surrounded. It was at the moment I shouted the order that the place suddenly lit up, blurring our vision. By the time I could see properly again, a lizardman was falling from the air towards me with a scimitar in each hand, spread out. I pushed Haruham aside, and a second later the lizard man fell on me with the force of a meteorite. A large cloud of smoke rose, followed by slight tremors. I could only retreat with Ween in one of my arms, Belle. I heard Welf scream, and when I looked at him, I noticed his gaze. His eyes showed displeasure, and I only had to look around to understand why. I made a face. With the underwater cavern illuminated by torches attached to the walls, I could already see the owners of the many glances from a moment ago. We were surrounded, and there were more than 100 monsters. No, I could easily say there were over 1,000. Was that a green dragon? Shit. I drew the Hestia dagger, but I was not ignorant of our current situation. Mikoto rushed to Haruheim's side, drawing her katana and ready to fight to the death. Her expression, however, was no longer as enthusiastic as it had been a moment ago. Shit. Lily readied her hand crossbow and her quiver full of arrows. Her eyes narrowed in an expression of distress. Shit. Welf, on the other hand, displayed a stubborn smile imbued with irony as he drew 2 magical fire swords. Damn. I cursed my incompetence as captain. Chapter 14, Prelude to Disaster. When you embark on a journey, never ask for advice from those who have never left home. A random Argentinian. XXX. I came to the conclusion that missing someone is the price of good memories. For example, the memory of my friends smiling carefree the night before I accepted this mission. Welf, protect Lily. Mikitasan, I'm entrusting Ween and Haruheimsen to you. Enter the water and return the way we came. What will you do, Belle? I looked all around. My eyes wandered around with nauseating speed, so much so that for a moment I thought they would pop out of their sockets. We were surrounded by armed monsters. Did they really exist? Inasin passed me the report at one of our meetings, but her speculations were nothing more than a simple rumor among adventurers. But there they were, hundreds of them surrounding my friends. Their sharp teeth bared, thick saliva dripping, and their eyes held a murderous gleam. The word terror summed it all up when they brandished the weapons that had once belonged to other adventurers. What other image was capable of making a similar impression? None came to mind. I will hold them until you are safe. I yelled at the boys, but only got an angry shout in response. Are you crazy, man? You'll die. Beldono, I refuse to follow an order that involves abandoning him here. I bit down hard. Arguing in such an unfavorable situation would only reduce our chances of survival. I knew it, my turbulent mind understood it very well. But that's an order. Get out of here now. I couldn't let them fight in this place. Welf had brought several magic swords with him, and it would be fine if it were just the 2 of us, but the burden of protecting others was a serious problem. Lily didn't specialize in combat, and Mikitasan wouldn't be able to handle so many enemies with Haruheimsen on her back. Back off now, don't look at me like that, guys. It's okay, I can get out of here if I play my cards right. Don't worry, I'll be back with you. Therefore, flee, please don't mess with me, Belle. Please, we'll stay just this once. Do you think we'll leave you here? Don't think stupid things. Listen to me, guys. I wish I could recreate the scene where they nod and run towards the exit. Seriously, it would be so great to be able to do that. Instead, all I could see as my heart pounded in terror was how their gazes hardened and they raised their weapons. They didn't look at me, they didn't say any words of encouragement. They just remained silent, disobeying my orders. They stayed, refusing to leave me alone. Watching them swing their swords, fire their crossbows, and unleash powerful waves of magical energy filled me with despair. GH. UOOOHHHH. The lizard man swung his scimitars, charging in with a flurry of slashes. The strength and speed were extraordinary for a monster of his kind, and irregular. Lately I kept encountering extraordinary cases that threatened to end my life. That brief exchange of blows was enough for me to understand that he was a level above me. Why did a lizard man venture into the territory of a level 5? Laplace. I didn't know it, but searching for answers to questions that wouldn't help me in this situation was pointless. I just had to win, defeat them all, protect my family. Ahurg, the movements of the lizard man, which were previously too fast to follow with the eye, revealed a double meaning. An afterimage appeared before me, showing me the path of his movements. A second after I threw the punch, the real lizard man was carrying out that attack. I can do it. I swung my daggers. The Hestia dagger formed a purplish-blue half-circle on the lizard man's neck, and Ushiwakamaru blocked one of the scimitars pointed at my back. Sparks danced in a chaotic environment, one where each exchange of blows made the ground vibrate and scattered powerful gusts of air. UUORRG. The monster's roar threatened to burst my eardrums. Somehow it reminded me of the bellow of a minotaur. I gritted my teeth and tightened my grip on my daggers. My body remained in constant motion, searching for the smallest opening in my opponent. The scimitars created a sharp whirlwind around him, and the toughness of his skin acted as armor beneath that whirlwind. In a normal situation, it would be impossible for me to get through that level of defense. However, compared to Ottarsson, this is nothing. It only took a second. Snow-white light melted into the edge of Hestia's dagger, resonating with a small tinkling sound before forming a deafening explosion that shattered through the lizardman's defense. Its scaly body soared through the air before rolling a couple of meters above the ground. Dust rose and settled on it. Are you serious? But I didn't have time to take a breather. Before I could jump in and deliver the final blow, countless monsters pounced on me. It was like a downpour, and I had to avoid at all costs the touch of any wet droplet. It was only thanks to Laplace that I managed to get out completely dry, but the price wasn't cheap. I was beginning to feel the fatigue, however slight. Aside from the heavy breathing and beads of sweat, the aftereffects of Laplace were even becoming internal. If my body exceeded its current endurance capacity by using such an ability, I would not only become exhausted, but I could actually die if one of my vital organs exploded inside my body. But I have no other choice, do I? I shook off the bad thoughts. Thinking about my possible death would only act as an unnecessary distraction. I had to give it my all, even squeeze my soul dry. If I collapsed before that, it was only a reflection of my incompetence. Guys, I looked towards my friends who were clinging to this place. Welf was protecting Lily as she fired arrows with her crossbow, which were dodged by the harpy and the sirens in midair. Mikitasen, on the other hand, swung her katana with incredible skill, but not enough to protect herself and Hahirimson alongside Ween. Grouped together. The situation left me with only two options. He either acted as bait or he protected them all at the same time. Bell, the monsters seem to be after Ween. Mikoto won't last much longer. I soon realized that one of my options was useless. Even in a situation like this where we were, did the monsters still prioritize Ween as their main target? Why, what is the reason for this? There must be a deeper explanation than simple species rejection or racial discrimination. To begin with, were the monsters even intelligent enough to distinguish between their equals and unequals? Protect her. I couldn't stop to think of an answer for the dungeon's anomalies and their existence. I could only brandish my daggers and fend off the monster's claws. A gargoyle and the same lizard man from before launched themselves headlong from land and air. Scimitars and stone-clad claws sought Ween's fragile body, as if I would allow it. I charged at both of them, whose auras exuded the power of a level 5 each. Well, it didn't really matter. I lost track of time as the landscape distorted, the sound dispersed into incomprehensible babble, and the impact of his attacks on my daggers sounded rough and vibrant. The scimitars weren't of great quality, but the monster's strength provided enough ferocity to send shivers down my spine. The gargoyle, on the other hand, attacked mercilessly from the air, dropping its body like a cannonball. Fire bolt. I fired indiscriminately. I used Laplace to immerse myself in a state of absolute concentration so that I could use Argonaut for a brief moment and infuse the magic. However, the slightest carelessness would bring the tragedy of a Willithuisp. That was why the gargoyle dodged the condensed and amplified fire beams of Argonaut. Even the slightest touch of one would turn its stone body to dust. Firebolt. It was the same for the lizard man and all the monsters that surrounded us and tried to attack a blind spot of my friends who were behind me, and the only way to protect them was to create a wall of burning fire. The aftereffects took their toll, but I continued to use 2 abilities and 1 magic spell while crossing swords with the lizard man. A goblin leaped towards me with a large axe, aiming it at my head. Firebolt. At that moment, one where my life was in danger and I was receiving attacks from all directions while protecting my friends, I recited. And conjured until I was exhausted. The momentum of the Argonaut-enhanced firebolt sent me spinning in midair. I maneuvered my body and launched a kick at the goblin, sending him flying. Concentrate the mana to 1 point, release it in small doses, and make it explode at the end. That way I can prolong its capacity for a long time. Reveria's teachings invaded my mind while my physical body was bombarded by attacks, but I also returned them. Don't despair, stay calm. It's enough to release condensed mana and not overload my mind. Just as Reveria's lessons kept repeating in my head, so did the training sessions with Ryusen. Don't make any unnecessary moves. Don't retreat, advance carefully, safely, and swiftly. Just be fast enough to avoid being overtaken by the enemy. The battlefield was distorted. My footsteps cracked the ground and my body moved faster than before. Subtle movements and precise attacks were quite effective in forcing back the lizardman, the war shadow, and the goblin. Meanwhile, fire beams took care of the gargoyle, the harpy, the hippogriff, and the siren. Bell, watch out. Welf's scream came too late. A Lamia, as well as an Almiraj riding a hellhound, charged at me from the left flank. I dodged the hellhound's bite and the Almiraj's blade, but as my body spun in the air, I fired firebolts at the flying monsters and deflected the lizardman's scimitars. The Lamia's tail struck my side. My body was thrown into the air by the force of the impact. I tried to maneuver in the air and land as best I could, but I was struck by a pair of grotesque fists that were waiting for me. Gaha. A 3-meter Famor brought his fists down in a hammer blow, impacting my back and embedding my body in the ground. Everything became soundless, a ringing sound resonating loudly in my ears as my vision blurred and my body lost strength. Bell, hey Bell, get up, Beldono, Belsama. My family's screams sounded distorted and difficult to describe. Everything was spinning as if I were on a constantly moving scale that wouldn't let me find my balance. Bell. I could make out Ween's terrified scream. Her heart-wrenching cry pierced deep into my jumbled thoughts. Get up. I could feel their anguish, even though I couldn't feel my own body and limbs. Stand up, idiot. I looked up from the stone rubble. What I could see through my blurred vision was my friends and Ween being surrounded by all the irregular monsters. The desperate faces of my friends, Ween and Haruheimsen's tearful expressions. Get up, bellcranel. I stood up, oh. The Fomir, seeing me standing, swung his long arms. Move, I didn't dodge, I didn't even try. I simply clenched my fist and grabbed him head-on. The white light, lasting at least 3 seconds, exploded upon contact with our attacks. What? The ground rumbled as the Fomir was launched a couple of meters into the air, falling face down and rolling along the ground before colliding with a wall. The loud noise caught my attention. There was no need to turn around and look at them. I could feel their stares. Looks that exuded astonishment, anger, bloodlust, and doubt. Were monsters capable of showing such feelings in their eyes? Never mind. Thinking about things like that won't help my friends. I just had to delete them. I had to get rid of those who threatened the lives of my loved ones, no matter what, even if it meant losing my limbs or life. Izusen, I'll take your sword style. Laplace was still active. Everything around me stopped momentarily before displaying lines of movements that had not yet occurred. The information from those forecasts overloaded my mind, so much so that I felt my consciousness switching off and on in a matter of seconds, but it was okay. Internal bleeding, information overload threatening to make my brain explode. Everything was fine. I ran toward the group of monsters. The chimes rang out with a rougher, more imposing sound. Whoa, WOHLL, a head-to-head duel. The lizard man and the gargoyle attacked me. Their roars echoed throughout the place, reverberating off the walls and into my ears. 2 enemies. I didn't know why only they acted while the others remained still, but I wouldn't question it or complain. I was prepared to fight everyone at the same time, so 2 was quite favorable for me. Ha! I screamed, hoping to lessen the pain that was engulfing my body. It didn't solve the problem, but it gave me the strength to carry it all. The world stopped, the ringing of the bells and the blades cutting the air. The monsters. The pair of scimitars and the stone claws, the eyes imbued with bloodlust and their bestial roars. I could feel everything. I opened my eyes as if a revelation had opened my head and penetrated deep into my thoughts and ideas. In reality, a frontal charge was not necessary. All we had to do was blow up the whole place, right? That way, even if I was killed in the attack, my friends would be safe. If I used enough power, if I squeezed every fragment of mana in my body and compressed it to the point of condensing it and then made it explode, even the green dragon would be reduced to ashes. I didn't think twice. I stopped the mad dash and planted my feet firmly on the ground. Dust and debris flew up as I braked suddenly, and then I plunged my daggers into the ground. Firebolt. The magic and charge of Argonaut traveled through the edge of my weapons and imbued the earth beneath my feet. The effect was instantaneous. What? The ground erupted, then exploded at the same time as it spewed a waterfall of rising fire. It wasn't just once. Several pillars of fire mixed with fragments of earth and rock rose from the ground, forming pillars in the aquatic cavern. I watched the scene with the last of my strength, my vision blurred and my head spinning. The various artificial volcanoes spewed out a type of magma that would reduce even the finest diamond to ash. Cries of anguish from my friends, shouting my name and dodging pillars of magma as they ran towards me, who could no longer find any strength in my body. What are they doing? Everything became silent again. I couldn't hear anything. In my head there was only a high-pitched noise, as if an explosion had occurred right next to my ear. Don't get too close, you'll get hurt. Mikitasan's lips spelled out my name. Lily burst into tears alongside Ween and Haruheimsen, while Welf stared at me with desperate eyes. Take advantage of this opportunity and flee. Before I knew it, I could no longer see their faces. Unable to see or hear them, I could only feel the warm heat of the ground against my cheek. He had fallen, I had no strength left, I could only feel someone laughing. Don't just hear it, feel it. That's right, I still have Laplace active. It was my last thought before falling asleep, to put it mildly. Exact. When I opened my eyes, suffering from an unbearable headache, eye irritation, and internal pains and numbness throughout my body, the strangest scene I had ever seen presented itself before me. It was so strange that for a moment I thought I was in a dream. How to put it? The normal conclusion would be that the landscape of monsters laughing, talking, and drinking is a dream. A rather strange one. Belsama. Beside me, as I stared incredulously at the monsters' party, Lily and Haruheimsen shouted my name in shrill voices. No, why did I feel like 1,000 needles were piercing the pores of my skin just from hearing their voices? All my senses were too sensitive. Girls. I looked at them and then I felt something clinging to my back. When I looked down, I saw Ween, fast asleep and still clinging to me. What is happening? I asked and received a strange explanation in response. They're like Ween, Lily said. It seems they put us to some kind of test, but they really felt they were going to die when you blew up the water cavern. Explode. Haruheimsen took my hand, gently stroking it with hers in an attempt to convey her concern. Yes, he murmured softly, still rubbing my hand with his. Belsama destroyed the place where we were ambushed. Then the Xenos panicked. As the cavern was destroyed, the water rushed out and flooded the place. I was able to recall it briefly. A couple of flashes of memory showed me the scene infested with pillars of magma. Had he done that? Wait, as if sensing something odd, I asked, did you just say Xenos? Is that what they're called? When I asked, I turned my gaze toward the lively party that was taking place. I was at the back of the unfamiliar place while the center was occupied by these beings called Xenos, dancing and drinking together. Yes, that's what they call themselves, Lily said, standing up and looking towards the party. It seems they are the target of our mission, as well as the secret Heshia-sama hid from us. I could see Mikitasan, looking shy as she was questioned by a couple of these beings. I could sense her discomfort at not knowing how to handle things in a situation that was beyond our current understanding. I see. On the other side, apart from the party in a corner of the place, was Welf. His somber expression didn't match the festive atmosphere. Belsama, Haruheimsen said, giving Mikitasan a worried look, what should we do? I understood it to a certain extent. Being overtaken by something like an unknown species among the dungeon's beings capable of communicating, as well as creating a colony, should be the norm. Accepting it without question were signs of someone who was not sane. I don't know, I replied as I stood up. For the moment, I need to understand the situation in depth. I still felt a slight numbness in my body, but it was within what I could bear. I let go of Haruheimsen's hands, and with Ween clinging to me, I walked towards the beings called Xenos. Seriousness adorned my face, and as I polished my resolve to dialogue with them, a scream pierced the entire place. Oh, Belchai woke up. The lizard man met my gaze. His amber eyes flashed with warmth as he flashed a fanged grin and ran to give me a hug. I had to protect Ween from being hurt by those scales. Belchai, you're too strong to be a level 3. Were you hiding your strength? We almost died in the middle of that disaster. Between its arms, whose surface was covered by tough scales, I was perplexed. Beyond asking how he knew my official level before the guild, and beyond being embraced with the feeling of a family member, I wondered. Belchai. I had received a nickname from a Xeno, a being whose existence was unknown to me until now. Exact. The story was more detailed than Lily's, but essentially it was the same. In short, the beings called Xenos were a species of monsters endowed with intelligence and strength superior to others of their kind, with some even possessing the ability to speak. This was the case with Lidson, the lizard man with the scimitars, the same one who called me Belchai and hugged me by the shoulders. So you contacted a guild official 15 years ago. I never imagined such a creature existed in the dungeon. Yes, although our origins go back a few years, we only reached an agreement with Fells because the benefits are good. This beer, for example, already. Lidson let out a laugh before chugging the entire mug of frothy beer. The golden liquid passed between his sharp teeth and down his throat, ending with a satisfied sigh. I could only smile with a touch of irony at the sight of a lizard man drinking beer. Of course we do our part too. We've dealt with a few irregulars a couple of times at Fell's request. Irregular monsters. You're saying you're the secret force the guild sends to subdue irregulars instead of adventurers. That's right. But we always make sure it's something we can handle. You see, there's the case we refused to take on with that bloody troll. We certainly would have died. I didn't have enough pieces, but little by little I was putting the puzzle together. Now he could clearly understand Einassen's reports about the armed monsters, as well as the fact that their weaponry consisted of things they found and kept after retrieving adventurers' bodies at the guild's request. There was never anything like a mutiny on living adventurers. All this time we've remained in the shadows, avoiding any contact with those on the surface, Lidson continued. His reptilian eyes looked at me carefully. But that changed when we learned of you, Belchai. From me, Lidson nodded enthusiastically, displaying a happy smile. When news of a human protecting one of our own reached us, it caused quite a stir. Many refused to believe it, but deep down, even if I didn't believe it, I wanted it to be true. I didn't boast about it, but I was good at detecting the feelings involved in the looks I received. Right now, Lidson's eyes conveyed hope. He looked at me hopefully as he uttered word after word. Knowing that there are those who accept us and, more importantly, risk everything to protect us. That thought made me happy, Belchai. It's a small hope that one day we might reach the surface. You, Belchai, are that hope. That smile captivated me. She wasn't pretty or sophisticated. Nor did she exude tenderness or irresistible charm. It was a smile full of sharp fangs. Fangs that would terrify everyone on the surface. It had to be this way, but no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find anything terrifying. It was just a being smiling, showing its hopes in a sincere smile. Was there anything more human than that? I stopped looking at him and turned my gaze to the others. I didn't realize they had stopped celebrating and were now looking at us. That's how engrossed I was in the conversation with Lidson. All the Xenos looked at me. I couldn't say that everyone did, but the vast majority gave me smiles similar to Lidson's. Hopeful smiles filled with a warm and comfortable feeling. His eyes saw in me the bridge to cross to the other side of the cliff, the one that blossomed with his desires and longings. I swallowed hard and broke out in a cold sweat. What was right and what was wrong? Should we abandon those who asked for and deserved help for the benefit of the general sentiment, which was the absolute rejection of monsters, or should we extend a hand to them? What is bad and what is good? People hurting other people or monsters taking care of other monsters? Why do people hurt other people? Why do monsters protect other monsters? I was overcome by an unfamiliar feeling similar to a difficult dilemma. What do I have to do? Belchai, but it wasn't that complicated. I just needed to understand one thing. It wasn't about what he should or shouldn't do, but about what he wanted to do. I gazed at the beaming smiles of these beings called Xenos. Some shed tears of emotion, others let out euphoric roars. Just seeing that was enough to know that what he wanted in essence was to help them. I'm Fia, nice to meet you, Bell. Don't be so trusting, Fia. My name is Ray, nice to meet you, Belson. I'm Led. I tried to split your head open with my axe a few hours ago. My name is Laura, but you can call me Lau. I'm so sorry I hit you, Belson. I was surrounded by everyone. There was no hostility in their actions. Many showed curiosity, others wore persistent and innocent smiles. They were just that, living beings like me, capable of displaying an inexhaustible variety of emotions. They were people, they were children, they were women, they were men, even the elderly. It didn't matter what the masses said. Nice to meet you, my name is bellcranel. I considered them my equals and that was enough. XXX. After a while, Ween woke up. He was amazed to find beings of his own kind and was now chatting with Rayson, Fiason, and Lawson. Bell is a hero, oh really? Yes, he saved me many times. Tell us more, Ween. At first she was shy, but now she chattered away endlessly about embarrassing things about me. I could only smile as I looked at her. Her eyes crinkled every time she laughed and her voice rose a couple of octaves when I exclaimed aloud about my moments with her. He's happy. Yeah, I looked at Welf, who was sitting next to me. We were both a little ways away from the place, although I actually went over to him as he refused to join the party. Did something happen? You looked down. Is it too obvious? A bit. She let out a soft chuckle at my answer. She was laughing, but it lacked that intrinsic feeling of joy. Bell, she stopped laughing, if you could even call it a healthy laugh. Her eyes, which always held a fiery gaze, grew as cold as coal in a dreary rain. He asked in a serious tone, why did you decide to help the Xenos? It took me by surprise, but I was able to digest it quickly. I understand Ween's point, but why them? What do you gain? I lowered my gaze, not because I lacked a firm answer, but because of my friend's unusual attitude. I just wanted to think, and after doing so, it wasn't difficult to understand that I was testing myself. Why, I didn't know. Maybe he was just looking for a good excuse to take my side and support me firmly. Welf, but I'm not that childish. I want to make it clear that this only involves me. I didn't speak for you, only for myself. I don't intend to involve you in my decisions, nor do I want to risk you getting hurt. Is that so? I raised my head and nodded, staring at him. His eyes, as I suspected, were scrutinizing me. As for the reason for my decision, well, I chose my words carefully. I became aware that in this world there is always someone superior. Meaningless words were useless, so were ideals that lacked a strong enough impulse to emerge from the dark depths to the bright surface. But that's no reason to get depressed. You want to know why I do what I do. I just want to show the world how much an ordinary person can do. Are you looking for recognition? Isn't that a pretty serious insult, Wealth? I chuckled slightly, almost bursting into laughter. Sighing, I denied it. I'm not looking for anyone's recognition. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't looking for it at first, but I've been through so much that ultimately recognition is something that comes and goes. People change their minds easily, and it's not my dream to cling to something that's constantly changing. I looked towards the Xenos and Wealth followed my gaze. As we watched the scene of our friends and Ween living with beings whose existence we are discovering today, I spoke. This is a different world. It could just be a coincidence, but the moment my path crossed with Ween's, it was already destiny. I heard a snort beside me and then a harsh criticism. It seems this whole prophecy thing is affecting you. Don't you think you're letting yourself be manipulated by something imaginary like destiny? Haha, Wealth, you won't make me angry. You know that, mate? I nodded a couple of times before sighing. There is no fixed destination. Then I looked at Ween. He was still chatting with the Xenos women. A small coincidence or a fleeting miracle is enough to create the temptation for a person to live that way. Nobody wants to live a life that feels like destiny. We only want to live if life is enticing. Yes, the same thing happened to me. Beyond being engaged to a beautiful woman, and beyond my son being burdened with the responsibility of being a promised hero, he was not obliged to follow a prefabricated path, and he had no intention of doing so. Everything changed if I fell in love with Reveria without the need for a prophecy, or if we had a child whose own desire was to be a hero. All it took was a genuine temptation. I don't like love to be a command, a quest. It has to come to you like a hungry cat at your front door. It's the same here, Wealth, I continued, still looking at Ween's smile. I was tempted. My whole being compels me to help them, and my being is me, so I wholeheartedly want to help them. Don't you understand? This is my own destiny when I create. I want to live like this, forging my own decisions, creating my own destiny. I just want to live being true to myself. I stopped looking at Ween and turned my eyes back to Wealth. The friend with the forced smile was gone. Belle, there was the friend who always wore a bright smile. You've grown up, my friend. His hand patted my back a couple of times while a laugh echoed in the background. This time the feeling of joy was palpable. I never imagined I'd see you say things like this, he hissed with a smile. Is this the effect of living a married life with a beautiful, older woman? Well, Miss Reveria has been a great teacher to me. Anyway, why don't we go and join the others? I stood up and tried to walk toward Lidson and the others, but Wealth grabbed my hand. I quickly gave him a confused look. What's happening? Belle, the price of trying to make others happy is making yourself miserable. You know that, right? He looked directly at me, pulled me towards him, and made me sit down, although I didn't really resist. I only thought about his words, but not too much. Hey, I called, flashing a smile, isn't that a pretty reasonable price? For a moment, Wealth's expression showed concern. Similar to a battle between thoughts opposed to my own, as if his eyes were screaming, "Stop, idiot." But her lips formed the words. Then I will help you. Let me accompany you in this misfortune. No, even if you don't allow it, I will. Today I was completely useless. If that ambush had really been an ambush, I would have. He bit hard. I thought I heard the sound of something breaking. Maybe it was one of his teeth or perhaps the bones of his fingers forming trembling fists. I am weak. I can say it now because before I ignored it, believing it was okay to be weak and not stand out like others. Like you, but I thought she would start crying. It wasn't some kind of joke or taunt, not at all. Wealth's face crumpled with frustration as he vented his thoughts in a hoarse voice. If we had truly been surrounded by monsters and not the Xenos, my complacency could have cost me my friends. It makes me angry just thinking about it. I understood completely. I knew it because looking at Wealth was like looking in a mirror. We were just a couple of kids looking to protect what we cherished as well as follow our own desires. Even if those desires were different, the will to fulfill them was the same. That's why, Belle, I'll get stronger. Maybe I can't level up as absurdly fast as you, but level isn't the only sign of strength. I'll grow, so don't think I'll leave you alone. It was incredible how people evolved due to certain events or actions. I had the opportunity to witness that in Wealth. We're friends, he said with a smile. What kind of friend would abandon his best friend? Don't be cocky, you little brat. I'll catch up with you soon. I could feel it just by looking into Wealth's eyes. The burning will behind the windows of her soul. It was not something I could interfere with. No one could interfere with the natural growth of living beings, not even the gods. I see. That's why I just smiled. Because even if I could interfere, Wealth, my friend, was not someone who deserved such disrespect. You'll surely get stronger, Wealth. It doesn't matter how slowly you go as long as you don't stop. I just had to smile, waiting for the day when we would walk at the same pace. But I will become strong too, my friend. I have no doubt that it will be so, my friend. We shared smiles and bumped fists. It was a feeling that banished the small sense of abandonment that was consuming me from within. It was, as he said, the support of a good friend. Come on, they're waiting for us, I said, standing up. Yeah, there was no interruption, and without stopping we met up with someone named Fells, whose presence I had felt for some time in the shadows. This character, who turned out to be an incredible magician from the past, explained our role in this very long-term mission. XXX. Note, indeed, I won't just focus on Belle. I'll try to give the secondary characters a little development. They are the protagonist's companions after all. XXX. The time to leave came sooner rather than later. See you, I stood up, surrounded by my friends. We all looked towards Ween, who was smiling radiantly as he said goodbye to everyone. The scene hurt me. I didn't know how to tell her that our paths would diverge. Ween. Lidson, looking into my eyes and guessing my feelings, approached Ween. Lid, see you later. Ween smiled and shook his hand vigorously, patting Lidson's scales. The innocence of his smile as well as his ignorance of the situation touched me deeply. Ween, you're coming with us. It was only for a few seconds. Ween's eyes showed puzzlement as he looked between Lidson and us. He stayed like that for a couple of seconds, then ran with all his might towards me, opening his arms from side to side, trying to grab onto my shirt. However, Lidson was faster. No, let me go. I have to go with Belle. Ween, I looked away. I didn't like seeing the little tears running down her cheeks. Even if they weren't for anything other than her insistence on coming with me, it hurt. I have to get back to the surface with Belle and the others. I have to explain things to Mom so she'll forgive Belle. I reflexively turned towards Haruheimson, who looked away with a blush on her cheeks. It was thanks to her that she kindly explained my husband-wife relationship with Reveria to Ween. In fact, that complicated things from a certain point on, as Ween began to see me as a father figure. Therefore, I saw Reveria, my wife, as my mother, a mother who didn't love me. Ween, Belle. I approached her, taking her from Lidson's arms and setting her down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she quickly tried to jump towards me. Ween, I stopped her and took her by the shoulders. I'm sorry, but you can't come back with us. The surface isn't safe for you, not right now. But I'll come to see you. I cut her off, not for her sake, but for mine. He was sure that if he let her talk, she would eventually give in. He couldn't let that happen. He couldn't allow her to be hurt again. I had to protect her, even if doing so meant separating us. I'll come whenever I can, I promise. Ween gave me a tearful look. Her amber eyes shone with the moist sadness of a little girl lost deep in the woods. I understood the feeling. I didn't want to distance myself from her either. But, Ween, let's make a promise. Promise. Through tears, he looked up at me. His eyes radiated the innocence of a child unaware of the evils of the world. Yes, I nodded, smiling. One day when I come to see you, I promise to take you back with me. I'll take you to see many places. The sea? Are we going to see the sea? Yes, I'll take you to the sea, I promise. I wiped away her tears with my thumbs. The soft skin of her face twitched as she broke into an excited smile. It's a promise. She shouted, letting out a high-pitched squeal. Okay, I'll wait. She said that, but the tears kept sliding down her cheeks and meeting at her chin, falling to the ground. I felt like bursting into tears. My chest ached and my eyes kept replaying that innocent smile in my mind, because I wouldn't see her for a long time. See you soon, Ween. Her lips trembled, unable to form words. She simply threw herself into my arms, sobbing into my shirt. I did the same. Take care of yourself, MH. Don't do anything naughty. MH, listen to Lidson and the others, MH, and please wait for me. I'll be back, MH. I felt dissatisfied with this goodbye and frankly pretty pissed off about the whole thing. I'll wait for you, Belle, but I had no choice. I left Ween and left that place. Yes, that's right, I left her there. XXX. Meanwhile, Isfi envisioned a happy life with Belle. They have 5 children and live in a cabin on the shores of a lake. XXX. I let my body fall onto the mattress after closing the door. The sheets caressed my face with their coolness and floral scent. The comfort made me let out a long sigh. It's been 4 days and he still hasn't returned. The floral scent made me wrinkle my nose. At first it was comforting, but after a while it became irritating. Or maybe it was simply my bad mood that made me label everything as irritating. Well, maybe it wasn't because of my bad mood, but because of my concern for Belle. The expeditions to the dungeon usually took a long time. I was very clear about that, but I never thought that the absence of that shameless man would bother me so much. It's been a while since I've been to this place, too. I looked at the room I used to use at my family headquarters. Despite being away for a couple of months, I couldn't see even the tiniest speck of dust. It felt nostalgic, but at the same time unsettling. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as a strange reluctance to place my body in this place when I already had another. One that shared a roof with Belle's. What is this feeling of curiosity? For starters, what motivated me to give her those kisses 4 days ago? I know they were on her forehead and cheek, but perhaps it was also an attempt to make him back down. To some extent, my actions were laughable. Just thinking about it made me ashamed. This was supposed to be nothing more than a relationship between fellow adventurers. When did it become so important to me? No, it's different. There are many people who are important to me. Bellcranel, a stupidly kind boy, was one of those people, but for some reason he felt different. Finn and Gareth were there, my friends in arms and adventure. Of course they were important to me, but for some reason they differed in importance from Belle. Did the word important have two meanings? How is it different? If Finn and Belle died, I would cry for both of them, so what's different? If Gareth said he hated me and Belle did the same, I would be sad, but I feel differently. Why? Wouldn't crying be the same, and sadness too? Why do I have a feeling that, in one of the parts, whether it's Belle or my friends, it would be more intense? As if thinking about it would help. I let out a sigh which was muffled by the sheets. All I wanted was to sink into this place and not wake up until everything went back to normal. I already had enough problems with Finn questioning me about Belle's actions, as well as Belle's own problematic actions. 4 days ago he took that girl to the dungeon, but where exactly? How far down did he go to get to a place where she's safe? She was worried, of course, but she knew he was all right. Otherwise, the goddess Hestia would have already reported the drop in his number of followers. I knew that, but my chest kept throbbing with pain. Did I do things right? Maybe I should have supported him a little. No. I shook off my thoughts. What was I thinking? Of course I was doing the right thing. I'm an adventurer and it was my duty to look out for everyone's safety. Of course it hurt to see my relationship with Belle growing distant, but I couldn't let my ideals be affected by it. It is wise to understand a thought different from one's own without necessarily accepting it. I could understand Belle's ideas, but I refused to accept them. No one could come along and impose their dogma on the masses and expect it to be accepted without any problems. But I bit my lip. My head was already a mess. His eyes, his thoughts, and his actions, it's not just words, he's moving forward with determination, regardless of whether others accept his ideals or not. That was a dangerous road. Was it so hard to ask that she listen to me and think about her well-being? Was it so selfish to worry and ask for her safety? Now that I've taken that girl back to jail, I feel a little calmer, but somehow a bad feeling gnaws at me. In the worst-case scenario, her entire reputation will be ruined. That would be the worst possible outcome. Just imagining it put me in a bad mood. That, combined with my own thoughts, annoyed me even more. Why do I worry so much about his reputation when he himself downplays it? It made me angry just thinking about it, but no matter how much I kept it in mind, I couldn't stop worrying. Men are difficult. Or is it just Belle who's difficult? I don't know. It's not like I set out to experiment and test that hypothesis. It all started as a prophecy, but it's not as if I disliked getting to know Belle better. He's a great guy. I doubted I could find someone as unique as him. I've got to know him thoroughly in several ways, much to my shame. I felt my cheeks turn red. Of course I would feel embarrassed when all the embarrassing events we went through crossed my thoughts. Not only had he seen me naked, I had also seen him naked. What other kind of approach was bolder than that? I struggled to think of one. Don't ignore reality, Reveria. The content of the prophecy itself is the most daring thing that could happen between a man and a woman. If he compared the act of procreating a child destined to be the greatest hero with knowing our nakedness or having kissed us, it was clear that it fell short of what he considered. It's absurd just to imagine it. A woman of almost 100 years old with a 14-year-old child. And even if age was ignored, there was race. A half-elf was well regarded as long as it didn't involve royalty. The elven race was deeply rooted in its beliefs of purity, and so, if she had a child with Belle, everything would be disastrous. He would be harassed for being a mixed-race person unworthy of royal blood. I frowned. For some reason, imagining that scene made me angry. Why should my son have to go through such torment, Reveria? Furthermore, if I was lucky, I might even inherit Belle's beautiful snow-white hair, a white-haired elf. Clearly, I'd be fit for royalty. There was no trace of one like that in the entire history of my race. Reveria, a half-elf with white hair and red eyes. Yes, if we had one, our son would be undeniably handsome and brimming with dignity. Hey, Reveria, are you okay? I, as any good mother, could resolve the verbal attacks against him, and Belle, as his father, should be able to educate him to have an unbreakable will. What would it be called? Reveria. Should I combine my name with Belle's? If he's going to be the ultimate hero, he'll need a good name. I tried to think about it, but I couldn't, sunk deep in the sheets of my bed. Slowly I settled in, taking a seat on the edge of the mattress. If it's a combination, should it be Rivel? Bellcranel. I shook my head. I still didn't like it. I stood up and in a thoughtful posture I began to walk around in circles. However, I bumped into something. Since when is there a piece of furniture in the middle of me? I looked up to see what I had bumped into, and there was Belle, red-faced Belle. I was stunned, of course. I even thought for a moment that I was hallucinating, but it was definitely Belle. I touched his body to verify, and it was definitely him. I knew the strength of his arms too well to be mistaken. Belle. It was only when I could process it that I exclaimed with joy. It wasn't a special gesture. Seeing him made me happy enough to hug him tightly. When did you get back from your expedition? No, why are you here? I took him in my arms, bringing his head to my chest. I asked the questions, but I wasn't really that interested in the answers. Yes, I still didn't fully understand the situation I was in. Do you know how worried I was? I asked. It was 4 days, 4 days. For a moment I thought you'd had some kind of accident down there. What's wrong? Your face is very red. Are you sick? Yes, I was ignorant for a while. However, I was able to realize my own situation when I saw Bell's embarrassed expression, his eyes refusing to meet mine. Are you still angry with me? Something inside my head clicked, and at the same time a wave of heat invaded my entire body. With a trembling voice I asked, how long have you been here? Bell looked away, giving me a glimpse of his bright red ears. Then he murmured, ever since you started talking about a name for our son. I froze. I couldn't think of anything. My mind was like a blank. As white as the hair of the boy I was hugging right now. It's not what you think. I quickly pushed him away from me, shoving him onto the bed. His body bounced a couple of times on the mattress, but beyond that, Bell just slumped back, staring at the ceiling of my room. Without giving him any more time to draw his own conclusions, I explained, I was just talking about a what-if scenario. I wasn't serious. Hey, you believe me, right? Right? I also explained my concern about the discrimination I would receive, but it was like adding fuel to the fire. Say something. I blurted out at him, but he ignored me, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. He seemed to be deep in thought about the whole situation. I came to the conclusion that I was digging my own grave, so I resorted to my last option. Hey, what are you trying to do by taking your staff? I'll freeze you. I need to think things through before I explain everything. Is the part about freezing me really necessary? It definitely is. Stop. Don't touch me, you pervert. Hey, where do you think you're touching? Stop trying to freeze me out every time things go wrong for you. At this rate, I'll get an A in magic resistance. Just let yourself get frozen like the good husband you are. Are you even listening to what you're saying? It's absurd. In the end, in the middle of our struggle, we ended up tangled in bed. XXX. A free spirit is rare, but you recognize it when you see it, basically because you feel comfortable, very comfortable when you are with them or near them. When did you return? Last night. I see. For Reveria, Bell was that kind of soul. For Bell, Reveria was that kind of soul. They both felt comfortable but refused to admit it. How did you get in here? Lakasama gave me the master key. He said I had special permission because I'm your husband. No one knew what they were, but they had something special about them. You could see it in the way they moved and spoke. They didn't talk much, but they implied a lot. Is she okay? Yeah, are you okay? People weren't honest. They were even more dishonest with those they trusted the most. Does that matter? Of course I'm fine. The world was divided into people who confessed their pain and people who kept it to themselves. Bell was of the latter type, someone whose kindness extended to the point of thinking that confessing his problems would only cause trouble for those close to him. It was something he didn't want to experience. He was just a child playing the role of an adult. And what will happen now? Will you come home with me? I think you should go back. I'll be at my family's headquarters. Don't worry, it's your home. Also, for those who drew a line between themselves and their loved ones like Bell, they tended to do everything for themselves. But distance doesn't always lead to estrangement. Sometimes it only fosters a closer relationship between the two parties. No, Reveria denied it. They were lying in their bedroom bed. The sheets were wrinkled, the pillows soft, and the fresh floral scent permeated the room. Side by side, bumping shoulders and feeling each other's breaths. I'm not going into that house unless you pack your bags and come with me. I'm tired of this distance, of the problems, and of never being where you are. They tilted their heads, staring at each other. Reveria's jade-green eyes gazed at the beautiful ruby red before her. No, to the side. The hands, which were extremely close, moved in search of Bell's. It wasn't an intimate approach. I don't want to let you go, Bell. It was an act of support, a need and a desire not to see him suffer amidst the gray shades of loneliness. Sensing that, Reveria intertwined her fingers with Bell's. Please, let's go home, together. Anyone who witnessed the scene, as well as Reveria's words, would conclude that a loving reconciliation was taking place between the two. Perhaps it was, but in a completely different sense. Only the two of them understood what the other meant without needing to explain in great detail. Please, but even a language, however precise, differed if the thoughts behind it and even the will were different. Bell could not accept Reveria's help. I'm sorry. Reveria's expression fell, her eyes trembled with fear. I don't feel comfortable around you, Reveria. Why live constantly tormented by sad thoughts? All it does is make your heart sick. Bell knew this, but he continued to torment himself. Bad thoughts are born of sadness, and they in turn breed only sadness, a cycle that repeated itself eternally. I've decided to stop worrying about things beyond my control. There will always be those who try to judge me for who I am, but only I know my situation and the reason why I do what I do. What are you talking about? Bell, you're Bell, right? Reveria looked into his eyes, eyes that reflected the gaze of a stranger. The same stranger who was saying things she didn't understand. My only concern is keeping my promises to myself, and I don't care if they call it selfishness. I'll stop giving explanations and keep my problems to myself. They're really my problem. Stop. Reveria, you don't need to do anything. I'll take care of everything. Stop, Bell. What could Reveria do to stop him? Bell had forged his will with the strongest steel, and neither the hottest flames nor the coldest ice could stop him. All I could do was watch how the boy who once smiled and who hadn't for some time had stopped. Someone who couldn't smile from the heart in a polluted world. It was enough to imagine yourself in his place. A young man with the dream of being a hero who suddenly discovers that not everything can be saved. There are bad people, really bad people. People hurting other people, killing them, an image he never read about in the heroic tales of his childhood. Leave. He stood up, leaving Reveria lying down. She took his wrist, but Belle shook her hand away. I'll do my best, you don't need to worry, be Belle. Perhaps he was doing everything wrong, he knew it, but he insisted on continuing down the thorny path. There was no longer a together, nor did there have to be. Belle no longer wanted people pointing fingers at Reveria, harassing her. There should be no need to force someone to do something they don't want to do. If it had to be done, then they could bear the burden. Perhaps he was still weak, but one day, surely one day, just go on with your life as you did before we met. Goodbye. Finally, unable to stand aside and keep up with the sudden events, Reveria jumped out of bed and grabbed Belle's hand tightly. Belle tried to walk away without looking back, but Reveria's strength kept him in place. What the hell does all this mean? What happened? Why are you suddenly spouting such nonsense? Answer me. He cornered him against the wall, using his arms to block both sides. Pinned down and cornered, Belle had no choice but to give Reveria a distant look. You're being annoying, Reveria. The instinct was clearly to slap him. Belle was being strangely rude and distant. If only it wasn't the first time, Reveria would have really taken him seriously and slapped him across the cheek, completely hurt by his insensitive words. However, you're acting. Reveria let out an enlightened murmur, and her words gained strength as Belle's eyebrows twitched. Reveria's heart was filled with rage. What on earth are you trying to achieve by acting like this? Do you want me to hate you? Is that why you're acting like a jerk? And she just didn't understand. It broke his heart to see Belle sad, to see him acting distant when in reality it was the last thing a person like him would do. It broke her heart to see him anxious and insecure. He hadn't always been like this, and it broke her heart to see how his eyes seemed to be holding back something he hadn't said in a long time. Aid. How could Reveria make him feel that he wasn't alone without him thinking he was looking for something? How to let him know that she could stay by his side until the anguish that was attacking him was over? How can I let him know again that someone truly cares about his feelings? Reveria wanted to believe that Belle was just a little confused, that his light had not been lost. What do you call this need to be with him knowing that he is broken? It is this kind of importance that differs from that of others. Reveria made a decision, Belle, that she decided to check it out for herself. Kiss me, XXX. Those tits keep staring at me, XXX. I left the Twilight Mansion an hour later. I could feel hundreds of eyes on my back radiating murderous intent. It must be the elves, I suppose. I sighed and continued walking. The path was straight and crowded, so an attack from them was unlikely. I relaxed and walked among the people, exchanging greetings and smiles with those who recognized me. I knew I was terrible at acting, but I really hoped I could get away from Reveria. I let out another sigh, this time filled with all my discouragement. Getting involved with me now that I'm involved with the Xenos isn't in her best interest. If things go wrong and we get closer, she'll undoubtedly be branded as my accomplice. That was a scenario he had to avoid at all costs. Lidson's situation and the others was postponed for a long time in the future, but I couldn't stop tormenting myself with the worst possible outcomes. Up until now, my pessimistic attitude had kept me alive. It was a kind of alarm against danger that always kept me alert. But I didn't expect him to see right through me and kiss me like that. What the hell was that? Even knowing I'm in love with someone else, he dared to steal my lips. Reveria's image overlapped with Asphison's. It was impossible not to compare them now that they were acting similarly. I understand Asphison's feelings because she's in love with me, but Reveria hasn't said anything like that. No, her falling in love with me is even more impossible than pigs flying. I shook off my thoughts. Thinking about meaningless things wouldn't get me anywhere concrete. Yes, I just need to remember what she said after kissing me to know that she's not in love with me. It was strange, but somehow I understood it. In turn, it also illuminated my path towards clarifying my own feelings. I'll talk to Ison when all this is over. Right now, I don't have time for things like love. I just have to wait, and one day I'll be able to confess. I turned a corner, passing in front of the Adventurers Guild. Then I noticed the commotion in front of the plaza. What's going on? The adventurers gathered amid shouts and protests. Clearly, something important was happening. Please stop. Entry to the dungeon is prohibited until the incident is resolved. Stop joking, woman. Move your fat ass. You're just an eyesore for this place. We want to go into the dungeon. Among them, a man tried to force his way in after insulting a female employee of the guild. The receptionist, whose eyes didn't know where to look, saw me. Belle, Inasin, hello, are they bothering you? I forced my way through. Although I didn't really need to do much to get people out of my way. After casting an inquisitive glance at the trio of fools who dared to insult my advisor and seeing how they averted their gaze and walked away in silence, I looked at Inasin with a smile and asked, "What's all this commotion about?" "Well, you see." He took my arm and led me inside the guild. The heated shouts of the people continued in the background, but I didn't stop to look. Inasan spoke again after arriving at a quieter place near the reception for exchanging magic stones. Giving a complicated expression, he explained, "A monster invasion has developed in Riviera. Because of this, and because the level of threat is unknown, the Ganesha Familia is being deployed to subdue the threat." That. A bad feeling gnawed at my chest, and Inasan nodded and added, "They appear to be the armed monsters seen in recent days. They took and destroyed Riviera. It is unknown whether there are any casualties among the inhabitants." I remained silent, completely bewildered. I felt like I couldn't breathe, unable to breathe. I could only stare at Minasan, whose lips were moving, but I couldn't hear her words. I was deafened by the scenario that unfolded in my mind. I let my guard down. This is what happened when he sighed with relief. Something bad always happened. Chapter 15, One Reason. Life is a comedy for those who think and a tragedy for those who feel. You can imagine the hell of those who think and feel. Simon Bolivar, XXX. Mistakes are the mechanism by which we evolve as individuals and grow as people. Nobody is born knowing everything about life or the world around us. That's why through trial and error we can learn how to act and why we should do it in a certain way. So how could I have known it would all end like this? I asked myself this while feeling the cruel caress of the ashes and the rain within me. XXX. When I heard that a large horde of irregulars had invaded Riviera, I didn't need to think about who but why. Bell, this is my opinion, but I think you should keep him away from this. We were in one of the soundproof rooms of the guild where I always argued about the dungeon with Inasan. "The Ganesha family will take care of this tomorrow. You should get some rest," he said that, looking at me with concern. Inasan was one of the few people who knew my daily routine in depth. We often argued about it, with her saying I shouldn't push myself too hard. "Even if you say that," I said, my eyes downcast and my hands clenched into fists, "how did all this happen?" "Well, it's not the first time this has happened. Although now it's on a large scale and many floors below, monster invasions of floors they don't belong on have happened before." I was bewildered, lost. Of course, Inasan didn't know what I did, so I couldn't reproach her for anything. "Just go home," she said. Her voice grew fainter and fainter as if it were fading away. "Everything will be back to normal tomorrow." Yeah, I stood up. Of course, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. I had to find a way to infiltrate the ranks of the Ganesha Familia and meet up with Lidson. He'll surely know what's going on. There must be a good reason. "See you later, Inasan. Take care, Bell." I tried to force a smile, but I failed. If I saw myself in a mirror, I just happened to have a sour smile on my face. "Yes, I will." After a brief goodbye, I left the room and walked through the guild's lobby. There were a lot of people making a racket and shouting things I didn't understand. It was complete chaos, but it felt calm to me. The shouting, the complaints, the curses hurled into the air, it all sounded peaceful compared to how chaotic my thoughts were. Why would they attack Riviera? It doesn't make sense, not even if it were a desperate attempt to reach the surface. I promised to help them. Isn't that enough, or don't they trust my word? Perhaps. There could be several reasons, but I couldn't find one worthwhile. It was better to go directly and ask for explanations in person. "Bell," I was about to do it, but Inasan's voice called from behind. "Inasan." I glanced over my shoulder and there she was. My lovely receptionist and advisor, making her way through the crowd toward me with a letter in her hands. She arrived in a matter of seconds, almost pressing her breasts against mine thanks to all the people creating a commotion. He began, giving a complicated look. "It's a mission given by the guild." He held out the letter and I slowly took it. I could see the anguish in Inasan's eyes, whose intellect was surely relating the incident in Riviera to the contents of the letter. "Do you want to go back to the room and read it there?" he suggested in a worried tone. I slowly shook my head, showing a smile. "No need, I'll go to my family headquarters." I see. Pressed against me, almost as if we were embracing, she cast a dejected glance. The closeness between us allowed me to smell the floral fragrance of her body. She looked at me, and moving her lips slowly, she asked softly, "Please be careful, Bell." I nodded. Of course, I would understand the content without having to read it. While I wouldn't discover anything about the Xenos, the fact that this letter requested my assistance in Riviera was obvious even to me. "I'll see you soon, Inasan. I'll be waiting." I stepped back a little and turned my back on him. I only stopped feeling his gaze once I left the guild. XXX. Upon arriving at the Chimney Mansion, I immediately called an emergency meeting. Mikitasan and Haruhimson were at the Takemikazuchi family headquarters, so they still hadn't arrived. Instead, Lily went to Kamisama's work to bring her back, while Welf, who was forging in the garden forge, was already with me. Did they dare to conquer the surface? Man, this is getting annoying. I said nothing in response to their complaints. I could understand it. Even I was beginning to feel terrible anxiety, which was giving me a migraine. I felt like pulling out my hair or just pinching my skin, that kind of anxiety and stress. "We've arrived, Beldono. Sorrying for the delay, Belsama. Girls, welcome. Don't worry, we just sat down." I looked at them with a smile, dismissing their apologies. They immediately took their seats at the large table in the meeting room. Although it resembled a war room with its decorative suits of armor in every corner and weapons hanging on the walls, there was also a painting depicting an arid desert covered in white bones. Who put that there? I decided it was better not to ask. We've arrived, Belsama. I brought Heshia-sama, thank you, Lily. With everyone gathered and putting the painting aside, we began the meeting. I received this letter from the guild. It's a mission. I explained the situation in Riviera, but everyone already knew. News travels faster than the wind, clearly. The letter asks for my help in exterminating the irregulars who invaded Riviera. How strange, said Welf. Did they decide to wash their hands of it for fear that the population would point the finger and blame them for maintaining a relationship with the Xenos? What a disgrace. I could understand, and I slowly nodded. It's a possibility, but not a very strong one. The guild won't take such a risk, knowing better than anyone the strength of the Xenos. No matter how quickly they eliminate them, their connection to them will surely be revealed. After listening to me, Welf let out a sigh of relief, saying that he did not like having to fight with beings that possess their own consciousness. I agreed with that and continued. I've thought about it a lot, and I believe the letter's contents are a bluff. Do you see these scribbles on the edge of the letter? Kamisama, could you tell me if they have any meaning? Of course, leave it to me. Kamisama puffed out his chest, showing his pride with a condescending smile while receiving a whiny look from Lily. I passed the letter to Kamisama, putting aside the little argument that was about to begin, and she read the part written in divine language. Her eyes darted around and then she frowned. Her expression showed clear displeasure at the letter's hidden contents. I hereby designate bellcranel, captain of the Hestia Familia, to join the Ganesha Familia and appease the wrath of the Xenos. Only him. That's what it says, Belkun. It's definitely Uranos' handwriting. Kamisama's voice echoed through the walls of the place. It was difficult for me not to grimace at the information, just as Kamisama did. We remained silent for a long time. Mikitasan exchanged glances with Haruheimson, both appearing quite nervous and worried. Isn't it dangerous for Belsama to go alone? Haruheimson asked timidly. Exactly, exclaimed Mikitasan, almost leaping from her seat. Her eyes blazing, she declared, we can't let Beldono go alone, I volunteer. Welf, on the other hand, displayed a sharp gaze as he gave his opinion. This is bullshit, he spat. Why should we let Bell go alone? We don't know how dangerous he is. Lily thinks the same, Lily said, her voice laced with offense as she joined the general strike. I could almost taste the venom in her voice. I absolutely refuse to obey the orders of an old man who does nothing but sit around all day. That comment was just the beginning. I watched as everyone launched into a one-sided debate against someone who wasn't even there. Complaints and platitudes were thrown around so casually it was absurd. Welf asked if we would need magic swords for a possible war, but Haruheimson and Kamisama denied such a possibility. On the other hand, Mikitasan requested a new weapon in case of going to war, while Lily asked for large quantities of magic daggers. First, we need to relax. I decided to burst into what would soon become a crusade for war, and after looking at them all, I declared, I will accept the mission. Belsama. Beldono, I'll go with you. Of course, there were complaints and offers of volunteering, but I raised my hand to appease them. I firmly believed this was the best option. Imagino que esta misión debe ser manjada con un bajo perfil. Además en caso de que algo salga mal, será mucho más fácil hacer una retirada si solo es una persona. Confío en mi velocidad. I appreciated their silence while I spoke. It clearly demonstrated what it meant to be a family leader, and at the same time, it gave me the confidence to speak freely. I'll be cautious too. About an hour passed while he explained in detail why he was going, as well as the precautions and countermeasures he would have in case of danger. Although I made it clear that I couldn't abandon the Xenos, not after giving them my word and strengthening our ties, it was decided thanks to my request that I would accept the mission. XXX. The central square of Arario, right in front of the guild, was filled with a large number of people, among them ordinary citizens and low-level adventurers. Their gazes were focused on the large deployment of troops belonging to the Ganesha family, led by Shakti Varma. We'll be leaving in 10 minutes. Don't forget your equipment, understood? We're entering a zone of total subjugation, so don't let your guard down. Shakti, leading her family adventurers, ordered and checked each one, from rations to equipment. For the most part, everyone was properly prepared. He tidied up those who weren't, and then, after reaching the end of the lines, he stopped in front of a person who was completely covered. The large backpack on his back screamed that he didn't belong to the front line but to the support group. Hello. Even so, despite having nothing to do with such a person, Shakti lowered her body slightly and greeted with a smile. It's a pleasure working with you, Belson. Bell, who was posing as a support staffer, wore a bitter and timid expression. The smile on his lips was equally so. I agree, Shaktason, I'll be in your care. Yes, let's do our best, okay, I'll be supporting you, thank you. They exchanged smiles for a second, then, opting for a serious expression, Shakti spoke in a low voice, almost in Bell's ear. Her words brought with them a warm breath caressing the boy's ears like a sunset breeze. I was informed by Gaincha-sama. Publicly, it's an extermination mission, but in reality, it's simply about control and submission. Don't worry, we won't harm those boys. Shakta-san. Belle's eyes widened for a moment, forgetting the soft fragrance that Shakti gave off. She recalled that Hestia had mentioned something about the Ganesha family being involved in the Xenos matter, but she never thought Shakti would be involved. Honestly, I only believed that the patron deity was conscious, not the members as such. I don't know her very well, Belle thought. But she is aware of the Xenos, which speaks volumes about the trust they place in her. He looked at Shakti with a smile and nodded. Thank you so much. Don't worry, don't worry. The way Shakti downplayed the matter, a smile gracing her lovely lips, made Belle relax for a moment. He couldn't deny that the situation had been quite tense for him so far. However, everything seemed to improve with someone as reliable as Shakti by his side. It was something he could be sure of. Oh, by the way. As I was thinking that, Shakti's voice called again, could you sign this paper? Belle looked at the sheet of paper that was handed to her. It had some decorative embroidery, and more than just a piece of paper, it looked like a blank letter that royalty might use. Confused by this, he asked, what for? It's part of the protocol. However, Shakti only said that with a radiant smile. Her gaze, which had reflected confidence and serenity, momentarily shifted to one of carelessness and excitement. A few seconds at most. Well, it's just my signature. Nothing bad can happen from just signing a blank sheet of paper, right? Belle took the sheet and the pen, and after signing the indicated place, he returned it to Shakti. Ready. At that moment, a strange atmosphere surrounded Shakti. Her eyes showed a malicious and impatient look, almost like that of a girl who got what she wanted and what would give her some power over other children. It was that kind of look, followed by his words, which lacked any meaning for Belle. Fufu, with this, I'll definitely have a higher position in the club. Maybe I'll even get an executive seat. Clubbed, he tilted his head, searching for an answer, but Shakti gave him a kind smile before saying, then we'll be counting on you, Belson, and departing for the front lines, leaving Belle behind. What was all that about? It was something I wouldn't know until much later. He downplayed it after a while and remained focused on keeping a low profile. The backpack on his back wasn't a problem, but he certainly admitted it was no laughing matter. Lily is amazing, he thought. He made a self-reminder to properly praise his partner's efforts, and after doing so, the call to march sounded. All. Shakti, at the head of the troops, presented a reliable and stern expression as she gave the deployment order. Move forward. I will not tolerate any mistakes, understood. From that moment, passing through a simple support, Belle ventured deep into the dungeon. Their goal was to discover the reason behind the Xenos' behavior as well as to stop them and help them. Things had to go well, they owed it. XXX. What do you think, me? Obviously, he got way too close to Belle. Doesn't he know what personal space is? This is starting to bother me. Beyond the crowd and the troops of the Ganesha family, high in the treetops, Ryu and Esfi observed the situation. They had been spying on Belle after finding his movements suspicious. Mainly Esfi and then Ryu, who was requested by Esfi for what was a support mission in case of any unforeseen events. Andromeda, I was referring to the situation. Ryu rolled his eyes at Esfi's obvious jealousy, which somehow also bothered him. Then he continued, we'll follow Kranelson, right? Of course, that's why I called you. I'm confident in my stealth skills, but I'm not that good in combat. I'm putting you in charge of that area in case Belle is in danger. Even if you don't tell me, I will help Kranelson whenever he is in danger. Why are you looking at me like that, Lion? I don't know. Why are you looking at me like that, Andromeda? They were supposed to be on a joint mission, but their glances showed clear negative feelings towards each other. Esfi, on the one hand, displayed a certain ferocity whenever Belle was mentioned, trying to mark her territory. Meanwhile, Ryu didn't back down, though he showed a slight displeasure with Esfi's actions toward Belle. In short, it was a clash between women who liked the same man. Even if their feelings differed, the conflict remained essentially the same. Ryu sighed, concluding that arguing now wasn't a good idea. Look, they've already gone in. Let's follow Kranelson. Yeah. Esfi did the same, however, he did not let his guard down. She hadn't seen Belle for a couple of days, and seeing him from a distance wasn't enough. She needed to hug him, steal his lips, and kiss him. To feel their warmth, to brush against each other's skin, and to share passionate gasps. But now he seems to be involved in something troublesome. Belle, is your luck really that bad? I'm worried about you. Thinking that, she put on the helmet of Hades, and after giving one just like it to Ryu, they both became invisible and advanced towards the dungeon entrance, following Belle's lead. Whatever it is, I won't let you get hurt. Her determination soared to the heavens, radiating the feelings of a maiden hopelessly in love. XXX. When we arrived in Riviera, the change was obvious. The incredible dreamscape covered in shades of green, blue, and bright colors was not there. The forests were devastated, burning amidst the flames. The veins of water that flowed into the depths of the dungeon were painted blood red. Is this really happening? What? The windows, which served as the sun of this place, were covered by countless pillars of smoke rising in the wind, similar to clouds. An apocalyptic landscape where furious roars and cries of pain echoed. Begin with submission. Don't kill them, capture them. Shaktisan's voice rang out loud and clear, and at her command, all members of the Ganesha family advanced into the forest. No one carried bladed weapons. They mostly carried ropes and metal nets, all for the purpose of capturing the Xenos. Belson. As everyone moved forward, Shaktisan approached. Her eyes showed a worried expression as they focused on my face. I don't know what you're going to do, but please be careful. I nodded silently. The chances of being harmed by the Xenos were nil. I couldn't imagine a scenario where they tried to take my life. We formed a friendship, and although there were a few who showed hostility, I trusted Lidson's word completely. Even so, being certain that I would be safe, I nodded. Be careful too, Shaktisan, of course. I'm first class, remember, I'll be fine. I smiled at his enthusiastic outlook. He didn't seem to be boasting about being strong, but rather displaying a relaxed demeanor that indicated everything would be all right. Well, I have to go. Then he turned his back on me. Somehow, seeing her from behind gave me a feeling of security. I'll tell you again, be careful, I'll have it. After that, Shaktisan advanced into the forest. There, where everything was chaos, a confrontation unfolded between adventurers and Xenos. A scene that left me with a feeling of emptiness in my chest. I have to go, it stung. A sharp pain that didn't strike my body but my soul. I must stop this. Deep down, a small part of my sanity and realism whispered that I was being arrogant to believe that all of this depended on me. I didn't know if denying it was the right thing to do, but I had this feeling inside me that I wanted to do something. Even if it was out of my reach, I wanted to jump in and grab it before it hit the ground and shattered into 1,000 pieces. That moment terrified me. It would be difficult to put together the pieces of something that was broken. That's why I had to hold it firmly before it fell and get it to safety. Where are you, Lidson? I ran towards the forest. The scent of blood grew stronger the deeper I went. The screams of the people and the roars of the Xenos intensified. In the air, beneath the clouds of smoke that covered the roof windows, a hippogriff, a siren, and a harpy flapped their wings in the sky. They were Cliffson, Rayson, and Fiason. For some reason, the latter two covered their faces with mud and blood. Take cover, he will attack again. The adventurers, who were not carrying offensive weapons, took cover behind trees and large rocks when Rayson and Fiason attacked from the air. The sonic waves made everyone cover their ears while making expressions of pain, and Fiason's feathers prevented anyone from peeking out from their hiding places. Should I help? If I do, I might hurt Rayson and Fiason. I froze, lost in my conflicting thoughts about what to do. I'll take care of it. At that moment, while I was turning pale like an idiot unable to make a decision, a person walked past me. It was so fast I barely had time to react, and when I saw her silhouette, I knew it was Shaktisan. Her hand was holding the handle of a whip. My instinct was to stop her. He wasn't wrong when I saw him kick the ground and rise high into the air, almost reaching the height of Rayson and the others. Cliffson flapped his wings in what was an aerial attack, but Shaktisan maneuvered her body in the air and connected with a powerful kick. Go get some sleep. What? His leg, which seemed as fragile as a flower stem, struck Cliffson's head with the force of a black rhinoceros. I froze, worried about whether he was still alive after seeing him plummet to the ground like a meteor. Who's next? Still airborne, Shaktisan flashed a fierce smile as she brandished the rope in her hand. The whip stretched out and entangled one of Fiason's legs, and when Shaktisan pulled, Fiason fell to the ground. It raised a cloud of smoke followed by a thunderous tremor that shook the entire place. It's strong. A couple of trees fell to the sides, scattering their dusty green leaves. Is it really a level 5? I looked toward the spot where Fiason had fallen, right next to where Cliffson lay unconscious. Several adventurers had already surrounded them, encasing them in steel nets to immobilize them. It's just you left, isn't it? Come on. Then I turned my attention back to Shaktisan and Rayson. One was perched atop a tree and the other was flapping her wings in the air. Faced with Shaktisan's confident stance, Rayson flapped his wings forcefully and unleashed a sonic attack. The pillar of sound sailed in all directions but was focused on Shaktisan. You must be joking. However, being speechless and unable to accurately describe what was happening, I watched as Shaktisan created a whirlwind with her whip to redirect Rayson's attack. Once again, the treetop shook violently, serving as a support for Shaktisan to take off into the air against Rayson. He clenched his fist. I watched him walk by slowly, the way his knuckles engaged and sank into Rayson's abdomen. Gah, it was painful to see her make a face of suffering when Shaktisan plunged her fist into Rayson's abdomen, then made her fall to the ground, plunging her into a small crater and cloud of dust. He lost consciousness from just that. Immobilize her quickly. The people around me followed her orders immediately. Shaktisan, on the other hand, came back to see me. We were separated by a considerable distance, but he seemed to notice my gaze. I remained silent as I stared at her. She smiled and gestured with her hands. Don't worry about them, they won't die. He just hinted that I should move on and do what I had to do. Guys. I looked at my unconscious friends. I could only give them a sorrowful look. I'm sorry. I turned around, turning my back on them and continuing my search for Lidson. He must have the answers, and as the leader of the Xenos, he could calm this whole absurd situation. That's what I thought. WHOARGGG. When the air was pierced and the trees shaken, I turned desperately toward the silhouette beating its stone wings. Grossen. I wanted to scream to stop him, but the words caught in my throat. All I could see was him heading straight for Shaktason. He showed the sharp claws attached to his fingers, and as if it were a spear, he charged at Shaktason. This one is more aggressive, huh? However, Shaktason took it calmly. He dropped the whip and assumed a stance to receive the onslaught. His body appeared fragile, but upon closer inspection, it resembled an indestructible rock. She received Grossen's attack and, using her enemy's strength, sent him crashing to the ground. Similar to sculpting a clay figure, Shaktason displayed the skill of a master potter. He easily molded Grossen's deadly attack into one that posed no danger whatsoever, knocking him down onto the hard, rocky ground. The sound of the blow was so sinister that it sent chills through my entire body. I don't know why you're doing this, but I won't be nice. Shaktason raised her fist high, pinning Grossen's body down with her foot, pressing down on his stone chest. Then, like lightning and with a sound of thunder, she brought her fist down on Grossen's face. I wasn't hit, but I felt breathless. Seeing Grossen taking a barrage of heavy blows left a sharp, dry emptiness in my chest. Why is this happening? The needles of despair and of indecision itself pierced every pore of my skin. The aftermath sent a ridiculous dose of anguish into my head. Stop, don't hurt him, please. Only then and never again should I ask myself why. Why did things have to be this way? Was there really no other way besides violence? Every blow Grossen received was a blow to my soul, like a sword ready to be tempered. Stop. But it wasn't the right way to strike the sword. It had exceeded its forging time, and now it was nothing more than a distorted, shapeless blade. My soul was becoming formless, losing its composure. Stop. RGG. When I took a step with the determination to stop Shaktason, a terrifying roar sounded that sent alerts throughout my entire being. I turned around reflexively, and right in front of my eyes, Lidson was about to drop a pair of scimitars on me. I reacted instinctively and drew my daggers as quickly as I could to defend myself, but it wasn't perfect. My defense was easily breached by the speed at which everything was happening, and inevitably I was struck by overwhelming force. Belson. I heard Shaktason's voice, but I couldn't answer. My back hit a tree trunk, but instead of stopping, I crashed through it and continued to be rammed. Tree after tree, my body hurtled through half the forest until I reached a desolate place, free from the screams of the battlefield. Uhuk. I fell to the ground with my arms numb from the incorrect way I received Lidson's unrestrained blow. What are you doing here, Belche? While I was still slightly dazed, his shout came from above. I looked up a little, still shaken, and then I looked at him. Lidson. You shouldn't have come, Belchai. This has nothing to do with you. You don't have to do anything. Lidson, why? I stood up, ignoring the hostility in Lidson's eyes. Her elongated pupils were trembling, and that assured me there was really no danger. After shaking my arms to dispel the numbness, I looked at him after sheathing my daggers. Why are they doing that? My tone of voice was worried, but there was a faint scent of anger. My body grew warm and my heart began to beat rapidly. My skin tingled and my eyelids trembled. What reason do they have for doing this? Belchai, this is none of your business. Go back to the surface. Go back, he was angry. A slight anger was slowly consuming me. Why would I come back when you're doing this? I want an explanation, not to go back to this stupid surface. Perhaps I was being irrational and unfair by taking out my frustrations on Lidson, but I also didn't have the will to keep my mouth shut. I just wanted to know why everything was going wrong for me. I didn't like going through this, nobody did, who would shout with joy when struck again and again by misfortune. The cries should have been of despair and pain, not joy. Why did you attack Rivera? Didn't we say we'd solve your problem together in the future? Then why, Lidson? Why are you hurting people? It infuriated me that everything was getting out of hand. Why couldn't everything be all right? Normally, I would spend my days training, giving my best while going on adventures with my friends. Being attacked daily by a race whose hatred towards me was unfounded, receiving expectant looks from people every time I walked through the city streets, arguing with Riveria, being threatened by gods, dealing with assassins in an artificial dungeon, coming into contact with a new species and receiving the burden of leading them to a future where they could come to the surface. I didn't want to remain a target of the elves. I didn't want to disappoint those who placed me on a pedestal. I didn't want to argue with Riverias. I didn't want to take the lives of people I didn't know, all under the pretext of preventing the deaths of innocent people. I didn't want to. Why? Just give me one good reason, but I was forced to do it. No, perhaps it would be better to emphasize the fact that I brought it on myself. The path I was now walking was supported by the pillars that were once my decisions, and the decisions I made were now collapsing around me. I need something. I just wanted a good enough reason to take his side. To get up, dust myself off, and move forward with determination, to let the wounds heal. Was it okay to endure everything in silence with a smile? I feared the day would come when that smile would twist and a desperate scream would escape my lips. Lidson. I lashed out at Lidson, the Xeno whose eyes once looked at me with hope, but now gave me a look of pain and rejection. Belch. He noticed my suffering, the agony that was slowly consuming my spirit. He looked away and uttered a few words. They have ween. It was just a couple of words. They killed Ranai for and odd. A couple of words. They captured others besides ween, those with human features. Just a couple, that's all, nothing more, nothing in particular. A couple of words that shattered my soul that I didn't need a detailed explanation. A few words were more than enough to make my mind imagine everything else. Lidson's friends returning to the ashes. What did you say? The screams of those who were captured. Hey, say you're joking. Ween's screams, please. I was falling to pieces and there was no one to hold me in their arms. There never was one. XXX. It took a while, but Bell forced himself to regain his composure. He slapped both cheeks with the palms of his hands, and as a numbness and burning sensation washed over him, he looked at Lid. Let me help you. She now had a reason to stop lamenting and stand up. It didn't matter how fractured her body was, nor that she had no more room for more scars. She had to get up, and if the whole world came crashing down on her, she had to lift the world up, carry it on her shoulders, and walk again. Take flight and run, just like she always did. Let's rescue Ween and the others. I can't let you do that, Belchai. However, even if you carried the world on your shoulders to walk and catch up with someone, it was useless if that person took another path and blocked your way. You belong to the surface. Lid's words acted like sharp knives that cut through Bell's determination and will, or at least they tried to. I tried to stop them, I really did, but I too am filled with rage, anger, and resentment. I cannot forget those who fell, and I cannot forgive the humans either. Belchai, I can't have any hope in you either. I don't want to get hurt again. I don't want to build up my hopes only to repeat the scenario where you abandon us. I've experienced it many times and it always ends the same way. We cannot coexist with those on the surface. We will renounce our dream, but we will never renounce our comrades. When Bell tried to step forward, Lid slashed the ground with his scimitar. The sharp blade cut a horizontal line between him and Bell. Stay there, that's where you belong, Lidson. Don't cross that line. For a moment, Bell froze. He did it because had he not taken a step back, Lid really would have cut off his foot. We're from different worlds, Belche. Frozen by that fact, he could only look with trembling eyes at Lid, who was walking away from him. You're an adventurer, we're monsters. You don't have to force yourself to accept us. We've stopped yearning for that. What Lid didn't know was that Bell wasn't actually forcing himself to do anything. He was pushing away one of the few people who would give his life in exchange for the Xenos. He was that kind of guy. Kind, benevolent, and sincere. It's goodbye, Belchai. He was just someone trying to be good. You know what happens to good people in this world. Wait, Lid. Then Cranelson, Bell, a couple of familiar voices tapped on Bell's back. Shocked, he turned around. The names tumbled out of his mouth automatically. Ryusen and Asfison, why are you so surprised to see me? Didn't you miss me? The reaction itself wasn't surprise but fear. The combination of Ryu and Asfi terrified Bell, especially when Asfi acted all sweetly towards him in front of Ryu. However, it was not the time for such a pleasant and unfortunate encounter as this. OOORRRG. Cranelson, watch out. Lid, seeing that people Bell knew had arrived, launched an attack on Bell himself to prevent any relationship between them. It was enough for them to see how hostile he was toward Bell for them not to implicate him and to label him a traitor. In a strange way, it was his way of thanking Bell as well as saying goodbye. See you, Belchai, take care. In the middle of the attack, Ryu intervened with a precise and clean block while simultaneously launching a counterattack. The swing of his wooden sword struck Lid's scimitars hard, and taking advantage of being pushed back, he fled. A monster fleeing. Ryu considered going after him but refrained after glancing back. There, with an indescribable expression, was Bell. Her eyes were fixed on the back of the lizard man who had fled the scene. They held a feeling of abandonment and betrayal. He was no different from a puppy in the rain, not understanding why his owner was abandoning him. Bell, are you okay? Ryu watched as Asfi carefully approached Bell while asking questions. He also watched closely as her hands slowly moved closer to Bell's chest. Ouch, hey, what do you think you're doing? That's why he turned around and threw a punch at Asfi's hands, preventing them from touching Bell. Cranelson, what happened here? Enduring Asfi's sharp gaze, Ryu took Bell's hands, which were hanging at his sides. Hey, don't touch it. He ignored Asfi's clear warning, again mentioning Bell. Cranelson. She looked at Bell, waiting for an answer, but the young man's eyes weren't on her. They were focused only on the place where Lid had fled without replying to her. Only then, seeing how complicated Bell's expression was, did Asfi stop glancing furtively at Ryu's hands, which were holding Bell's, and take a completely different stance. She'd only seen Bell downcast a couple of times before, but nothing as bad as he was now. She wasn't even sure if she could classify his current state as downcast. Honestly, it went beyond that. I won't break. Asfi remembered the words Bell had said that day, but looking at him now, wasn't he about to fall off the cliff? The mere thought made Asfi's chest throb with agonizing pain. The world breaks us all, but afterwards some become strong in the broken places. Bell. She joined the conversation and expressed her concern. What she feared was that Belle wouldn't develop a strong character in that kind of environment. Is everything all right? It wasn't good, but it wasn't something someone like Belle would just say casually. In a way, the world was crashing down on him. Endure it. It wasn't about that anymore. She stopped doing that a long time ago. Whether she endured it or not, she had to go on, because he had no choice, nor did he have the luxury of surrendering. Nothing. Ween's innocent smile surfaced in his thoughts like blades that cut deep into his chest. Nothing happened. He snapped out of his daze, still not looking at any of the women in front of him. Despite sensing the worry etched in their eyes, he continued to watch the place where Lyd had gone. I'm sorry, girls, but I have to go. He advanced with no intention of stopping. He didn't care if the Xenos excluded him. He wasn't someone who would stand still just because someone else told him to. He passed between Ryu and Isfi, however, both of them grabbed him by the arms. Well, I expected it, he thought, almost letting out a sigh. He looked at both of them without needing to ask for an explanation. His eyes clearly showed why they were detaining him. Where are you going? Isfi asked, almost with tears in her eyes. Don't do anything dangerous, Belle. Cranelson, you can count on me, Ryu reassured, tightening her grip. Trust us. Given Belle's current mental state, it wasn't surprising that he forced a smile. However, he shook his head slightly, his expression serious. I'm sorry, I can't. He didn't brush things off with a careless smile. Instead, he showed a sincere face as he spoke clearly. In a way, he was doing the same thing Lyd did to him. Leaving him aside, it's something I have to do myself. Please let me go. Ryu and Isfi lowered their gaze, almost feeling a pang in their chests. They never imagined Belle would reject them so directly when they offered him help. Even Isfi, who usually ignored him and acted on his own desires, backed down. Something told him it wasn't a good idea to provoke him right now. The possibility was there, but none of them were certain that Belle was actually keeping them away from something he considered dangerous. By rejecting them, in his view, he was protecting them. I can no longer put the important people in my life in danger. He remembered Ween, and it was that memory that gave him the determination and courage he needed not to give up. Standing tall and moving forward with strength was the only thing I could and wanted to do. First, I'll save Ween. Whatever happens after that, I'll figure out as I go. He clenched his fist tightly. He no longer needed any excuse to do what he had to do. I'm sorry, but I ask that you stay away from this. I'll see you later, girls. He gave them a smile, to which Ryu responded with a serious expression as he asked a question. Is this your decision, Cranelson? It is. They stared at each other with a sharp silence between them, but after a rough battle of glances, Ryu looked away while sighing. I understand. She placed her hands on her waist, from which hung a medium-sized bag of supplies. After unfastening it and revealing her skin, she handed it to Belle. Please take this with you. It has potions and other things that will help you if you get hurt. Belle looked at the bag in his hands. It didn't weigh much, but after a quick glance inside, he realized that it contained only potions and similar items. Thank you, Ryusen. He was still worried and anxious about Ween's situation, and every second counted. Nevertheless, he took a few moments to thank her with a smile. Yes, just be careful. Ryu, as if understanding the urgency in Belle's eyes, said his prayers before turning his back on him. I'll help the Ganesha Familia with the subjugation of the monsters. You have no problem with that, right? Yes, just don't kill them, please. The reason. With a slight nod, Belle shook his head. I can't tell you, I see, then I'll leave. Ryu looked towards Isfi, who had remained silent while staring intently at Belle all this time, and as if it were obvious, he urged. Come on, Andromeda. Ah, that. But Isfi didn't obey the order. Instead, she looked away, murmuring somewhat tenderly, I should give her something too. Go first, hiding her flushed cheeks. Ryu looked at her suspiciously but considered the short time Belle had, so she nodded and left for the forest where a battle was still taking place. Don't be long, he said before disappearing into the trees of the forest, or I will come looking for you. Silence fell for the second time after their departure. Isfi looked at Belle and Belle looked at Isfi. Belle, wanting to make his haste clear, asked directly, Isfison, what will you give me? There was no response. Isfi walked towards him and wrapped her arms around him. Isfison. Belle questioned her, but Isfi did not back down from her actions as her lips formed a smile. She gently encircled Belle's well-formed back and pulled him as close to her body as possible. Feeling his body heat filled her with happiness. I have a terrible feeling, Isfi finally said, appreciating Belle's scent. Something tells me we won't be alone together for a while after this, so please, even if it's just for a minute, hold me. Slowly, Belle took Isfi by the waist, embracing her tightly. He was wearing his armor, but he could still feel Isfi's beating, frantic heartbeat. What would you do if I held on and wouldn't let you go? That would be a problem for me. I can't hurt you. Is that so? It is. So is there any way you can let me go without using force? Isfi murmured softly, almost uttering sweet words. There is. I have an idea, but just in case, can I ask what it is? Yes, of course you can. She looked up, meeting Belle's eyes. The sapphire blue reflected the ruby red. I recently made some changes to myself. You just have to point out 3. For a moment, Belle almost asked, so it's not a kiss? In utter disbelief. The situation was so critical that even if it was, he would agree for the sake of getting to Ween's aid as quickly as possible. However, Isfi went against all odds and proposed a completely different test than a kiss. Pressed together, Belle analyzed Isfi's beautiful face, noting every feature that stood out. All in 5 seconds, your hair, eh? Isfi smiled playfully, then asked, "What's wrong with my hair?" There was no need to explain it in detail, so Belle just pointed. "The white streak has a slight red tint." "No, is it a ruby shade? It's so light I can't say for sure." "Well, that's correct. It's a pastel shade I derived from ruby, just like your eyes." I see. Being gazed at with such affection, Belle couldn't help but blush slightly as he looked away. Nothing good could come of returning such an intense look. It was bound to end in a kiss. She also thought the lock of hair was a nice touch, although a bit intense. "Second," Belle said, eliminating any delay, gesturing to the next change, "your glasses. The accuracy with which you're right is starting to scare me. Although the idea of you observing me in such detail excites me and makes me happy." 2 out of 3. Belle nodded towards Isfi's radiant smile and sharpened his senses. He searched everywhere for the third change, however, as the seconds passed, he couldn't find it. "Are there really 3 changes?" He asked impatiently. Frustration and distress were evident on his face. "Yes, do you want a hint? I love her." There was no time for pride. If Isfi offered him a clue, Belle would take it immediately and without hesitation. Isfi smiled at the sight while softly and seductively pursing her lips. "Do you remember the taste of my lips the last time we kissed?" An image formed in Belle's mind the instant he heard the question. It was a juicy red strawberry. A little red-faced, and with his eyes rolling back in his head at the question, he nodded. "Okay, that's it. What do my lips taste like this time?" It was only then that Belle understood. He didn't need to be a genius. Even the stupidest person in the world would understand. Yes, but what he didn't understand was the reason for unnecessarily prolonging it. She stared at Isfi, who was wearing a flirty look and a suggestive smile. She seemed to be enjoying herself, but even though she looked extremely cute, Belle, deep down, wanted to scold her. If it was a kiss she wanted from the start, why not just ask for it? It's not like they hadn't done it before, and it's not like she was allowed to refuse. Lately, she felt more like an object than a person, like a lock that can be opened with any key. "When did I fall so low? Izusen, I'm sorry." The women were terrifying, there was no doubt about that. "Good." His pride shattered, Belle tightened his grip on Isfi's waist. His well-defined, muscular arms pulled her closer, making her let out a soft gasp of surprise. Isfi blushed deeply, feeling breathless as Belle began to bring his lips closer to hers. She slowly closed her eyes, awaiting what she had longed for days. "Be Belle. I'll tell you soon." Belle's eyes burned with the flames of immeasurable willpower. He had the option to refuse, but the idea of Isfi clinging to him and forcing him to use force was not to his liking. That's why, even if it wasn't a kiss of love, kissing her was the shortest route. Slowly, carefully, and gently he pressed his lips to Isfi's. There was a shudder in Isfi's body as well as a slight stirring within her, warm, soft, and moist. The sensation of kissing Belle was something she would never tire of and something impossible to explain. It was a unique feeling that stirred her soul. Perhaps it lacked love, but the intensity was acceptable enough to make Isfi genuinely enjoy it. Ha ha. It wasn't long, but it was enough to leave Isfi gasping when Belle parted his lips. The sapphire blue of his eyes flashed turbulent amidst a whirlwind of intense emotions. Seeing such a seductive image, Belle expressed, "Blackberries." Isfi didn't have the breath to answer, so she refrained from a weak nod. Her legs were trembling, as were her arms. It was difficult for her to continue hugging Belle. "Then I'm leaving." Isfi let go of him, and with no strength left in his legs, he fell to the ground. It was a relief that he had a big butt and could avoid any pain. "Please." Fallen and breathless, she uttered a few last words to Belle, who was already turning his back on her and preparing to go to a dangerous place. "Be careful, Belle. Without you, I don't know what I would do." It wasn't in the best way nor under the best circumstances. But it was true that Isfi genuinely cared about Belle, even to the point of giving her life for him. Yeah. Understanding that, Belle looked over his shoulder and gave him a smile. "You're really complicated, but it's not something I hate about you, Isfison." For Belle, Isfi's existence was fundamental. It was no longer just a casual relationship like before. They had grown so close that they couldn't be called friends, but they weren't a couple either. In some strange way, it was already important to him. "I'll see you later." Yeah. Isfi gazed lovingly at the back of the man she loved. Her heart ached with pain at the thought of him going somewhere dangerous, unable to bear the thought of him getting hurt. However, good luck, Belle. He strongly wished that whatever it was and wherever it would be successful. In the end, from Ryu's departure to the kiss and the farewell, only 4 minutes passed. Belle's body disappeared into the distance, and Isfi stayed there until she managed to regain her strength to return to Ryu. The pieces moved, but no matter how far they went, they were still on the same board. XXX. When I returned to the forest, I met Felsen, who kindly explained the current situation to me in detail. There was a question similar to, "Why are you red?" when we met, but I omitted any words about what happened with Isfison and asked about the situation. Finally, after using invisibility cloaks, we reached the foot of a mountain range. "This is the entrance to the labyrinth. However, I don't have a key." I looked at the mountain range from bottom to top. Then I glanced back, where the roars and shouts of those engaged in a fierce battle still echoed. I had to go in, but I didn't know how. Felsen had said labyrinth, and if it was the same one I'd wandered around dozens of times, then I knew an entrance. The problem is that it will take me a while to get there, and even longer because I have to go around the forest to avoid the battle. I didn't have that much time for that. I didn't know, but even now Ween and the others were probably going through the worst of times. My ignorance about their safety hammered away at my thoughts. Bellcranel. It was then, when I could already feel sweat running down my forehead, that Felsen's voice reached me. I looked at him instantly, only to see that one of his fingers, which was pure bone, was pointing at my waist. "What is that?" he asked. My eyes followed what he was pointing at, and there, from the pocket that Ryusen gave me, a red circle was palpating from the inside. This. I reached in and, after grasping the shiny object, pulled it out. It was a sphere very similar to an eye with metallic embellishments, but more like a high-value item with a D carved in the center. The orb emitted a pulsating light, and as if it were a magnet attracted to steel, it reacted when I brought it close to the foot of the mountain range. "Is it moving?" Felsen's usually monotone voice betrayed a slight hint of bewilderment. We both watched in amazement as the foot of the mountain range began to split vertically in two. Slowly, a secret entrance was revealed to us. The corridor was so long that even with my enhanced vision I could only see a black background. "Felsen," I called my partner, and he nodded. Side by side, and with a terrible feeling of anxiety gnawing at me, we ventured into what we suspected was the artificial labyrinth. It was a cold place, very cold, XXX. Now that I think about it, I was always cold when I was a child, when it rained, when it was winter. When at night the cool breeze swept through the wood of the cabin, I was always cold. I never liked it. One day I went out and played in the woods. Grandfather was working in the orchard, so it was easy to escape. It was also easy to get lost. The night was cold, I knew that. What I didn't know was that when you're not inside a cabin, the cold gets worse. I was very cold. The forest was cold, it terrified me. It had a chilling darkness and cold sounds. I never imagined that the sounds of the forest could be so eerie. Grandfather. Grandfather always chased away the cold. He would wrap me in his arms, whose skin already showed wrinkles, and yet it maintained a warm firmness, like the bark of an oak tree or the softness of wheat. Grandfather's arms were like that. Sometime later I woke up crying. "What's wrong, Belle? Grandpa, why don't I have parents?" Our town wasn't big, but there were far more people than I could have ever imagined seeing in my lifetime. It hurt me to see other children playing with their parents. I wanted to know what it felt like to play the way they did. You see, they're in a quieter place. Did they abandon me? Grandpa just laughed, stroking my hair with his rough, warm hand. I didn't understand why she was laughing, nor did I find it funny. "Come on, let's prepare dinner. What story would you like me to read you today?" What did I reply then? I remember smiling. I remember my grandfather's laughter, the unpleasant taste of his food, and the cold of that night, but I couldn't remember my answer. Sometime later, my grandfather found me crying. It was night and it was raining. It was very cold. "Let them go, Belle," Grandpa said from somewhere. He didn't run to hug me. Who is it? Tears. Sometimes it seems like there are so many that you feel like you're going to drown in them, but that's not the case. She also couldn't remember why she was crying back then. Perhaps I missed my parents, whom I never met. Missing someone wasn't necessarily remembering them, but rather longing for them. Perhaps I felt alone in a place where all the children except me were smiling next to their parents. That's why perhaps she was crying. "Will they ever stop going out?" "Clear," the grandfather replied with a sweet smile on his lips. "Tears don't stay too long. They do their job and then go on their way." "And what job do they do?" "Their water, Belle. They cleanse, they clarify like rain. Everything looks different after the rain." But back then I didn't like the rain. The rain was cold, and I, a child who hadn't experienced the warmth of my parents, hated it. Except that. Why was I remembering that now? I looked around. There was nothing. Only in me the empty sensation of a cold feeling in my heart. "Grandfather, if only you had taught me a little more. Perhaps it wasn't raining now."
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.